Chapter 1, First Entry Pirate. Chapter 1 First Entry into Pirates. The bang was loud, and an invisible ripple spread through the chaos. Where is this? A sound sounded in the chaos, and a sudden sound made a wave in the chaos. I remember going home after the interview. I saw a little the road running out of control. The little girl was about 5 or 6 years old. I ran over and pushed the little girl away. Zhang Feng remember. Ah! Then I am not dead. Zhang Feng exclaimed. He looked down and saw that his body was transparent. Did I die? This is my soul, no. I'm still a pure virgin, unfair. Zhang Feng looked at his transparent body and showed an unlovable expression. Where is this, the prefecture? Yan Luodian? It doesn't look like it. Zhang Feng tried to calm his mind and think. Looking at the surrounding area, Zhang Feng looked up and saw the colorful worlds in front of himself. Zhang Feng was startled. This is the world of Naruto, this is the world of death, and there is even the world of One Piece. Zhang Feng was ecstatic when he saw the worlds in front of him. What is the situation? I can choose to enter these worlds at will. After searching for a long time, but did not find the Earth Star world, Zhang Feng was disappointed. Let's forget it. If the controller here finds it, he might kill himself directly. Zhang Feng looked around and found that no one was around, and a flash of resoluteness flashed in his eyes. No matter what, I'm going to Pirate World. I can't go any longer. With certain thoughts, Zhang Feng will resolutely float to the Pirate World, and when he comes to the entrance of the Pirate World, a strange-looking fruit appears in front of him. What is this? Shouldn't it be the demon fruit? Zhang Feng, looking at the strange fruit in front of him, first felt a joy, then looked at the fruit with a doubt. This fruit is right next to the Pirate World. Absolutely the fruit of the devil, but why does it appear here? The demon fruit in front of Zhang Feng looks strangely half dark and half silver-white. Zhang Feng reached out to touch the demon fruit, and found that this fruit has no entity but just a special energy. Seeing this demon fruit, Zhang Feng was lost in thought. After a moment, he swallowed the demon fruit. This devil fruit is not an ordinary fruit at first glance. I don't know what will happen when I go to Pirate World. Although I look forward to the Pirate World, the pirates of the Pirate World are all killing people without blinking. It is safer to eat the fruits of the devil, so the chances of survival are greater. When Zhang Feng was close to Pirate World, an attraction suddenly emerged from Pirate World to him in. Alas, alas, the sound of sweet birds came from the quiet jungle, and the sun slanted through the leafy trees to the teenager's face. Oh, my waist! The boy did not know when he woke up. Zhang Feng, just graduated from the university at the age of 22 this year. Although he did not have the best academic performance during college, he has not been in the top 10 of his class. He usually likes watching cartoons and reading books. I just graduated and was looking for a job in an interview. To save a little girl, I came to the One Piece world somehow. My father is a civil servant, my mother is a Chinese teacher in a key high school, and a younger sister who has just passed college. Where is this? It should be the Pirate World. Zhang Feng stood up and shook his head with both hands. Oh, my head hurts, and I screamed. Zhang Feng suddenly felt like his head was about to explode. Zhang Feng covered his head and rolled on the ground. It turns out that this is really the One Piece world, and Zhang Feng's mind constantly appears in this body's memory. The original owner of this body is called Monk Di Feng, a child of a distant relative of Kaipu and a nephew of Kaipu. He is over 14 years old. As is Luffy, but noisy to be a navy, hate pirates, and dream of becoming a naval general. Since Long went to the revolution, Carp was lonely in his heart. It happened that Feng went to Carp, indicating that he wanted to be a navy and wanted Carp to train him. This was not thrown by Carp to an unmanned person near the kingdom of Goya. Survival training on the island. One day ago, on the 13th day of survival training, I was unlucky and bumped into the jungle beast Ironback Bear. He was seriously injured and escaped. You read a book www.wukagonshu.com and found a safe place to faint. Only then was Zhang Fengju occupying the nest. Zhang Feng woke up a long time later. This buddy met Carp, the unreliable uncle, and observed 3 minutes of silence for you. You think you're Luffy, with the protagonist halo, you can't beat him. Zhang Feng had a middle finger. I'll call Monk D Feng in the future, and I will take your share alive. Zhang Feng muttered. Zhang Feng sat cross-legged and found that his wound had healed. The human body in pirate world is terrible. The injury is much better, but it still hurts. I remember I ate the fruit of the devil, so what about power? How exactly is this fruit power used? One Piece is Zhang Feng's favorite anime, which is updated every week. Zhang Feng, who is new to One Piece world, is both happy and shocked. One Piece world is a world full of thrilling adventures. The 4 emperors, the admiral of the navy, the 7 seas of Wu, the 5 old stars, and ancient weapons that can destroy the sky and the earth, it makes people boil. I really want to stand at the top of this world and see what kind of scenery it will be. Zhang Feng squeezed his fists and stared firmly into the distance. Most of the pirates in the One Piece world are extremely ferocious, killing and robbing are commonplace, and Zhang Feng will never be soft-hearted when encountering such a pirate. As for Luffy, in the view of Zhang Feng, Luffy is an adventurer. In fact, being a pirate is actually going out to sea to find the treasure of One Piece. Although this world is many times more dangerous than the Earth, crisis and opportunity coexist. As long as you work hard, why not break out of the sky? You will probably return to Earth Star. Just follow Carp to become the Navy. At this stage, the Navy is definitely the safest. Be careful yourself, you can live to the final. I am Zhang Feng, but the man who wants to live to the end. Chapter 2, Space-Time Ability. From the memory of Monk D Feng, Zhang Feng learns that it is the Haiwan calendar in 1497, 3 years before the execution of the One Piece King Roger. I must be strong, and 3 years later, I will go to Rog to witness this history. Zhang Feng murmured with her fists clenched. Maple boy, where are you? Give me out before you die. An urgent voice came from the jungle. It's Carp here, I'm saved. Zhang Feng stood up and ran in the direction of the sound. Uncle Carp, I'm here. Zhang Feng shouted while running. At this time a tall middle-aged man appeared in front of Zhang Feng. Bump! He punched Zhang Feng in the head. Smelly boy, who made you run around? I can find you all afternoon, try my iron fist of love. Middle-aged man speaks sternly with concern. It hurts. Zhang Feng held her head with her hands, her eyes staring at Venus. This is the legendary iron fist of love. It really hurts. No wonder it can leave a shadow on Luffy's childhood. Zhang Feng looked back and saw a tall, sturdy middle-aged uncle wearing a dog headgear on his head, who appeared in front of Zhang Feng, holding a donut in his hand. Is this Carp? Maple boy, you have passed my test, we will return to the naval headquarters next month. But you are still too weak, return to the naval headquarters and need to continue special training. Kapu hugged his chest with both hands and lowered his head seriously to Zhang Feng. The ghost has passed your test. Your unlucky nephew has been killed by you. Zhang Feng said secretly. I know, I will work hard. Follow Carp to the beach, watching the full water, shining in the sunset, the sea surface is golden. The boundless sea makes people feel refreshed, this is the home of men. It didn't take long for me to walk to the front of a navy warship. The bow of the warship had a dog head on it, and this was Carp's warship. Lieutenant General Carp is back and can set sail. The navy on the puppet warship shouted when he saw Carp back. I stood on a warship and was traveling in the sea. To be honest, this was the first time Zhang Feng had grown up on a boat, and I was very excited. Lieutenant General Carp, it's Windmill Village. Maple boy, get off the boat. This is Windmill Village. Min Jiangfeng's mind emerged from the memory of Fengch Village. Maple boy, stay here first. I may not be able to take you to the naval headquarters. I just received an order from the headquarters. I am going to hunt Roger. As soon as he stepped off the Navy ship, Carp said. You must exercise well. After 1 year, if you do not make any progress, I will never agree with you to join the Navy. Kapu looked at Zhang Feng with a stern face. In this cruel world, the life and death of the weak are in the hands of the strong. Kapu doesn't want his nephew to have no strength and will die in the battlefield in the future. Uncle Carp, you'll be surprised in a year. Jiang Feng shrugged in a relaxed tone. I'll wait and see. Carp patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. Windmill Village, a small village in the kingdom of Goya, there are only a few hundred households in Windmill Village. In recent days, Zhang Feng feels that the villagers in the village are happy and everyone has a smile on their faces. Is that Lieutenant General Cap's nephew, so handsome guy? I want to have a daughter, so he will be the son-in-law. With your body of 300 pounds, can the daughter who is born care about you, and you should do it for me. Don't look at me now that I'm fat. I was a flower in Windmill Village when I was young. I don't know how many people chase me. Let's go. What do you look like when you are young? I don't know yet. Which man in the Windmill Village saw you and did not go around? I was afraid you might get caught in it. A middle-aged aunt poked her lips and looked disdainfully. Humph. Zhang Feng turned her head and looked at the corners of the two middle-aged aunts. Brother Feng, you're back, why don't you come to see me? I don't know when a little lowly appeared behind Zhang Feng, complaining about Zhang Feng with milk. It's Maginot, Brother Feng is going to find you. Zhang Feng said to Xiaoliola with a smile. I don't believe it. Little lowly pursed her mouth and looked disbelieving. Zhang Feng squatted and was about to talk, but was interrupted by little lowly. Brother Feng, what happened to the bag on your head? Have you been Uncle Carp again? Little lowly covered her mouth with a small hand and grinned. No, it was left after a fight with a black bear. Zhang Feng retorted, how could she be despised by little lowly? Is it? Tong Xiaoliola shook her head, her big watery eyes stared at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng scratched her head awkwardly, and Xiaololi started to giggle again. You girl! Jiang Feng pretended to be very fierce. Mom, Brother Feng, he bullied me. Xiao Xiaoliola ran into the arms of a middle-aged woman, turned around, and made a face at Zhang Feng. Back to his room at night, Zhang Feng adjusted his condition. Whether the weird thing I ate before was a demon fruit or not, it should have its special use. How can I use it? Min Zhang Feng tried to close her eyes to calm down with her own mind. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com tried again and again, and finally something wonderful happened. Ah, it hurts. Suddenly a kind of heartbreaking pain rushed into my heart, and Zhang Feng was wrapped in black and white, and Zhang Feng was constantly stimulated by the pain. Min Zhang Feng clenched her fist, clenched her teeth, and the thick blue tendons on her head appeared. Her complexion was very dull. Persist, I want to persevere, I have died once, and there is nothing terrible. Continued for half an hour, Zhang Feng frowned, opened his eyes, saw that his hands were still bleeding, sweat had wet the entire placket. When Zhang Feng calmed down again and closed his eyes, he found that he could see a strange space. Space is now only black, silver, and white, two colors, black and silver and white intertwined in the space. Jiang Feng can feel that there are two kinds of energy constantly flowing into the space of his body, and in this strange space, special powers are constantly formed. It didn't stop until this force in space reached saturation. The next day Zhang Feng began to develop capabilities. I tried for many days and finally came to the conclusion that with this special space, he can use space and time capabilities. After reaching this conclusion, Zhang Feng was ecstatic. It's really good, beautiful. Demon fruit ability person, eat the devil fruit can get special abilities. Zhang Feng guessed that it is the special energy hidden in the devil fruit, transferred to the ability person. The ability person will have ability. The energy in his body is similar to that in the fruit of the devil. A few days later, Carp asked Zhang Feng to stay in the village chief's house temporarily, and went to hunt Roger himself. Chapter 3, Development Capability. The warm sunlight was sprayed on Zhang Feng's face. Zhang Feng wiped his sweat and came to Fengqi village for some time. Zhang Feng was doing high-intensity training every day. Kaihu Jiang Feng formulated a training plan, running 5 kilometers each morning, midnight, and evening with 500 weight-bearing push UPS, 500 sit UPS, and frog jumping. It was difficult to do at the beginning, but after 5 or 6 days, the body got used to it. Zhang Feng in One Piece world can feel that with high-intensity training every day, the strength of the body is easily enhanced. Maybe this is the reason why strong players such as Carp and Raleigh do not eat the devil fruit, but emphasize the outrageousness. These days Zhang Feng is not idle. In addition to high-intensity training, Zhang Feng also takes time to develop his capabilities. The ability of space and time. Zhang Feng couldn't help but be excited when he thought of the two abilities of the controller. Time ability, the most typical is time backtracking, let time go backwards, and time accelerate. However, now Zhang Feng's time ability can't even accelerate the growth of small vegetable seedlings for 1 minute, let alone time back. The space ability is better. Zhang Feng can feel the space range within 5 meters, and move freely within this range. Qi Jiang Feng also found that using space capabilities can also form a solid subspace, which can be used to imprison the enemy. This ability is called space confinement. Min Zhang Feng tried. With the current space capacity, she could barely imprison the little hen of Marcino Lolita's family for 10 seconds, for which she was not laughed at. After half a year hurriedly passed, Zhang Feng grew taller, with less points on his face, a little more mature, and more stature. Uncle Kapu, are you back? Have you caught up with Roger? It looks like it came home empty-handed. Chu Zhang Feng said heartlessly. That guy is indeed my old enemy, very strong, ha ha ha. Cape said eating a donut. Kid, Maple, after I'm gone, don't you be lazy, try my iron fist of love. He Carp rushed over with a grin at Zhang Feng. Ah, it hurts. Good speed. Qi Zhang Feng felt what the difference in strength was at this time. She thought that she had become stronger, and she was proud of herself. Chu Zhang Feng couldn't help thinking of it at this time. One of the cool skills in One Piece was domineering. When you heard about domineering, armed with domineering, domineering with domineering, think of it. Uncle Carp, when will you teach me domineering? Kaihu Jiang Feng asked in anticipation. Want to learn domineering and wait for your body to push the limits? Min Jiang Feng frowned and wondered, is the limit of the body, where is my limit? Can you learn to be domineering by pushing the limits? Chu Zhang Feng wondered. What do you want to do? Breaking the limit is just the beginning. You want to learn domineering, you are still far behind. Kapu said mysteriously with arms folded. Qi Zhang Feng had a black line. No matter what, I will learn sooner or later. At that time, I will let you taste the iron fist of Jiang's love. Min Zhang Feng rubbed his fist secretly. In the last half year, Zhang Feng has developed 2 new space capabilities, Space Blade and Space Replacement. The Space Blade is a black blade, which is extremely sharp. Qi Zhang Feng tried. With his current level of ability development, the Space Blade Made can break a large tree with a diameter of about 50 centimeters. Space Replacement is the ability to exchange positions between 2 objects in space. Kapu stayed in Windmill Village for a few days and left again. After Kapu left, Zhang Feng started his high-intensity training again. This time the training volume was doubled. It was 2 months before the 1-year deadline agreed with Carp, and Zhang Feng finally broke through the physical limit for the first time. There was a significant increase in both strength and speed. The sultry body really has unlimited potential. After Zhang Feng found that he broke through the physical limit, his physical strength is still constantly strengthening. Can he still break the physical limit again? Kapu, Roger, Whitebeard and other figures standing at the top of the pirate world. How many times have their bodies exceeded their limits? This idea could not help but come to Zhang Feng's mind, lingering. Think about Kaido's abnormal physical strength and super self-healing ability, and she shuddered for a while, totally a monster. Become stronger and stronger, sooner or later, challenge the 4 emperors, 5 old stars, and stand on top of the world. Zhang Feng secretly resolved. The year is up. On a steep peak in the mountain behind Fenki village, Yu reads www.yuuganshu. A teenager opened his eyes. Uncle Carp should be here soon, it's time to see the world. The young man jumped down from the mountain peak and descended to about 20 meters above the ground. Instant step. The young boy disappeared from a height of 20 meters in a flash, and then appeared on the ground. Instant step is Zhang Feng's ability to further develop on the basis of space replacement. Within 20 meters, Zhang Feng can instantly move to wherever he wants to go. But there is a limitation that consumes huge physical strength, of course, for Zhang Feng now. At the current strength of Zhang Feng's ability development, he can only move freely within 20 meters, but with the development of ability, his movement range will become wider and wider. Look! It's a naval ship. The children in the village saw the distant warship coming, and excitedly pointed with their little fingers. Minjiang Feng was on the edge of the coast, quietly waiting for the warship to arrive, and slowly approaching the warship with the dog's head sign. Kapu shouted when he saw Zhang Feng on the shore. Maple Kid, get on board. At this moment a small figure ran out of breath in front of Zhang Feng, with big watery eyes staring at Zhang Feng. Brother Feng, will you come back? Little Marcino's face was reluctant, and there were tears in his eyes. Zhang Feng squatted down, holding her little hand in her hands and said to her seriously, Little Magino, Brother Feng will come back. Let's pull the hook. Xyliola wiped her tears. Okay. In the past year, Zhang Feng has regarded Fenki village as her own home. After training, she often plays with little Marcino and treats her as her younger sister. She suddenly felt a little bit reluctant to leave. Chapter 4, Road Pirate. Under the blue sky, a seagull soared freely with a newspaper, and suddenly the seagull swooped down. A warship with a dog's head logo appeared in sight, and the seagull threw the newspaper onto the warship and flew away again. This is the 5th day. Zhang Feng is still on his way to Malinford. Carp's ship has naval physical training equipment. I heard that Dr. Begapunk was specially designed for the Navy. Zhang Feng has been doing high-intensity physical training these days. During the exercise, Zhang Feng found that it was difficult for him to improve his strength in physical training. The growth of physical strength slowed down, and he also lacked practical experience. But with his current strength and space ability, he can barely survive in the one-piece world. Lieutenant General Carp, a pirate ship was found in front of him. A Navy soldier ran to Carp to report. Which pirate group? Keel Pirates. Captain Keel is a pirate offering a reward of 70 million Bailey. I am a swordsman. There is no mention in the information whether he will be domineering. There are more than 100 crew members on board. A major admiral with information in his hand pushed the glasses and said indifferently. Only 70 million Bailey, boring, moving at full speed and taking out my shells. Cape ate a donut, stretched his waist, and yawned. Zhang Feng, who was far away, heard that he had encountered a pirate, and his heart was excited and scared. However, this is the first time he has encountered a pirate. I worked hard for more than a year, but it was a novice village. Zhang Feng was already eager to try it. The sea is so vast that these pirates can run into Carp, which is really bad luck. The barge was getting closer and closer. Zhang Feng could see a three-masted sailing ship with a length of more than 80 meters and a width of more than 30 meters, almost reaching the standard ship of the navy. The barge pirates ran to the deck one by one, holding knives, swords, and muskets in their hands, one by one. I can feel the evil spirit on them across 100 meters, no doubt these pirates have killed someone. Min Zhangfeng clenched her fists in an attempt to calm her trembling body, her eyes fixed on the pirate ship in the distance. Gil looked at the warship approaching himself, with the dog's head on his face, and sank. Damn, I actually encountered the Navy hero Carp. It's bad luck. Fast, speed up, far away from this sea. Opposite is the Navy hero Carp. We have no chance of winning. Pirate crew members heard the name of the naval hero Carp, and suddenly looked difficult to look. Oh my god! Carp, we are stared at by the Navy hero, we are finished. The pirate yelled in horror as he watched the warship in the distance. Keel saw the pirate crew members panicked and scrambled, with a little anger in his eyes. It's really a bunch of useless waste. Finally, someone could not stand the fear inside, jumped out of the pirate boat, and swam to the distant island. Seeing this scene, GK immediately seized the gun of the crew around him and shot a shot at the jumping crew. Bump! There was a gunshot, and blood continued to flow from the crew's body, but the crew was still swimming forward until he lost his strength and the body floated back to the sea. Pirates on the boat, with the crew in their hearts thinking the same as the crew just now, seeing this scene, instantly dispelled the idea of escape. After a while, the barge approached Cap and picked up the two large frame artillery shells prepared by the Navy soldiers, throwing them one by one in the direction of the pirate ship, and the pirate ship was filled with swarf black shells in just a few dozen breaths. Kyle saw the shells in the sky. Damn it, shoot them down. He said. Keel jumped over the mast of the pirate ship. Slash! G-Kier pulled out a long knife around his waist and cut most of the shells. The chopped shells fell into the sea and did not explode, but a few shells hit the pirate ship. Only the sound of shell explosions was heard from a distance. Bang, bang, bang. The pirate ship was hit by artillery shells, the pirate ship was shaking from side to side, and the entire pirate ship was burning. The two ships were getting closer and closer, and the moment the two ships were approaching, the Navy and the pirates fought a deadly battle. The Navy went forward bravely for the justice in the heart, without fear of life and death. In order to survive, the pirates all launched fiercely to fight with the Navy, attacked in groups, and attacked everything. The sword, lightsaber, gunfire, and screams filled the world. There was no one backing, whether the man on the sea, the Navy, or the pirates, put life and death behind his head. At first, several naval officers were evenly matched with the core crew of the Kiel pirates, but gradually the naval officers began to take advantage. This is an era of cold weapons. Ordinary bullets can't hit the soldiers who have broken their limits. We must know that the elite soldiers of the Navy can all break through the existence of the first limit. Ordinary bullets can completely hide. The sky is filled with a strong smell, and the arms, heads, and even some people were cut in half, and some were cut off by the waist. These are irritating Zhang Feng all the time. Zhang Feng forced to spit out. Resist, this is the first step in becoming a strong man. You must resist. Min Zhang Feng clenched her fists, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com looked very ugly. As a good young man in the 21st century, Zhang Feng has also seen such scenes on TV. How could anyone really have seen the dead, and died so miserably? I vomited on the spot without the stimulus. It was already strong. People who have never been on the battlefield will never be able to appreciate the throbbing life that lives on the edge of life and death without being controlled by themselves. Under the fierce attack of the Navy, more and more pirates were killed. Some pirates chose to surrender under the threat of death. Although I could not save my life, I probably spent the second half of my life in prison. Kill. At the moment when Zhang Feng was gone, a pirate hacked at Zhang Feng with a long knife. Bump. The pirate was blown away by Carp. Smelly boy, run away on the battlefield, do you think you have lived too long? Kapu looked at Zhang Feng with a hatred of iron and steel. Okay. Chu Zhang Feng came back to her heart, and suddenly she was sweating, her body trembling. I was almost dead. A pirate world, a completely inconspicuous pirate crew, almost put him to death, thinking about it for a while. Qi Jiangfeng immediately started to look around with a 12-point spirit. I just saw this scene when Kiel, who was fighting the naval captain in the distance, saw it. Ji Kir knows that a pirate with a reward of more than 10 million yuan, like him, will be executed directly after being caught, or locked in a city of advancement. I want to know that the pirates who are currently locked in the city of advancement have not escaped yet. Just as a young boy, Carp seems to care, this is my chance. Kier secretly planned. Chapter 5, First Fight Pirates. Since Ji Kier noticed Zhang Feng, he has always wanted to hold Zhang Feng in order to get Carp. Suddenly Kiel flashed in front of Zhang Feng, trying to hold Zhang Feng. Instant step. Kaihu Jiangfeng teleported 5 meters away and looked at Kiel, and immediately became angry. MD, I think I'm a soft persimmon, do you want to pinch it? I'll see you upset early. Qi Jiangfeng shouted in his heart, in order to vent his resentment. When I came to One Piece, I was very careful, afraid that I might be killed somehow, and I was almost chopped to death by a little sister. Did Lao Tzu write the words weak chicken on his head and wanted to bully Lao Tzu? Carp, who was standing not far from Zhang Feng, was about to make a shot and stopped. Smelly boy, there are still things to hide from me, let you suffer a bit. What? I just didn't see his movements. Is it too fast, or is it the demon fruit ability? Kiel looked heavy. Come on. Min Zhangfeng had just used the ability to teleport. Only Carp on the ship clearly captured Zhangfeng's movement, and the naval officer could barely feel it. Kapu's arrogance has been cultivated to a very high level, and Zhangfeng's movement cannot escape Kapu's perception at all. When you see that you are domineering, you need to have a certain level of mental strength to awaken. After the body changes, the human's mental strength naturally becomes stronger. With Zhangfeng's current physical strength, he can't awaken domineering. As a swordsman, Zhu Qir has not yet awakened his domineering abilities, but he has outstanding kendo talents and is very perceptive. He doesn't believe Zhangfeng's speed will be so fast that he can't understand it. Then there is only one possibility. Zhangfeng is a demon fruiter. The ability of the demon fruit was always strange and unpredictable, and Kiel's complexion was a little heavy again. Chu Zhangfeng was not a man who was beaten but did not fight back. He bent down and picked up a long sword at the sole of his foot. Instant step. Min Zhangfeng teleported to Kiel's back, and suddenly stabbed a sword at Kiel. Kiel dodged the sword in a side slip. Instant step, instant step. I moved several times in a row, and each time I teleported to the back of Kiel. I didn't give him a chance to breathe. He stabbed several swords in a row and finally stabbed an arm of Kiel. Several naval officers of the puppet navy have already ended their respective battles and have turned their eyes to Zhang Feng. Is this Lieutenant General Cap's nephew? Very weird ability. This little ghost's ability is a bit difficult, but his strength is too bad. Kiel said with pain. You devil, you successfully angered me. Ji Kir's tone was extremely cold, and his intention was pervasive. He also carried a little pride in his tone, and he did not put Zhang Feng in his eyes at all. Ji Kir took the initiative to attack, but Kir's attacks were easily avoided by Zhang Feng in a short step. With instant steps, people who haven't awakened from the battle have seen the domineering. Zhang Feng has the absolute advantage. But Zhang Feng knows that his current combat style is limited, he will not be 6, he will not be domineering, and his ability to develop is limited. I think it's almost done. Pick me the strongest move. If you pick me, even if you win, Qi Jiangfeng will bet on winning or losing in this move. Ha ha ha, you have been looked down upon by such a little ghost. GK glanced at Zhang Feng angrily, and then angered. You devil, you will pay for your arrogance. GK stood the long knife in front of himself, and suddenly exuded a strong momentum on his body. The sword pressed against Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng felt that his body was imprisoned and unable to move freely. One flow, counterblade Keel's Xian strike. At this moment, Zhang Feng had the illusion that his chest would be opened. Instant step Zhang Feng's heart tightened, and he moved away 5 meters away. Fight! Zhang Feng exhausted all his energy and uttered a blade of space. I saw Zhang Feng appearing in front of a black blade about 3 meters in length. The cold blade collided with Keel's slash. At this moment, the space seemed to be torn apart, and there was a burst of tears. Cut me! The black blade rushed towards Keel. The dazzling light of the black blade suddenly burst, not only smashing Keel's slash, but also cutting Keel's long knife into 2 sections, leaving a wound of about 15 centimeters in length on Keel's chest. His blood ran down his wound, tickling on the deck. How come? Keel spit out 3 words, fainted on the deck. Zhang Feng was exhausted and sat on the deck. The surroundings were unusually quiet. The naval soldiers on the warship, the captive pirates, and the officers of the navy were all stunned and swallowed. Zhang Feng felt that the people on the warship had changed his eyes. He was slightly despised and paid more attention. Kanshu www.uuganshu.com. In this world of weak meat and strong food, people respect the strong. Quickly, treat the wounded. Uncle Capuer ordered that the uninjured soldiers were busy. Shit boy, he didn't tell me after eating the devil fruit. Zhang Feng poked his lips. You didn't ask me. Blame me. A fist of love greeted Zhang Feng's head. Zhang Feng had eaten something similar to the fruit of the devil, but the food he ate was special, and Zhang Feng did not intend to tell anyone. Of course, Zhang Feng didn't mean to leak the time ability. The first is to keep the time ability as a whole card. Second, the time ability is so special that it is easy to think of reversing time to change the past. Zhang Feng didn't want to appear in the sight of high-level government of the world too soon. The phone bug is connected. Warring states, I have found a good seed, Superman, the fruit of space fruit, and has the potential to become a general. Kapu laughed and said to the warring states. When the warring states period heard that he was a person with space fruit ability, he was interested. What's his name? The warring states will conduct a detailed investigation of the newcomers who have the potential to join the navy. Monkey D. Maple. How do you feel so familiar? Wait, it won't be. Haha, yes, it is my nephew, no surprise, no surprise. Cap laughed more and more fiercely. A black line in the warring states period turned off the phone bug and said to the naval soldiers around, give me all the information of Monk D. Kapu joined the navy with the warring states, trained together, and performed missions together. Both were old friends. Chapter 6, Marineford. It is more than 2 years before the One Piece King Luoji was executed. Zhang Feng really wanted to see what kind of character this standing on the top of the One Piece world. When the headquarters of the navy arrived, Zhang Feng could clearly see the word Navy written on the towering building. Solemn and holy, Zhang Feng could not wait. Zhang Feng followed Carp, the passing navy, the clear white military uniform. The cool cloak was extremely dazzling in the sun, and the sign of justice was printed on the back of the cloak. Zhang Feng can infer their positions according to their ranks, captain, school officer, and major general, but they have not seen the general and lieutenant, which is inevitably a little regrettable. Now red dogs, yellow apes, and green owls are still lieutenants, Carp is also lieutenant, and the marshal is steel-framed. The Navy executives originally intended to promote Carp as a general, but Carp did not like restraint and refused to be promoted. When he becomes a general, he must do the town's naval headquarters. He must not leave the naval headquarters unless he performs emergency tasks or vacations. Karp does not want to stay at the naval headquarters. The promotion of generals was also mentioned later, but all were rejected by Karp. The Navy is a strength of the world government. To obey the orders of the world government, sometimes it will do things that violate the name of justice. Karp does not want to be embarrassed, which is why Karp refused to be promoted. Kapu took Zhang Feng to a training camp of the Navy. Zhang Feng saw hundreds of Navy soldiers doing exercises in a large open space about 2 football fields. This is the best and most potential 500 Navy elites selected from many Navy recruits this year. Each of them has broken the physical limit once and is practicing the Navy 6. Kapu said to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng saw the strength of the Navy for the first time. Every year, more than 500 people with the same strength joined the Navy, and it felt terrible to think about it. It is precisely because there are so many potential newcomers joining each year that the Navy will become the first force in one piece. With the backing of the world government, so many potential recruits will be cultivated with the accumulation of countless resources. Among these elite soldiers, there are many second-generation officers and strong second-generation soldiers who have received good training since childhood. Zhang Feng is determined to rise here. After half a year, a screening will be conducted to select 50 people for key training. The elite among these elites will become the mainstay of the Navy. Zhang Feng has already guessed who will train these 50 people in half a year. In addition to the Black Wrist Zifa, who else can take up this heavy responsibility? Takaizawa worshipped heroes from an early age and joined the Navy with Karp and the warring states. At the age of 18, he entered the war for the first time. At the age of 38, he became a naval general. But destiny made a joke with him, and the 42-year-old family was killed. Since then Zifa began to hate the pirates and offered to resign, but was retained by his superiors to become a naval instructor. Zifa has cultivated many outstanding talents for the Navy over the years. The 3 admirals of the Navy, the Red Dog, the Yellow Ape, and the Aya, are all Zifa students. Some of the Navy's lieutenants, majors, and school officials are Zifa cultivated. At the age of 65, Edward Weibul was attacked by the trainees. All the trainees had 2 left, and Zifa's right arm was also severely damaged. He later learned that the pirate who had attacked him became Kaiwohei, and was completely disappointed with the Navy. Zhang Feng still admires Zifa very much. This kind of thing will happen to her, even if she is out of touch with the Navy, she will cut the bastard. Shit boy, I've already said hello to the warring states period. In the next 6 months, I will personally guide you. My teaching is very strict, and I will not show mercy. Kapu said solemnly, his momentum suddenly rose towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was one of them, but quickly adjusted his state and faced Kapu. Zhang Feng knew that Yan had a high apprentice, and those who were trained by Karp were not weak. Chen Long, Luffy, and Ace were all trained by Karp as a child. The more strict Karp, the more excited Zhang Feng is. This is the so-called strong heart. The more difficult it is, the more challenging it is. I cannot wait anymore. Zhang Feng showed a firm expression, and Karp could feel that Zhang Feng was eager to strengthen his firm conviction. In Karp's other hospital, Karp is guiding Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng asks Karp where his physical limits are. Can the physical limit be broken many times? Totter's body has unlimited potential. Breaking through the physical limit is a process of tapping the body's potential. Just breaking through the physical limit for the first time can make people have the strength of 100. There is no limit to the potential of a person. Naturally, he can break through multiple times. Each time he breaks through the physical limit, his physical strength will increase several times. The greater the potential, the more the strength will increase after the breakthrough. Some people are born with a very powerful force, as powerful as a cow. It is easy to break through the physical limit, and the strength grows rapidly, so he has the capital to become a strong person as soon as he is born. Although some people are born with great powers, such as the giants, they are large and have great natural powers, but it is difficult for them to develop their physical potential and break through their physical limits. Everything has exceptions. Once the giants break through the physical limit, their power will be far beyond ordinary people. Yu reading at www.yuyugonshu.com. Qi Zhongfeng thought of Kai Duo's horrible body. His terrible physique was almost invincible. Before Zhongfeng did not pass through, it seemed that he had seen Kai Duo in the anime. Someone could do anything to Kai Duo. I had troubled the navy many times and had been caught by the navy, but he could not kill him. After listening to Carp's explanation, Zhongfeng finally understood why Carp, the warring states, and other people who have not eaten the fruits of the devil will be at the top of this world. Demon fruit ability can make a person become stronger quickly, but it also limits him. After all, human energy is limited and it is difficult to achieve both. It is too difficult to achieve both. Qi Zhongfeng is an ambitious person. He becomes stronger and ambitious. He not only has to balance the two, but also has to be the best and strongest. It is undoubtedly extremely difficult to break through the physical limit. Zhongfeng knows that it took him more than a year in the windmill village to continue to exercise his body to break through the physical limit for the first time. After listening to Carp's guidance these days, I have learned some tips from combining my own experience. It will be easier to break the limit in the future. In fact, when Carp knew that Zhongfeng had only used 1 year to explore by himself and broke through the physical limits, he was not surprised at all. It took Carp 1 year and a half to break the physical limit, and he felt like a genius, but Zhongfeng only took 1 year. Kapu didn't tell Zhongfeng that he was afraid of Zhongfeng's pride, which was not good for Zhongfeng's growth. Qi Zhongfeng practiced hard under the guidance of Carp. 500 elites in the naval training camp had been training day and night for the screening of half a year later. Zhongfeng could hear their shouts every few kilometers away. So Zhongfeng did not dare to relax in the slightest. Chapter 7, Navy 6. Navy 6, as a traverser, Zhongfeng has been waiting for a long time. 26 types are advanced physical skills that can be practiced only after the body's potential has been developed. Qi Zhongfeng currently relies on space capabilities and is relatively weak in her own fighting. What Zhongfeng has to do in the past 6 months is to master the 6 types and improve her fighting ability. Future Zhongfeng must not only master the 6 types, learn to be domineering, but also develop various cool and powerful space capabilities. Qi Zhongfeng's physical potential is huge. After breaking the limit, her strength is far beyond ordinary people. The average person breaks through the limit, the upper limit of strength will increase by 1 to 5 times, and Zhongfeng's strength increases far more than 5 times, and Zhongfeng still has a dominant advantage in close combat. Qi Zhongfeng remembered that the first official appearance of the Navy 6 in the pirate anime was in the capital of 7 Waters, when the Straw Hat Group and CP9 clashed. After Robin was arrested, a group of members of Luffy on the Judicial Island and CP9 members fought a war, and the Navy's 6th style was fully displayed at the time. When I mentioned CP9, I had to mention Rob Luke, a man known as a cold murder weapon. Liu Qi was also the strongest CP9 member in history. In One Piece, it's hard to say who's the strongest Navy 6, but Liu Qi can definitely rank on top. Liu Qi not only masters the 6, he also develops the 6, and develops from the 6. Your own physical skills. When Kapu taught Zhongfeng's 6 forms, he just told Zhongfeng's 6 forms principles and cultivation methods, and then he relied on Zhongfeng to explore the cultivation himself. Veterans like Carp, Warring States, and Zifa have developed their own physical skills on the basis of the 6 types in the long-term battle. Kapu didn't tell Zhongfeng about this. He wanted Zhongfeng to develop his own physical skills in the process of learning the 6 styles. It can be seen that Kapu had high hopes for Zhongfeng. Finger gun gathers the power of the whole body on the index finger, and strikes with a hardened finger light and flint. Land feet the leg muscles quickly contracted, then kicked out at a speed faster than the speed of sound, and the air in front of the legs was rolled up, sending out sharp chopping waves. Shaving is a high-speed moving body technique. You step on the air more than 10 times in an instant and move at high speed with the rebound force. Uebu is stepping on the air at high speed and using the air's resilience to walk in the air. These two physical skills are more practical, especially for those with demon fruit ability. Iron block trains the body to have steel-like hardness, and paper painting increases the body's reaction speed and easily avoids various attacks. I know the principles of the 6 forms and the cultivation methods. Zhang Feng began to practice the 6 forms. For Zhang Feng, who broke the first limit of the body, it is not difficult to learn the 6 forms in a short time. As a traverser, Zhang Feng has long understood the 6 styles. Coupled with Karp's careful explanation, Zhang Feng quickly mastered the essentials. After 1 month of practice, Zhang Feng has been able to use the 6 types freely, but he is not proficient, and he needs to practice for a long time and improve in actual combat. 1 month of training, Zhang Feng's strength has improved a lot, and now Zhang Feng can sense the spatial range within 30 meters, the space blade, the ability of space replacement, and it is used more and more handy. Come on, Feng, come here, let me check your cultivation results. Early in the morning, Zhang Feng was practicing type 6 in another courtyard, and Karp came to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's eyes brightened. These days, she has been practicing the 6 styles. She has long wanted to find someone to do tricks, but she has no friends at the naval headquarters and can only practice with her head in her hands. Kapu's arrival is exactly what Zhang Feng wants. Zhang Feng had long wanted to see Karp's strength. Of course, Zhang Feng also knew that with her current strength, it was impossible to force Karp to come out with strength. But even if Karp comes out with some strength, he may not be able to cope with it. Yes, Karp is so strong. Zhang Feng felt nervous for the moment. Don't worry, I'll let the stinky boy go, but don't be too proud of it, in case I can't control the power, it may still hurt you. Kapu looked at Zhang Feng's tight face, and grinned as he rolled up his sleeves. Zhang Feng had a black face, and secretly defamated in her heart, isn't your mother-in-law nephew? Zhang Feng wanted to use the 6 style showdown first, to take this opportunity to find out the shortcomings of the 6 style, wait for the 6 style experience to be almost before using the space ability. Shaved. A slap of appeared in front of Zhang Feng, and Zhang Fan was caught off guard by lightning-like speed. Fast. The feeling I gave to Zhang Fan was just this word. Zhang Fan was too late to respond, and subconsciously avoided the past. Feng Fengza, looks like your paper painting hasn't been cultivated yet. Kapu stopped, watching Zhang Fan leak a look that really looks like this. Jiangfen finally understands what is called the power gap. Even if Karp releases water, he is not his opponent. A strong man like Lookup has rich experience in fighting. His body has long remembered his tricks. Even if he wants to suppress his strength to teach Zhang Fan, it will not be suppressed much, and his physical strength cannot be suppressed. During the battle, his body will make the most correct response for him. Karp is aware of this. Maple boy, this time you attack it. Karp stood with his arms on his chest and stood motionless. Min Jiangfen quickly adjusted his mentality. Karp's strength had long been known, but he was a little uncomfortable. If anyone wants others to be better than himself, Karp can't breathe like Zhang Fan. Even if Karp is Zhang Fan's uncle, he is not malicious to Zhang Fan. The strength of Kapu further stimulated Zhang Fan's desire to become stronger. Shaved. I only heard the sound of in the air. You read the book www.yuyuganshu.com. Zhang Fan appeared in front of Karp, volleying and kicking sideways, but Karp easily escaped. Shave, point the gun, land foot. Min Jiangfen used all his moves over and over again, but he didn't even touch the corner of Karp's clothes. Zhang Fan stopped and his sweat fell down his cheek. Zhang Feng stopped and saw that Karp was completely closed. Zhang Fan thought of domineering for the first time, and when he saw that he was domineering, but also thought that Karp was teaching himself the 6 types. Obviously, domineering was impossible. Is it paper painting? The opposite is paper painting, and Karp uses paper painting to avoid his own attacks. Min Jiangfen closed his eyes and thought about Karp's movements carefully. Karp's body seemed to know that he was going to attack there and reacted in advance. Cap closed his eyes, so he didn't predict his actions. It would be body. Yes, it is the body, it is Karp's body that made his own judgment. Zhang Fan thought brightly. The muscles of the body will record some movements and reactions of the master of the body and become an instinct. If this instinct is further improved, it will evolve into a perception ability of the body. When under attack, the body instinctively responds correctly. Of course, this requires a certain degree of combat experience to be able to do it. Veterans such as Karp have long practiced paper painting to the extreme, as if they had heard of arrogance. Maybe if you practice paper painting to the extreme, you will wake up to see it and domineering. Min Jiangfen thought excitedly. Kapu saw Zhang Feng in deep thought, without disturbing Zhang Feng. Kapu knew that his goal had been achieved. He wanted to come to the battle just now, and Zhang Feng learned a lot. Chapter 8, Little Tina. I want to see the domineering awakening, getting closer and closer to myself. Zhang Feng is getting more and more excited, and the fatigue of the body is swept away. The 6th form of the navy will come here first, and then do a big fight. Instant step. Zhang Feng instantly moved to the position above Karp's head. Iron blocks. Kapu hardened his whole body muscles, and directly resisted Zhang Fan's feet with his chest. The sharp air blade cut Kapu's coat in half. But there was no scar left on Karp's chest. Min Jiangfen saw that Karp was covered with scars, one after another, with knife marks, sword marks, and gun marks. These scars symbolize honor and symbolize the story. Zhang Feng understands that Karp can develop the strength that he has today, and it is completely punched out by himself. There is no shortcut to the road of the strong. Kapu was proud to see Zhang Fan staring at his scar. Maple boy, did you see that this is a trace of a man? Zhang Fan shook his lips at this. Several attacks in a row, Zhang Fan has become accustomed to using the instant step with land feet, finger guns, and shaving. At the beginning, Zhang Fan's attack on Karp could escape with paper painting. Later, Zhang Fan forced Karp to use his sense of domineering. Now Zhang Fan can almost use the instant step and land foot at the same time. Even a strong man like Karp can't react with painting. He can only detect Zhang Fan's attack with domineering and dodge. Wu Jiangfen knew that he couldn't hurt Karp even now, but Zhang Fan still had to fight. He wanted to know how strong his strongest attack was now. Space Blade. In a flash, a black blade with a length of more than 5 meters appeared in front of Karp, attacking Karp. The black blade drove a light breeze. Karp stared at the oncoming blade, his eyelids blinked, and a pair of ink-painted pupils leaked deep eyes, and his face could not see the panic. When the black blade was about to hit Karp, Karp hurriedly raised his right arm, armed color. Kapu's right arm was instantly covered by the domineering color, and the black right arm collided with the black blade. There was a loud noise in the air. The black blade was defeated by Karp, and the 5-meter black blade turned into countless small black knives, flying away in all directions. Everywhere a tiny black knife goes, tiny knife marks are left. Shaved, shaved. Min Jiangfen struggled to avoid the small black knife that flew towards him, and his blow was evacuated from his physical strength. Now I can't even use instant step. After holding her body, Zhang Fan saw Karp's right arm covered with a layer of black material, and the black right arm was also carrying a strange red pattern. Qi Jiangfen knew that this was an armed color domineering, but what was the red pattern on the armed color domineering, he had never heard of before crossing. Yu Jiangfen guessed that when the armed tyrants practice to a certain degree, an extraordinary metamorphosis will occur, which is a metamorphosis from vanity to God. The 3-color domineering practice will undergo an extraordinary qualitative change to a certain extent. For example, when you see the color domineering practice to the ultimate level, you can listen to the voice of all things, and you can briefly predict the future. The same is true of the armed color domineering and the overlord color domineering. Armed color domineering practice to the extreme, a pattern with red lines will appear on the body. As for the overlord Saba Zhongfan has not been contacted yet, I don't know much about it. Through the former One Piece animation, Overlord Saba has a deterrent effect and stuns people. Qi Jiangfen believes that domineering color domineering also has great potential for development. This problem requires Zhongfeng's system to learn domineering to understand. On a quiet night, a faint moonlight shone in the woods, and there was a little noise from the quiet woods. "You're almost done." Chu Zhongfeng sat on a rock near a small fire, and kept rumbling over a few big fish, whispering in her mouth. I inserted the fish that was ready to be grilled next to the fire. Zhongfeng breathed a sigh of relief, leaning back, resting his hands on the ground, looking up at the moon hanging in the galaxy. One Piece world has no pollution from exhaust gas from factories, the air is very clean, and stars can be seen every night. Looking at the dazzling stars, Zhongfeng couldn't help but reach out to touch. White palms stand in front of her eyes, and through the gap of her fingers, she looks at the sky, and the moon tonight is extremely round. I have been in the One Piece world for more than a year, and Zhongfeng is a little homesick, and misses her family on the earth. I miss the azure planet that gave birth to myself. I don't know if there will be one of this starry sky, which is her own mother. Good fragrance. There was an immature voice in the distance. Zhongfan was sure that he was talking about a little boy, but he heard the footsteps not like a person. Footsteps are getting closer and closer. Yu reading www.yuugonshu. A small lady Zhang appeared in Zhongfeng's sight with a little lowly. Haha, it's here, I'll say there's someone here. Tina, you still don't believe it, my nose can be the best. Mrs. Xiao Zhang showed a stinking look. Tina got it, hiccaws. Xiao Loli reluctantly said, children just like to compare, like to think about it. Minjiang Feng thought that if this adorable girl was Tina, then this little girl is hiccaws and a Navy star. I did not expect to meet two future naval stars so soon. They looked like they were in their teens, and they were wearing the new recruits' clothes. I came to the headquarters of the Navy for some days. Zhang Feng also heard the stories of these two ghosts. Tina and Mrs. Xiaozhang were the second generation of the army. My grandparents occupy a high position in the Navy and were influenced by their parents. I wanted to be a Navy since I was a child. This was when I was less than 10 years old. I joined the Navy and became a Navy recruit. The naval recruit instructors did not expect the two ghosts to do any high-intensity training. Everyone knew the truth. They opened their eyes and closed their eyes and left them. It is estimated that it will only take a few years before they officially begin training. The hiccaws and Tina in front of me have eaten the fruits of demons at a young age, and their strength surpasses that of most ordinary people. Of course, they are incomparable with the elite Navy soldiers. However, at this age, they have such strength, and they are already very good. You should know that in the future, the two of them will be cultivated as senior Navy officers. The same month later. The purpose of the meeting is to select the elite among the 50 elites and be trained by General Zifa himself. These people will have the lowest post in the future as a colonel. Zhejiang Feng knew that the conference ratio in a few months would determine his fate, so he had to perform well. Chapter 9, Accept Younger Brother. Looking at Mrs. Zhang in front of her, Zhang Feng couldn't help thinking of Smog, remembering that Smog and Tina were in the same session, and now Smog should not have joined the Navy. Hey, who, your uncle Yuba bought, how much Bailey? Haikas looked inhuman. Qijiang Feng heard that this guy relied on his ability to be a demon fruit, so he went to the elite camp to pick things up. Polite imp. Min Zhongfeng raised his right arm and pinched his right hand at Hiccaws. Instantly, a space barrier was formed around Hiccaws, and Hiccaws was imprisoned in the barriers created by Zhongfeng. The space barrier is 360 degrees without dead ends, and even the underground is shrouded. Unless the damage suffered by the space barrier reaches the maximum limit or Zhongfeng actively opens, there is no way to open it. Space barriers can both imprison the enemy and protect themselves. When Haikas saw that he was imprisoned, his face changed suddenly, and he suddenly hit his fist with a fist. The sound of crashes kept coming from the air, and Haikas kept hitting the barriers with his fists. Hatefully, asshole, let Master Ben go out. Haikas has not yet broken the limit, so his fists are not enough to break the space barriers. Little Lolita, who was aside, covered her mouth with her little hand, and it was the first time she had seen Haikas so embarrassed. His ability is better than Tina's threshold fruit. Xiao Loli looked envious, as if she was not worried about Sikas at all. Tina, help me. Haikas tossed for a long time, and found that it had no effect. He exhausted himself and sat on the ground, asking little Tina for help. The fish is grilled, let him out after eating. Wu Tina looked at Zhongfeng and was about to speak. Zhongfeng said. Chu Zhongfeng didn't want to let Haikas just like that, only in his 10th year, he was so innocent, arrogant and able to grow up. As a future naval star, he doesn't say he wants to be more loyal to the Navy, but he must have justice. Chu Zhongfeng must first help Haikas to correct the three views. Haikas and Tina are all high-ranking navies in the future. He wants to change the Navy. One day in the future, he will inevitably rub his wrists with the Red Dogs. Now it is entirely for the long-term plan to draw some future Navy executives. Smelling the smell of grilled fish, little Tina locked her eyes on the large and fat grilled fish next to the fire. She pinched her mouth a few times and pointed to the grilled fish. Way, Tina wants to eat. It turned out to be food. Zhongfeng beckoned. Come here and give you a big one. Well, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Monk D. Maple. Min Jiangfen smiled and introduced to Tina. Monk, Lieutenant General Cap. Little Tina was eating grilled fish, her mouth was vague. Yes, Carp is my uncle, you know Carp. Min Zhongfeng is not surprised that Tina knows Kapu, as the second generation of the army, played at the naval headquarters from a young age. It is not surprising to know some news from the Navy. In the future, if Zhongfeng had anything he didn't know, maybe he should ask them. Of course, Lieutenant General Kapu is a naval hero. He is an amazing Navy. Tiny Tina admired her face. Min Jiangfeng did not expect that this old man was quite attractive, and even little Tina liked it. Sneeze. In Carp's other courtyard, Carp was sneezing while eating a donut. Mr. Feng must have been saying bad things about her husband again, wait for him to let him taste the iron fist of his husband's love. Kapu said, even standing asleep, holding an unfinished donut in his hand. Ming Zhongfeng saw that the time was almost up, he let the space barrier disappear, and released Haikas. Min Zhongfeng just wanted to teach Haikas, but he didn't want to be clumsy. If he sleeps for a long time, he will make Haikas hate. You are waiting for Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben is a demon fruit-capable person, but in the future he will become the man of the Admiral. Seeing that he was not Zhongfeng's opponent, Xi Haikas threatened Zhongfeng with arrogance. Min Zhongfeng saw that Haikas had no regrets at all, and she stretched out her right hand. As soon as Zhongfeng raised his hand, Haikas persuaded, sitting obediently next to Tina, just staring at Zhongfeng, as if he had suffered a lot. Haikas, Brother Feng is the nephew of Lieutenant General Cap. Tina introduced Haikas while eating grilled fish. What is his nephew of Captain Cap? Haikas looked surprised. Brother. When I heard Zhongfeng was Carp's nephew, Haikas rushed at Zhongfeng. Yu reading books www.yuyuganshu.com. Qi Jiangfeng's backhand was a space imprisonment. What's the matter with this guy? He just returned an immortal expression, but now it's like seeing his mother. This terrible reversal made Zhongfeng timid. Brother Feng, you should let Haikas out soon. He is so excited. Tina explained. It turned out that Hikaz was also a worshipper of Kapu. Hikaz had been influenced by his parents and wanted to be a Navy since he was a child. After becoming a naval recruit, I heard of Karp's heroic deeds and became a fan of Karp. I repeatedly wanted to worship Karp as a teacher, but Karp rejected it. Today, seeing Zhongfeng is like seeing a waver in the desert. Min Zhongfeng felt that Kapu did not accept Hikaz for a reason. Hikaz had the devil fruit ability, and his fruit ability was not bad. It is a pity not to abandon it. It is difficult to achieve achievements in physical skills without giving up the fruit ability. Also, Karp is not a demon fruiter, and cannot give Hikaz guidance in this regard, so Karpyu does not accept Hikaz as a disciple. What's more, the people in Karp's generation are not optimistic about the fruits of the devil, and think that tempering the body is the most fundamental and most important thing. Disciples and students are not a concept. Zifa has trained many students for the Navy for many years, but these students do not belong to the Zifa faction. Kapu is not a naval instructor. Students can only be accepted as disciples. As a disciple, Kapu will represent the faction of Kapu. Obviously, Kapu is not optimistic about Hikaz. I mourned this unlucky child for 3 minutes, and thought that I had the opportunity to worship Karp Gate. I did not know that Karp did not like him at all. I can't help but say that he is also a demon fruiter. With careful teaching, it is still possible to have the Admiral's combat power. Chapter 10, Potential Test. Brother, it's time to start a big match today, why can't you get up? Early in the morning, Hikaz hurried to Zhongfeng's bedroom, and when Zhongfeng had not got up, he shouted loudly. Yesterday, Zhongfeng only completed several months of high-intensity training, intending to relax the tight body during sleep, and adjust the body to the peak state to face the upcoming big match. This big match is very important for Zhongfeng and must win. Chu Zhongfeng was Karp's nephew, and he lost so badly that Karp couldn't hold his face. Hey! He kicked the chattering Hikaz out the window. Couldn't you let me sleep for a little longer? It's nothing more than tension. It's not easy to do it with my current strength. Min Zhongfeng was awakened by Hikaz. After several months of training, Zhongfeng has not only greatly increased his strength, but his space capabilities have also improved. Now he can feel the space within 30 meters. In other words, Zhongfeng can use instant steps within 30 meters. Now Zhongfeng uses instant steps, and there is basically no limit on the number of times. I didn't wake up to see the arrogance of domineering, and absolutely could not capture Zhongfeng's attack trajectory. With this, Zhongfeng was already invincible. What makes Zhongfeng quite annoyed is that time has not yet found a way to use it, as if a lot of treasures were found on an isolated island, but it can't be spent. Zhongfeng decided to develop the time ability after this big match. Zhongfeng had the hunch that time ability was developed, and his strength would be greatly improved. Have you heard? The annual elite competition is about to begin. Of course I heard that. I heard the military attaché's great importance to this conference. In addition to accepting the teachings of General Zifa, the champions of Tabitha will also be awarded the rank of Major. The people in Kyungjin are talking about the Navy contest. If only my nephew could win, murmured a middle-aged aunt. I'm limping, because of your nephew's constitution, I don't think there is even a chance to participate in the conference. An uncle dressed in ant next to Aunt Grandma teased. Humph! Zhongfeng shrugged about the people on the street. However, Zhongfeng was more concerned that the champion would be awarded the rank of Major. Now that the era of great sailing has not yet come, the Navy's demand for talent is not great. Even students who study with Zifa do not have military ranks during their studies. Generally, only students who graduate from school will be awarded military ranks. Some ordinary elite soldiers must start at the grassroots level after graduation. The naval headquarters will decide whether to grant military ranks based on their performance. Zhongfeng soon came to the venue. Brother, here. Ming Zhongfeng followed his voice to see Hikaz and Tina in the distance beckoning to herself, and then walked over. The boy didn't know where to go when he saw him in the morning. It turned out that he had come here for fun. "Brother, you're here. I called you in the morning, and you hit me, and my is still hurting now." Hikaz grieved. "Oh, it hurts. I won't hurt anymore. Come here." Chu Zhongfeng is about to lift her feet. Hikaz hid behind Tina for an instant. Tiny Tina laughed with her mouth covered. "Brother Feng, you must win this game. Rest assured, the champion is determined to win." Chu Zhongfeng made a handsome move, apparently a little fluttering under the attention of Xiao Loli. What surprised Zhongfeng was that he had a potential test before the fight, and thought that he would have to fight in the beginning. Zhongfeng and other elite soldiers were quickly taken to a vast laboratory. There was a weird machine right in front of the lab, and 3 officers in white coats stood next to the machine holding registration forms. Looking closely, it is not difficult to see that they are all university. Qi Zhongfeng was a little puzzled. Can such a potential thing be tested with a machine? The elites next to it also talked about it. "Give me peace." With a shout from the colonel, the people in the discussion quieted down for a moment. All of them put away a frivolous expression and looked at the colonel. "Next, perform a potential test. Go to the name and test," Colonel said with a registration form. First Gilad. One of the crowds, who was more than 2 meters tall, was extraordinarily strong, with a thick face, and stepped forward, standing in front of the machine. Another colonel pressed the switch of the machine, and a blue light suddenly shot out of the machine, scanning Gilad's whole body, while the colonel at the other end of the machine recorded the flashing data after the machine. "Congratulations, A-level potential, you are qualified, wait with this watch." There is obviously a little excitement in Colonel A and other potentials, but this is the rank potential, which shows that Gilad's future combat power is at the lowest level. Next B-level potential, qualified. In the next one, C-level potential, UU reading www.uuganshu.com failed. You have been eliminated, please go out the right door, someone will tell you how to do it after going out. B-level potential, qualified. Next, what is the D-level potential, how did you become an elite, fail. I saw Zhongfeng here. The potential test is to test the limits of the student's future growth. The A-level potential is the general talent, the B-level potential is the school-level talent, and the C-level potential is the captain-level talent. The purpose of this contest is to select some of the elites, who are taught by Zifa. Those who graduate will be awarded the rank of Major. I have the rank of Major, and the potential of Major is not enough, so we have the potential to test this crop. The elites who come to participate in the big contest now are of different ages. Some older people have exhausted their potential, and I am afraid that they will not be able to break through the second limit for life. There are 2 basic conditions for being a school official. The first is mastery of domineering, and the second is the physical breakthrough of the second limit. Of course, the puppet general corresponds to breaking through the third limit. Today, Zhongfeng has exceeded the first limit for more than a year. It has been followed by Zifa for a period of time. Presumably it won't take long before she will break through the second limit. Next, Bazat. Su Zhongfeng heard that Hikaz had mentioned him. He was a second-generation army. His father was a lieutenant in the Navy branch. He had received special training in the Navy headquarters since he was a child, and he was a demon fruiter. He eats the fruits of the animal department and mantis. His hand can be turned into a sickle and he can be used to cut. The fruit of the animal department has a general ability to increase, and the ability to use it has increased at least twice in all aspects. Qi Zhongfeng asked herself not to use space ability, but to rely on physical skills alone. She was by no means Bazat's opponent. Bazat was also one of Zhongfeng's rivals. Chapter 11, SS Talent. As soon as the chanting voice came to an end, A handsome young man stepped out of the crowd and looked at the crowds who were talking about himself. Bazat. I know that he joined the Navy at the age of 5 to follow the recruit training, broke the first limit at the age of 8, and ate the animal department at the age of 10. The strength of the mantis increased greatly. Now 12, it is said that there is only one step to break the second limit. He said awe on the face of the elite familiar with Bazat. His strength is too strong, it is estimated that no one has won him. I don't think it's an accident. This time the first match is Bazat. Just one step away from the second limit, Zhang Feng shook her head. He believes that with Bazat's talent, he can break the second limit in 3 years even if he is lucky. Zhang Feng's talents. Even Karp looked at him. Zhang Feng did not think Bazat's talent was above himself. The results of Bazat's test soon came out. Bazat, A-class potential, demon fruit capability, animal department mantis fruit. As soon as the test results came out, envy was all around, and I wished that person was himself. Bazat is even more arrogant. If there is no roof, it is estimated that this boy can float to the sky. Even the devil fruit ability can be measured. Just kidding, if the test results come out, it is necessary to explain it, you must think about it before going back. Minjiang Fenghart said. He won't forget that he concealed his time ability. The students this time, there are a lot of good seedlings. I remember that there were no students with A-level potential last year, but B-level potential is quite a lot. Seeing the second A-level talent, the school official's mood is obviously good. Next, Monk D. Maple. I waited for so long and finally came to myself. Monkey. Why does this name sound so familiar? An elite wondered. You don't know him. He is the nephew of Lieutenant General Kapu. He came to the naval headquarters 6 months ago. It is said that he did not even go out after he arrived at the headquarters. He received special training from Lieutenant General Kapu all day. Isn't his strength very strong? It seems I have no hope of winning the top 3. Wake up! Brother, none of the people who came here to participate in the big match are simple, and I want to win the top 3, I will be content to be in the top 50. I don't think he looks very strong. Qi Zhongfeng heard a black line on his face and said, is it strong that you can see it at a glance? Do you think your eyes are electronic scanning eyes? And the boy prayed that he would not meet me. I stepped forward and stood in front of the tester. Zhang Feng began to observe this weird instrument under the influence of curiosity. From the instrument, Zhang Feng can sense a weak wave of force. This force is similar to the energy in his body. Is it the power of the devil fruit or the devil factor? Igahara's book Begapunk unlocks the conditions for the transmission of devil fruit ability and enables objects to possess devil fruit ability. I want to come to this instrument should be a masterpiece of Dr. Begapunk, the fusion of the devil fruit of exploration. Begapunk is said to be a great scientist with 500 years of world-leading technology. Is this Karp's nephew? I don't know what potential he has. I was thinking about Zhang Feng. As soon as the blue light swept across Zhang Feng's body, Zhang Feng instantly felt that the secret on her body had been snooped, her heart tightened, and her subconscious stepped back half a step. Oh my god, what did I see? SS level potential, how could that be? The instrument is malfunctioning. The school official who recorded the data is incoherent and can't believe his eyes. S-level potential is the potential of generals. The difference in strength between generals and ordinary generals can be described as a world of difference. Each general has natural disaster level destructive power. What is natural disaster level destructive power is equivalent to the damage caused by a magnitude 10 tornado and a magnitude 8.9 earthquake. General use status in the Navy is equivalent to the status of nuclear weapons in previous countries. After the tester was completed, the young generation with potential in the entire army was tested. Kuzan, Sakaski, and Porisalino were 3 future generals. The potential tested by them is all S-level potential, that is, general potential. The current 3 major generals in the future have not been awarded the general position, so there are no such titles as green symbols, red dogs, yellow apes. The emergence of the potential of the 3S classes at that time caused a lot of sensation, and the high-ranking Navy officials also worked tirelessly to cultivate them because of their potential. The three school officials looked at each other, and the shock was beyond words. It's deceiving, his potential has surpassed the S-class potential. I feel my future is bleak. Isn't he going to be more capable in the future? He is better than the general. Mom, I'm going home. There are evils here. The test result was really shocked to Zhang Feng. Holding the test sheet, the whole person was stunned, and even he didn't remember how he returned home. I came back and looked at the test sheet. Zhang Feng, SS level potential, no demon fruit ability, strength 5,000 kilograms, excellent endurance. Seeing that there is no demon fruit ability, Zhang Feng's eyes flashed a strange color. Fortunately, the potential test only recorded the potential, but not the other. This report was never allowed to be seen by the second person. Why Bazat's fruit ability can be tested, but my failure is strange. It seems that I am not afraid of sea water. What exactly is what I eat? Is Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com just pure energy? SS level potential is good, but Zhang Feng is also pushed to the tip of the wind. First of all, the pirates will not let Zhang Feng grow up. Once Zhang Feng grows up, it will be a nightmare for pirates. Secondly, although the Navy represents justice, there are some young people inside, and Zhang Feng's rise will inevitably block some people's way. The news of Zhang Feng will soon reach the ears of Wu Laoxing, causing Wu Laoxing, the big boss of these pirates, to pay attention. Ordinary people will be very happy to get high-level appreciation. Joining the 5 stars system, it can be said that no matter who is in the Navy. But Zhang Feng hates the appearance of Tianlong people. One day in the future, Zhang Feng will definitely change the Navy, overthrow the world government, and pull Tianlong people off the altar. So before being grown up, it is definitely not a good thing to be followed by 5-star veterans. When it comes, let it be. It's not my style to be afraid of him, regardless of the flood. Qi Zhangfeng said to herself. Only conducted a potential test today, much more than tomorrow. A potential test eliminated more than 200 people, and the remaining group was dual. Those who are eliminated will be taught by a special teacher. Those who are trained as grassroots officers and perform well will be awarded the rank of captain after graduation. Carp came back in the evening, and the whole person felt refreshed. Zhang Feng's SS class potential was spread in the army. Carp couldn't stop laughing when he heard the news. Maple boy, yes, it is indeed the junior of my monk family, as good as my husband. Kapu came back to praise Zhang Feng for a rare occasion. Qi Feng came here and has long regarded the Carp family as his family. When he saw Carp happy, he felt heartfelt. Chapter 12, Absolute Crush. The next day, Qi Feng came to the venue early in the morning, and the list of the big contests will be announced in the morning, followed by a one-on-one duel. When Zhang Feng arrived at the venue, a large number of elites had gathered here, and they were eager to try. Everyone is serious, and even the communication seems very restrained, because they know that everyone present is their competitors. When Zhang Feng entered the venue, everyone's attention was focused on Zhang Feng. For this highly appreciated experience, Zhang Feng was quite uncomfortable. For Zhang Feng, it was the rudeness to be indifferent to the development of pigs and tigers. A school officer soon walked to the crowd with a large box. Now queue up and draw your own number. Since there are 257 people remaining, there will be one by one. Those who will take turns will play against any of the top 64, 32, and 16. Eliminate. What? There is also a turn, this number must be Uncle Ben, no one should grab it. Come on, brother, just for your luck, I think your opponent in the first game is definitely Bazat. You curse me. Chu Zhangfeng picked number 135, and there were a total of 4 dais. So Zhang Feng tried on number 3 Taiwan. Someone did get a round number in a while. Even Zhang Feng had to say that this man was really lucky. He won the round number, which means that he had avoided the first 2 matches. His first matchup was to play against one of the remaining 64 players. I saw the first 2 competitions, and the fool can see who is strong and who is weak, and pick one that is not as good as his own. He easily enters the top 50, so the deer has already got a place. The buddies who got the round number in the distance were full of spring and proud of the breeze, but the people next to them gritted their teeth and only hated that they were not themselves. Some people disdain, "It's just luck, I really think I'm great." Zhang Feng could not help shaking his head when he heard this, and sometimes luck was also part of his strength. After this buddy received Zifa's training, his strength would surely advance by leaps and bounds, and he and these losers were no longer in the world. Zhang Feng quickly walked to the 3rd platform and looked around, but did not see Gilad, Bazat. Minjiang Feng's mouth rose slightly. It seems that I can only meet them in the final. Number 129 versus 130 in the first game, please have 2 players play. Seeing that the 2 who came to power were not acquaintances of the original book, Zhang Feng lost interest. No demon fruit, no awakening domineering, can only carry hard, who fights hard fists, who has strong resistance to fight. I soon got Zhang Feng's turn. Next, Monk D. Zhang Feng number 135 on number 136. The examiner looked at Zhang Feng and said kindly, "Chu Zhang Feng is Karp's nephew, naturally it is also considered a second-generation army. Moreover, Zhang Feng is still SS level potential, and his little examiner dare not offend." An elite man of slightly fat body and a height similar to Zhang Feng, walked out of the crowd, and saw Zhang Feng's trembling words on the stage, "Please advise. Don't be nervous, I won't beat you." Qi Zhang Feng looked at this little fat man with a smirk. "Start." The examiner announces the start of the duel. The fat man made a defensive move immediately. Instant step. Qi Zhang Feng's smile disappeared, a flashing body appeared behind the fat man, and he put the prepared short sword in front of the fat man's neck, and said in his mouth, "You lost." Everything happened too quickly, the winner was decided in an instant, and the audience had not had time to respond. What just happened? This wins. I may have fake eyes and see nothing. The elites around me looked at each other, somehow. I see, it is the demon fruit ability. An elite said excitedly. What fruit is this? I have never heard of it, but it is really strong. The examiner can announce the results. Chu Zhangfeng broke the silence. The examiner came back to God, and quickly said, "This is Monk D. Feng Sheng. Everything that happened just now will be recorded by the surveillance phone bug at the venue, and then projected by the image phone bug into an office in the naval headquarters. If you are familiar with the activities of naval officials, it is not difficult to recognize that the captains, Zifa, and the warring states are sitting in front of the screen. Is Superman the fruit of space? Sure enough, it's amazing, and its potential is no less than that of nature." Warring states said. Kapu and the warring states mentioned Zhangfeng's devil fruit. This year's freshmen have a few good seedlings, and since Kuzan graduated, I haven't seen any freshmen with potential. Takaizawa flashed before his eyes. Zifa, my nephew has SS level potential, you should cultivate it well. Kapu looked proud. Everyone was speechless, shook his head helplessly. Since Zhangfeng was tested for SS level potential, Karp has always shown off in front of his old friends, and it is hard for everyone to refute. Who doesn't let himself have such a good junior? Look at his performance, the old man doesn't like students who rely too much on the devil's fruit ability. Next, Monk D. Zhangfeng at 135 vs Carls at 169. This is the sixth game, the last battle of UU Reading Book www.uuganshu.com number 3 platform. This matchup will determine the top 4 candidates. Karts stepped onto the stage, looked at Zhangfeng in front of him, and said in a low tone, "Feng, I know you have great potential, but now you are by no means my opponent. Advise you and give up directly, otherwise you will lose a lot." After listening to Karl's words, Zhang Feng suddenly became interested and was not angry. "Really, it seems you have something to rely on. What makes you so confident after watching my instant step? Then you know right away, your proud ability is nothing in front of me," Kalt said with a disdain in his arms. Qi Zhangfeng also felt strange. After watching his instant steps, he dared to threaten to defeat himself. Is he a demon fruiter? Or do you have mastery? If it is the latter, then there is some play. In the first 5 games of Zhangfeng, he did not meet those with demon fruit ability, nor did he meet the elite who dominated. The elites in the first 5 games were all restrained by Zhangfeng's ability. He could not find Zhangfeng's movement without hearing the domineering. Qi Zhangfeng can give his opponent a fatal blow in an instant, but his opponent has no chance to respond. Start. After the examiner started, the atmosphere immediately became tense, and the two sides confronted each other without taking any risk. Qi Zhangfeng thought that this guy with a large dialect would attack with all his strength in the beginning and beat himself with a rush. I seem to be thinking wrong, and Karts is waiting for his attack. Instant step. Min Jiangfeng's thoughts flashed, and suddenly appeared behind Karts, followed by the dagger. Here it is, this is another move, it seems that Karts, he will lose. I bemoaned everyone around. Chapter 13, Scramble for the Top 4. What dodged? How did he do that? How can it be when you see that you are domineering? The big guys sitting in front of the video phone bug are not calm, and they have awoken domineering without systematic training. This talent is rare in the history of the Navy, especially Zifa is more happy. In the past, there were few young people with potential. However, 4 of them appeared this year. Different from potential, talent refers to someone who has special talents in a certain aspect. Obviously, Karts is very talented in cultivation. Potential is a comprehensive evaluation of a person, and Karts' potential evaluation is a B-level potential, which indicates that Karts' training talent is average. This means that the same is the elite who broke the first limit. Karts understands domineering faster than others, but he has ordinary training talents, so it is more difficult for Karts to break the second limit than other elites. A few times in a series of instant steps, Karts avoided lightly. Qi Zhangfeng had to admit that domineering is a bug in One Piece. Karts just mastered the elementary knowledge and domineering and let himself fall into passive. Monk Di Feng admit defeat. Your fruit ability has no effect on me. I heard that you have only practiced body surgery for less than a year, and I have been practicing for 3 years, and you can see that you are definitely not my opponent. Karts said with arrogance to Zhangfeng, as if he was already holding the ticket. Qi Zhangfeng poked her lips, disapproving, I'm a very confident kid, don't cry if you lose. Under everyone's attention, Zhangfeng slowly raised his hand and fluttered in the air. I saw a black blade suddenly appearing in front of Zhangfeng's hand, galloping towards Karts. This black blade is the blade of Zhangfeng's space. Hey! A violent sound of breaking air sounded in the air, its speed was no less than the speed of light, and the blade swept across Karts' side at a very fast speed. Hey! There was another loud noise, and the blade of space flew out of the platform and hit the opposite wall, leaving a knife mark about a foot deep on the wall. Everyone returned to God and looked at each other. It is not difficult for those who looked at Karts to find that, in Karts' face, a light red knife mark appeared, and a little blood flowed out of it. Karts reached out, touched his cheek, saw the blood in his hand, stared at Zhangfeng tightly, his expression stopped, and his face was shocked. Qi Zhangfeng looked at Karts with a look of indifference, and asked in a calm tone, how was the last blow? Although Zhangfeng's tone was flat, this word was heard in Karts' ears, just like the words of the demon, and there was a hint of coolness in his back. Karts struggled and looked ugly, I just hit a blow and I lost. Kaltz knew that the blow was just now. If Zhang Feng aimed at his throat, he would already be dead. Even if Zhang Feng had just hit him, he aimed at the rest of his body. He was immortal and disabled, so he lost unfairly. It's worthy to be Karp's nephew. I won this game and I said he would win. He will be my idol in the future. An elite said with awe in his face. Do you think he will win the championship? If this strength is certain to win the championship in previous years, but this year it is hard to say, there are too many monsters. I see Gilide on the first ring, and Bazat on the fourth ring are all popular. After Jiang Feng finished the match, he went to watch the other qualifying matches, just to see Bazat's duel. After seeing the beastization of Bazat, he couldn't help but sigh. Bazat's mantis fruit is really difficult to entangle. Bazat's opponent is an elite using a sword, holding a naval standard sword in his hand. The number of famous knives in pirates is scarce. Basically, they are in the hands of Jianhao and De Jianhao. The ordinary swordsmen are holding ironware made by third-rate blacksmiths on the street. When you join some forces, the swordmen of the Chamber of Commerce are different. For example, the swordmen who joined the Navy, everyone can get a sword of their own liking in the military treasure house of the Navy. These knives are made by first-class Navy blacksmiths. There are more than 30 kinds of various styles. Although they are faster than improper, they can also cut iron. There is no distinction between swords in the pirates. Zhang Feng felt strange in the past. Why did Jianhao's weapon be a sword or not? Later, I checked the information to know that it was related to Japanese culture. Bazat's opponent, holding the knife in his right hand, dived and accelerated, rushing in front of Bazat at a very fast speed. The long knife in his hand was placed horizontally in front of him, and swept sharply. There was a sound of breaking air in the air, and in a blink of an eye, I saw that the tip of the knife was only 1 foot away from Bazat's neck. In the face of the sudden attack, Bazat did not show panic. Shaved. Bazat erupted extremely fast in an instant, his body backed away from a blow, and Bazat, who was holding his body, took advantage of his opponent's disappointment, turning his defense to attack landfoot. Colorless and interestless. I saw several slashes in the air against Bazat's opponent. The slash was extremely fast. You read the book at www.yuyugonshu.com. Bazat's opponent had no time to dodge and had to use a knife to resist. A colorless slash, which hits the blade and makes sounds. Bazat's opponent was repelled 5 steps, staring at Bazat dignifiedly. Bazat looks proud, as if he doesn't put the other side in his eyes. I'm going to make a move, let you see the difference between genius and mediocrity, and I will make you degenerate in an instant. Bazat said with a drunk expression on his face. Min Zhangfeng looked at Bazat with a speechless expression. Yes, come on, I know you can't beat Bazat, don't lose too badly. Alas, an elite in the distance seemed to be cheering on Bazat's opponent. Brother, you are over there, Zhang Feng has no power to vomit. Mantis fruit beast. As soon as I heard the words, Bazat turned into a mantis, his entire body turned green, his legs and arms became sickle-shaped, and the deformation of the head was not so obvious, but it was also triangular. Is this the devil fruit of the animal department? This is the first time Zhang Feng has come to see the pirates. If the beastization of the animal department is not seen with his own eyes, it will be difficult to realize the shock. Flashed, Bazat appeared in front of the other. The sickle formed by the arms was greeted directly in front of each other, and the green light flashed in the air. From a distance, it seemed as if there were green lines passing through the air. Bazat is extremely fast. These green lines are the afterimage of Bazat's attack. Bazat's attack trajectory requires extremely high dynamic vision to capture. Zhang Feng's physical quality in all aspects is several times that of ordinary people. Even Zhang Feng was barely able to see Bazat's attack, let alone these ordinary elites. Chapter 14, Round of 4. Ding! Ding! With a crisp sound, Bazat shot faster and faster, and when Bazette closed, Yas's long sword was already damaged. The clothes on his body were also torn by Bazette's sickle, and the red blood dripped on the ring, ticking it a few dozen meters apart, and he could clearly see the 3 stab wounds on Yas. Dang! Yas's knife broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Bazette really didn't know what his mercy was. I lost the sound of bearing the weight broke the silence around them, and all the people came back from the shock. Waste Bazette scorned, withdrew from the beastly state, and stepped out of power. Yas, you bastard, don't kill yourself. Let you confess that you don't listen and see how it hurts like a bear now. An elite rushed to the stage to support Yas, with a look of concern, and angrily counted Yas. Bazette shot fiercely and showed no mercy. If it were not forbidden to kill, Yas is probably dead. In the face of such a hard role as Bazette, Zhang Feng had to deal with it carefully. I did not see Gilead's duel, Zhang Feng expressed a little regret. I soon came out of the semi-finals, Zhang Feng, Gilead, Bazette, and one turned out to be a female soldier. Unexpectedly, we must know that there are no more than 20 elite female soldiers in the entire stadium, and a quarter-final appears among 20 people. It can be said that this female elite is the biggest dark horse at this conference. The next 4 are the quarter-finals. You gather at the number 1 ring, everyone else should be here. An examiner came to Zhang Feng and others and said. Chu Zhang Feng was the winner of the 3rd ring. Next, they will play against Bazette of the 4th ring. Gilead's opponent is the female soldier who won the 2nd ring. The first game of the quarter-finals Gullet against Mitchell. Opposite the mighty Gilead, a heroic female soldier stood standing opposite him. A white, snow-like tight military uniform appeared to have a bumpy body, her hair curled up high, exposing a slender neck. Under the eyes of everyone, there was no trace of panic on his face, calmness, bringing a refined and capable visual enjoyment. However, a rough voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. This incomprehensible silly big man, haven't you seen your buddies admiring beautiful women? Women stand stupidly and do something fast. Come here, I don't hit women, I stand here and don't fight back. If you can knock me off the ring, you win. Gilead said unhappily. I originally thought that the semi-finals would be able to play one happily, but I didn't expect to encounter the biggest enemy of my life, woman, in the first game. Gilead claimed to be a good man who never beat a woman. How could he do it to a woman? This big man is really interesting. Without a woman, it can only be snored by a woman. Minjiang Fenghart said. Mitchell listened to Glider's words, his face turned red, and his slender fingers pointed at Glider. You, wait. Shaved. Mitchell appeared in front of Gilead at a fast speed, kicked sideways, and straight fists greeted Gilead. Iron blocks. Gilead did not fight back, he only used iron defense. Hey! Hey! Every time Mitchell hit Glider, there was a noise in the air. Mitchell's attack did nothing. Even Zhang Feng was surprised by Gilead's strong defense. Each time you push the limit, your physical fitness will increase exponentially. His physical basic quality is higher than that of ordinary people, so after breaking the limit, the strength increase is higher than that of ordinary people. Whether in reality or in pirates, women are inherently weak in physical training. Without the ability of a demon fruit, it is difficult for women to become a strong player in pirates. Landfoot, pointing gun. Seeing that his attack was fruitless, Mitchell planned to let go and used 2 of the 6 aggressive styles. However, the colorless air blade did not leave a scar on Gilead's body, and even gathered Mitchell's whole body strength, a bullet-like finger gun. Only Gilead frowned. Mitchell's attack intensity became weaker and weaker, until the attack stopped. Mitchell, who had just experienced a fierce fight, was fragrant with sweat, her face flushed slightly, and she was very breathless, making people have an urge to put her in her arms and feel pity. Mitchell stared at Gilead fiercely, as if ready to rush up to bite him. Finally, I surrender. Mitchell was unwilling, and thought he could compete for the top 3, but did not think that when he encountered the great pervert of Gilead, his attack did not work at all, and it did not make any sense to fight. Mitchell stepped down, and before he stepped down, he did not forget to look at Gilead with a resentful look. For Mitchell's resentful gaze, Gilead the ignorant big man directly ignored. "Dude, it's very easy for you to hang out without a girlfriend. Gilead's defense is strong, but Zhang Feng may not be as good as him." The strength of refining in the pirate depends entirely on the basic quality of the person. The higher the basic quality, the higher the power limit after breaking the limit. This means that in the same realm, the practitioners with high basic quality have stronger power, and even some talented practitioners can achieve the same level of invincibility. Use the basic strength of 500 pounds to break through the limit and increase the maximum strength to 2,500 pounds. The basic strength of 1,000 pounds is used to break through the limit, and the upper limit of the strength is increased to 5,000 pounds. This is the importance of basic quality. The basic quality is related to the person's body height. For Yuuganshu www.yuuganshu.com, people with ordinary body height, their basic strength is up to 500 kilograms. People like Luffy, Zhang Feng, Soran, and others are just ordinary body height. Luffy's power is great, because of the devil's fruit. The ghost knows what Luffy's body structure has become when he eats the rubber fruit. Zhang Feng's strength is strong. On the one hand, it is because of the physical pedigree occupied by the crossing. He possesses the same terrifying refining talent as Carp. On the one hand, the fusion of two souls strengthens the physique. So Zhang Feng's muscle fibers are tougher and stronger than ordinary people. When breaking the limit, Zhang Feng tested her strength, and her strength was about 1,200 kilograms. After breaking the limit, the upper limit of his own power is about 6,000 kilograms. Gilead won the first game against the finals. Next, Monk D. Maple vs. Bazat. The audience's eyes were instantly focused on the two, and Bazat seemed to enjoy the attention, with a proud look, and slowly stepped onto the stage. Instant step. Zhang Feng came to power, with 4 eyes facing each other. Zhang Feng could clearly see from Bazat's eyes that she was angry and disdainful. Zhang Feng knew that Bazat hated himself because he grabbed his limelight during the talent test. Although the A-level talent was dazzling, it was a bit dwarfed compared with the SS-level talent. Similarly, Bazat also knew that he had only exceeded the limit for more than a year, so he didn't put himself in his eyes and wanted to use this conference to suppress himself and give himself a power. It seems to be underestimated. Most of the people in the pirates are rectums, likes, hates, etc., all written on the face, can be seen at a glance. This is one of the reasons Zhang Feng likes pirates. Chapter 15, vs. Bazat. After a while, Bazat closed his eyes of hostility. Monkey D. Maple, your progress is really fast, but you missed the best time to train. Now you are not my opponent at all, give up. Oh, someone said this to me just now, and I'm not standing here right now. I urge you to stop speaking in tongues, and save yourself in the face. Zhang Feng said with ease. Humph. See the real chapter under your hand. Zhang Feng can enter the top 4. This is not simply a matter of luck. Bazat naturally knows this. The reason why the language threatens Zhang Feng is to win Zhang Feng first. Unfortunately, he made the wrong calculation. The elites at the naval headquarters have long heard Bazat's fierce name. After hearing Bazat's threat, they may shake their hearts. But who is Zhang Feng, Carp's nephew? Zhang Feng doesn't care who he is. Zhang Feng swept away her inner thoughts and focused on Bazat, ready to fight. Shaved. Bazat clasped his hands tightly, his feet kicked the ground several times in a row, his body rushed towards Zhang Feng, his fist hit Zhang Feng's face door. Instant step. When Bazat's fist was close to Zhang Feng's 10 inches in front of him, Zhang Feng flashed and appeared in the mid-air behind Bazat, turning and kicking sideways. Bazette blocked with his left hand, but was still kicked out by Zhang Feng, almost falling off the ring. How could it be? How could he be so much stronger than me? Bazette lay flat on the edge of the ring, exclaiming in his heart, but did not show the same on his face. Tell me, this is not true. Bazette was kicked off. Bazette lost? And it's been seconds. The elites on the stage, seeing this scene, couldn't help but feel a little lost. For a long time, everyone felt that Zhang Feng and Bazette were in the middle of the middle. How could they not believe that Zhang Feng kicked Bazette with one kick? Nearly 10 meters. Everyone is an elite. I don't know how powerful the elite is. At this time the Warring States office. This boy, really will make an amazing move, you just saw the power Zifa. Warring States said to Zifa around him. It can kick Bazette nearly 10 meters, and its strength is at least about twice that of Bazette. I know the strength of Bazette, which is relatively excellent among these elites, about 2,000 pounds. Isn't this kid's basic strength more than 1,000 pounds? I remember Zifa, your original basic strength was the highest in the army, about 1,100 kilograms. This kid's basic strength will not be higher than you. Warring States joked. I hope he can surpass me, these newcomers are indeed better than the previous ones. Qi Jiangfeng's physical fitness is stronger than Bazette, and not a little bit. Bazatte's body is not very strong, which means that Bazatte's basic quality is about 500 pounds, after breaking the limit, the upper limit of the force reaches more than 2,500 pounds. At this time, Bazatte's strength is at most 2,000 kilograms, while Zhang Feng's strength is more than 5,000 kilograms, which is clear at a glance. It can be said that Bazette is completely crushed by Zhang Feng if he does not need beastization. In the previous test, Zhang Feng never showed his strength. Bazette mistakenly thought that Zhang Feng's strength was not as good as the elite of the same period, so he took care. Bazette, show your whole cards, otherwise you won't have any chance to win me. I've seen you beastified, don't talk nonsense, hurry up. Zhang Feng looked forward to looking at Bazette. Bazette slowly stood up and said, the nephew of Lieutenant General Capo is really extraordinary, it's my little niece. After beastization, my strength, speed and defense will be increased to more than 3 times the original. Monk D. Maple, you are the first person to let me do my best, so you can be proud of it. Bazette said to Zhang Fan just after reaching the downturn. Cut, say you're fat, you're still breathing, pride yourself on your D head, don't chop you into a pig today, don't even think about this platform. The purpose of this conference's assessment is not to rank. It is mainly to use this battle to observe the situation of the new recruits in the Navy, to pick out some particularly outstanding, and focus on training. The Navy has huge power and abundant resources, but it can't afford it, and it can train many elites. There are some older elites that have long been of little value in training, and the naval headquarters needs fresh blood. Bazette knows this, so he intends to let go and win. Of course, even if he loses, his performance is enough to enter the sight of the high-ranking Navy. Beast. I saw Bazatte's entire body turned into a giant praying mantis, his limbs became sickle-shaped, his head did not change much, but it also became a triangle. This guy, I don't think I've seen myself after being transformed, otherwise it will never turn into a ghost like this, it's too ugly. At this time, he needs a mirror to let Bazette take a picture. Zhang Feng promises that he will cause 10,000 points of damage to his heart. Opposite Zhang Feng, Bazette lifted 2 sickles high, the sickle on the left blocked his face, the sickle on the right was inclined, and the sole of the foot suddenly kicked towards Zhang Feng. A green sword mang shot out in vain, and it spanned a distance of nearly 5 meters in a flash. Yu read a book. www.yuuganshu.com suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Feng. Instant step. Facing the sudden stab, Zhang Feng didn't panic. Because Zhang Feng had no weapons in his hands, he had to dodge in a short time. Before taking office, Zhang Feng did not bring his own dagger. In the first few games, Zhang Feng ended the fight with a short step and a short sword, just because he didn't want to spend time. As for Bazat and Gilide, their strength is comparable to Zhang Feng's, so Zhang Feng regards them as their trial stones, and uses them to hone themselves and enhance their actual combat experience. Can you escape such a chopping? An elite asked. The elite around him said. Don't compare me with these two perverts. I encountered such a fast slash. I was dead early. Monkey D. Maple is worthy of Carp's nephew, SS level talent. It is difficult to imagine that he has such strength in just 1 year. Bazet saw Zhang Feng escape his slash, and was not surprised. He just tried it with a dagger and did not do his best. Fast, I didn't expect that an animal with a demon fruit ability would be so difficult, then Superman, nature is not. Zhang Feng murmured as he looked at Bazat. After the beastization, Bazat added one more ability, which was the jumping ability. Your feet bounced faster than you could shave. Bazat's sickle was slashed out, and a pair of sickles attacked endlessly, not giving Zhang Feng a chance to fight back. Instant step. Zhang Feng flashed directly behind Bazat this time, kicking Bazat's quasi-triangular head sideways. Bad, instant step. I held Zhang Feng in shape, and found that there was a small knife mark on his left leg. After checking it, he did not hurt the blood vessels, so he felt relieved. Chapter 16, Out of Control. Maple, do you think the same trick will work for me? I forgot to tell you that after the beastization, I also have an animal-specific crisis sense. You must know that the weaker the creature, the stronger their sense of danger. Bazet put down his sickle and said to Zhang Feng. Ha ha ha, Monk D. Maple, what about Carp's nephew, and how talented he is not about to lose to my hands. Feng, don't give up, I haven't played enough. Bazet said proudly. Oh, I didn't see it. You have no hope of winning. Don't worry about squeezing your triangle head. I don't allow you to admit defeat. Zhang Feng said directly to Bazat. As soon as the utterances fell, Zhang Feng raised his right hand and saw a 2-centimeter-long black blade appearing in the sight of everyone. Hey! A sound of breaking air sounded, and the black blade had appeared in front of Bazat. But Kai Feng did not see Bazat's intention to dodge. Not planning to dodge. Ding! Bazat's sickle and the black blade collided together. What surprised Zhang Feng was that the blade of space was broken by Bazat's sickle. It seems that the space blade made with my current space capabilities is not strong enough. Since one shot doesn't work, then 10 shots, and 10 shots come, and 100 shots. There is no problem that cannot be solved by the blade of space. If there is, then another shot. Ding! Ding! The impact of the sickle and the black blade continued, and from time to time, the crushed blade crossed the ground, leaving straight blade marks on the ground. For a moment, the battle entered a climax, with black blades storming towards Bazat, and the elites watching the stage were a little dazzled. It is indeed Bazat, it is indeed the demon fruiter. It looks like they are on a par with each other, regardless of the outcome. I stood in the ring near the elite in front of me, watching Zhang Feng and Bazat's battles, exclaimed from time to time, with a look of envy, wishing that he was on the stage. This session is the best one in recent years, but also the cruelest one. Zhang Feng, Bazat, Gilide, any one of the previous sessions, are well deserved. It's a pity that God made people come together and let them stay together. Zhang Feng now releases a small blade of space and will not be limited by physical strength. Bazet can break the blades of space, but cannot hold a large number, so it is gradually weak. Blindly defending and having no time to attack, Bazet has lost the chance. Bazet waved a sickle, facing Zhang Feng's stormy offensive, he could only desperately resist. Occasionally, a few were missed, leaving small wounds on him. Suddenly, Bazet resisted several blades, and then attacked Zhang Feng, who was close to Zhang Feng, and fell fiercely with a green light on the sickle. The sickle was waving fast, and Zhang Feng only felt that a green line was coming. Shaved arch feet. A violent slash and a green line collided, and Zhang Feng was forced to the edge of the ring. Feng, stop dying and struggle. Your strength and speed are not as good as mine. Maybe you have a chance to surpass me in the future, but now you are definitely not my opponent. Bazet said as he walked aggressively towards Zhang Feng. I said, I don't do my best, I'm afraid I won't control the strength, and killed you by mistake. Looking at Bazet, Zhang Feng's tone carried an intriguing charm. This is just a game, there is no need to kill it. Although I hate you, I haven't reached the point where I will kill you. I heard Zhang Feng's words. Bazet's gaze was fixed. Looking at Zhang Feng did not seem to be lying. In his opinion Zhang Feng was already poor, really could not think of Zhang Feng's other cards. You wouldn't think that said this, I will bow my head and give in. This way, I just want to wake you up. If you can't do it, confess it. Don't be stubborn. It's important to save your life. You wanna die? The game has been long enough, Zhang Feng doesn't want to consume it with Bazet. Bazet, don't die. At the moment when the faint words just fell, Zhang Feng appeared in front of him, a black blade of 1 meter in length. The black blade is like a sickle of death, containing the power of terror. However, the black blade continued to expand and grow. In a moment, the small blade became a behemoth. I saw a space crack of about 10 meters appearing on the platform, dark and deep. In the crack, everyone can clearly see the stars. The cracks in the space, like the corner of zinc, reveal the constant vicissitudes of constant ancient times. What is this? I read it right, I saw the stars in the sky. What a gorgeous ability! Why do I suddenly have an unknown hunch? Bazet watched a black meniscus appearing in front of him. Yu reading book www.wukenshu.com changed his face, his pores shrank, and he could not help but step back. Although Zhang Feng's attack has not yet hit himself, the instinct of the beast told himself that if he took this move, he would die. Bazet's legs are like heavy weights, and he did not dare to move in the slightest. At this moment, he couldn't help regret and angered Zhang Feng. I want to give in, but I have a strong self-esteem and I don't want to give in. Just when everyone was shocked, Zhang Feng was helpless to the extreme. There is an MMP that I don't know if I should talk about it properly. How does this big guy use it? Zhang Feng found that the blade of the space he had made was gradually out of his control, and he could no longer control this big guy. Zhang Feng didn't know what would happen next, so now she can only pray to the senior navy to notice his abnormality and stop him. A few months ago, even Carp had to resist this level of space with a domineering edge. The elites in the presence of did not awaken domineering at all. Once the space blade exploded, the consequences could be imagined. At the thought of killing all the elites, Zhang Feng was sweating all of a sudden. Even if Zhang Feng is Carp's nephew, causing many casualties, it is difficult to escape from prison. This boy, why don't you feel right? Kapu looked at Zhang Feng in the image and said. These big men are all battle-hardened existences, and naturally they can see Zhang Feng's behavior is not normal. In particular, Carp has seen Zhang Feng's move. Kuzan, you are here just right, come and see at the venue. Cape said to Kuzan behind him. It is indeed Mr. Carp's nephew. Before he joined the navy, he made such a big movement. The symbol standing behind Carp said lazily. Chapter 17, Future General Aokiji. Forget it, whatever it is, just die. At this time, Zhang Feng no longer intends to control the blade of this space. As soon as Zhang Feng hands up, the meniscus in the sky is gone. There was a strong attraction in the cracks in the space. The tables, chairs, and appliances at the venue were all raised, and no trace was found in the cracks. I was light at first, and slowly someone couldn't control his body and was pulled towards the crack. There was a riot at the venue. Quick! Save me, I don't want to die yet. An extorted person who was being dragged in midair and grabbed people around him. Monkey D. Maple, it's too dangerous to put away your attack. When the examiner saw this, he immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. I think so, but I can't stop. I felt helpless in the face of the examiner Zhang Feng. Then the two of you follow me. No, we haven't decided yet. Bazat, I think you're at the limit, let's go. Min Zhang Feng turned around and said to Bazat. No, I haven't lost yet. You also saw the examiner, let's take everyone away, we will leave the difference. Quick! Everyone leave the venue. The examiner shouted when he saw that the situation was not good. Holding two thin elites in his hand, he ran to the periphery. After a moment, only Zhang Feng and Bazat were left under the cracks. At this time, Bazat was already embarrassed, and there were many traces of being hit on his body. I think it should be the thing attracted to it. Bazat inserted a sickle of 4 limbs into the ring to stabilize his figure and stared at Zhang Feng tightly. Zhang Feng used only a little physical strength to make a space barrier and wrapped herself in it. Haunting is a huge attraction for cracks, and it is impossible to elevate a space. Suddenly, a boulder pulled away in the distance hit Bazat. Bazat was smashed and flew out. Bazat was pulled towards the crack with the boulder. Not good. Zhang Feng stunned. You guys, really can do things. Ice Age. As soon as I heard the words, I saw an iceberg appearing in front of everyone, freezing the entire space crack. A chill blew across his face, and Zhang Feng couldn't help shivering. Zhang Feng looked downstairs. A tall man wearing a white suit vest and a dark blue shirt stood there. This should be one of the 3 Navy generals in the future. The 3 major generals of the Navy, Zhang Feng most admired the green. Although Qin Glao is lazy, she is calm, she is right and wrong, and she has justice. He is the most impressive of the 3 generals and the best of the 3. Qi Qing's justice is lazy justice or gentle justice. He believes that different people have different views on justice. So he never questioned the justice of others, but he also disagreed when he thought the justice of others was wrong. The dog's justice is absolute justice or selfish justice. He believes that pirates are the root of evil in this world. All the pirates in his eyes deserve to die, without exception. He believes that the Navy is justice, and never recognizes other justice. The 2 people's understanding of justice is completely different, so there will be a scene of later struggle for authority. At this time, Qing was already a lieutenant general in her 20s, and it should become a general in a short time. Although Qingyu saved Bazat, Bazat fell out of the ring and lost the game. Looking at Bazat in the audience, Zhang Feng played with a taste. It seems I won. You are lucky this time. Bazat snorted and left. Looking at the back of Bazat's departure, Zhang Feng sighed endlessly. If he had not crossed One Piece himself, this year's first person would be this guy. Are you Mr. Karp's nephew, SS level talent? Your kid must be a Navy. Said, suddenly the momentum changed. Zhang Feng suddenly felt a chill, as if every cell in the body was almost frozen. Is this the ability to freeze fruits? It is indeed a natural system. Zhang Feng knew that it was Qing Ye who was in the exam school, so she just resisted and did not fight back. After a moment of chill, Zhang Feng relented. For Feng Qing's temptation, Zhang Feng guessed that it had something to do with dragons. After Kufzan graduated from Zifa, he followed Karp to study and became Karp's deputy, which continues to this day. I want to say that Kuzan and Dragon did not know each other, and Zhang Feng didn't believe it. From the point of Karp training Luffy as a Navy, we can see that the Dragon has also been trained by Karp and joined the Navy. Why did Long Chen leave the Navy? Zhang Feng? I do not know. The truth may only be Karp. Dan Long, as the son of naval hero Cap, has a strong fruit ability, and its combat power is undoubtedly undoubted. It is definitely a great loss for the Navy to leave such a powerful combat power. The Revolutionary Army has not yet been established, or it has just been established but has not yet emerged. Zhang Feng has long been fascinated by this unmasked cousin. Xialong's departure from the Navy is already a hidden danger of the Navy. Yu reads www.yuuganshu.com. Zhang Feng has SS class potential. If he stands on the opposite side of the Navy, the consequences can be imagined. Tong Qingzi looked around the venue and said, "It's not good for you to destroy the venue. It seems that the final competition will be delayed until tomorrow. Get here today. You are tired for a day, so go back and rest. The last match and awards will be held tomorrow." After returning home, Zhang Feng recalled today's test. His space ability was not yet mastered. Today, it almost caused a disaster. "Brother!" Xi Haikas ran to Zhang Feng with an envious expression, and said, "Brother, tomorrow is the last game. You must win, and if you win, you can become a major." "How can it be as simple as you think? Gilead's strength is no longer under me. And I don't plan to use space capabilities against him." "Why, your ability can ruin the entire venue today." Haikas grinned. "CO authored a special trip to see my joke." Haikas quickly waved his hand, No, I sincerely hope that Big Brother can win. Rest assured that I still have confidence in my strength. Gilead's strengths are high strength, strong defense, and good at iron blocks in the 6 styles. Chu Zhangfeng chose to give up his ability to fight with Gilead, in order to improve her actual combat ability. And to deal with such a straightforward person like Gilead, using space ability will not convince him. Only by defeating him in his best area can he let you recognize you. Qi Zhangfeng thinks that Gilead is a very worthy friend and a friend who can entrust his back to him, so Zhangfeng wants to take this opportunity to pull into each other's relationship. Chapter 18, Gullet. On a strange day, the Navy repositioned the ring. Today is the last day of the Big Titan, high-level navies will come, and the War Congress will personally award the major to the winner. The Navy's documents had been drafted long before the final winner was decided. Early in the morning, everyone gathered at the meeting room and talked. The atmosphere is not as tense as it was yesterday, because the results have basically been determined. It is impossible to receive Zifa's special training without crowding into the top 50. The purpose of everyone today is very simple, that is, to see who the major ranks. Look, here comes Gullet. Zhang Feng, far away, saw Gilead entering the venue, and did not rush over. After entering the venue, Zhang Feng saw that there were quite a lot of military officers today. The most of them were captains and school officials. What surprised Zhang Feng was several major generals and lieutenants. Waiting is time. It is always the most grueling. Zhang Feng entered the venue and found a corner where no one was sitting. People whom Zhang Feng knew in the naval headquarters would be able to count with a finger. Naturally no one came to Zhang Feng. "Quiet me down." With the admiral of the admiral clamoring, the venue was quiet, and everyone's eyes swept in the direction of the admiral. The next moment, the frivolous color on everyone's faces disappeared instantly, replaced by shock, admiration, and excitement. Because all the officers in the meeting place were in awe of saluting at a distance. For a few moments, several figures in the Navy's righteous majesty appeared in the sight of the crowd. They stood tall and stood side by side, walking slowly under countless awesome eyes. Among them, Zhang Feng is most familiar with Carp. The purple hair next to Carp should be Zifa. As for the other with glasses and a seagull on his head, there is no doubt that it is the Warring States period. As for the others, Zhang Feng did not recognize it. "Oh my god, I'm not dreaming. General Zifa, General Warring States, Lieutenant General Kepu, are here." I saw the arrival of the general, and many people realized that the Navy attached great importance to this big game. Some people even regret that they have left room on the field and did not do their best. Looking at the arrival of all the people, the Warring States period approached a major general and said, "They are both here. Let them start quickly." Yes. In the last game, Gilead played against Mont de Maple. Now, the two sides will come to power. Gilad jumped up, the tall figure fell straight on the ring, and there was no unnecessary movement in the whole body. Feet fall to the ground as if embedded in the ground. A large web of fine cracks extended from under his feet. This man is more than 2 meters tall and has a back-to-back. He wore only a navy vest on his upper body, and he could clearly see his bulging muscles, which were as firm as solid stones. Is this Gullet? I heard that this guy is a madman who practiced body techniques. He majored in iron blocks in the 6 styles, pointed at guns, and students in the same period. No one could break his defense. Instant step. Su Zhongfeng came on stage and looked at the big man who was taller than his own. Zhongfeng could feel a sense of oppression from him. Qi Zhongfeng guessed that Gilad's power is even stronger than himself. His basic strength should be about 1,100 kilograms. The body of this big man is an absolute hidden force of terror. Gilad watched Zhongfeng come to power and said eagerly, "Monkey D. Maple, I know your strength is strong, come here quickly, I will fight you happily." "As you wish, shave." Kaihu Jiangfeng turned into a residual image, rising up into the air, and punched vigorously and punched Gilad's chest firmly. This punch Zhongfeng used only 5 points of force. Gilad did not do any defense, resisted Zhongfeng's punch, and took 5 steps to stabilize his figure. Qi Zhongfeng looked puzzled, "Why not use iron?" "Hum your soft fist, it is not worth me to resist with iron." "Maple, next attack, if you don't do your best, I'm going to be angry." Gilad resisted Zhongfeng's punch, his body was uncomfortable, and his breathing was short. "Okay, I know, I will do my best." I didn't expect that the big man who looked so thick turned into a berserker in a fight. Shaved iron block. Chu Zhongfeng appeared in front of Gilad, and made more than 10 punches in an instant. This time, Zhongfeng used her full strength. "Hey!" A series of impact sounds came from the air, like a tiger's fist, punching and punching Gilad's chest, lower abdomen, Gilad's forced retreat. "Haha! Happy, you haven't let me down, it's been a long time since no one can hurt me. I go to buddy, you will not have any special hobbies. Come and attack me next." Gilad said that his 2 fists blasted out continuously, and each of his punches was as powerful as thunder. Everywhere his fist went, a sound of breaking air would come from the air. It was the first time Zhongfeng saw such a strong fist. Chu Zhongfeng abstained sharply. After this confrontation, Zhongfeng has deeply felt the abnormal defense and terror of Gilad. Yu Reading Books www.yuyugonshu.com. Now that I do not use the power of space, it is difficult to break Gilad's defense. No, I won't believe it. 5,000 kilos is by no means my limit. Hey! Chu Zhongfeng made a fist punch against Honglide's fist. Zhongfeng was repelled 5 steps. Zhongfeng felt that her bones were about to crack. "Come again." One punch after another, the punches collided, Zhongfeng was still repulsed, and Gilad remained motionless. Slowly Zhongfeng was repelled 5 steps from the beginning, to 3 steps to be repelled, and then 1 step. Zhongfeng's power increased significantly, until the 2 forces in the chamber resisted the ceremony. Gilad looked at Zhongfeng with surprise. He already felt that Zhongfeng's power seemed to be awake, and he was constantly improving. At this time, Zhongfeng understood that his basic strength was around 1,200 kilograms. Why did his strength limit exceed 6,000 kilograms after breaking the limit, and his strength only increased to 5,000 kilograms, and it was no longer growing? Most people increase their strength through high-intensity exercise. When the strength is increased to a certain value, it will no longer increase, because the body has gradually adapted to high-intensity exercise. If you want to improve, you must increase the amount of exercise. Although this method is simple, it is too heavy for the body and it is easy to leave dark injuries. Kapu knew this and did not put too much pressure on Zhongfeng. Exercise and stress are some of the external stimuli to the body. The body resists these stimuli by increasing its physical strength. Once the physical strength is strong enough to resist these stimuli, it will no longer grow. The strong power of Gulide has brought unprecedented pressure to Zhongfeng, so the sleeping body will wake up and continue to become stronger. I'm saying that hovering between life and death is the fastest way to increase strength, which is true. Chapter 19, Major Navy. The elite around him looked at Zhongfeng in shock, totally unable to imagine why Zhongfeng had such a strong power. It's hard to understand that a duo with a hunched back, a duo of ordinary stature, and such a big difference, is now in a difficult position to fight on the stage. The two have already fought for hundreds of rounds on the market, and both of them are already embarrassed and about to exhaust. Gulide's defense is obviously stronger than Zhongfeng's. Although Zhongfeng's attack is strong, it does not cause much damage to Gulide. In contrast, Zhongfeng's body capacity has reached its limit. Point the gun. When he was not careful, Gulide directly pointed into Zhongfeng's abdomen. Aching pain, a piercing pain in his heart, Zhongfeng could clearly feel that a rib on his left was broken. I tried to raise my left hand, and suddenly the pain doubled, and my brows tightened. It seems that in a short time, I can't use my left hand. Gulide stopped and breathed slightly quickly. Monkey D. Maple, I know you have a whole card, I saw everything yesterday, use your tricks. Otherwise, you didn't win. Chu Zhongfeng covered her wound with her left hand and said gravely, you're right. You don't need a space knife. With the means I have now, I really can't win you. Gulide is by no means an ordinary elite, and it is estimated that it is only a step closer to breaking the second limit. As soon as the utterances fell, Zhongfeng raised his right hand, and a space blade about 1 meter long appeared in front of Zhongfeng. After the black blade appeared, Zhongfeng began to inject the power of space and learned from yesterday's lesson. Zhongfeng's mental strength was highly concentrated. Once he reached a critical point, he immediately stopped. A blade of space, about 8 meters long, appeared in midair. The elites on the stage looked nervous and took a step back subconsciously. Yesterday's experience was vivid, they didn't want to experience it again. A naval colonel saw the black giant blade in the sky and felt that the hairs of his whole body had been set up. My goosebumps are all up. Are they really recruits? Jia Fa's face in the distance, with Zi Fa's sophistication, how could he not see Zhongfeng's attack power? Seeing this scene, Gulide looked dignified, didn't say much, his body was tight, and his muscles were bulging. Iron blocks. Go. The black giant blade was extremely fast and came to Gulide almost instantly. He looked at the huge blade that appeared in front of him, Gulide's heart jumped suddenly, a look of horror appeared in his eyes, and then he became meaningless and fanatical. Gulide has deeply felt the destructive power of this strike. Perhaps he will die after taking this move, but he does not regret it. The black giant blade not only brings a strong sense of oppression to Gulide, but also comes a strong attraction from the black giant blade, constantly tearing Gulide's body. With a single blow, destroy Gula decay, sweeping all obstacles. Gulide could not escape this move at all. Under this blow, Gulide realized for the first time his own smallness, his desire to become stronger, an infinite enlargement. Gulide shouted, "Ah, come on! Unstoppable!" With a strong tearing force, Gulide felt that he was about to fall apart. Are you going to die? At this moment, Gulide's mind emerged, wasn't he strong? For the first time, he began to question his strength. At this moment of life and death, a tall figure blocked in front of Gulide at an instant. The speed was fast, and only a few people on the field felt his movement. Armed color. I saw the man's right hand covered with a layer of black in vein, and when he saw the black blade close to him, he stroked a light stroke. The black blade shattered, and the shattered blade turned into a number of knife marks, which attacked all around. Quickly escape! Everyone quickly evaded scattered blades. Qi Zhongfeng looked at the blade falling into the space under her feet, and from the perspective of Zhong Zhongfeng, she could still feel the weak tearing force, and there was a strange color flashing in her eyes. Qi Zhongfeng couldn't help but think of the formation and disappearance of the blade of space. The space blade is made by one's own space ability. With space ability, a small opening is opened in the air. This small mouth is the blade of space. If the world is regarded as a large space, a small opening is opened in the space, and the surrounding energy will slowly flow here to repair this crack. Zhongfeng's space capability development strength was not enough before, so the space blade will soon disappear, so this was never discovered. But if his space ability is developed to a sufficient degree, will he make a space crack that will not disappear? I thought of Zhongfeng's sudden heartbeat speeding up here. A bold idea came to mind. You two are just pranks, one is unimportant, the other is overkill. A majestic message came and interrupted Zhongfeng's thoughts. I took a closer look. It turned out that the person who suddenly entered the stadium and showed an incredible speed was the former Navy general and the best naval instructor of the Navy. Takaizawa took a deep look at Zhongfeng. Although Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com doesn't like students who rely too much on fruit ability, he has to admit that space ability is not worse than natural fruit ability. Takaizawa said in French, "The final winner of this conference is Monk D. Maple." The audience is silent. The appearance of Takaizawa was completely unexpected. From Zhongfeng's attack to Zepha's rescue, the time was short. Some elites are even in ignorance now. From the beginning of the conference to the present, Zhongfeng's two space blades are gorgeous, powerful, and have long been popular. Kaihu Zhongfeng became the first, and no one disagreed, not even Gilad. I just had a blow from Zhongfeng, leaving Gilad with a great spiritual shock. Although Gilad was rescued by Zepha at the last moment, it can be clearly seen from his body that the wounds were torn, the clothes and pants were torn and broken, and the whole person became a blood. People. The medical staff rushed to the stage and bandaged Zhongfeng and Gilad. Zhongfeng has broken a rib this time. Rao is a superb Navy's medical level, and Zhongfeng has to be trained for a few days to get better. Looking at Zhongfeng's wound being almost treated, the Warring States period came to the stage and said, "Congratulations, Feng, boy, you will be the major of the Navy in the future. Sign this document." Feng, you and Gilad, go back to your wounds first, and then go to Zepha to report. Your uniform will be sent to you tomorrow. Thank you, Warring States General. When I came to the naval headquarters, Zhongfeng wanted to become a naval officer every day, but it was so easy for naval officers to become a naval officer. As for asking Karp to help himself and make a joke, Zhongfeng promised that as long as he spoke, Karp would definitely fatten himself. I finally got my wish today. Chapter 20, Power of Development Time. It has been 2 days since the meeting. Chu Zhongfeng's wound is gradually healing, and these days he has been thinking about how to develop time capacity. Since obtaining the ability, Zhongfeng has been committed to developing space capabilities. It is not that he does not want to develop time capabilities, but has no clue. Now Zhongfeng can already feel the range of movement within 40 meters, and it is not far from breaking the second physical limit. I forgot about it, I thought about it all morning, but at the end I still had no clue. Qi Zhongfeng plans to temporarily abandon and continue to develop in the future. "Brother, I'm here." Before the Hikaz arrived, the voice came in from a distance. "Hikaz, why do you have time to come to me? Aren't you and Tina going to sign up for the Navy's elite training class today? Don't you lose the election?" Wei Zhongfeng joked. Hearing Zhongfeng's words, Hikaz immediately anxious. "How is it possible? Uncle Ben is a demon fruiter, they are too late to welcome. Both Tina and I have been selected and are assigned to the same class. The Navy's elite training courses are specifically designed to train elites for the Navy. Most of the students who were previously compared were trained by elite training courses. The reason why Feng Zhongfeng can go to school without going to school is because of Karp's sake. Ordinary people want to participate in the competition, the first condition is from elite training courses. In elite training courses, naval teachers will conduct brainwashing education for each student. Congratulations, honestly explain that you don't go to class. Why come to me? That, isn't your elder brother becoming a major in the Navy? I congratulate my elder brother. Hikaz squinted, her eyes flickering. Chu Zhongfeng doesn't think that this naughty little ghost will be so kind to congratulate himself. As the saying goes, there is nothing to be diligent or trespassing. Oh, I almost believed, I'm leaving without telling the truth. Don't brother, I'll do you a favor. Hikaz quickly grabbed Zhongfeng and said with a bitter face. That's right, what's the matter? It will be Tina's birthday in a few days, and I want to give her something she particularly likes. Then you send me, what does it have to do with me? This is the case. Last time I went to Hunshan with Tina, I passed a water pond, and the water pond was not big, but a purple lotus bloomed in the middle of the ancient pond, and the flower buds were particularly beautiful. Tina liked it at the time. Flower. You know, little girls like these beautiful flowers and plants, and I want to pick him off and give it to Tina. But when I approached the lotus, I suddenly burst out of a huge python from the water and almost entangled me. If I weren't a demon fruiter, I wouldn't be able to return. After listening to Hikaz, Zhongfeng was thoughtful. So, you want me to help you pick this lotus? Yes. Hikaz nodded quickly. Helping you can, but helping you is good for me. Min Zhongfeng played with a taste. Hikaz, you wouldn't think that there is something for nothing in this world. Hikaz dragged his chin, thinking for a moment, and said, what do you want, brother, as long as I have everything for you? I want you. What, want me, brother? I'm still young, do you think I can grow for a few years? Qi Jiangfeng wasn't very angry, go ahead, don't make fun of you, take me there. In the evening, Hikaz took Zhongfeng to the pond, and the bright moonlight passed through the gap above the pond and shone on the clear pond, sparkling, everything was so quiet. There is a purple lotus in full bloom in Qiangshuatan. Looking at the buds of this lotus from a distance, there is still a colorful light. No wonder Tina's little girl would like this lotus. Instant step. Min Jiangfeng appeared on top of the lotus, plucked the lotus, and returned to the shore. Everything happens in a flash. Seeing the lotus in Zhongfeng's hand, Hikaz grabbed it and jumped up happily. Brother, you got it, thank you. Looking deep into the water pond, Zhongfeng could feel that there was a killing attack. Don't rush, thank you, there is a big guy coming. Suddenly, a behemoth emerged from the water. A giant python appeared in front of the two of them, and only half of the snake's body was exposed, 10 meters long. The snake's body was covered with cricket scales, and the python vomited his temper, staring vigilantly at the two. The python jumped down in vain, and suddenly it was very windy. It was weird, making people feel scalp. Qi Jiangfeng punched the python's head in one punch, and the python with more than 5,000 pounds knocked the python out. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Hikaz run. Tear. With an angry roar, the python's eyes were red, and it raised its long tail. Suddenly swept away at this little thing that flew it, the python's hateful blow was extraordinary and directly broke the space barrier Zhongfeng was protecting in front of him. But Zhongfeng had been prepared for a long time. The black blade hit the python's tail in an instant and chopped it off, only to hear a sad cry. Chu Zhongfeng didn't want to be entangled anymore. She teleported to the direction in which Hikaz escaped, and soon saw Hikaz. At this time, Hikaz ran towards the town. Sikaz. I heard Zhongfeng's voice. Hikaz stopped. Brother, you are still alive. Qi Jiangfeng greeted Hikaz with a blow from Jiang's love. What makes me alive? I'm not dead at all, a little python wants to kill me, just kidding. Your boy is too irritated, he ran away. Don't you let me run. Haika's grieved. Blame me. Another fist of love. What happened to that water pond? Zhang Feng curiously said. Actually, I don't know too much. I went out with Tina last time and I went accidentally. Qi Jiangfeng shrugged lazily. All right. I got the things, I'll go back first. Zhang Feng leaving only heard from the distance, brother, thank you. When I returned home at night, Zhang Feng began to think about how to develop time ability. I didn't expect to find anything when I wanted to go out for inspiration. Chapter 21, Time Backwards. The next day, Zhang Feng was searching for experimental materials. To find out the magical power of time, a lot of experiments were needed. Zhang Feng found several materials that met the requirements, but eventually decided to use a peculiar plant unique to pirate world. This plant is a ubiquitous flower in the world of pirates. It has no special value, so where is its magic? The calyx has many branches, leaves are laterally flat, the apex is long and acuminate into an ellipse, the edge is wavy, and the base is short and acuminate into a stalk. This flower blooms only once every 7 days and nights, and it will fade away after 1 minute. The value is cheap and the effect is obvious. Isn't this an excellent experimental material? Qi Jiangfeng dug more than 20 flowers in the suburbs. As soon as the flowers bloomed, Zhang Feng began to use time. After repeated experiments for more than 10 days, Zhang Feng finally figured out the role of time ability. Time ability can delay time. If this ability is passed on, I am afraid that the whole pirate world will be crazy. At that time, the navy may not be able to keep Zhang Feng. The temptation of eternal life that no one can resist. One of the most impressive time-like demons who appeared in One Piece was Adamaraluian. Her demon fruit is a retrogressive fruit, and the age at which she touches it will go back 12 years. This is also what Zhang Feng saw in the Pirates Theatre version. Nami and Robin were all 12 years old back. When Soran defeated Anne, they recovered. Can I also go back in time? Qi Jiangfeng thoughtfully. If only time could be seen? This idea appeared in Zhang Feng's mind and was lingering. Wait, see the time, I can. Min Jiangfeng thought, and something wonderful happened. He saw a thin line of silver and white, each of which existed independently. They are entwined with flowers and trees, flying sand and stones, everything is on it. Zhang Feng looked down at himself, and found that he was also wrapped with a thin silver-white thread. What are these silver thin lines? It won't be the timeline. Nothing wrong, just the timeline. Qi Jiangfeng told herself. Everything has its own timeline, recording all its own experiences, and all timelines form a long river of time. Qi Jiangfeng looked at the withered flower, and with a heart motion, a silver-white flame ignited in her hand, and Zhang Feng threw the silver-white flame at the flower. The flames ignited on the flowers. Zhang Feng could clearly see that the flames did not ignite the flowers, but burned the timeline on the flowers. For a moment the flames were almost exhausted, but the flowers did not resurrect. Is there not enough time energy? Come again. Time energy increased intensity, injected into the flame burned more and more vigorous, and finally the withered flower was resurrected. I saw the flowers that had not had the slightest breath of life, but now they were restored to the full bloom. I succeeded! Qi Jiangfeng shouted excitedly. However, the gradual silver-white flame ran out, and within a second or two, the flowers withered at a very rapid rate. As if there was a basin of cold water splashed on Zhang Feng's head. How could this be? After Ian has set back time, when Ian is severely wounded, or her ability is cancelled, the thing that was set back by her will return to its original state. Qi Jiangfeng is also the same. When the time is reversed, it seems that there is a power in the underworld to restore the time that has been reversed. I calmed down, Zhang Feng thought about it. In the past, now, there must be some connection in the future, whether time goes backwards or time accelerates, it is only temporary. Slowly, some kind of power will eventually restore them to their original state. Since there is a connection between them, then I find this connection and cut off this connection. As long as this connection is cut off, the time of backwardness will not be restored. It is meaningless to cut off the connection between the present and the future, because every decision you make will affect the future. Seeing the domineering practice to the extreme, we can fully predict the future. But the foreseeable future can only be the future of others, and you cannot see your own future. I also do not see the future of another person who has mastered the ultimate sense of domineering. Cutting off past and present means that your timeline starts recording time again at this moment. The chopped timeline will fall somewhere in the long river, and trying to find it again is like finding a needle in a haystack. In the future, if you want to go back in time, you can only go back to the moment when you cut off the past and the present, because your timeline is incomplete. Although your memories are there, you are missing a time in the past. No one will ever be able to see your past from you, unless he has the ability to find a timeline cut by you in a long time. Chapter 22, Black Wrist Zifa. After a few days, Zhang Feng had healed his injuries, and his time ability was almost developed. It was time to go to Zifa to report. Takaizawa's training ground is separate from the ordinary training ground. Takaizawa is responsible for training mid and high-ranking naval officers, while other instructors are responsible for training naval officers. Joining Zifa's training class means that he has already entered the middle and high ranks of the Navy. The students trained by Zifa are at least majors after graduation. Also, as a former naval general, Zifa has the highest combat power of the Navy, and he can only be counted on his own. Combat experience is extremely rich, and different training plans will be formulated for different elites. The general instructors, step by step, use the same model for each session. Qi Zhangfeng came to the naval headquarters. The naval headquarters is located in a military fortress on the shores of Marineford. The highest level is the office of Marshal Steel Skeleton and some generals, as well as the Navy's highest conference office. As for the next level, it is the offices of other naval officers and some special agencies. When Feng first came to naval headquarters following Keipu, Zhang Feng visited the naval headquarters, but unfortunately he did not see the current Marshal Steel Skeleton. There is a wide training field at the back of the building. Zifa's training field is closest to the office building. Before coming to the training ground, Zhang Feng saw the elites sweating and training. Each of them was doing different exercises, some were doing physical training, some were fighting each other. In the end, Zhang Feng also saw Gilide with bandages. Gilide was doing physical training alone. Qi Zhangfeng felt that the elites who had watched Gilide's battles rarely had the courage to fight against Gilide. Bazet saw Zhangfeng coming, as if the hungry wolf saw the prey, a pair of eyes stared at Zhangfeng tightly. I have been eager to try, to defeat Zhangfeng Yuxia shame. Report. Takaizawa turned around, looked at Zhangfeng, and saw Zhangfeng wearing a Navy basic uniform instead of the Navy's major uniform, with a look of approval in his eyes. The Navy's first-class soldiers all wear Navy basic uniforms. After being promoted to the Commander-in-Chief, they can choose various ways of dressing, but it is forbidden to wear clothes that are not suitable for the image of the Navy. Naval officers above the rank of lieutenant officer are allowed to wear a cloak with justice written on the back. Takaizawa looked at Zhang Feng with a serious face. Monkey D. Feng, since you are late for more than 10 days, your basic training volume will double from today. You can train freely after you complete daily basic training. Takaizawa wouldn't release Zhang Feng because Zhang Feng was Karp's nephew, but would be more severe. After Qi Jiangfeng returned to the team, Zifa summoned everyone. Now that everyone is here, I will tell you the rules of this training ground. Remember, I will only say it once. The people who come to this training ground are all elites. Although you are still new recruits without any ranks, I tell you that as long as you make a war effort, the military will grant ranks based on your contributions. In this training field, many people have obtained military ranks before they graduate. Why? because they have made outstanding contributions to the Navy. I heard that everyone turned around and looked at Zhang Feng. With a look of envy, Zhang Feng had nothing to contribute, and he was awarded the rank of Major, which was a white pick. In the next year's training, I ask you to break the second physical limit as soon as possible. Breaking the second physical limit is the first condition to graduate from me. After breaking through the second physical limit, you will not only face my special training, but also go out to perform tasks. That's not a training or assessment, but a real deadly fight with the pirates. Participating in more than 3 tasks is the second requirement to graduate from me. There is another difference between me and other training courses, that is, you can apply for early graduation. Still the same, you can graduate after completing my 2 conditions. And you have only studied with me for 2 years. If you do not complete my 2 requirements 2 years later, I will not give you graduation, and of course I will not continue to teach you. I will remember in your file that graduation requirements have not been met. There is no place for unfinished students, even branches, so don't let me down. These words are extremely simple, and the atmosphere of the audience becomes serious in vain. Each student pinched a cold sweat. I thought that when I arrived at Zifa's training class, my future was smooth. I didn't expect that this was just the beginning. Qi Feng had long anticipated that the higher the Zifa status, the higher the corresponding requirements for the Navy. What Takaizawa wants to cultivate is a true Navy elite, high level, not cannon fodder. The first condition of Takaizawa is the requirement for strength. The minimum students who graduate here are the rank of Major and the rank of Major. UU reading www.uuganshu.com doesn't have the strength of a Major. Break through the second physical limit, even if the talent is even worse. Exercise for several years, you will have the strength of the Colonel. The second condition of Takaizawa is the requirement for practice. As a navy facing a ferocious pirate, it will cause death if it is careless. Based on the performance of the student in performing the task, Zifa will judge whether the student is suitable for the Navy. After a long while, Zifa saw that the atmosphere was down. Finally spoke again, and his tone slowed down a bit. Although graduation is very demanding, since I taught this training class, so far, there have been no students who cannot graduate, and I hope you will not appear this time. After Takaizawa had finished speaking, the crowd was finally no longer tense. Next, Zifa started to introduce Zhang Feng and others how to train in the future, focusing on how to awaken domineering. The human body is strongly stimulated by the outside world and will continue to strengthen until it reaches its limit. When the human body breaks through the first limit, the body will undergo metamorphosis. After the metamorphosis, a certain power hidden in the body began to awaken, and this power is domineering. Domineering is divided into seeing color domineering, armed color domineering, and the strongest overlord color domineering. An elite doubt is very confused. Mr. Zifa, I have heard of arrogance and armed arrogance, I have heard of it, but what is overlord arrogance? Takaizawa groaned and said thoughtfully, some of you are overbearing and domineering. It's normal, after all, it's rare. There is only 10,000 tyrants who are overbearing and domineering. Please note that the 10,000 people I refer to are those who have broken the first limit. There was a moment in everyone's mind. Isn't this equivalent to 1 in a million people? Chapter 23, Zifa speaks of domineering. After finishing basic training, Zhang Feng heard a provocative voice from behind him, Monkey D. Feng, come and play with me again. Min Zhang Feng turned around and saw Bazat slowly walk towards himself. He looked at Bazat standing in front of himself. Zhang Feng smiled slightly. Isn't this Bazat? Your injuries are healed? I'm sorry the last shot was too heavy. Your mother should still recognize you when you get home. I heard Zhang Feng's jokes. Bazat's face immediately gloomy, but his mood was not out of control and his tone was very indifferent. If you have the ability, don't talk about it, come and fight me. The defeat of the men is the defeat of the men. If everyone who defeated me has challenged me 3 or 5 times, then I am not busy. This sentence seemed to poke Bazat's weakness and stimulated Bazat. Bastard! When Bazat was furious, he directly punched Zhang Feng with a punch. Surprisingly, in the face of Bazat's powerful punch, Zhang Feng only stretched out his hand lightly, and then directly followed his fist steadily. It's a soft fist, Bazat, haven't you eaten these days? How could Bazar's strength of more than 2,000 pounds compete with Zhang Feng? Qian Feng's words made Bazat furious. He was a genius in the eyes of others since he was a child. He naturally had a sense of arrogance. Beast! Suddenly Bazat turned into a giant praying mantis. I'll go, the devil fruit of the animal department is hang, and it will be transformed if you don't agree. Humph! Bazat snorted and rushed towards Zhang Feng. The elites around him began to subconsciously retreat and let the ground open, forming a circle. However, when Zhang Feng and Bazat fought, a cold drink suddenly entered the field. Is the power I teach you use this way? Look at what you guys do something to your comrades. This cold drink was issued by Zifa. I don't know when Zifa suddenly appeared in the field. Seeing Zifa, Zhang Feng shrugged and shook her head helplessly. It looks like basic training will double again in the future. Bazat looked at Zifa, showing his nervousness. Mr. Zifa. Bazat, who was extremely arrogant the moment before, saw Zifa coming, and immediately became a good baby. Takaizawa looked at them dumbly. You two, you don't have enough training. Then double it again, and train your fighting time. And you, if you have time to watch a movie, you might as well do more training, so do you, and double the amount of training in the future. In Zifa's training venue, mutual exchanges between elites are allowed, but conflicts like this do not work well. The nature of the two is completely different. Fortunately, Zifa did not punish the two. Trained for almost 2 months, I think some of you can almost realize domineering. The next time, based on your training situation, I will decide when to teach you domineering. Today, Mont D. Maple, Bazat, Gilad, Carls, and Mitchell follow me. Qi Zhangfeng heard his name and murmured casually, it seems that I have reached the condition of awakening domineering. Everyone looked enviously at the 5 selected people, and the movements of their hands could not help speeding up a bit, hoping to be the next selected people. Qi Zhangfeng had long wanted a domineering cultivation method. If she learned domineering, she would not be afraid of the demon fruit ability of the natural system. Then follow Zifa to learn, mastery of domineering is just around the corner. Takaizawa took Zhangfeng and his party to the side of the square, and walked into a separate, similar to a small training ground. Takaizawa stood in front of the 5 and looked at the expectant 5, finally speaking. I think you have heard of domineering before you come again. Then I will not explain to you what domineering is, now your physical strength is almost the same, I will tell you in detail how to cultivate domineering. After listening to Zifa's words, everyone instantly focused their eyes on Karts. Karts glanced proudly at Zhangfeng, humming softly. At the time of the match, Karts showed a sense of domineering. As his opponent Zhangfeng, it can be said that he has deep experience. If Karts' opponent is not Zhangfeng at that time, Karts is definitely capable of entering the semifinals. Zifa, who was standing in front of the 5, began to explain to everyone how to cultivate domineering. Talking, his complexion also eased a lot, and he let go of the admiral and became an elder. Hearing Zifa's explanation, Zhangfeng nodded frequently. Compared with Karp, Zifa is better at teaching. The 3 major navies are all taught by Zifa, and most of the senior officers of the navy are also trained by Zifa. Cap, on the other hand, threw his nephew on a desert island for survival training. Think about Luffy in the future. When young, Cap is thrown on the island where the beasts live, pushes down the cliff, and is in a hot air balloon to rise to the sky. There is a sympathy. Chu Jiangfeng's training method to carp was so weak that Luffy was not killed by his grandfather. He can only say that the protagonist's halo is really a good thing. Takaizawa was very slow, so I took out some details and explained them separately. www.readwn.com. This made the 5 people understand more clearly and thoroughly, and the 5 listened very carefully. Qi Zhongfeng is a traverser. Zhongfeng has long understood domineering, and with Zifa's careful explanation, Zhongfeng has mastered the essentials. The word listen stands out when you see the arrogance. The body of a living creature will make a special sound, and the sense of domineering is used to interpret these sounds, so after mastering the sense of domineering, you can predict the next move and position of your opponent. Armed and domineering is prominently armed and attacked. Domineering is attached to the body, as if wearing a piece of armor. It can improve personal defense, of course, it can also be converted into attack. Armed color domineering can also be attached to weapons to increase their attack power. Armed color domineering is a necessary skill for the powerful men in the later period. Using armed color domineering can also attack the elemental nature of the demon fruit ability. As for the overlord color domineering method is only mentioned slightly. Seeing the color domineering and armed color domineering is more common, and people who almost break the first limit can wake up. In the second half of the Great Route, the New World will be used everywhere. I am embarrassed to say that he is a New World pirate. The domineering practice is not a day or two. Zifa teaches everyone today the domineering cultivation method and the cultivation steps. Master Yun led the door and practiced personally. The rest is to see when the 5 can become domineering. Being able to enter Zifa's training class, everyone's talent is not bad. It is only a matter of time to learn how to be domineering. Okay, I'll tell you what I have to say, now you go back. Monkey D. Maple, you stay. Chapter 24, Domineering. Qi Zhongfeng watched the others leave the training ground, and Zhongfeng had already guessed a few points about why Zifa left herself. Takaizawa looked at Zhongfeng with a grin. Feng, do you know why I left you? Minjiangfeng's eyes flashed, and she slowly said, if I'm not mistaken, it's because of the overbearing color. Zifa just talked about seeing the color domineering and armed color domineering, but briefly mentioning the overlord color domineering. Now Zhongfeng's intention is very obvious. Takaizawa smiled and said, smart. After only Zhongfeng and Zifa left, Zifa also moderated his speech a lot. After all, he was the nephew of his good friend Carp, and he was also half a junior. You didn't follow Carp, this unreliable guy, to study. You are right, let him fight is okay. On teaching students, Carp, that guy, can't catch the old man with the horse. Takaizawa laughed. Min Zhongfeng thought of Kapu's unreliable training method, and he couldn't help twitching. Domineering and domineering can't be obtained through cultivation. This kind of power is inherent. It is also known as the qualification of the king. From ancient times to the present, everyone who awakens the overlord's color and domineering has stood at the top of the sea and left his own legend. In the ancient times, the royal family could awaken the domineering color of domineering, and now only the people who shed the blood of the ancient royal family can awaken the domineering color of domineering. Now you have exceeded your first physical limit and you can awaken the overbearing arrogance. I heard Zhongfeng's eyes flash suddenly and asked, Mr. Zifa, how do you know that I have this qualification? After all, Takaizawa is a man in his 50s. How can Zhongfeng's little intestines escape the eyes of Zifa? Boy, don't talk to me. Some things now know nothing good for you. Do you know why I only left you? Compared to ordinary people, they are really excellent. But some worlds are beyond their reach, such as some of them, even in this life they will not see the overbearing and domineering, no more, but only increase their troubles. I can only tell you that the D family is one of the strongest royal families in ancient times. Now you should know, what does the word D stand for? Maple, give you a piece of advice. Don't mention the word D before becoming a general. Remember to talk about the D tribe is a taboo for world governments. After listening to Zifa's words, Zhang Feng's heart was stunned. It seems that before becoming a general, you will not touch the secrets of the D family. After a moment, Zifa smiled slightly and looked at Zhang Feng. Feng, do you think Carp and I are better? Zhang Feng was stunned. If Zifa was chosen, if the job passed on to Kapoor, it would be necessary to be choked. If he chose Kapu, he would offend Zifa in front of him. After all, let's pat Zifa's fart first. Maybe Zifa is happy and teaches himself. Zhang Feng solemnly said, I think teacher Zifa is better. Haha, stinky boy, if you say that, aren't you afraid to go back and be beaten by the guy Carp? Takaizawa grinned, then looked at Zhang Feng meaningfully. Boy, Feng, you are wrong. In terms of combat power, the old man is not as good as Carp. There was a little helplessness in Takaizawa's tone. Okay. Min Zhang Feng heard Zifa's words, looked at Zifa with a strange look, and did not expect Zifa to directly admit that she was inferior to Carp. Looking at Zhang Feng's strange look, Zifa spoke gently. Without using the overlord color domineering, Carp's strength is about the same as the old man's, but once Carp has used the overlord color domineering, his combat power will occur. Earth-shaking changes. When I heard Zifa's words, Zhang Feng nodded. It turned out to be this way. Kapu not only has a very strong physical fitness, but also masters the overbearing arrogance, so Zifa can helplessly say that his combat power is not as good as Kapu. Some things are innate and cannot be changed by manpower. Without Wang's qualifications, it is impossible to awaken the overbearing domineering. I stay with you, I want to help you awaken the overbearing bully. Hearing Zifa's words, Zhang Feng almost jumped up in excitement. Teacher Zifa can help me wake up to this power. Domineering is completely different from the other two kinds of domineering. The other two kinds of domineering can be obtained through cultivation, but do not have overlording domineering. This kind of power is inherent, there is no. The conditions for awakening the overlord domineering are not high, the first must have the qualifications of the king, the second must be a broad-minded generation, as for the third. The first point is easy to say. As for the second point, Zhang Feng's understanding is that he has the world in mind and has great ambitions. To be a king, first of all, his vision must not be narrow. Zhang Feng was happy, and the first 2 points were satisfied. What is teacher Zifa's third? Min Zhang Feng had just asked, and saw Zifa's momentum change. Zhang Feng suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure, as if a big mountain was pressing on him. Zhang Feng was directly overwhelmed by this pressure, her body could not move at all, and her breathing was extremely difficult. And this terror power is still destroying his spiritual will, this is teacher Zifa. Zhang Feng's brain didn't have time to respond just for a moment. 10 seconds, half a minute, 1 minute. Gradually Zhang Feng's brain began to lose consciousness. Are you going to die? No. Zhang Feng roared in vain, and suddenly a powerful momentum erupted from Zhang Feng. It only appeared for a moment and disappeared without a trace. Takaizawa folded his momentum and looked at Zhang Feng with relief. Yu reading books www.yuyugonshu.com. Are you awakened? It seems that this boy's domineering quality is a little higher than that of Kapu. In that moment, even I was shocked by his overbearing arrogance. Don't pretend, get up. Takaizawa scolded. Zhang Feng stood up and patted the dust on her body, slightly angry. Teacher Zifa, why don't you say it in advance and let me prepare? Takaizawa was not angry, tell you in advance, you know, will your subconsciousness let you completely release your body and mind? The third requirement is the most difficult one. Although the overbearing arrogance is hidden in the body, it is difficult to develop it yourself. Only when you are desperate, when you are on the verge of death, let go of all your thoughts, and only the desire to survive can lead you to be overbearing. Tell you in advance, it will only be counterproductive. If you fail, I'm afraid you can no longer wake up the overlord. After hearing Zifa's words, Zhang Feng was afraid for a while. If he had just given up at the last moment, he would not only be able to awaken the overbearing domineering, but also leave a shadow in his heart. I have no overbearing arrogance. Although I can also become a strong person by relying on time and space abilities, this will become my life's regret. Zhang Feng's love today is not great. Looking at Zifa, Zhang Feng didn't know what to say to express his gratitude. Teacher Zifa has memorized today, I will give it back to you, I will. He heard Zhang Feng's words and Zifa grinned. Ha ha ha, my husband doesn't think that there will be a day that needs your help. Chu Zhang Feng was a traverser, so knowing that Zifa was in a future calamity, she secretly decided that she must change Zifa's tragedy. Chapter 25, Domineering. After listening to Zifa's explanation, Zhang Feng started practicing domineering. Naval Headquarters, in a separate training ground, Zifa is directing Zhang Feng's domineering practice. There are 8 other people who are under the guidance of Zi Feng with Zhang Feng. Armed color domineering is closely related to physical strength. The stronger the body, the stronger the armed color domineering is. With the strength and body shape of Gilead, once you awaken the armed color domineering, you will definitely become the emperor among the armed color domineering practitioners. Han Han Cook's hometown, in the windless belt of the Great Fairway, is a daughter island full of women, and most of the women on the island can awaken armed domineering. But their physical strength is not enough. Even if they master the armed color domineering, they can only attach domineering to the arrow to increase the destructive power of the arrow. They cannot attach domineering to the body. Cultivation of domineering when the physical strength is insufficient is a waste of time, putting the cart before the horse. So after Zhang Feng broke the limit, he did not immediately teach Zhang Feng to practice domineering. Domineering practice takes time, not overnight. Zifa gives everyone 1 year to practice domineering, which shows that domineering practice is not easy. Generally speaking, the best time to awaken domineering is when the body is close to breaking the second limit. Awakening domineering at this time helps to break the second limit. Takaizawa explained in great detail, with a gentle narrative, the intensity of armed color domineering varies from person to person. The better the constitution, the higher the quality of armed color domineering. How do you tell how good a person's physique is? It's not difficult. The stronger the basic quality, the better the physique is. After listening to Zifa's work, Zhang Feng said, so, there are 3 grades of domineering quality in the class. The first grade is that of himself and Gilead, and the basic strength exceeds 1,000 pounds. The second grade is that Bazat and others have basic qualities close to the limit of ordinary people, which is 500 pounds. The third grade is some female soldiers with poor basic qualities. As for the control of domineering, it is related to mental strength. Every time you push the limit, your mental strength will increase. With your current mental strength, you can barely get domineering on your fists. Let the domineering be fully attached to your fists, even if you have a preliminary grasp of the armed domineering. Intermediate mastery of domineering is that you can easily attach high-density domineering to the entire arm or the blade of a weapon. Domineering's advanced degree of control is that you can easily attach high-density domineering to your whole body, or wrap the entire weapon with domineering. As for the ultimate armed arrogance, it is too far away from you. Takaizawa talked endlessly, and everyone nodded from time to time. His eyes flashed a look of sudden realization. Most of Zhang Zifa's lectures had long been speculated by Zhang Feng, but he was not sure. Today, he listened to Zifa's lecture, and the guess in his heart was confirmed. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, just divides the degree of control over domineering. Zhang Feng thinks that the main thing of armed domineering is quality. Ordinary armed color domineering, it is impossible to defend high-quality armed color domineering. During the day, at Zifa's training venue, Zhang Feng and Gilead practiced head-to-head. At night, Zhang Feng came to Smog to practice with him. After all, in the training class, only Gilide can fight against himself without falling behind. After more than a month of mutual discussion, Zhang Feng and Gilide have become iron buddies. Hikaz, Gilide, come here quickly. At this time, Zhang Feng, Hikaz, and Gulid were in Kaipu's courtyard. Chu Zhang Feng stood there with her blindfolded. In order to practice and see domineering, Zhang Feng tried to relax herself as much as possible. Hikaz, Gilid stood in front of Zhang Feng and looked at Zhang Feng with a smirk. Hikaz used to be bullied by Zhang Feng. In the past few days, he finally got a chance to get revenge on Zhang Feng. For helping Zhang Feng to cultivate, he naturally enjoyed it. Gilid is a black near the black, and he has been mixed with the shy kid for a long time, and his heart has become dark. Zhang Feng watched One Piece in his previous life. That's how Raleigh trained Luffy and helped Luffy wake up to see that she was domineering, so Zhang Feng directly copied Raleigh's method. Don't say that, this method is quite effective. In just over 2 months, Zhang Feng has begun to look into the door. Zhang Feng must be awake to see it in less than a month. This day. Hikaz, don't hit Lao Tzu's face. Lao Tzu still has to rely on him to hit his sister. Gilid, can you start with a tap and give Lao Tzu a pair of panda eyes every day? Lao Tzu will soon become a giant panda. Hikaz and Gilid pretended not to hear, looked at each other, smiled, and attacked Zhang Feng. At last. It feels like, feel it, and finally hear it. Zhang Feng said excitedly. One of the two was in front of Zhang Feng. He was approaching Zhang Feng crappily, listening to the sound fluctuation. It should be Hikaz. Hikaz walked to Zhang Feng, and with a smirk on his face, he almost laughed, and saw that Hikaz raised his fist and attacked Zhang Feng's face. Minjiang Feng lightly held Hikaz's fist and said, CO authored www.readwn.com. It's just you stinky kid who has been hitting Lao Tzu's face. No, Gulid can save me, brother, I was wrong. Hikaz realized that the situation was not good. Zhang Feng was fat in front of Hikaz. If you let me hit my face again, wouldn't I be handsome? Would anyone please? Gilida's eyes flashed behind Zhang Feng. Are you awakened, even earlier than me? It is indeed my friend and opponent. It took a total of 3 months for Zhang Feng to wake up to see the domineering, and Gilide spent more than 4 months. 26 months later, in the naval headquarters training ground, Zhang Feng and Gilide stood there face to face. Both of them looked dignified, and they both stared at each other's fists, with their own fists lingering a strange breath. This breath is exactly armed domineering. Armed color. As soon as I thought about it, Zhang Feng controlled this breath, trying to condense it and harden. I saw that breath under the control of Zhang Feng began to compress and condense. When condensed to a certain degree, Zhang Feng's fists began to appear dark, until black covered the entire fist. After seeing Gilide's fist began to appear black, and soon fell apart. After watching Zhang Lide's failure, Zhang Feng laughed and said, "It seems that I'm faster than you this time. Don't be discouraged, you know that you want to be the second successful man in the class." Gilid rolled his eyes. "Maple, I don't think you can comfort people at all." Zhang Feng laughed. As for the overbearing color, Zhang Feng asked Zifa, and Zifa told Zhang Feng that he could not use overlord color, because Zhang Feng's mental strength was not enough. Chapter 26, Participate in Tasks. I received Zifa's notice yesterday. All awakened and domineering students must follow Zifa to surround a group of pirates. Which specific pirate group is Zifa did not say explicitly. Zifa will wait to reach his destination before Zifa will tell everyone. In order to complete the task in a better state, Zhang Feng slept early yesterday. I fell asleep after training in the afternoon, and fell asleep until the next morning. I found that my body was extremely relaxed, my body was up and down, and I could not speak comfortably. I heard Gilid's voice early in the morning, "Feng, I'm here for you." I walked out of the room, Zhang Feng looked at Gilad, yawned, and said, "Why are you here so early? It's only now." With an expression of excitement, Gilad said, "Feng, I told you that yesterday I heard about a mission, and I didn't sleep all night when I was excited. I was particularly excited when I thought of fighting with the pirates." Min Zhangfeng reached out and wanted to pet Gilad's shoulder. When he found that he couldn't reach it, he gave Gilad a punch in the chest and said, "Oh, rest assured, there will be a time when you show your skills." Packing up the good things, Zhang Feng and Gilad came to the naval headquarters. He stood in front of a fortress at the headquarters of the navy, under a tall fortress wall, and docked a large navy warship, which looked extremely solemn. Chu Zhangfeng and Gilad saw that on a large warship, some navies were busy carrying various materials. "This should be the warship we were riding on." Zhangfeng and Gilad soon came to a harbor next to the warship and saw the elites coming one after another. After 9 months of training, more than 20 people had cultivated domineering. In addition to the Zifa training course, there are several other training courses on the Navy ship, but there are only 4 or 5. There are also a few of the puppet warships, naval officers and Navy sailors, as well as general handymen, who are responsible for recording the performance of students, sailing and handling debris. Chu Zhangfeng and Gilad stood on the deck looking out to the sea. This is the second time Zhangfeng has been on a warship. They will not be as excited as the first time. 90% of the world of One Piece is the sea, so many men on the sea will not eat the fruits of the devil. That's the case with Roger, Rayleigh, Cap, and others. There is no demon fruit book. Eating devil fruit is gambling courage. If you are lucky, you will become a strong person. If you are unlucky, you will ruin your whole life. Looking at the endless sea, Zhang Feng decided to wait for graduation, and he returned to the waves. "Mr. Zifa." Hearing that Zifa was here, Zhang Feng turned around and saw all the naval officers and practitioners greeting each other at Azaa, and Zhang Feng also made a salute. Takaizawa looked at the sailor of the warship and asked, "How is the preparation?" "Report, ready." "It is good." Takaizawa nodded and looked at the crowd, saying, "This time our mission is to destroy the poisonous spider and pirate group." The poisonous spider and pirate group has just announced that it has joined His Majesty the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion issued a recruitment order in the New World to convene all the pirates and form a pirate alliance. There are many pirate groups that respond to the Golden Lion, and our Navy's task is to prevent the first half of the Great Root from entering the New World and reconciling with the Golden Lion. Once the power of the Golden Lion becomes a climate, our Navy will be very passive. Considering that this is the first time you are performing a mission, I chose a relatively inferior pirate group, Poison Spider Pirate Group. Navy intelligence shows that the Poisonous Spider Pirate Group is now in the South China Sea. They plan to enter the New World in a few days. So now I set off in the South China Sea and cheer me up. After listening to Zifa's words, Zhang Feng first thought of the Battle of Edwo. The Golden Lion is trying to unite many pirate groups, forcing the One Piece King Roger to join himself as a force. The Golden Lion thinks that as long as Roger knows the falling weapons that can destroy the world, plus the forces of the pirates under his control, he can completely rule the world. What a pity, Roger rejected the Golden Lion's offer. The Roger pirates, who were surrounded by songs, were rescued by the sudden waves. Battle of Edworthy Sea. The Golden Lion suffered heavy losses, and half of Shiji's large fleet sank to the bottom of the sea, even himself was seriously injured. When Zhang Feng was meditating, Zifa's voice rang again. The captain of this pirate group offered a reward of 150 million Bailey. After hearing Zifa's brief introduction, Bazat and other elites became more dignified. Every pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million yuan is a small and famous character in the first half of the Great Route. Everyone did not expect to encounter a character of this level for the first mission. On the other hand, Zhang Feng was calm, and he had never seen a pirate with a reward of more than 100 million Bailey. "I just came to the pirate world, and on the way following Carp to the naval headquarters, I saw a pirate keel, a bounty close to 100 million Bailey. Some pirates are powerful, and the Navy sets a reward based on their threat. Although some other pirates are not strong, they are mischievous and their bounty is gradually accumulated. G-Kier is the latter. If not, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com will not be defeated by Zhang Feng, who has just exceeded the first limit. Takaizawa looked at these students with a straight face. For recruits who have not seen blood, the first head-to-head confrontation with the pirates is a very important first battle. Zifa has paid special attention to this performance. If you can't pass this level, you can't become an excellent Navy. Zifa may directly kick these students out of the training class. Fighting with pirates is different from Dodo, where Dodo can admit defeat. To fight with pirates, one must hold the consciousness of being killed by the other. Before joining the Navy, few people had worked with the pirates, and some second-generation army had never even seen a real pirate. This leads to the initial battle of recruits, which cannot give full play to their strength, often 10% of the strength, only 80% of it. For the first time, some people were calm, while others were shaking. Takaizawa organized this mission to help everyone overcome the psychological obstacles. Wu Yuz looked next to him. There would be no casualties. They really wanted to let them go through this barrier independently. It is estimated that it would be a lifetime of 9 deaths. Takaizawa looked at the crowd very seriously. This is a real battle, and you must be conscious. Although I will take a shot in crisis life, but it also means that you have lost your chance to become strong. Did you understand? When I heard Zifa's words, everyone had a hint of nervousness on their faces, then they became firm and shouted, I see. They want to release their depressed mood. Unlike other elites, after the first battle with the Kiel pirates, Zhang Feng had already overcome his inner obstacles. Now I am eager to try and find a few pirates to practice. Chapter 27, Depart for South China Sea. After Takaizawa briefly introduced the mission, he left the deck of the warship and went into the cabin. I didn't expect to face a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million yuan for the first time, and we won't fight to death. An elite appeared extremely nervous, said. Crow's mouth, with teacher Zifa here, we will be fine. Although an elite speaks, he can see from his eyes that he is not at the bottom of his heart. After Takaizawa left, everyone, one sentence, expressed all the concerns in my heart. Bazette arrogantly said, isn't it just fighting the pirates? I used to follow my father's missions when I was a kid, and I have always seen scenes of skeletal mountains. Monkey D. Maple, you have only joined the Navy for more than a year. You haven't seen a real pirate. If you are a rookie like you, if you are really scared, you can look around, but don't pay attention and kill your life. Bazette, you are too much. Gilide next to him, saw Bazette insulting Zhang Feng, raised his hand, wanted to take a shot, but was stopped by Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't care about Bazette's ridicule. Bazette, just because of your strength, dare to speak out to me. Wait until the South China Sea, you have to remain beastly, otherwise, a little pirate crew will be able to demand your life. Asshole! Bazette is furious. Bazette used to brag about his basic strength, which is close to the limit of ordinary people. But after meeting Zhang Feng and Gilide, his proud strength became the foil. When he heard the crowd comparing the strength of the two with themselves, Bazette was annoyed. The basic qualities of Minjiang Feng and Gilide have not been secrets in the training class for a long time. The Giladians are tall and big, Bazette can understand. But why Zhang Feng? His body has not yet strengthened, but his basic strength is twice his own. Qijiang Feng paused, with a slightly playful tone in her tone, there is one more word, actually I want to tell you long ago. After listening to Zhang Feng's words, the elites were curious, and Gilide looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression. Feng, what do you want to say to him? After I smirked, it won't be. After listening to Gilide's words, Zhang Feng twitched. Ha! Your boy and Hikas are together, why did you see him influence you, but did not see you influence him? Min Zhongfeng turned around and looked at Bazat seriously. Actually, Lao Tzu wanted to tell you long ago that you were really ugly after being animalized. Su Zhongfeng said with a relaxed look, some words can't be held in my heart, and she spoke with ease. After saying that, Zhongfeng went into the cabin and went to find Zifa. There were just a few questions to ask Zifa. Everyone was shocked, then laughed. Bazat's face was iron blue. Monkey D. Maple, I'm going to kill you. Bazat's friend quickly stopped him. Zai Fako was in the cabin. The South China Sea is the sea with the strongest overall strength of pirates. From the Navy headquarters to the South China Sea, just follow the red clay continent all the way forward, cross the sea horizontally, and then across a windless zone, you can reach the South China Sea. The first half of the Great Route is relatively peaceful compared to the New World. After all, powerful pirates will choose to enter the New World. There are two ways to enter the New World. One is to ask for the consent of the governments of the world. This is the safest option. The other is to dive into the seabed for 10,000 meters and reach the Fisherman's Island, because the Fisherman's Island has a gap in the laterite continent, which can lead to the New World. This choice has certain risks. But most pirates choose to pass by Murloc Island. If you want to reach Murloc Island, you must cross the sea floor 10,000 meters, so the pirates will go to the Shampoo Islands to coat the pirate ship first. Few pirates are willing to conflict with the Navy in the Shampoo Islands. After all, here is not far from the naval headquarters, there is not enough power, and conflict with the Navy is almost to death. After leaving naval headquarters, I did not encounter half a pirate along the way. The captain drove straight into the windless zone. She entered the cabin. Zhongfeng saw that Zifa was making some records, and Zhongfeng walked slowly. Takaizawa felt that someone was coming, raised his head and looked at Zhongfeng. Feng, do you have any trouble with your husband? Teacher Zifa, I remember you telling me that I can't use overlord color and domineering because my mental strength is not enough. So I want to know how to increase mental strength. Mental strength is important. The stronger the mental power, the more space-time energy Zhongfeng can feel, the greater the destructive force of the space blade made. Not only that, mental power is also about controlling the domineering. So Zhongfeng urgently wanted to know how to strengthen his mental strength and strengthen his mental strength, which meant that he improved Zhongfeng's comprehensive strength. After listening to Zhongfeng's question, Zifa glanced down and looked at Zhongfeng, asking meaningfully. Maple boy, tell me why you so desperately want to be strong. Min Zhongfeng hesitated for a moment. I want to be stronger, not to overtake everyone. It's because, I don't want to one day, someone will cause me to die www.readwn.com and I have nothing to fight back. I don't want to one day, looking at my friends, when my loved ones are hurt, I can do nothing. Reluctantly, even talking about your name is restricted. Hearing Zhongfeng's words, Zifa seemed to be sorrowful. As an admiral, he could not even protect his family. What a irony! Is the guardian's will? Takaizawa thought for a moment, got up and took down his eyes. Feng, come with me. On the highest level of the puppet warship, in a very wide and empty room, where two people stood. In order to increase mental strength, there is a way to go beyond the limits. Remember, how did I help you wake up the Overlord? As soon as Feng Zhongfeng was stunned, a hunch came to mind, is it? Yes. Another way is to force the body to increase mental strength. The next sentence, Zifa's tone was extremely serious and heavy. In the next training, I will continue to give you pressure. Boy, Feng, you better have the heart prepared, if you can't resist it, you will die suddenly. Qi Zhongfeng hesitated for a moment. He was better than the elite of the same period. Is it necessary to take risks? No. It's not enough. Chu Zhongfeng growled in her heart. Come on. Teacher Zifa. An instant of pressure appeared on Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng felt as if a big mountain was pressing on himself, and breathing became difficult. The pressure this time was not as fierce as last time. Zhang Feng felt that this was Zifa's intention. Last time I was totally desperate, and this time I was looking for hope in despair. Chapter 28, Windless Belt. There was a shock on Takaizawa's face. I didn't expect you to have mastered the domineering colors so quickly, and your mental strength has been improved by at least 30% these days. Takaizawa has been helping Zhang Feng to improve his mental strength these days. On the first day, Zhang Feng once again inspired domineering. On the third day, Zhang Feng has been able to inspire the overbearing arrogance independently, but succeeded 3 times 10 times. On the fifth day, Zhang Feng has initially mastered the domineering color. In fact, Zifa did not hold any expectations for Zhang Feng. After all, Carp had initially mastered the overbearing arrogance after breaking the second limit. Zhang Feng took the initiative to ask herself about the domineering arrogance and showed her determination to become stronger, and she was not good at rejecting it. So I thought of this way to enhance the mental strength, so that Zhang Feng could not retreat. Who knows that Zhang Feng, this kid, is not afraid of tigers when he first appears, he really wants to try. At first, Zifa held a trial and error mentality. Later, after seeing Zhang Feng's rapid progress, she became serious. The effect was remarkable, which shocked Zifa. The strength of mental strength is innate and it is difficult to exercise the day after tomorrow. Increasing mental strength does not mean that you will be able to improve quickly if you are gifted. This increase in strength is mainly due to strong willpower and physical pain. Most people can tolerate it, but few people are willing to suffer mental try. Zan Zifa looked at this younger earnestly. Zifa taught countless geniuses, but Zifa could not find it in his own memory. He was harder and harder than Zhang Feng. Natural talent is important, but Zifa attaches more importance to hard work. No matter how good the talent is, he can't be a strong one. He has taught so many students. Zifa has seen too many students. The talent is good, but he doesn't work hard and completely wastes his talent. I used to know that Zhang Feng had SS-level talents. Zifa felt that Zhang Feng might surpass the general, but now seeing Zhang Feng's efforts and desperate efforts, Zifa definitely affirmed Zhang Feng's future achievements. Zhang Feng couldn't hold back the joy in her heart and said, "Thanks to teacher Zifa. Now your domineering color is domineering, although it can be inspired, but you can't control it as you want. Remember to use it carefully and don't hurt your companions by mistake." "Yes, teacher Zifa." Min Zhang Feng followed Zifa out of the cabin, and the next moment Zifa's expression suddenly froze, looking in one direction. Zhang Zifa suddenly stopped. Zhang Feng felt a little unusual. I saw Zifa staring at the distance with a solemn expression. Zhang Feng followed Zifa's gaze. Wherever he looked, the sea was calm and there was no ripple on the surface. It seems that this is the windless zone. Windless belt is a belt-shaped area on both sides of the Great Route. Because there is no wind, it is very dangerous for ships in the sailing era, and there are a lot of Neptune. When Zhang Feng wanted to ask Zifa, the warship suddenly started shaking, and Zhang Feng's expression changed slightly. With the warship shaking more and more, not far from the front, 2 huge figures suddenly appeared. The originally calm sea surface began to show waves and ripples. The puppet warships were getting closer and closer, and the 2 huge figures were becoming clearer. The 2 sea kings, which only leaked part of their bodies, were several times larger than the warships that Zhang Feng and others were riding on. 2 sea kings are fighting each other, and every time they turn over, a huge wave is set off, and the huge wave constantly beats the warship. Is the Neptune. This is the great terror without wind. So big. The appearance of the king of the sea kings shocked everyone on the warship, and everyone came out of the room and concentrated on the warship deck. Everyone looked at the 2 Neptunes, opened their mouths and bite each other, and the scene was shocking beyond words. The bottom of naval ships is filled with sea stones. Because sea stones have the breath of the sea kings will mistakenly think that the warships are part of the sea, so they will not attack warships. But the premise is that the Neptune is in the sea and has not surfaced. Now the Neptune has seen them, naturally they have not let go of their reason. In this way, the Navy passed through the windless belt. Naval ships often passed through the windless belt. I have not heard of any warships encountering Neptune fights. Qi Jiangfeng and his party crossed the windless belt for the first time and they encountered Neptune fights. They can only say that their luck is not too good. Soon after, the navigator of the warship looked at the huge waves and slapped the warship, and asked Zifa dignifiedly, "Mr. Zifa, do you want to deter?" Zifa looked at the two sea kings. Zifa knew that they had found everyone. Now he does not attack, but has no time to attack. They have found us. Now they are sailing around the road, so that the two Neptune classes will attack the warship together. We can wait for both of them to lose and we will take another shot. I think it's better to wait until one is dead. After listening to Zifa's words, the elites talked and put forward their own suggestions. Suddenly Zhang Feng heard Gulide's voice coming, "I think if I want to hit, I'll hit now. I don't want to take the danger of people." I heard Gulide's words. Zhang Feng couldn't help but gave Gulide a praise. Although these people's methods are the most secure method, Yuyu-Ganshu www.yuyu-ganshu.com, but Zhang Feng did not agree. I think Zhang Feng wants to be a strong man. There are no shortcuts to go. Only when he is strong will he be strong. Zifa's face was gloomy when he heard the elites escaping. It was only after Gulide spoke that Zifa's face eased a little. Takaizawa yelled and passed to everyone's ear. You are so disappointed with your husband, you have no strong heart at all." Everyone heard Zifa's reprimand, and bowed his head in shame. Takaizawa turned and looked at the two Neptunes not far away. "Look, today my husband will give you a good class and teach you to be a real man on the sea." Takaizawa shook his fist, a strange breath, wrapped around Zifa's arms, armed color. Takaizawa's arms were instantly covered with a layer of black. Monthly step. I saw Zafalian stepping on the air and flickering a few times in the air, and went directly to the tops of the two Neptunes. The figure of Takaizawa is in the eyes of the Neptunes. They are inconspicuous. The two Neptunes do not care about this little thing in front of them. But in the next moment, Zifa suddenly punched towards one of the sea kings. Boom! The Neptune's head was directly smashed into the sea by Zifa's power. The Neptune's body, together with the sea below him, collapsed, and a horrific wave swept across. It almost overturned the warship. Soon after, Zifa didn't stay, moonstep. After a flash, Zifa appeared in front of another Neptune, and hit him severely with a punch. I saw this Neptune's head with his body attached to him. He was pulled out of the sea by Zifa's power, flew out sideways, and flew 20 meters away, slowly sinking into the sea. Chapter 29, Poison Spider Pirates. There were huge waves constantly in the distance, and the warships were almost toppling under the waves. As the waves rolled in, seeing that the warship was about to be overturned, Zifa's figure did not know when he would return to the warship deck, and lightly punched. A moment later, the sea finally returned to calm. All the elites, seeing this scene, their faces are shocked. Is this the power of teacher Zifa? So strong! What a powerful Neptune was to be knocked down by teacher Zifa! It's incredible. Is this the power of domineering? I wish I had the power of teacher Zifa. As soon as his voice fell, someone immediately echoed, "Rest assured, as long as we work hard, we will have the power of teacher Zifa." After hearing this, Zhang Feng shook her head, disapproving. The basic strength of Takaizawa is about 1,100 kilograms, and now it has exceeded the third limit. Zhang Feng guessed that the strength of Zifa should be about 35 tons. Even if these elites have the opportunity to break through the third limit, it is good that their power can be one-third of Zifa's. Takaizawa's powerful strength just shocked Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng has seen many such scenes in anime in previous lives, and even more shocking scenes than this are not uncommon. But those are fake and illusory, which can only bring people some visual enjoyment. I came to the pirate world and experienced this shocking scene firsthand. It was really exciting. Zhang Feng felt that her body could not help shaking, and she wanted to rush up to fight with Neptune. Different from other elites, Gullit expressed his thoughts on surpassing Zifa. Hearing Gulit's arrogance and wanting to surpass Zafel, the surrounding elites were all mocking and unbelieving. Only Zhang Feng knows that Gulit has the potential to surpass Zifa, because Gulit's basic strength is similar to Zelfa, both of which are more than 1,000 pounds. After doing all this, Zifa turned his head and glanced at Zhang Feng, said gently, "It was just an armed domineering. For those who have mastered the overbearing color and domineering, there is no need to take a shot at all. Just the momentum can deter these Neptunes and let them surrender to their feet. Boy, your path to growth is still long." Zhang Feng was even more excited when he heard Zifa's words. He couldn't wait to master the overbearing arrogance. However, it is not that easy to end. Suddenly, the sea was undulating. It turned out that there were just 2 Neptunes and they were not dead. The 2 Neptunes were provoked, their eyes flushed, their mouths opened wide, and they rushed towards the warship. From a distance, you can clearly see that Neptune's head is sunken into a large piece, and the wound is horrible. Other elite students were shocked when they saw this scene, but Zifa's sense of domineering seemed to have already realized something, and she turned her back to the Neptune and was very calm. "Really disturbing guy," Takaizawa murmured in a deep voice. The next moment, when the moon step was started, the figure disappeared on the warship in vain and appeared over the Neptune. Next the warship was unimpeded. In the first half of the Great Route, the average strength of pirates in the South China Sea and the East China Sea is the weakest. At full speed, the puppet warship crossed the windless zone and entered the South China Sea. Zhang Feng and others' mission is to destroy the poisonous spider and pirate group. The captain of the poisonous spider pirate group is called Locas, who is a demon fruit ability. He eats animal spider fruit. Loyal Lucas is not only a pirate with a reward of up to 150 million, but also a new underworld godfather in the South China Sea. Some time ago, the Navy found traces of their activities in the South China Sea. After some investigation, they learned that they were planning to go to the Golden Lion. A few days ago, the Navy Intelligence Agency sent detailed information about the Poison Spider pirate group. It turned out that the Poisonous Spider pirate group has been entrenched in the South China Sea for more than a year. They have established their own power network in the South China Sea. On the surface, he was disguised as an ordinary businessman, but in fact he was doing a dark business selling slaves and arms. Pirates of this size, once joined the Golden Lion pirates, will certainly pose a great threat to the Navy. At this time, the warship was approaching the island where the Poisonous Spider pirate group was located. Zhang Feng and others stood on the deck of the warship and looked towards the distant island. They could already see the outline of the entire island. Everyone's mind is complicated and load-bearing, because this will be their own place of fame, or their own burial place. If you are blocked when you wait for the island, the blocker must be a pirate. Remember, don't be merciful to your men. These pirates will not reason with you, they will not let go of any moment that killed you. The Poison Spider pirates are not only their captains. There are several pirates under Locas who have more than 80 million bounties and hundreds of ordinary pirates, so you must be extra careful. One more thing is that the battlefield is always changing rapidly. www.readwn.com. No one knows what accidents will happen in the next moment, and how to deal with these accidents calmly is also one of your tests. I won't say more than that, remember that you can only rely on yourself next. Takaizawa stood on the deck of the warship, with a look of solitude, and said to the elites who had been assembled on the deck, "Ready to go." All the combatants on the entire warship have more than 30 people in full battle, and they are indeed facing hundreds of people. The puppet warship slowly sailed towards the island, and everyone became more and more nervous. There is a watchtower on the island, and there are several sentries standing on the watchtower, looking around. Suddenly, a sentry post found that a naval warship in the distance was approaching the island, and his face changed greatly. He pointed at the warship and shouted, "Look at it! That's a naval ship! Is just passing by, or... No, they are coming for us, go and report to the captain." A sentry's face changed dramatically. At this time, in a magnificent hotel on the island, some gentlemen and ladies in suits and gowns are holding a ball. He smiled proudly with spring breeze, holding red wine in his hand, taking a sip from time to time. But they didn't know that, under this magnificent hotel, various slaves were locked up. There are dry skinny elderly people in their 50s and 60s, as well as young youth labor. There are even 7 or 8-year-old children who are hiding in the corner, sitting on the ground, holding their knees in their hands and crying secretly. Small body shivered frozen. The slaves were ashamed, mourning, and struggling, but these were futile, and they were beaten with a meal. Chapter 30, Battle of the Island. At this moment, in a very luxuriously decorated room on the top floor of the tavern, a young man with black curly hair is sitting on a chair, looking at his account book this month. This person is the target of this mission by Zhang Feng and others. Standing opposite Locus was a thin, insignificant man. The man looked at Locus with a charming look. The account of the boss last month. After Locus looked at the ledger, he took the ledger on the table with a look of anger. The profitability of last month has dropped significantly, tell me why. Boss can't blame us. The Navy seems to be following us lately, so the brothers dare not be too pretentious. The wretched youth panicked. Navy. We are already on the line with the Golden Lion. As long as we enter the New World and join His Majesty, the Navy will not dare to move us. Locus's voice just came to an end, and I saw a younger brother running in. Boss Locus, it's not good, there's a Navy here. I heard Yan Lucas's face changed drastically. Is it for us? Okay, seems like it is. It's so fast here, it. Loyal Lucas's face became ugly, and he looked up at the younger brother who came to report. Since it has been exposed, I have to fight with them, so that my brothers are ready. Let these navies come back today. Yes. As soon as the warship reached the shore, Zifa's figure disappeared. I don't know if he had returned to the room or had landed on the island. Without Zifa, everyone seems to be missing the mainstay. Looking at everyone at a loss, Zhang Feng said, "Since it's already here, let's get off the boat. I think Teacher Zifa must be watching us in secret." I heard Zhang Feng's words, and everyone disembarked. More than 30 elites, including Zhang Feng, all walked off the boat. As soon as they landed on the island, they were surrounded by hundreds of pirates with muskets and various weapons. Everyone is awake to see that they are domineering and can avoid bullets, so the firearms pose little threat to everyone. I was able to mobilize hundreds of pirates to besiege them in such a short time, and only Locus could do it on this island. It looks like we were found. Hundreds of people looked at the navy in front of them, holding different weapons in their hands. Some even had no weapons, the formation was loose, and there was no discipline at all. The most important thing is that each one looks immature, and at first glance he is a recruit. The Navy really looks down on us, and actually sent a bunch of baby soldiers to come and destroy us. A pirate saw through the identity of Zhang Feng and others. Ha ha ha, when I heard that the Navy was coming, I was so scared that I almost broke the road. I didn't expect it to be a bunch of stinks. It's not that they haven't seen the Navy, but they have never seen anything like Zhang Feng. There is no formation. The Navy that they do their own thing looks like scattered sand. Coupled with the immature face, the pirates decisively believed that these navies were all recruits who had not joined the Navy for a long time. A leader thinks the same way, but I always feel weird. I have never heard of the Navy's allocation of new ships to recruits. Don't care if they are recruits or not, quickly destroy them, Boss Locus said, and won 10,000 Bailey by winning a naval head. With the order of the boss, the pirates instantly boiled and opened fire on Zhang Feng and others. Treat us like a puppet, I killed you, Bazette said unhappily. When the slugs came, basically everyone escaped, and the guns were no threat to the elite who broke the first limit. Hey! Almost immediately, more than a dozen people rushed into the pirates' line one after another. Like wolves like sheep, the pirates had no power to fight back. Touch! Touch! One by one the pirates were all laid to the ground, blood splattered. Qi Zhongfeng saw several elites with blood on her face, and stared at her blood-stained hands with trembling eyes. Qi Zhongfeng knew that this was the first time that they had killed someone, and that they could only overcome it by themselves. It seems that there are many thieves on the island and Shanghai. Don't let them run away. It is good. I don't know whose proposal was instantly recognized, so more than 30 elites, each grouped with people they know, 3 people in a group, 4 people in a group, only Zhang Feng and Gulide are a duo. Everyone rushed to the town and saw the pirates in groups, walking on the street, and the people on the street closed the door. Occasionally, there were several civilians who were too late to go home and were killed directly by the pirates. A pirate is a pirate, after all, there is no reason to kill. Qi Jiangfeng's mental strength is much stronger than that of ordinary elites, so Zhang Feng can feel the strong anxiety of the people on the street. Most of the pirates in the world of pirates are ignorant of money. In their eyes, as long as they can grab the money, killing them is commonplace. There are not many people like Luffy, Whitebeard, Roger who go to sea purely for their dreams. Chu Zhongfeng came to the pirate world and changed her view of the previous life. Being a good person in the pirate world, do you want to live? Chu Zhongfeng never thought of being a good person in the past, good or bad, just do what you do to obey your heart and feel at ease. Navy pirate, justice, and evil? There is no absolute righteousness. Min Zhongfeng turned around and said to Gulid, they are too crowded. Don't touch them. Let's ask someone where Locus is. Kill Locus, these pirates are a piece of loose sand, and they can't set off any waves. I see, the thief captures the king first. Kaihu Jiangfeng specially found a thin figure, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is a pirate with a nervous expression. As for the reason? It is also very simple, that is, such people are afraid of death. Tell me where Locus is, I'll let you go. You will really let me go? Pirate trembled in tone. Qi Zhongfeng looked at the pirate, and said sincerely, I don't think you are a wicked pirate, tell me, I will let you go. Boss is here, on the top floor of the Stuck Pub, in the innermost room. I said, please, please let me go. Chu Zhongfeng ignored the pirates. Gulid, invite him to sleep. Receive, Feng, look at me. After that, Minjiang Feng and Gulide walked towards the large hotel in the middle of the island. Passing the street, a large number of pirates appeared. Shaved instant step. In a few moments, Zhang Feng and Gulide resolved the pirates in front of them. But after solving one batch after another, they attacked. It's really endless, Gulid is working hard, I'm going to zoom in. Gulid looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled look. Feng, why don't I know what you have done? Chu Zhongfeng was smug. There are still so many things your kid doesn't know. How can you easily see through a man like me? Overlord color. The gangsters saw a powerful momentum that erupted from Zhang Feng and spread around. All the pirates who were swept away, without exception, fainted to the ground. Gulid squatted this body, Maple, how do I feel so dizzy? Qi Jiangfeng had long guessed that Gulide would not be stunned by himself. After all, Gulide's physical quality was there. Chapter 31, Locus. At this moment, in Pai Town, at the top of a luxury hotel, no pirates noticed that a strong man in a navy uniform was standing here. Takaizawa didn't know when he had been here, and he was overlooking the state of the island. Zhang Feng just used domineering color and was seen by Zifa. This boy, domineering mastery is not bad, but fortunately, his character is not like Carp, the old kid, everything is good, just doing things like chaos. The current situation of this island is beyond Zifa's expectations. I thought it was just a small-scale pirate group. I did not expect that the poisonous spider pirate group had developed to such a degree. Only developed for more than a year, it has such a scale. If it were not for the large-scale encirclement of the pirates who went to the New World, they would not have been found. Takaizawa looked dignified and looked at the pirates in the streets. Let these pirates continue to develop, if time passes, they will become a serious problem. This time they must be eradicated. In fact, Zifa has not dealt with these things for a long time. He is now a naval instructor, teaching naval recruits. Zifa is a former admiral after all, and he has justice, and he will not let it go. Takaizawa is not trying to sharpen students by the hands of pirates. After the actual combat mission is over, if the student fails to annihilate the pirates, he will take the shot himself. Looking at his companion who fainted to the ground, the pirates did not know why, because of their strength status, they could not reach the overbearing color. What fruit ability is this? I have never heard of it. Is this really a navy recruit? Obsession is the unresponsiveness of pirates, and it should be realized that the navy they face is not an ordinary navy. There are not so many powerful navies in the South China Sea. They must have come from great roots and besieged us. The cotters of the poisonous spider pirate group carried a bit of dignity in their tone. They also ran through the great route. They were pirates with a bounty of about 80 million, so they would not fear the navy. When they arrived on the island early in the navy, they came to the tavern and began to discuss countermeasures. After hearing the words of the cotters, Locus stood up and looked at the cotters present with a cold face. It was only a year after I took charge here and exposed. I always avoided conflicts with the navy before, just did not want to attract their attention. Now, not only was found, but also sent navy to surround us. Call all your brothers, let these navies know how good we are today. This matter is not handled well. Do you think the Golden Lion will accept us? After listening, everyone looked tight. Locus walked to the window, and glanced at the street with a sneer. It's just dozens of navies. They can't be solved. Don't be a pirate, just find a piece of tofu. In the first half of the Great Route, they can be regarded as little famous pirates, otherwise the Golden Lion would not throw olive branches at them. Go, let these navies see the power of our pirates. Go, kill them. The Shanghai thieves and the elites fought in the streets, countless houses were destroyed, and the ferocious pirates kept roaring. Although the fighting power of the pirates is not as good as that of the navy, they are crowded and outnumbered, and the navy is gradually in a weak position. At this time, Zhang Feng and Gulide pushed sideways and were unstoppable. After crossing several streets in a row, they finally saw the Cass Hotel, not far from Zhang Feng. Directly across the last street, Zhang Feng and Gulide stood at the door of the Cass Hotel. The pirate just said that Locus was on the top floor of this hotel, right? Yeah, that's what he said. Gulide looked at Zhang Feng strangely, and he didn't understand why Zhang Feng asked him that. That's good. Zhang Feng smiled slightly. Come with me, Yuebu. Zhang Feng stepped on the air continuously, her body constantly floated up, and she stepped on the roof of the tavern for several times. Gulide saw the situation and quickly followed. When he reached the top of the building, Gulide couldn't help but say, Feng, why don't you take the stairs? Walk the stair? If Locus's younger brother discovers that we are here, he will come to haunt us. We will definitely not see Locus at that time. Don't you always want to fight with him? Now it's up to you, he's in the room under your feet. Also remember our promise, Locus's reward is half of us. Vinyan Gulide was excited, I see, look at me. Armed color. I saw Gulide's fist instantly covered with a layer of black. Then Gulide hit the roof with a severe punch. Bump! There was a loud noise, and the roof was cracked layer by layer under the strength of Gulide, and the crack became a spider web. From Gulide's fist, it spread around, and then the roof collapsed. There is an enemy attack. Min Zhongfeng and Gulide fell into Locus's room. Min Zhongfeng looked up, and a figure appeared in front of him, a young man with black curly hair, exactly the same as the portrait on Zifu's reward order. His identity is naturally self-evident. Looking at Locus, Zhongfeng said, Locus, a bounty of 150 million pirates, animals with spider fruit ability. In the face of Locus, who has a bounty of over 100 million yuan. www.readwn.com. Zhongfeng's face is calm, and the eyes reveal the hunter's look at the prey. Navy recruits, I have investigated this in detail, what do you want to do? Wouldn't you want to kill me? Loyal Locus looked at Zhongfeng with a playful look. After that, his face became cold for a moment. Kill them, and then hang their bodies out of the window. Is the boss? The cotters of the poisonous spider pirate group heard the boss's order and directly took up their weapons and attacked the two. Gulide, don't you want to fight with Locus? Go. These babies will be given to me. Feng, thank you, I'll go back and invite you to dinner. On the way to the Cass Hotel, Gulide made it clear that he would play one-on-one with Locus. As a good brother of Zhongfeng, Gulide spoke. Gully did not agree. There are 4 cotters of the poisonous spider pirate group standing in front of Zhongfeng, 3 men and 1 woman. A man looks like a swordsman, the other 2 do not have weapons and can't see the depth. The only woman uses a long whip. I said the 4 of you should stop messing around there, wouldn't you be tired? Hurry up and attack, I'm in a hurry, I don't have time with you guys, you know. The teeth are sharp, see if I don't tear you. A cotter was furious. Armed color instant step. I saw Zhongfeng appear instantly in front of the cotter, and punched him hard with a punch. Bump! With a force of more than 5,000 kilograms, he blasted the cotter directly, smashed the window, and flew out of the window. Chapter 32, Spider Fruit. This navy boy is not easy. Let's go together. Seeing Zhongfeng downplayed his companion and flew out, the remaining 3 cotters changed their faces. 2 men, a swordsman and a boxer, 1 left and 1 right, surrounded Zhongfeng in the middle, intending to pinch Zhongfeng. The remaining woman stood behind Zhongfeng, holding a whip in her hand to move. Zhongfeng played with a taste, why are you all this? If you leave now, I won't stop you. Hey! Do you think we are greedy for life and fear of death? Since the day we were pirates, we have put aside life and death. After hearing this, Zhongfeng nodded. If you have bones, then you can get a box lunch. Instant step. In a flash, Zhongfeng appeared in front of the boxer. A fierce punch went straight into the boxer's lower abdomen. The boxer was directly blown by Zhongfeng. Then Zhongfeng gently tapped his left foot, his body slightly jumped, his right leg swept, the boxer kicked out the window. After all this, Zhongfeng turned around and said easily, now, who will come? Look at me, slash. The swordman suddenly pulled up the knife, his feet suddenly hit the ground, and he jumped high, holding the long knife with both hands, raised the knife above his head, and chopped his head at Zhongfeng. When I saw the swordman suddenly appearing in front of him, Zhongfeng's face was calm, pediatrics, armed color. I saw Zhongfeng's right hand instantly covered with a layer of mysterious black. Zhongfeng stretched out and sandwiched the oncoming long knife between the 2 fingers. Seeing that his face changed greatly, the swordsman struggled to pull out the long sword, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not pull out the slightest. Now you know the difference in strength, let's die obediently. Zhang Feng suddenly forced, turning his to fold the swordsman's sword in half. The broken long knife fell to the ground. The next moment point the gun. I saw Zhang Feng's fingers covered with domineering colors, and directly tapped into the swordsman's neck. The swordsman with an unbelievable face and a huge gap in strength. Why is such a strong navy wearing the costumes of recruits? How could the navy have such a strong recruit? The swordsman covered his throat with one hand and Zhang Feng with one finger. In just a few minutes when the cotters met, her companions were killed, her face changed, and she fled out of the window. Zhang Feng was too lazy to chase the female pirates who had fled. The cotters of these poisonous spider and pirate gangs just broke the first limit, and now they are not even domineering. Zhang Feng dares to say that he can hit 100 of these goods. What about Gilad and Locas? Zhang Feng looked around, but did not find them, as if there was no movement since they started playing. Why the have you noticed now, Gullet? Nothing will happen. Suddenly there came a violent shock, and Zhang Feng looked surprised. They won't be below. Minjiang Feng followed the direction of the sound and saw the cave in the distant room of Locas. That's right. Instant step. Chu Zhang Feng rushed to the collapsed place and looked at the probe. I'm going, these two goods can really toss, even from the top floor to the bottom. Qijiang Feng jumped without hesitation, and when he was about to land, he stepped. It is convenient to have a step, and the baby will never be afraid of falling from a very high place in the future. His Majesty reached the lowest level. Zhang Feng faintly heard the whining voice. I walked along with my voice, and suddenly saw a large spider web. How can there be a spider web here? Wait, what's that? Chu Zhang Feng saw that there was a big, tight guy wrapped in spider silk, like a silkworm, and the wine came from here. Instant step. Jumped onto the spider web, Zhang Feng slowly peeled it off with his hands, and wrapped the gossamer on the big guy's head. Gilad, how are you, Locus? Maple, help me quickly, the more this spider silk struggles, the tighter it becomes, I can't break it. At this time, Gilad's face turned red. If Zhang Feng did not come in time, I'm afraid Gilad would eventually suffocate and die. Chu Zhang Feng tried to tear the spider silk, but the toughness of these spider silks was extremely strong. With Zhang Feng's strength, they could only tear a few of them at a time, and there were no less than 10,000 spider silks wrapped around Gilad. Yes, I have. Blade of Space. Qi Zhang Feng made a small black blade of about 10 centimeters, controlling the blade of space, and constantly cutting the spider silk wrapped around Gilad's body. After a while, is finally free. Feng, I thought I would never see you again. Gilad, who had regained his freedom, hugged Zhang Feng with excitement. Go away from the brother, brother can be serious man. Zhang Feng pushed Gilad away. Tell me how you made this ghost look. After listening to Zhang Feng's inquiries, Gilad repented, and then turned into anger. Locus, this guy is an animal spider fruit capable person, and can be transformed into a spider form. Beginning he has not been beastified. He is not S opponent at all. Don't look at him already breaking the second limit, but his power is not as good as Dot. After playing for a while, Yu read the book www.yuyuganshu.com. Locus saw that he couldn't beat him, and he turned into a beast. After beastization, his strength did not increase much, mainly because his ability was too difficult. I'm on his way, who knows that he will not only spit spider silk, but also some small spiders from his body. These little spiders are all red, and it is only when they are bitten by these little spiders that they lose their strength and are by him. He wrapped the worm with spider silk and told him that the more he struggled with the spider silk, the tighter it became. He wants to crush into a puree alive. He said Gilad was angry at this place. Feng, let's go find him to take revenge. Qi Zhang Feng looked at Gilad badly. Find someone to take revenge. Where is Locus now, do you know? Locus is not in the hotel. With Locus' character, he will not run away, so where will he go? Feng, you said, Locus, will you go to Bazat? When I heard Gilead's words, Zhang Feng's eyes lighted up. Locus thought that he and Gilead were dead, and he would naturally go to other elites. Go, let's go to Locus. Out of the tavern, Zhang Feng saw countless houses lit by the fire, and the raging fire swept all directions. These ignited houses were caused by the use of artillery shells by the pirates. In order to kill the navy, the pirates did everything they could to prevent the lives of civilians. Hateful seeing the tragic situation of civilians, Zhang Feng shouted. In the towns and cities, the navy and the pirates fought, and those who suffered the most were always these civilians. On the streets, the bodies of pirates can be seen everywhere. Occasionally, the bodies of ordinary civilians are also seen. Why is this? Is it the fault of the pirates? The fault of the navy? The fault of the world? Chapter 33, Breaking Through the Second Limit. Crossing several streets, Zhang Feng and Gilead saw a huge spider web with a diameter of about 5 meters. You can clearly see on the spider web that dozens of cocoons are wrapped in spider silk. That's right here. Gilead, go and save them, I'll go to Locus. Okay, Feng, you have to be careful, Gilead worried. Save them and go and help you. Zhang Feng replied. Instant Zhang Feng rushed in the direction of the battle ahead. I rushed to the battlefield. Zhang Feng saw that the elites were all embarrassed, standing in their mouths, breathing heavily, their clothes were damaged, and their whole body was stained red with blood. The elites were angry and unwilling to stare at Locus. In contrast, Locus was disdainful, looking at the people in front of him. Isn't it just arrogant just now, killing so many men in Laozi? I will torture you one by one slowly. At this time, the appearance of Locus is different from what Zhang Feng saw before. The whole body is covered with a layer of black chitinous shell, and 2 short tentacles grow on the head. The main thing is that there are 4 black appendages about 2 meters long that grow from the armpit. From a distance, Locus was now a big spider. Is this what Locus was beastified? Deserves to be a big boss, it really is not easy. Loyal Locus noticed Zhang Feng, you are not dead, what about my subordinates? Zhang Feng shrugged, looking at the expression of the idiot, I'm standing in front of you well, of course, your men are dead. Locus was furious and rushed to Zhang Feng. Blade of Space. Zhang Feng watched Locus rush towards himself, intending to preemptively seize the opportunity, raised his right hand and stroked in the air lightly. A black blade with a length of several meters flashed across the sky, and blasted away in front of Locus in vain. At the same time, there was a strong tearing force in the black blade. Seeing this scene, Locus's face changed. Without hesitation, his feet jumped suddenly, avoiding the oncoming black blade again and again. The black blade swept all the way, directly cutting the house behind Locus into 2 sections vertically, and the house immediately fell. Although Locus avoided the black blade, the dumped house was crushed in the rubble. Bump! Locus broke through that was pressing on him. Smelly boy, you're offended me, ready to die. Loyal Locus's complexion became difficult to look at once, a flash of cold killing intention flashed in his eyes, and his tone was full of murder. The next moment, Locus jumped up, clenched his fists in both hands, and his 4 appendages stood behind him, ready to go, and rushed directly to Zhang Feng. In the face of Locus who rushed over, Zhang Feng waved, and another blade of space shot out, while Locus was in the air, a flip to avoid Zhang Feng's blow. Unexpectedly, my body is quite flexible. Spider spits gold. I do not know when, Locus has rushed to Zhang Feng, his mouth moved as if chewing, and then spit out a small group of golden spider silk. The golden spider silk flew to Zhang Feng at an incredible speed. Instant step. Zhang Feng dodged in a short step, but unfortunately it was a little slower, and his right arm was scratched with blood by a spider silk. Spider silk brushed past Zhang Feng, hit the wall behind Zhang Feng, and penetrated the wall directly. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng couldn't help but marvel, good penetration. Loyal Lucas said arrogantly, Navy boy, the ordinary spider silk spit by Lao Tzu can penetrate through the 5 cm thick steel plate, not to mention I also have an armed color domineering on the spider silk. You just wait, I'll sieve your body. Chu Zhongfeng had a dignified face, and she could barely escape Locus's spider silk using instant steps, but, always hide, you cannot win, you must take the initiative to attack. Instant step. Chu Zhongfeng instantly appeared in front of Locus, punched Locus out suddenly. With a single blow, Zhongfeng didn't relax at all. In the previous blow, although he hit Locus in a real way, Zhongfeng knew that his blow did not hurt Locus. Loyal Lucas had a layer of hard chitin shell on his body, and Zhongfeng's current strength could not break this shell. Locus stood up, disdainful, Navy boy, is it just that power? It can only tickle me. After saying that, Locus rushed forward, with 2 fists and 4 appendages, he launched a fierce attack on Zhongfeng. Good opportunity, spider sticky. Minjiang Feng accidentally, Locus suddenly spit out a large ball of golden spider silk. The spider silk opened into a larger spider web in the air, directly wrapped Zhongfeng inside. A strong sense of crisis suddenly hit my heart. Zhongfeng's face changed greatly, not good. Loyal Lucas did not give Zhongfeng the slightest chance to respond. He spewed several golden spider silks instantly and wrapped Zhongfeng in groups. Navy boy, I think you should be the strongest of them, so I give you special treatment. You know, it's extremely difficult for me to make this golden spider silk. I don't have much left in my body now, and most of it is now used on you. The toughness of golden spider silk www.readwn.com is twice as strong as the white spider silk, so enjoy it slowly. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Locus had a good look, he just liked it, wrapping people in spider silk, and then watching the people wrapped, little by little, squashed into meat. This strange pleasure always excites him. Perverted, let Lao Tzu go out. Sudden crisis has made Zhongfeng lose his mind, and he is struggling more and more tightly regardless of spider silk. The elite around him saw Zhongfeng trapped, his face changed, and picked up his weapon and rushed to Locus. As the spider silk struggled more and more tightly, Zhongfeng gradually recovered his sanity, and said in his mouth, calm, calm. Zhongfeng was wrapped in spider silk. In this small space, Zhongfeng felt that she was about to suffocate. With a gloom in front of his eyes, Zhongfeng could not help but think of a criminal law of the previous life that puts people in a black box about the same size as him. Stuck in a box, breathing is difficult, and it is easy to get nervous, plus the darkness in front of me, the tension is infinitely magnified, and few people can stand it. Zhongfeng was like this at the moment. He wanted to stay calm, but there was always a sense of crisis that struck his mind, disturbed his mind, and made him unable to concentrate. As the spider silk became tighter and tighter, Zhongfeng had to tighten her body. Both physical and mental pressures, and dual pressures afflict Zhongfeng. Suddenly, Zhongfeng felt as if she had broken through some kind of maggot, her mental strength had more than tripled, her brain was now sober, and the previous sense of tension and crisis was swept away. And a strong force is constantly coming up. I broke the second limit. Zhongfeng was so excited that she did not expect to be blessed by misfortune. Chapter 34, Locus. Under unprecedented pressure, Zhongfeng finally broke the second physical limit and has reached the first condition for applying for early graduation. I just broke through the second limit. Before Zhongfeng had time to realize it, she had to face the crisis at hand. Each time the limit is exceeded, the body's strength will double, and the upper limit of the body's strength will also increase to 1 to 5 times the original. At this time, Zhongfeng's power has increased to more than 12,000 kilograms, which is 6 tons. The upper limit of strength has increased by about 4 times, from more than 6,000 kilos to 24,000 kilos, which is about 12 tons. Break through the limit for the first time, the power has increased by about 5 times, and the second time has broken the limit, the power has increased by about 4 times. Qi Zhongfeng thinks that this is because the potential is consumed. Every time the limit is exceeded, the potential of the human body is consumed. Until the potential is exhausted, it cannot be broken. Now Zhongfeng finally understands why the Navy should first test the student's potential when selecting students. The body breaks through the limit, and all physical qualities have been significantly improved. Naturally, there is no need to say more about strength. At this time, Zhongfeng can most intuitively feel the improvement of physical defense. I just wrapped my own spider silk tightly and could cut my skin. Now the spider silk that wraps my body can only bring myself some discomfort. Zhongfeng is no longer afraid of the pressure of spider silk. The spider silk entangled with Zhongfeng seems to have reached a certain limit and is no longer shrinking. On the way, Zhongfeng was destroyed by Zifa, and his mental strength was far better than ordinary people. After breaking through the second limit, his mental strength was more than doubled. Now Zhongfeng's mental strength can be said, by look at this old veteran who has broken the second limit for a long time is still strong. The improvement of mental strength makes Zhongfeng can't wait to start trying to dominate the army. As early as when he was awakened by the domineering armed forces, Zhongfeng did a lot of exercises, condensing the sense of domineering, and long remembered in his heart. Now try to cover the whole arm with armed color domineering, familiar with the road, it is not difficult to do. Armed color. Qi Zhongfeng began to control the mysterious atmosphere, attached to the fist, and then the entire arm, hardened. As soon as the chanting voice fell, the mysterious atmosphere attached to the entire arm began to condense slowly. When more than half of the arm was attached, it suddenly began to spread. I'm so anxious, come again. At last. Success. Qi Zhongfeng's face was excited, feeling the domineering color attached to her arms. Zhongfeng felt herself full of strength. The average person who breaks through the second limit can only cover one arm with domineering color, while Zhongfeng can cover both arms. This is the difference in mental strength. Zhongfeng took a serious look after he stunned, his hands clenched, his whole body was tense, and he slammed hard. There was a loud noise, and the golden spider silk wrapped around Zhongfeng's body was broken into a lot of debris by a great force, finally free. When Zhongfeng regained her freedom, she saw that there were only 3 or 4 elites entangled with locus, and the other elites were wrapped by locus with spider silk. Min Zhongfeng's eyes flashed angrily. Fortunately, it was just wrapped up and not killed directly, otherwise the loss of the navy would be too great. Locus in the distance, seeing Zhongfeng break free of spider silk, with a look of astonishment, how can it be, no one can escape. The rest of the elite saw that Zhongfeng was okay and finally relieved. This guy broke the second limit, Of the remaining elite, only Bazat noticed that Zhongfeng's arms were attached to armed domineering. In the distance, Bazat gazed at Zhongfeng. This guy was the one who made him extremely unhappy since the first day he joined the navy. In terms of identity, Zhongfeng is the nephew of the navy hero Carp. In terms of power, Zhongfeng's basic strength is twice his. In terms of fruit ability, Zhongfeng's demon fruit is a rare fruit of the Superman system space fruit, and himself, an ordinary praying mantis fruit. The appearance of Qi Zhongfeng seemed to be a joke with himself. I thought that I was about to be rescued by Zhongfeng. My mood was so complicated that I didn't even know what kind of mood I was going to face this person. Locus returned from a brief shock. Navy boy, I can only say that your life is really big, this time I will kill you directly, never give you a chance to live. Qi Zhongfeng snorted, Kill me, I'm afraid you won't have a chance again. The data collected by the Navy are all from Locus 1 year ago. There is no mention of these abilities in Locus. If not, Zifa would not choose the poisonous spider and pirate group. Min Zhongfeng said, in the future, you must not belittle anyone, you are making progress, others are making progress. 1 year is enough to make a person's strength change dramatically. This locus in front of me is an example. In just 1 year, I have developed so many difficult abilities. Seeing that Zhang Feng had no intention of attacking, Luo Kasi suddenly got up and jumped in front of Zhang Feng. His 4 appendages crossed several sharp thin lines in the air, and the landing point was all on Zhang Feng's vital points. Seeing that Lucas suddenly attacked himself, Zhang Feng's face remained unchanged, armed color. His domineering hands suddenly pierced into the air and grabbed Lucas's 4 appendages. Minjiang Feng suddenly forced hard, "You reading www.yukanshu.com flew the entire Rokus round, 1 lap, 2 laps. After Zhang Feng suddenly let go, Rokus, which was spinning at a high speed, flew backwards. Touch! 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 Locus's body broke through several walls all the way, and a series of sounds came from him. Instant step. Seeing that Lucas stopped, Zhang Feng blinked and appeared in front of Lucas, saying stand up. Lucas slowly stood up and held his body. The black chitin shell was covered with dust, but intact. Seeing this, Zhang Feng concluded that Lucas was not injured at all. Facing Zhang Feng, Lucas moved his neck and dismissed, "Navy boy, this attack on you won't do anything for me. You seem to have broken the second limit, but do you think you can break my defense just by breaking the second limit?" After listening to Lucas' disdain, Zhang Feng looked at Lucas with a playful expression, "Is it?" Luo Lucas regards Zhang Feng as an ordinary person. After all, Zhang Feng's height and figure are placed there. Most people see Zhang Feng preconceived and believe that Zhang Feng's basic strength is at most 500 pounds. "You can try my fist then armed color." As soon as the words of the crickets fell, Zhang Feng's punch was firmly printed on the lower abdomen of Lucas, and Lucas flew out. Zhang Feng felt this time that he was punching enough. He just faintly heard the sound of the broken chitin shell of Lucas. Instant step. Chu Zhangfeng hit another strong punch on Lucas. Kaihu Jiangfeng's punches are like a tiger. One punch after another hits Lucas, and the chitin shell on Lucas' body begins to crack open wherever Zhangfeng hits. Chapter 35, Incarnation Demon. At this time, Lucas's appearance was already embarrassed, and the chitin shell of the whole body was covered with cobweb-like cracks. Lucas wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth and stabilized his body. "Navy boy, your power is really strong. I haven't seen you as a genius for a long time. In fact, I have another hobby, which is to kill the so-called genius." He said that Lucas moved his neck. "No genius who has grown up is nothing." Qi Zhangfeng snorted coldly, "It's almost dead, and I still don't speak out." Feng Zhangfeng saw that there was no panic on Lucas' face, and guessed that Lucas had no cards in his hand. Golden armor. I saw Lucas constantly spitting out golden spider silk from his mouth, and the spider silk began to entangle Lucas. After a while, Lucas was tightly wrapped in spider silk. These spider silks are not the same as when winding Zhangfeng. They are evenly distributed on Lucas, and from a distance, Lucas appears to be wearing a golden armor. The most obvious thing is the 4 appendages behind Lucas. At the tip of each appendage, you can see the slender spikes. After all this, Lucas looked at Zhangfeng with a look of pride. "Navy boy, my spider silk is not as simple as entanglement. Golden spider silk, although it is more difficult to manufacture, it is very useful. It can be softened or hardened. The spider silk wrapped around my body is extremely tough and can completely remove most of your strength, and the spikes on the appendages will run through your body directly. Navy boy, see my strongest form, you can die." Min Zhangfeng saw Lucas's full effort and couldn't help but wonder, sure enough, there is no waste fruit, only people who can't use the fruit ability. Luo Lucas dived abruptly, his 4 appendages were held high in the air, and the spikes all aimed at Zhangfeng's heart. As he approached, Lucas rushed in front of Zhangfeng, and the 4 appendages stabbed out suddenly. The spikes were as strong as an off-string arrow, attacking Zhang Feng's heart. In anxiety, Zhang Feng subconsciously stretched out his left hand and wanted to defend with a domineering color. The stab spike penetrated Zhang Feng's arm, but it did not penetrate. Min Zhang Feng endured the pain, and suddenly punched Lucas with a punch, and Lucas stepped back a few steps. Su Zhang Feng felt his fist as if hitting a cotton, without feeling the slightest injury to Lucas. Loyal Lucas attaches armed color domineering to the spikes, so the spikes will pierce Zhang Feng's arm. Now Zhang Feng has just broken the second limit, and the strength of the armed color domineering is limited. If you give Zhang Feng another year, Lucas's spikes will never break Zhang Feng's defense. At this time, Zhang Feng found that he didn't understand the armed color domineering at all before. The armed color domineering was not the wider the coverage, the better, but the more concentrated the better. In fact, after breaking through the second limit, with continuous training, the mental strength will continue to grow. Most people in the later period can cover domineering arms and even more places. But they did not choose to do so. The answer is very simple. All domineering forces that can be controlled by the mental force are used to arm an arm, and the arms are made like iron plates. He used all his domineering power to arm the whole body, and the armed force was like tissue paper. Now Zhang Feng secretly regrets that after breaking through the second limit, he did not improve the quality of the armed color domineering in the first time, resulting in that he could not even defend against the attack of Lucas. I looked at Lucas. Zhang Feng's face was dignified. Are you going to use the blade of space again? With his current strength, if he wants to kill Lucas, he can only do it with the blade of space, and it is not an ordinary blade of space. Only reappearing the blade of the space that was out of control on the platform that day, can Lucas be dead, but this will involve other people. When Zhang Feng was in a dilemma, a familiar voice came from behind him. Feng, your performance has just been seen by my husband, so let me give it to you. Looking at Zifa approaching herself, Zhang Feng was surprised. Mr. Zifa. When Lucas saw Zifa approaching, he was frightened. Black-wrist Zifa. After stunned, his face was bitter and desperate, and now Lucas finally knew what people he was facing. Yun Zifa personally led the team. These people are naturally the most promising newcomers in the Navy. These people will be high-ranking navies in the future. This time, there is really no way out for them. Armed color shaved. Takaizawa flashed and appeared in front of Lucas, his arms wrapped in black, with a slightly red pattern, punched suddenly, right in the face of Lucas. Lucas did not escape, or could not escape at all. Takaizawa's fist directly shattered the golden spider silk wrapped around Lucas's face, and more than 30 tons of huge force drove Lucas out. A series of impact sounds came from the distance. Zhang Feng felt that Lucas was absolutely dead. Takaizawa joined the Navy from the very beginning until the death of his family. He has experienced numerous battles, caught countless pirates, and never killed pirates easily. But since Zifa's family was killed tragically, Zifa will never be soft-hearted in dealing with the pirates. The pirate next to him saw his boss dead, immediately lost his backbone, and fled around. Boss is dead, run away. Takaizawa turned and looked at Zhang Feng. Feng, the old man will give you another task, go to the hotel and release the slaves who are under the hotel. Yes, teacher Zifa. Chu Zhang Feng rushed to the hotel and found a secret passage for a long time. Zhang Feng walked along the secret passage. Going to the end of the secret road, Zhang Feng saw a huge cell www.readwn.com 1 by 1 iron cages, scattered on the ground, suspended in the air, and filled the entire cell. The others in the cage were not humans. They were people, living people, old people, children, women. They looked ashes and shivered. Outside the cage, the pirates who guarded the slaves released a few slaves from time to time, punching and kicking them, to bring a little fun to themselves. Suddenly, Min Zhangfeng saw that a pirate opened a small prison cage and looked closely. It was a little girl hiding inside. The little girl was holding her knees in her hands, her small body was shaking, and Zhang Feng faintly heard a small voice, "Don't hit me, don't hit me." Chu Zhangfeng was furious and kicked the iron gate with one kick. Bump! The pirate who guarded the slave heard the noise and had not had time to respond. The next moment instantaneous step. Min Zhangfeng appeared in front of the pirate who was trying to pull out the little girl, punched angrily, and bombarded the pirate's head. 6 tons of giant force directly shattered the pirate's head, blood and his brain splashed into Zhangfeng. The smell completely inspired Zhangfeng's intention to kill. "You all deserve to die." Blade of Space. A black blade with a length of 30 centimeters was made by Zhangfeng and attacked the pirates around him. The black blade is like a sickle of death, and wherever you go, life will wither. Some of the pirates were stopped and cut off, and some were cut off their heads. The scene was extremely and cruel. I was still alive to the pirates and slaves, looking at Zhang Fengjiu's expression, shaking with shock, shouting "Devil, demon!" Qi Jiangfeng glanced at the alive pirates and said coldly, "You guys should be damned." Chapter 36, Set Off. Takaizawa was rescued, and the elites entangled in spider silk by locusts rushed to the Cass Hotel with the elites. At this time, Zhang Feng had killed all the pirates who guarded the slaves. None of the pirates who died on the spot were intact. The whole basement was filled with a strong smell. The slaves saw the scene and vomited. At this time, the slaves looked at Zhang Feng's expressions, they were grateful, they were afraid, and they were afraid. Min Zhangfeng lowered her head, looked at the little figure hiding in the cage, cleared the blood on her hand, and stretched out her hand to pull the little guy out. When Zhangfeng's fingers touched the little guy's body shivered even more. Qi Zhangfeng deliberately controlled her voice to make her voice more gentle and gentle. "Don't be afraid, the bad guy was run away by your brother, you are safe, come out soon." Min Zhangfeng said, while stroking the little guy's back with his hands. Zhangfeng tried to make the little guy in front of him feel relieved. I seemed to feel the warmth from Zhangfeng's hands. The little guy's body was no longer trembling, slowly turned around and came out. Min Zhangfeng hugged the little girl in front of her, and put her head on her chest. Zhangfeng did not want her to see the scene. Takaizawa rushed to the basement with the elites. The elites saw the corpses on the ground. They had just killed people. They were no longer afraid to look at the dead, and they could not help but start vomiting. The elites looked at Zhangfeng one by one in surprise. Is this really what the boy who treats people kindly and never puts on geniuses does? Gilad felt that he had really met Zhangfeng today. Bazet was also shocked. In this scene, he has gone out with his father dozens of times, and has never seen such a cruel killing. Sawazawa saw this scene, and what had happened here, he had fully guessed. "Kid Feng, remember, killing your heart too much can easily lead people astray. My husband doesn't want to, you will become a killer in the future." Qi Zhangfeng looked firm and looked at Zifa and said, "Mr. Zifa, rest assured that it won't. Everyone lives in an angel and a devil. We can't drive the devil out of our body, so we can only face it squarely. Only by grasping the scale can we not be controlled by the devil." The Navy's loss is not small this time, more than 30 elites, almost a quarter are lost, and more than 20 are left. Only one mission caused so many casualties. Zhang Feng now feels that Zifa's second graduation condition is not simple at all. Next day, the remaining elites board the naval warship and prepare to return to the naval headquarters. As for the rescued slaves, most of them are ordinary civilians. They were all caught and sold by the Poison Spider pirate group. After the Navy took over them, they would arrange for them to go home. This trial mission can be said to be over. On the Navy warship, a handsome boy was sitting in front of a little loli, who was looking at the boy timidly. Xiaolioli is the little girl Zhang Feng rescued. Zhang Feng learned from little Loli's mouth that little Loli, named Fia, is 4 years old this year. This is a child of a wealthy businessman in the South China Sea. A month ago, the poisonous spider and pirate group ransacked the wealthy businessman and killed the wealthy family. The old housekeeper of the Fufu merchant wanted to run away with Lolita while he was in trouble, but was unsuccessful. He was caught halfway and was beaten to death. As for little Loli, she looks pretty good and is very cute. Locus intends to sell her to a noble with special hobbies. Xiao Loli is homeless and helpless. Since Zhang Feng rescued her, Loli has been sticking to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng originally planned to send Fia to the Navy's orphanage. Later, after getting along for a few days, she had some feelings and felt that this was cruel to Philip Asia Pacific. When I saw Fia, Zhang Feng couldn't help remembering that when she was on the earth, her younger sister always followed her buttocks, and her little hand dragged her trouser legs and called brother, brother. I used to feel that my time with my family was normal. I now travel to the world of pirates and face hard training every day, fighting life and death, only to find out how precious the former warmth is. So Zhang Feng decided to take Xiao Fia as her sister. Min Zhang Feng looked at Xiao Loli in front of her face earnestly. You will be my sister after the little girl. In the future, you will be called Monk Fia. Gilad next to him heard it, looking puzzled. Feng, why is it Monk, not Monk D? Zhang Feng looked at Gilad, with a mysterious meaning in her tone, saying, the word D is not something that ordinary people can bear. He not only represents a belief, but also an ancient bloodline. Xiao Xiaoliola was puzzled. She didn't understand what the two older brothers said in front of her. She only knew that she had an older brother, and was no longer an orphan. After Luan settled down on Fia, Zhang Feng came to the top of the Navy warship and walked into an empty, unmanned training room. In the battle with Locas, he exposed many problems on his own, such as insufficient strength of armed domineering and insufficient capacity development. UU Reading Book www.uuganshu.com. To increase the intensity of armed domineering, you need to improve your mental strength first. This can't be done overnight, so let it go first. Develop space-time capabilities first. Zhang Feng closed her eyes and entered the sea of knowledge. After breaking through the second limit, Zhang Feng's body can accommodate more time and space. Zhang Feng releases her body and mind, controls the space-time energy between heaven and earth to enter the body, and gains the power of time and space in the sea. From 80 ropes to 350 ropes, the body is saturated and can no longer be increased. Afterwards, Zhang Feng tightly wrapped and compressed the force of the space of 100 ropes, and finally condensed a drop of crystalline liquid. Looking closely at the liquid process, the black light exudes a strange light. At present, Zhang Feng's space for understanding the sea is half black and half silver-white. Above the black are 3 drops of clear black liquid, and above the silver-white are 3 drops of clear silver-white liquid. A balance is reached between the two. For 9 months, Zhang Feng was condensing the dew of time every day. 5 or 6 drops can be condensed a day. More than 1,400 drops have been stored so far. 1 drop is equivalent to 1 day, which means that Zhang Feng has been stored for 4 years. Time around. Give these times to those who are about to die, and they can live 4 more years. After Zhang Feng broke through the second limit, the time exposed every day will be more, and now Zhang Feng's time power can already come in handy. After breaking through the second limit, Zhang Feng also appeared in 2 mysterious marks in the sea of knowledge, 1 black and 1 silver-white. Zhang Feng feels that these 2 marks, one corresponds to the force of space and one corresponds to the force of time, and they are closely related. The appearance of the mysterious mark means that Zhang Feng can develop new abilities. Chapter 37, Space Imprint. It has been 3 days since I returned to the naval headquarters. In the past few days, Zhang Feng has been trying to use the mark of time and space. First of all, Zhang Feng tried to touch the mark of space with spiritual force. The power of space is the power of Zhang Feng's earliest mastery and the most developed rules, and also the power of understanding the deepest rules. Zhang Feng's choice to master the mark of space first will certainly do more with less. Looking at the black mark hanging in the middle of the sea of understanding, Zhang Feng began to try to control it with his spiritual power. The moment when Zhang Feng's spiritual power touched the mark, the space mark shook slightly. At this time, Zhang Feng's mind had a mysterious information. Zhang Feng now understands that the space imprint is only a mother imprint. From this black imprint, Zhang Feng can perform sub-imprints with various functions. The mark of time and space is like a blank piece of paper. How to use it and what to do with it depends on the user's own deduction. It can be used as a means of marking and can also be used to store the power of space. In the past few days, Zhang Feng has performed 3 space sub-marks. One is the position mark, the other is the forbidden mark, and one is the empty mark. Qi Jiangfeng's deduction of the mark of location was inspired by the thunder of the world of Naruto. With 4 amazing generations of Naruto, the 4 generations of Naruto broke through the name of ninja and won the title of Golden Glitter. With the current Zhang Feng mental power, you can feel the power of time and space within 50 meters, that is, Zhang Feng can teleport at will within 50 meters. Although this level of ability is already very good, it is far worse than Fei Thor, so Zhang Feng tried to push the positioning mark, but did not expect it to be really successful. Zhang Feng can feel the place marked by position mark 5 kilometers away. After feeling the mark, Zhang Feng can replace it with space and instantly move past. Qi Jiangfeng's deduction of forbidden mark was inspired by virtual mustards. Zhang Feng can see storage equipment in various novels in the past. Storage equipment can be said to be the equipment of every ancestor's predecessor. Is also the only artifact to travel at home and kill more goods. As early as when Zhang Feng acquired space capabilities, he had the idea of making a storage space, but was suffering from clues. The appearance of the space imprint made Zhang Feng rekindled hope. In fact, for a person with space ability, it is not difficult to make a space for storing things. The difficulty is how to let him recognize the Lord. I made a space ring that I could not recognize and put it on my hand. Everyone swept through the mental power and could see the contents of the ring. This was equivalent to carrying a treasure house that others could see. Fortune is so moving. In the world of pirates, holding a space ring that cannot recognize the Lord is tantamount to death. The forbidden mark promoted by Zhang Feng has solved this problem perfectly. Engrave the forbidden mark in the storage space. The forbidden mark will be recorded. The first time you touch the storage space, you will only be able to open the storage space after this. The inspiration for Zhang Feng's inference on the seal of the empty space comes from the movement of space. Zhang Feng can achieve teleportation, but other people cannot. Zhang Feng made the seal of the empty space to provide insurance for his relatives and friends. Means of life-saving. The mark of the empty space is a mark that can store the power of space for a long time. Usually Zhang Feng stores the power of space in the mark. When it is used, it only needs to be triggered by mental force. When the Nikang mark is triggered, it will form a turbulent space around the surroundings, transmitting everything around it 1 kilometer away. I will inevitably be exhausted in the future battles, and when the power of space is used up, this time using the mark of emptiness can help you escape death. By observing the mother seal of space, Zhang Feng presented 3 space sub-marks, and these 3 sub-marks were used up enough to make Zhang Feng's strength change dramatically. To fully develop new capabilities, 3 steps need to be completed. The deduction of space marks is only the first step. The second step is to find the materials that can bear these marks. The third step is to engrave the space marks on the materials. The force of space is not capable of bearing any material. Only materials with space attributes can carry the force of space. Qi Zhangfeng thought of looking for the Navy's military treasure trove. After all, the Navy, as the largest force in the pirate world, is rich in resources. The treasures collected over the years must be countless. When I thought of the military treasure trove, Zhang Feng thought of carp for the first time. Carp has made great achievements for the Navy over the years. There must be a lot of military achievements. The title of naval hero is not in vain. Cap did not want Zhang Feng to rely too much on external forces, so he never exchanged Zhang Feng with a powerful weapon developed by the Navy. But in the daily consumption, and the cost of improving one's own strength is never lingering, Zhang Feng has never been restricted. On this day, Zhang Feng was playing with Fia in Kapu's other courtyard, and Daquan heard Kapu's hearty laughter. Watching Carp approach, Zhang Feng asked curiously, "Uncle Carp, what makes you so happy?" www.readwn.com. Carp laughs aloud. "The Golden Lion is in the New World, taking His Majesty dozen pirate ship, besieging Roger. I didn't expect that the storm was coming suddenly and the entire team of the Golden Lion was shot in the sea. As a result, the Golden Lion lost about half its strength. And Roger escaped without any loss. Ha ha ha, worthy of my husband's life's opponent," he said. A little disappointment flashed on Carp's face. When the old man arrived, Roger had fled. He had wanted to fight Roger, but there seemed to be no chance. After listening to Carp's words, Zhang Feng knew that Carp was talking about the Battle of Edward Sea and did not expect it to happen. It seems that the era of big sailing, which surrendered by Roger, was not far off. Carp picked up Fia, "Have you missed Grandpa Carp?" thinking the little guy's milk sounded. "Oh, Grandpa Carp, your beard has gotten into someone else's face." The little boy looked disgusted and pushed Carp's face with his little hand. Ha ha ha. Min Zhang Feng brought Fia back. Carp had no objection. Carp deeply sympathized with Fia's encounter. Fia is called Brother Zhang Feng and Grandpa Carp, which makes Carp smile hard. In Fia's words, anyone with white hair on his head is called Grandpa. Carp is not a rigid person, it is up to her. Zhang Feng wanted Carp to help him find materials with spatial attributes. "Uncle Carp, have you ever heard of minerals with spatial attributes, or something else?" I listened to Zhang Feng's question. Carp knew that it had something to do with Zhang Feng's ability. "Does it have a space attribute? It should be in the Navy arsenal. I'll take you tomorrow, find it yourself." "Okay, Uncle Cap." Chapter 38, Navy Treasure House. The next day, Carp brought Zhang Feng to Hushan. The puppet navy hollowed out a mountain and built a treasure house to store precious materials, such as the devil fruit, taboo weapons, and some special treasures. Bazat's mantis fruit was exchanged by his father for his military achievements. The taboo weapon is the ultimate killer developed by the Navy to kill pirates. Although its lethality is far less than the legendary ancient weapon, it is also enough to kill ordinary major generals. The Navy has extremely strict management of taboo weapons. To exchange such taboo weapons, not only a large amount of military power, but also an application is required to ask the marshal for approval. As for the treasure, it is nothing more than some special purpose plants, ores, and even some navies do not know their role. What surprised Zhang Feng was that it was only a major and several majors who were responsible for guarding this naval treasure house. I just think about it. The naval treasure house is at the naval headquarters. Looking at the whole world of pirates, no one dare to grab this treasure house. A major at the entrance of the gate saw Carp and Zhang Feng approaching the treasure house and immediately saluted Carp. "Mr. Carp, what are you doing here?" Kapu glanced at Zhang Feng and said faintly, "I'm here this time, for my kid, to exchange something." Maple boy, despite telling him, "Don't look at his youth, he has been here for almost 10 years. He knows everything in the Navy treasure house. Mr. Carp is too famous." Zhang Feng looked at the Major with a look of expectation in his eyes and said, "Mr. Major, I don't know if there is any ore with spatial attributes in this treasure house." "Ores with spatial attributes, let me think." Major Zhu thought for a moment, and before his eyes lighted up, he said, "There really is one. This ore was collected from a pirate a few years ago, and it is about the size of a wash basin. The magic is that it comes with a 2-meter storage space. At first, there were many people who were struggling to get it, but later they gave up because it was inconvenient to carry. Zhang Feng was thrilled to hear the major's words. The second step of developing new abilities was complete. Major Wu brought Carp and Zhang Feng into the treasure house. When entering the treasure house, Zhang Feng was stunned. Inside the treasure house was a mountain of gold and silver treasures. There were hundreds of shelves on the right side of the treasure house, each of which contained a special plant. There are also hundreds of shelves on the left side of the treasure house, each of which has dozens of weird ore. In addition, there are some storage rooms. Zhang Feng guessed that there are weapons here, such as the banned martial arts, sharp swords, and the like. Major Li took Zhang Feng to a shelf on the left, and Zhang Feng's gaze was instantly attracted by a strangely shaped ore. Zhang Feng from the ore can feel that this ore has space energy, and the spiritual force swept over and found an independent space, about 2 cubic meters. The radon has not been processed to form an independent space. It can be seen that the purity of this ore is extremely high. This time Zhang Feng has picked up a treasure. I took the ore and was about to leave. Suddenly I saw a black stone. This stone was about 1.5 meters long and about 5 centimeters wide. Zhang Feng guessed that this was the halo stone. Minjiang Feng smiled lightly, "Mr. Major, hold it for me, too." Major Li looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled look. He didn't know what Zhang Feng wanted from Hai Lu Shi. He could hear that Carp's nephew was a man of space fruit ability, and when he could use Hai Lu Shi. In fact, just when Zhang Feng saw Halo Stone, a bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. He wanted to use Halo Stone to make a sword. The original work of Smog had a weapon made of sea-floor stones, which made Zhang Feng envious. Although the Halo Stone is hard, it will change its shape after being finely polished. There is only one person in the Navy who can make the sea-floor stone into a weapon, and that is Dr. Begapunk. Su Zhangfeng felt that he would go to Dr. Begapunk, and the doctor would certainly not take care of himself, so he must ask Carp to take the matter. Qi Zhangfeng chose to use Halo Stone as a knife, mainly to match her space abilities, the magical teleportation and Shanghai Lu Stone. Zhangfeng will become a nightmare for all those who have the Devil Fruit ability. In fact, after coming to the pirate world, Zhang Feng carefully thought about what kind of power he would become. He is a strong man who specializes in domineering like Carp and Zifa, or a powerful man who has developed his abilities to the extreme like Whitebeard, or has become a great swordsman like Eagle Eye. After all, Yi's energy is limited and he can't take into account too much, so Zhang Feng chose the first two and gave up becoming a swordsman. The swordsman in the pirate has 3 realms: ordinary swordsman, swordsman who understands the breadth of all things, and swordsman Dachan. If an ordinary swordsman wants to become a sword hero, the first step is to understand the breadth of all things. This is a barrier that every swordsman who wants to become a sword lord must go through. Anyone who is familiar with the plot of One Piece knows that Yu reading books www.yuyuganshu.com for Jian Hao, even if he doesn't have to be armed and domineering, holding an ordinary wooden sword can easily cut off steel. Swordsman difference. There is an insurmountable gap between the two. If Zhang Feng wants to learn Kendo, he must first choose a supreme sharp knife. Without supreme sharp knife, he is embarrassed to go to the Eagle Eye duel. After leaving Naval Treasury, Carp took a sketch drawn by Hai Lushi and Zhang Feng to Dr. Begapunk, and Zhang Feng went home with space ore. The sketch Zhang Feng gave to Carp was designed temporarily by Zhang Feng himself. The prototype of the sword is mainly based on the grasshopper sword of the Naruto world. The shape of the cricket is roughly the same, but some materials are added to the end of the hilt to block the influence of the sea-floor stone, mainly to prevent others from discovering that he is not a demon fruiter. After returning home, Zhang Feng carefully observed the space ore and felt the space energy above. From the perspective of the spatial energy distribution of the entire ore, from the outside to the inside, the space energy becomes more and more intense. Qi Jiangfeng speculated that there is another mystery inside the space ore, the blade of space. Qi Zhongfeng made a black blade and cut off all the ore outside, and only saw a black fist the size of a fist and smooth as jade appeared in front of Zhongfeng. Looking at the stone in front of him, Zhongfeng can be sure that this is an excellent material for making space equipment. As for the cut stone, it can be melted into the molten iron, and some ironware can be transmitted to the force of space. Karp came back in the evening to tell Zhongfeng that it would take 6 months for Dr. Begapunk to make Zhongfeng's sea-floor stone weapon. I was very satisfied with Zhongfeng. After getting this weapon, he can boldly deal with those with demon fruit ability. Chapter 39, Metal Fruit. In the early morning, Zhongfeng came to the town with the scraps of space ore. I saw Daiseo who was doing morning exercises on the street and stepped forward. Daiseo, may I have a first-class blacksmith in the town? Mrs. Wu listened to Zhongfeng's question and looked normal, because she has lived in this area for many years. People often come to ask her, and she is used to it. The best blacksmith in the town is called Mookie. Their 3 generations are blacksmiths, and a blacksmith shop they have run has been passed down for hundreds of years. Mrs. Xi looked at Zhongfeng in a navy military uniform, and his eyes lighted up. Young man, you are looking for a blacksmith to build a weapon. You are looking for the Mookie family. You are the right person. The generation of blacksmith masters in this family is definitely more than the previous 2 generations. Many officers in your navy have asked him to build weapons. Navy officers want a weapon at their disposal. One way is to use military skills to ask the Navy first-class blacksmith to build it, the other way is to spend money to find a blacksmith on the street. Chu Zhongfeng has only once dispatched a mission, and there is not much military power, so military power cannot be wasted. Fortunately, I participated in the siege last time, killing 380 million Bailey pirates, making Zhongfeng a small profit, and more than 100 million Bailey on hand. Fearful. After listening to Daiseo's words, Zhongfeng couldn't help wondering what was special about this generation of blacksmith masters, which made Daiseo so respected. Qiang Zhongfeng followed the road of Daji, crossing 4 streets, and finally saw a shop called Mookie Iron Shop. Walking away from the shop, Zhongfeng saw a piece of standard weapon placed on the shelf, and a little light flashed on the weapon. Just looking at the appearance of these weapons, people couldn't help but want it. The feeling of these weapons is that this is not a killer used to kill the enemy, but an artwork for viewing. At this moment, Zhongfeng's mind flashed a thought, is this really something that can be created by manpower? I heard Zhongfeng's words. Zhongfeng was only a little curious, but after seeing these works, Zhongfeng couldn't wait. Excuse me, is Master Mookie here? Zhongfeng shouted into the room when he saw that there was no one in the shop. Are you looking for anything? A tender voice came from behind me. Qi Zhongfeng turned around and saw a young man. Yes, it was young, age, height, similar to himself, a handsome young man, looking a little thin. I saw what he said. This young man, Zhongfeng's first reaction was unbelief, the second reaction was still unbelief, and the third reaction was, is this really a blacksmith? With this bone, I can't pick up the hammer and hit the iron? Do you make me play? Seeing Zhongfeng's expression of unbelief, the young man said, first introduce myself, my name is Mookie Mookie, the 3rd generation of Mookie Iron Shop. To build a weapon, pay the deposit first, and then give me the sketch of the weapon. It's enough to bring money to pick up weapons tomorrow. Minjiang Feng Zhou brow, don't even look at the sketch, you dare to say that the sky can be done well. I heard Zhongfeng's question, and there was a hint of pride in the teenager's face. Yes. Su Jiangfeng's face was full. Well, I don't believe you are a master. Please invite out the real master. I don't have time to play with you, little kid. At the first glance of the boy, Zhongfeng began to wonder which outstanding blacksmith did not achieve success after decades of training. Ironing is a technical skill, and it is difficult to grasp the essence of it without the accumulation of time. Looking back at the juvenile, She is of thin build, her hands are fair and clean, she doesn't even have a callus, and she never hit iron when she saw it. After listening to Zhang Feng's questioning, the young man looked angry and said, "Let's go, this shop won't take your business. Come, I'm here to find a master, not to find you. If you don't ask the master to come out, then I will go in to find the master." "You stand still," boy blocked Zhang Feng years ago. "If you don't leave, I'll take a shot. Don't think you're a navy, I'm not afraid." Hearing the boy's threat, Zhang Feng laughed. "Come on, hit me on the chest with your little fist. You iron beam." The next moment, Zhang Feng was dumbfounded, and at his feet, dozens of weird and soft metal ropes suddenly appeared, entangled himself, and then the soft rope hardened instantly, fixing himself tightly on the ground. The devil fruit, but also the metal fruit of nature. At this time, Zhang Feng had only this idea in his mind. At this moment, Zhang Feng seemed to have 10,000 horses galloping by, and saw the fruit of nature in a blacksmith shop. When did the fruit of the devil become so cheap? Is there any more? Give me a basket. Armed color. Just when Zhang Feng was trying to break free of restraint, an old man appeared. "Muji, don't make trouble, let go of the guests." The young man listened to the old man's words, put away his ability, hummed, and walked behind the old man. The old man looked at Zhang Feng with a smile on his face. "I don't know what this little brother did when he came to the shop. Just because his family's grandson was offended, please ask the little brother not to be surprised." Zhang Feng saw the old man with a kind face. The old man is serious, the young man has a little temper, understandably. The hammer standing behind the old man hummed coldly. "Old man, I want to ask you to build some weapons, this is a sketch." Zhang Feng's sketches for the old man are naturally the style maps of Fei Lei God who painted by Zhang Feng himself. www.readwn.com. Zhang Feng likes the shape of Fei Lei God without suffering, so he directly drew an original Fei Lei God without suffering any modification. The old man looked at the sketch and looked at Zhang Feng with a strange look. "Little brother, my husband has been playing iron for more than 40 years, and I have not seen such an odd weapon." Seeing the old man's face confused, Zhang Feng laughed. "The old man just builds it, these weapon boys have their own magical effects. Well, if you don't say much, I won't ask any more. Take it in a week." After paying the deposit and talking about business, Zhang Feng curiously said, "Mr. Old, will your grandson build weapons?" The old man hated iron and steel and looked at the hammer, but shook his head helplessly. Why would he build any weapon? This boy didn't like to build weapons when he was young. Since he got the fruit of the devil, he has never touched a hammer. I asked him to build a weapon for me, and he used me to produce one directly. It's really an old man. I think the craft of our Mookie family will be ruined in the hands of this junk boy." After hearing the words of the old man, Zhang Feng understood that why Muji was so confident that he could build a good weapon for himself in one day. Natural metal fruits can manipulate gold elements, that is, all free metal particles. It is not yet possible to make a weapon. Have the old man considered Muji as a navy? After listening to Zhang Feng's words, the old man quickly waved his hand and said, "Muji can't join the navy. Our Mookie family is the only seedling. I don't want him to die." Zhang Feng also specifically observed the performance of Muji after speaking. Zhang Feng clearly captured the eagerness that had just flashed in Muji's eyes. Chapter 40, Roger surrendered. Time rushed, and 6 months passed. In the past 6 months, Zhang Feng has made space equipment, and new space capabilities have also been developed. Minjiang Maple cut a small piece of space stone and carefully polished it into a round, bean-sized particle. Then injected the force of space into the stone. Zhang Feng decomposed the force of space injected into the stone into small black particles, and controlled these small particles with mental force to let them collide with each other. After the small black particles collide, a special repulsive force will be generated. A space will be created inside the stone, and then this space will continue to expand until it reaches its limit. After reaching the limit, if the repulsive force is increased, the stone will be destroyed, and the open space will slowly disappear because there is no carrier. This is because the world also regulates itself. For example, Zhang Feng's blade of space is to open a small opening in the space, and the surrounding space energy will slowly repair the small opening. The storage space created by is also the same. Without the carrier, the space energy will restore it to its original state, that is, restore it to a point in space. I repeatedly tried many times, made 10, half of them were successful, half of them were because Zhang Feng did not control, exceeded the limit, resulting in stone damage. After doing this, the fist-sized stone was reduced by a third. Of the 5 successful stones, only one was a spherical space with a diameter of about 10 meters. As for the other, 3 were about 5 meters in diameter and 1 was about 1 meter in diameter. Qi Jiangfeng intends to give FIA this 1 meter diameter storage space. Qu Jiangfeng asked Mu Ji to make a pendant, and embedded the storage stone in the pendant. Since seeing Mu Ji intentionally joining the navy that day, Zhang Feng went to Mu Ji from time to time. Mu Ji also said that he wanted to join the navy, but his grandfather did not agree. I went to Zhang Feng and Mu Ji and became friends. FIA, come here and see what good things Brother Feng brought you. The little guy ran to Zhang Feng and looked at Zhang Feng with big watery eyes expectantly. Brother Feng, what do you want for me? Look at this pendant. Zhang Feng squatted down, and put the pendant on FIA's neck. Little Loli held the pendant in her little hand and looked left and right, watching the dazzling light shining on the pendant, very happy. Thank you, Brother Feng. Don't rush, thank you, FIA, look at this pendant carefully and tell me what's in it. Xiao Xiaoliu looked at her brother Feng strangely. Wasn't this a pendant? What else could be? Yeah, it's empty. Little Loli was surprised. It's done. It seems that ordinary people can see this storage space. Qu Jiangfeng also worried that Fia was too young and had insufficient mental energy to see the storage space. The next step is the most important step. Qi Jiangfeng used the spiritual power to control the power of time and space to enter the storage space, copying the forbidden mark promoted by himself. It's done. At the moment when the forbidden mark succeeded, Zhang Feng's consciousness withdrew from the storage space. For the 3 major space imprints, Zhang Feng has already copied countless times in his mind, so he will succeed in one practice. FIA, look now. Okay. Brother Feng, it feels weird. I seem to be able to control him. If you want him to open, open it. If you want him to close, close it. Oh, so amazing. Zhang Feng's face became serious after a while. Xiaofia, don't show this pendant to anyone, you know? Sophia looked at Zhang Feng with a serious face, and her small face suddenly became serious. I see, Brother Feng. Looking at the hand, there are stones in the space of about 10 meters in diameter. Zhang Feng feels that the space is too small, and hesitates to use it. Is there something to do? I thought and thought, suddenly a bold idea came to my mind. I use space materials to make space equipment. Isn't my body the best material? Can I create a storage space in the bones of my fingers? I thought. Zhang Feng acted, and the force of space continued to pour into the third knuckle of the third finger of the left hand. With a sudden tingling, Zhang Feng felt it, and there was a tiny space in his hand bone, small like a little dot. The force of space not only poured in, turned into tiny black particles, began to collide, and the space slowly expanded until the fingers stinged from the fingers, and Zhang Feng stopped. I looked at it. At this moment, there was a spherical space of about 50 meters in his hand bone. It's done, next. In the next few days, Zhang Feng engraved the mark of positioning on Filii God. Qu Zhangfeng put a handful of flying thunder gods in her room to facilitate going home later. In fact, when customizing the thunder god was suffering, Zhang Feng told the old man and made the remaining materials into some small iron plates. Chu Zhangfeng engraved the Nikang mark on these iron plates. Once the Nikang mark on the iron plate is triggered with mental power, a spatial turbulence will be generated, and the surrounding things will be transmitted to a distance of 1 kilometer. These items can be said to be one piece less, unless Zhang Feng finds space or again. Qi Jiangfeng also gave Carp a storage space of about 5 meters in diameter, but he did not know where Carp had placed it. In the evening, Carp's courtyard. Zhang Feng saw Carp come out in a hurry. Karu at Yu reading at www.yuyuganshu.com. At this time, Carp was dignified, and Zhang Feng felt a kind of invisible pressure from Carp. Zhang Feng was sure Carp was very angry at this time. Run away at any time. Xi and Carp have been together for almost 2 years. Zhang Feng has never seen Carp with such a heavy expression, which indicates that something big is about to happen. Min Zhang Feng stepped forward. Uncle Carp, what happened? When Carp saw Zhang Feng appearing in front of him, he took up the momentum, and his expression on the face was extremely complicated: unbelief, questioning, helplessness. A moment of silence, Carp murmured, and said, "Just tell me." Roger turned himself in. After listening to Carp's words, Zhang Feng was shocked at first, then calmed down, and said, "It's still here." Now Zhang Feng finally understands why Carp's expression is so complicated. Roger is going to the naval headquarters soon. I'm going to check it out. Uncle Carp, bring me too. Follow me. Zhang Feng followed Carp to the port, and Carp didn't say a word along the way. A warship docked slowly at the port. A man with halostone handcuffs came out, followed by 3 lieutenant generals. The man walked off the warship and saw Kepa coming, laughing. "Ha ha ha, Kepa meets again." Qi Zhangfeng looked at the man in front of him, and Zhangfeng felt a kind of grandeur and domineering from him. He was clearly one piece of king, but had a unique affinity on his body, which made people unable to feel good for him. When I saw Carp, nothing else was a big laugh. Zhang Feng felt no bitterness and helplessness from Roger's smile. A dying person can show such a candid smile. Chu Zhangfeng can only say that it is worthy of being One Piece King and worthy of being Roger. Chapter 41, See Roger. Noon the next day. Kapu walked into the other courtyard. "Maple Kid is coming out, your weapon is ready." Min Zhangfeng came out, took the long sword in Carp's hand, held the hilt in his right hand, and placed the sword in front of him. The sword body is about 1 meter and 2 meters long. The hilt is wrapped by a special layer of black material to separate the sea floor stones. The sword body is very thin and smooth. The main thing is that the blade is extremely sharp. Just call your black feather sword. Uncle Carp, thank you. Carp smiled slightly. When did your kid become polite? After dying, Zhang Feng put away the black feather sword and looked at Carp with a full face. Uncle Carp, I want to see Roger. Kapu heard Zhang Feng's words, his face suddenly became serious. See Roger, what do you see Roger do? Chu Zhang Feng dare not say that he worships Roger, otherwise he will have a fat meal. Roger, as a pirate, he is undoubtedly at the top. I'm curious why he turned himself in. Apart from the identity of the pirate, Roger is a strong man like Uncle Carp. Isn't it worth me to know such a character? If Uncle Carp doesn't take me, I'll think of other ways to meet Roger. Kapu knew what his nephew was about and decided what to do. 10 cows couldn't pull it back. He didn't take him with him. He would probably go in with space ability. If something went wrong, he would be punished. Why Roger turned himself in, even the old fellow of Lin Seng Quan, couldn't figure it out. I guess only he knew it. Do you think Roger will tell us why he surrendered? It's not important why Roger turned himself in now. What's important is that as soon as Roger dies, the era of pirates is over. I'll see Roger in a few days. When you come with me, remember that you only have 20 minutes. I heard Carp's words, Zhang Feng understood. Now the Navy agrees that as long as Roger is killed, the pirates on the sea can be warned. It is equivalent to telling the pirates that becoming one of the pirates can't escape the death, making the pirates afraid, don't go out to sea again. Only Zhang Feng knew that Roger's death was the beginning of the era of great sailing. I followed Carp into a heavily guarded cell, and Roger was locked in a separate room on the lowest floor. Since Roger came to this prison, the Navy sent 3 major generals to stay here. Although Roger surrendered, the reason for the surrender was unknown. In case, the entire naval headquarters is now under martial law. Follow Carp unimpeded all the way, walked to the room where Roger was detained. Carp went in by himself and let Zhang Feng guard outside. Kapu came out about half an hour after he went in. Maple Kid, you can go in now, remember you only have 20 minutes. I see, Uncle Cap. In the past, Zhang Feng was a fan of pirates. Among the pirates, Luffy's passion and frankness are his favorite. Roger and Whitebeard are the most admired. They are dedicated to their dreams, and the most regretful is the death of Ace during the war. Since heaven has given me a chance to cross, Zhang Feng will change everything. I can see Roger right now, and I'm a little excited. Zhang Feng adjusted her excited mood and went into the prison. A tall figure turned her back on Zhang Feng. Listen to Carp that there is a little guy who wants to know me. Luo Luja turned around and looked at Zhang Feng with a smile on his face. Navy boy, I'm curious, why do you want to see me? Wait, let me hear your voice. After listening to Roger's words, Zhang Feng looked at Roger with surprise, listening to the voice of all things. Can it really be done? At this time, Zhang Feng stepped back subconsciously, staring at Roger with a gaze. A moment later, Roger's face changed from being curious just now, and suddenly he became an accident. Roger knew that Zhang Feng was coming to see himself, and guessed why many Zhang Feng came to find himself, but he did not expect to be, Navy boy, you want to save me. Sure enough, Zhang Feng said in his heart, even taking a few steps back, leaning against the wall, cold sweats came down. Listening to the voice of all things, what a terrible ability, in front of Roger, there is no secret at all, Zhang Feng at this time did not even dare to think about it. Don't think about anything, don't think about anything. This is the only thought left in Zhang Feng's mind now. Looking at Zhang Feng's thoughts, Luoji looked boring, forget it, don't make you laugh. I'm not listening to your heart, the boy quickly tells me why you want to save me, and what is the purpose of saving me. Don't lie in front of me anymore, I can feel it. After listening to Roger's words, Zhang Feng was finally relieved that a strong man like Roger would not lie to himself. Zhang Feng looked at Luoji with a full face, Mr. Luoji, before you say, can you promise me first and never listen to my heart in the future? After listening to Zhang Feng's words, Roger played with his taste, if not. Zhang Feng shrugged and smiled, then I'll just leave, and Mr. Roger will be as if I have never been. But Mr. Roger, you can only die with this doubt. Zhang Feng is betting, Roger will promise himself because of curiosity. For a person who likes adventure, curiosity is definitely his fatal weakness. Well, the old man promised you, and I will not listen to your voice afterwards. After speaking, there was a deep gaze in Roger's eyes. www.readwn.com. Tell me quickly, why is your kid trying to save me? Zhang Feng looked at Roger and said, the reason for saving Mr. Roger is very simple. I hope that in the future, Mr. Roger will help me. After listening to Zhang Feng's words, Roger laughed and said, ha ha ha, the Navy asked the pirates to help, this is really the biggest joke the old man has ever heard. Then Zhang Feng said, Mr. Luoji, don't you want to know what's busy? Roger was curious, what's busy? I want to ask Mr. Roger to help me deal with the 5 stars in the future. After listening to Zhang Feng's words, Roger's face changed suddenly, and he was shocked from the ease he had just had. I looked at Luoji with a shocked face. Zhang Feng smiled, and Zhang Feng would be shocked by anyone who heard the words. I am naturally Karp's nephew and also the Navy. The world government has been defending the Tianlong people for years. Causes the Tianlong people to arrogantly. No one in their eyes has created many tragedies. The Navy, as a force under the government of the world, has done too much justice for the Tianlong people over the years. This is not the Navy I want. What I want is a Navy that really exists to do justice. For this reason, one day in the future, I am Monk Di Feng will inevitably clash with the 5 old stars. The 5 old stars are the 5 strong men elected by the world government, and their strength cannot be ignored. I'm afraid I can't do it alone, so I want to ask you to help me, Mr. Roger. After speaking, Zhang Feng stared at Roger with a gaze, waiting for Roger's reply. Chapter 42, Big Boss 5 Old Star. Chu Zhang Feng invited Roger to deal with the 5 stars. On the one hand, because Roger is really strong, the title of One Piece is not in vain. Wu Laoxing is the highest leader of the world government. They are representatives elected by more than 170 franchisees. The strength is conceivable. Zhang Feng guessed that the strength of Wu Laoxing may be similar to Roger, Whitebeard, and Karp, like the strong, or stronger. The 5-star veteran has always advocated and defended the interests of the Tianlong people, because their interests have long been tied to the Tianlong people, and all are glorious and all are damaged. What Zhang Feng wants is that in the future, the Navy will have an absolute right to speak in the world government and be able to do things by its own will. Instead of like now, the Navy is just a sharp sword in the hands of the 5 old stars. Tianlong people rely on whatever they want. For this purpose, Zhang Feng will inevitably declare war on Wu Laoxing one day in the future. I honestly faced 5 monsters that were even stronger than Karp. Zhang Feng had no idea. So Zhang Feng plans to form his own forces from now on, and Roger is the best candidate. Zhang Feng believes that if he can live, no one will choose to die, even Roger. On the other hand, Roger is a descendant of the Di family. Zhang Feng and Roger both inherit the ancient blood of the Di family. The first time I saw Roger, Zhang Feng was attracted by the unique charm of Roger. It was a pity that such a character died. I heard Zhang Feng's words and Luoji was lost in thought. A moment later, Roger opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Feng, with a deep gaze in his eyes. It is indeed a descendant of the Di family. He has ideas and is bold enough. After saying that, Luoji did not reply to Zhang Feng. Navy boy, do you know the Di family? Do you know how strong the 5 stars are? Zhang Feng looked at Luoji before his eyes. If Mr. Luoji is willing to introduce the Di family to the boy will listen to him. Luoji gave Zhang Feng a thoughtful look. Is the Di family? When you have the strength like me and Karp, you will naturally know. But I can tell you that the grievances between the Di family and the world government are deep. Luoji said basically the same as Zhang Feng's guess. These big brothers love to hang people's appetite. It seems that if they want to know the secrets of the Di family, they can only find the text of history. Roger said, you want to fight against the 5 stars, the old man advised you to give up. Luoji looked at Zhang Feng with a serious face. It is not the old man who hits you against the old star. You have no chance. The old man does not want to watch you die. Kapu should not know what you think, otherwise Kapu will stop you even if you break your legs. After listening to Roger's words, Zhang Feng looked puzzled. Uncle Karp really doesn't know what I think. Zhang Feng's thoughts did not intend to tell Karp at all. The ghost knew that Karp would react to his thoughts. Looking at Zhang Feng with a confused face, Roger slowly said, a few years ago, the World Conquest elected 5 people to represent the world government, and organized to suppress those voices that resisted the world government. These 5 people were born with extremely cruel means. In less than a year, they strongly suppressed all organizations, races, and nations that tried to resist the world government. These 5 people are 5 old stars. They had the highest rights of the world government many years ago. They have already broken through the fourth pole. After listening to Roger's words, Zhang Feng was shocked with a look on his face. 5 stars, 4 limits. Every time the human body pushes the limits, physical fitness improves. People who break through the fourth limit, their physical qualities can reach the peak of human beings, and their strength has completely exceeded the limit you can imagine. After listening to Roger's words, Zhang Feng understood that the 5-star was so strong. No wonder Roger said he was going to give it away. After speaking, Luoji looked at Zhang Feng and played with his taste. Do you still have to fight against the 5 old stars now? Zhang Feng looked at Luoji with a firm face, without the slightest thought of giving up. People have no dreams. What is the difference between salted fish and 5 stars? Sooner or later I will pack them. Ha ha ha, I haven't seen you in a long time, you're such a funny little ghost. To be honest, the old man is really excited and wants to accompany you to a big fight. It's a pity. Luoji regretted and said, my husband really wants to promise you, but my husband's time is running out, and my husband has another important thing to do. Zhang Feng knew that Roger had an incurable disease, so he said this. As a traverser, Zhang Feng also knows what Roger needs to do. Zhang Feng looked at Luoji and smiled, Mr. Luoji, how about we make a bet? Roger heard that this boy he liked so much was about to bet on himself, and suddenly he was intrigued. Oh, bet on my husband, I have never lost a bet on him. The Navy boy said to listen. If I can bring Mr. Roger back to life shortly after Mr. Roger's death, Mr. Roger promises to follow me until I defeat the old star. As for the future, where Mr. Roger wants to go, boy, I will never interfere more. At this time, Roger's unshakable old face finally showed a strange color, and the boy in front of him said that he would resurrect himself. The first thing that Luoji thought of was the demon fruit ability www.readwn.com, and only the devil fruit ability can resurrect himself. Luoji thought back carefully, the demon fruit illustrated book that he had seen before, but he really could not find any fruit ability. He could resurrect himself. I really have such a fruit. Even if the world government turns the whole world upside down, it will find it. There is still a chance to fall into the hands of this kid. Luoji looked at Zhang Feng with curiosity. My husband is curious. What is your fruit ability? Zhang Feng looked at Luoji with a smile, and sold a small guanzi, saying, this is a secret, Mr. Luoji will know of it in the future. Ha ha ha, funny kid, I'm afraid you don't even know Carp about this ability. Yes, if Uncle Carp knew my ability, he wouldn't be able to conceal him in the future. Luoji looked at Zhang Feng solemnly, if you can really revive me, I promise you. Your ability can bring people back to life. I don't know if you can cure the disease. After listening to Roger's words, Zhang Feng already knew why Roger asked this question. My ability cannot cure diseases, but as long as I am there, you cannot die. It is necessary to find a professional to treat such a disease. Mr. Roger is assured that this person will appear in a few years. Luoji looked at Zhang Feng with a grimace. Is this child stupid? Do you know what happened a few years later? Next, Zhang Feng left a mark on Roger. The purpose of this mark is to fix the timeline on Roger. Because after a person's death for a period of time, the timeline will break away from the body and be completely lost in the long river of time. Wanting to find a timeline in a long river is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Chapter 43, The Golden Lion Strikes. After Feng reached an agreement with Roger, Zhang Feng followed Carp back. The next thing to do is to improve the strength. After learning about the strength of the 5 stars, Zhang Feng immediately felt great pressure. Now Zhang Feng finally understands why Roger is about to start the era of great sailing. Roger is gambling everything in the future. And now somewhere in the sea. When the Golden Lion heard that Roger was arrested, he was furious and said, the inept navy can arrest Roger even by them. I don't believe it. The roar of the Golden Lion rang through the clouds. At this time, the Golden Lion had lost his mind, and his terrible momentum was suddenly released. The momentum was also mixed with the surging overlord color and domineering power. The powerful and unmatched momentum directly stunned the pirates on the ship past. What a joke! Lao Tzu doesn't believe that a man like Roger will give in to the navy. With Roger's strength, no one can arrest him. I'm going to Marineford. The Golden Lion looked back at his subordinates who had been stunned by his momentum, and was even more angry. A bunch of waste. The Golden Lion used fruit power to throw all the fainted pirates into the sea, and he himself controlled the pirate ship to float and flew in the direction of Marineford. After a few days. Damn navy, get out of Lao Tzu! A roar rang through the town of Marineford, and a huge golden pirate ship appeared in the sky. A siren sounded, and the navies holding long swords, the muskets poured out of the building. Although Roger surrendered, the reason for the surrender was unknown. After Roger surrendered, the navy recalled all combat power and assembled them at the naval headquarters to cope with sudden changes. Just one day ago, the commander-in-chief of the navy, Gang Gukong, led the navy's strongest combat force and escorted Roger to Rog. Along with them, the three major generals of the future, the Navy General Staff Crane, and some lieutenants, major generals. At present, the combat power available to the naval headquarters is only the Warring States period, Carp. In fact, the current red dogs, yellow apes, and green pheasants, the three of them already have the general's combat power, but only the military skills are not enough to be promoted to the general. On the way, when I heard that the navy was going to kill Roger in the East China Sea, the Golden Lion was even more furious. Quickly explain to Lao Tzu that it is impossible for you to catch Roger. And why do you dare to kill a man like Roger in the East China Sea, the weakest area? Lao Tzu is going to overturn the entire Marineford today. The next moment, Shiji's eyes were red. He jumped up from the pirate boat, fell on the streets of Malindo, pulled out the cherry trees and dead wood around his waist, waving his sword, and killed the navy in front of him. Dead. Incompetent navy, you dare to end the era of pirates. Boom. The sky was overcast with clouds, thunders flashed, and heavy rain poured down. Kapu did not know when he appeared on the street, pulled his collar, his face was very ugly. Ski, I didn't expect you to dare to break into the naval headquarters, you lunatic. But now that you are here, don't want to go out. The old man will keep you a wicked pirate for a lifetime. Kapu looked angrily. The East China Sea is weak, that is a symbol of peace. Carp's mood was extremely depressed in the past 2 days. At this time, the Golden Lion broke into the headquarters, which completely caused Carp to erupt. Marineford is the headquarters of the navy. Shiji, you dare to threaten to destroy it. No old man will let you go today. The muscles of the whole Warring States period were tense, and a surging momentum rose up from his body. The Warring States period had a heavy tone, and looked at Shiji with a look of anger. Zhang Feng in the distance looked at the three people who were facing each other, and they could feel the momentum of them across a distance of dozens of meters. In fact, Zhang Feng originally planned to go to Rog. After all, Roger was about to be sentenced. He had to prepare in advance. I did not go because of the Golden Lion. Zhang Feng had some ideas about the Golden Lion and wanted something from the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion looked at the two old opponents who were standing in front of him. Ha ha ha, Carp, Warring States, let the horses come. Let me see, why on earth are your incompetent navies able to catch Roger? The Golden Lion waved his hand, and the pirate ship stopped in the air suddenly dropped. Armed color Big Buddha form. Kapu's body was immediately covered by a layer of mysterious black, with red lines on the black showing, and the body of the Warring States period became a golden Buddha. Warring States look angry, shock wave. The ripples clearly seen hit the pirate ship directly. Bump! With a loud noise, the huge pirate ship was directly torn apart by the earthquake, and the wreckage scattered from the air. Shaved. Kapu flashed directly in front of Shiji, a furious blow. This punch blasted out, as if the space had been shattered. There was a burst of tears. In the face of Karp's punch, Shiji did not panic. Armed color. Wu Shiji attached the armed color domineering to the cherry and dead wood, and his two swords crossed in front of him. Bump! With a loud bang, Karp punched Shiji's double swords, and Shiji was immediately blown out. Shiji stood in the air with the ability of fluttering fruits and looked at Karp with an excited look. Ha ha ha, Karp, your fist is still as strong as before. Try my trick, Lion Rock Earth Roll. As soon as the chanting voice fell, Yu read the book www.yuyuganshu.com. The land around Kapu seemed to be alive, turned into a mighty lion and rushed towards Kapu. Karp is too familiar with the power of the golden lion. Karp has no fear, and punches the lion with one punch, and each punch will smash a lion. Golden lion, this little trick, don't show it to be ugly. Monthly step. Kapu stepped on the air under his feet, and the whole man jumped up. He double-clicked in the air and appeared in front of Shiji. Suddenly, a loud noise came. In the fierce battle in the air, Zhang Feng could clearly feel the deterrent power coming from the air. This is the Overlord color domineering. They have applied the Overlord color domineering to the extreme. Each attack is mixed with Overlord color domineering. Only the domineering leaked during the battle has stunned the ordinary sea soldiers on the street. The tyrannical bully has a deterrent effect, and its mental strength is not strong, and it will be directly deterred, resulting in a short absence. The masters often show up in a split second, and a small loss may kill a life. After a short while, the warring states finally joined the battle. Kapu, warring states, and Golden Lion belong to the same level of power. Warring states, Karp, any of them, dare not say that they can leave Shiji by their own power. Only by joining forces can she be subdued. The battle between the three men nearly destroyed Marin Fudo more than half before they were divided. The Golden Lion was defeated, detained Shanghai Lu Shi, and imprisoned Emperor. When Zhang Feng fainted, he left a location mark on the Golden Lion. People who would not use space ability would never find this mark. Chapter 44, Shanks. Luo Lujia turned himself in, the Golden Lion was arrested, and suddenly the whole sea seemed to be quiet. During this time, the atmosphere of the Navy was extremely depressing. The Navy has already announced the world. Soon, One Piece King Roger will be executed in the town of Rog. After the news spread, all forces in the world focused their attention on Rog Town. Pirates, the world government, and members of various organizations, all rushed to Rog Town to witness this history. The forces of all parties gathered in the town of Rog, and the Navy was responsible for maintaining order. In the past few days, the Navy's combat power has continued to rush to the town of Rog. Chu Zhongfeng was the last group to rush to the town of Rog. The naval headquarters was handed over to Kapu. There were also several lieutenant generals in the warring states period. Although the attention of all parties is now focused on Roger, it is not guaranteed that any fool would like to become famous and attack the naval headquarters at this time. After all, most of the naval force at this time is in Rog. When Zhang Feng came to Luch town, he saw about 100 ships of all sizes. Roger, who stands at the top of the world, known as having the wealth of the entire world, will be sentenced. Many people are curious where he put his treasure. Somewhere in the sea at this time. On a huge pirate ship, a tall man, looking at the direction of Rog, murmured, "Roger, is this your choice?" "Somewhere in Rog." "Deputy Captain, Captain he died, I think," said the talkative young man, with red hair and full of sadness on his face. The red-nosed boy at the rear patted his shoulder, and shook his head in sadness. "This is Roger's own choice, and we should respect his choice." The middle-aged man wearing glasses looked at the two in front of him, his face showing frustration and helplessness. Dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and heavy rain poured down. The man who conquered the entire sea, who possesses wealth, fame, status, and the whole world, died on the execution platform at this moment. Hearing that Roger put everything at the end of the great route, everyone on the stage started cheering, and decided to go out to sea to find the legendary treasure. The era of great sailing has begun. Zhang Feng, who was standing on the stage, was completely shocked by Roger's death. A man as strong as Roger chose such a method of death. I also saw Zhang Feng under the stage, young Hawkeye, Doflamingo and other future rookies, one by one, with a bright attitude, full of visions for the future. The end of an era often represents the rise of a new era. Min Zhangfeng had asked Roger in prison, and if Roger was resurrected, he would still go to sea. Roger's answer is no. Zhangfeng still remembers what Luo Ji said to himself, "Navy boy, if you really raise me, it means that the previous Roger is dead. After the resurrection, I am just a remnant of the old era. It will only witness the next era, and it will not change it, because the era that belongs to me is over. So I won't help you do anything else." After that, Roger asked Zhangfeng a question, "Navy boy, do you know why I don't publish the text of the history? The history text records a blank century of history, among which are the grudges of our D family and the world government. The reason why the world government does not want to make the body of history public, because once the whole world knows the truth of history, it will inevitably lead to war, a war against the world government. A war involving the entire world. I can't make a dispute again because of a truth, this world that has been hard to settle down. But I am not qualified to make decisions for the whole world. They all have the right to know the truth of history, so I put the truth of history at the end of the world and wait for the next person to see him. A real person who can steer the world in the right direction. I chose to continue to live for this moment, and I want to see what this person in the future will choose." After listening to Roger's words, Zhang Feng finally understood what the text of history meant. No wonder even the high-ranking navies who do not like Tianlong people do not want the text of history to appear again. This is no longer a matter of justice. The reappearance of the historical text will certainly affect the turmoil of the entire world. Is it because just over 800 years ago that more than 20 royal families who established the world government did excessive things to one of the D families, they will start a war involving the whole world? Except for the lunatics, who will provoke war for no reason. Chu Zhangfeng made a bold guess again, and grasped the text of history. Did she just hold the handle of the world government, and had a reason to go to war with the world government? After coming to Pirate World, he became a navy. Zhang Feng never thought of overthrowing the world government, but just wanted to confiscate the privileges of the Tianlong people. Only by standing at or above the height of the 5 stars can we formulate new rules. As for those pirates who are evil, they just kill. After Roger's death, the navy did not make an essay on Roger's body, which is a respect for a strong and powerful man. The Navy intends to bury Roger's body in Hushan, the town of Rog, the next day. The life of the strongest of the era will end here. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the night was quiet and most of the navy fell asleep. Only a few vigils outside, Zhang Feng sneaked out, and flashed into the room where Roger's body was placed. When Zhang Feng thought he was about to relax, a small voice came from the distance, "Shanks, are we really going to steal the captain's body? A lot of navy here. www.readwn.com has been found, and it will be miserable." A young boy with a red nose was walking behind a young boy with red hair, walking lightly, fearing that his walking sound would attract the navy. The red-haired boy turned around, patted the red-nosed boy on the shoulder, and smiled, "Bucky, why are you so timid? You are all divided and you are so afraid of death." When Bucky heard it, he looked angrily. "Shanks, this is all your fault. I have become a dry duck now. How can I find my treasure, and you still owe me a treasure map?" Fuxak gave Bucky a white look. "I see, I'll give it to you later." Seeing Shanks and Bucky, Zhang Feng knew that he was one step behind, and waited to see Lei Lei's absence. She was slightly relieved. It seems that the two of them acted alone with Raleigh on their backs. Huo Xiongqi still does not have the strength of the four emperors. It is still possible to grab Roger's body from him. If Raleigh comes, he can only give up. Liu Xiongzi was delighted to see Roger's body and was ready to collect it. Instant step. Qi Zhongfeng appeared in front of the two, laughing, "Let me help you." As soon as Min was thinking, Zhongfeng took Roger's body into the storage space. When Shanks and Bucky saw Roger's corpse disappeared, their faces changed. "Asshole, give me the captain's body." Qi Zhongfeng didn't stay. She flashed out of the window and shouted, "No, Roger's body was stolen. Shanks, run away, the Navy is coming." Qi Zhongfeng originally wanted to steal Roger's body, how to wash her suspicion. Unexpectedly, there were two free backpot guys. "Really help me too." Chapter 45, Brief Confrontation. Bucky looked at Shanks with a look of horror. "Shanks, run away, the Navy is coming." Huo Xiongzi ignored Bucky and stepped out of the room, staring at Zhongfeng fiercely. "Navy, please return the captain's body to me." Min Zhongfeng looked at Shanks with a playful look. "Redhead, no one except you two saw me take Roger's body. Do you think the Navy will believe what you say? Let's run while the Navy hasn't come over yet. I don't think Roger wants to see you die in the hands of the Navy." Luo Luja and Zhongfeng now have a cooperative relationship. If Zhongfeng causes Shanks and Bucky to be captured at this time, Qi Zhongfeng dare to resurrect Roger? Without reviving Roger, wouldn't all previous plans be invalidated? Qi Zhongfeng just wanted Shanks and Bucky to carry themselves. As for arresting them, Zhongfeng will not only arrest them, but also help them escape. Pu Hongfa ignored Zhongfeng's advice, pulled up a long knife on his waist, and ran straight to Zhongfeng. "Asshole, I will never allow you to desecrate the captain's body." Shanks' eyes were red at this time, apparently already extremely angry. I looked at Shanks with a look of anger. Zhongfeng knew that at this time, no matter how much it was redundant, he could only end the war with war. Black Feather Sword. Min Zhongfeng took out the black feather sword from the storage space, and the moonlight shone on the black, smooth sword body of the black feather sword, reflecting a strange light, and the cold air surrounded the sword body. Seeing the oncoming broadsword, Zhongfeng moved, suddenly wielding his sword, and a black sword shadow shot out in vain, and across a distance of 2 meters, he greeted the broadsword. The red-haired weapon is strange. His sword is different from the long sword in the pirate. The sword body is only over 1 meter long, but the width of Zhongfeng's black feather sword is indeed twice. The swords collided, making a sound of friction like cutting metal. I caught Shanks' sword. Zhongfeng could clearly feel that the power of Shanks was comparable to his own. It is indeed one of the 4 emperors in the future. Qi Zhongfeng looked at Shanks calmly. "Red-haired, although your slash is fierce, if you only have such a degree, you will not be able to take Roger's body from me." After listening to Zhongfeng's words, Shanks was even more angry. Shanks slashed out with a knife. The attack with the short knife in his hand was continuous. He tried to attack Zhongfeng one after another without giving Zhongfeng any chance to breathe. The sound of Jin Tai's symphony continues, and from time to time there will be sword shadows across the ground, leaving straight sword marks on the ground. Suddenly Zhongfeng held the knife in his chest and resisted Shanks' blow. Suddenly, a snap step flashed behind Shanks, and suddenly a sword waved, and the black sword attacked Shanks' back. "Shanks, be careful." Bucky, watching the distant scene, saw this scene. His face changed, and immediately used his ability to control one arm holding a short knife to block Zhongfeng's blow. Instant step. Feng Zhongfeng flashed 3 meters away, looked at the two with a sad look, and there would be no results if they continued to fight, and the high-level naval combat power was about to come. "Redhead, stop tangling, let's go. I swear, I will never do anything to blaspheme with Roger's body." Tong Zhongfeng looked at the red hair with a full face, and said, I promise you with red hair. One day, if you can beat me, I will return Roger's body to you. But if you are caught now, Roger's body will not be returned to you, you have to think clearly. After listening to Zhongfeng's words, the angry Shanks finally recovered a bit of reason. With his own strength and Bucky, he could not capture the immediate navy in a short time. The navy all rushed over, and he and Bucky could not escape. Uncle Raleigh would be affected if they were not good enough. Shanks looked solemnly, looking at Zhongfeng with endless fierce light in his eyes. If the navy remembers you, if you dare to desecrate the captain's body, I Shanks swears that even if I overturn the entire navy, I will kill about you. After hearing Shanks' threat, Zhongfeng's face remained calm. Shanks ranked 4th in the future, and his strength was certainly not weak. In the future, he did let the navy avoid 3 points. However, Shanks is improving and he is also improving. Zhongfeng doesn't think that his progress will be slower than Shanks. Just when Zhongfeng thought he was going to relax, a magnetic voice came, You two little ghosts, you said, come to Rog, but you just sent Roger to the last trip, why did you run here to make trouble? Squinting into the eyes is a tall middle-aged man with short blonde hair, wearing glasses, wearing a purple-brown coat, and wearing an extraordinary sword at his waist. Min Zhongfeng knew that this was Rayleigh, the deputy captain of Roger pirate ship. Deputy captain, you are counted, it is this navy who stole our captain's body. Bucky saw Raleigh coming, and looked at Zhongfeng with a bitter expression. Lei turned around, showing some strange colors, and looked at Zhongfeng with a smile. Young navy, I don't know what you want to do to steal our captain's body. Although Raleigh's language is mild, Zhongfeng feels endless pressure. The momentum on Raleigh's body is not worse than those of Roger and Carp. Chu Zhongfeng knew that she would not be able to leave without explaining it today. Min Zhongfeng looked at Lei www.readwn.com without fear. Mr. Lei, introduce yourself first, I am Carp's nephew, called Monk D. Feng. After Roger turned himself in, I met Roger and reached an agreement with him. As for the specific content of the agreement, I will not tell you. After listening to Zhongfeng's words, Xiang Xiangqi's eyes suddenly eased a lot. D, your name is the same as the captain, you have D. Bian Lei heard Zhongfeng's words, his eyes flashed, is Cape's nephew, the heir of D.S. Will. With the strength and experience of Raleigh today, Zhongfeng can tell at a glance that Zhongfeng did not lie, but what made him a little curious was what Zhongfeng and Roger's agreement was. The navy in front of me said not far, and he didn't ask much. Lei took a deep look at Zhongfeng. Young navy, our captain's body will be placed with you first. Hope to meet you next time, you can tell the truth. Shanks, Bucky, we're leaving Rog, the navy has begun to block Rog. Looking at the back of the three, Zhongfeng was finally relieved. Soon after the three of them left, there was a future. Zhongfeng first saw the green pheasant, followed by the yellow ape and the red dog. The three major generals of the future are all here. Tong Qingying looked at Zhongfeng. Feng, what's going on here? Just got the crew of Roger pirate ship and snatched Roger's body. I heard Zhongfeng's words, and the red dog behind King Yi said, the crew of Roger pirate ship, dare to show up and pass the order to block Rog Town. I will wipe them out. The red dog clenched his fist, and the hot magma continued to drop from his fist to his body, burning the ground. Chapter 46, 3 will fight Raleigh. The red dog looked at the slouching yellow ape, and said, Yellow ape, you are the fastest, go to the harbor to stop them. Is Roger pirates, so terrible, dare to steal Roger's body in the Navy's territory, and only Mr. Raleigh was the original? A lazy voice came out. The yellow ape instantly turned into countless points of light, blooming a dazzling light, and then turned into a golden flash, darting to the distance. Tong Zhongfeng looked at the distant yellow ape, and murmured in his mouth, is this the fruit of the flash? I don't know if the speed of light is fast or if my step is fast, I really look forward to it. At this moment, the red dog turned his eyes to Zhang Feng, and looked at Zhang Feng with a serious face. Our Carp's nephew, I hope you don't go to the opposite side of the navy one day, otherwise, even if you are Carp's nephew, I will put justice to the end. The red dogs don't like the Carp family, because Carp's family, everyone has a unique personality. Carp will not say, although sometimes a bit messy, but always loyal to the navy. But Carp's son left the navy. Although Red Dog did not know what the dragon was going to do, he knew that the dragon would not return to the navy and had become a potential enemy. Suddenly Zhang Feng was in the navy and was detected with SS-level talents. The talents were still above himself. Another uncertain factor appeared in the Carp family, thinking that the red dogs could not help feeling heavy. If the red dog face was frosty, he looked at Zhang Feng coldly, and rushed to the port of Luch town with King Yu. Zhang Feng heard the red dog's words, his heart was tight, and she was still caught by the red dog. As for the warning from Red Dog, Zhang Feng was completely attentive. He never thought of betraying the navy, but only wanted to change the world from within the world government. Zhang Feng doesn't hate red dogs. He can only say that they are different and do not work together. Zhang Feng will not recognize the absolute justice of red dogs. I watched the navy rushing to the port of Rog. Instant step. Min Zhang Feng also followed, although Zhang Feng knew that the navy would definitely not stop Raleigh, but still followed. After all, it was because of himself. Raleigh's current strength is completely at its peak, and the strength of the next 3 generals is still in the growth stage. 20 years later, the old Lele has no idea how much his strength has fallen. He can still be inextricably linked to the yellow ape who has developed his ability to the peak. It can be seen that Lele's strength is strong. Even if the 3 major players in the future make a shot together today, it may not be able to leave Raleigh. Jiang Feng was the first to rush to the port of Rog Town in a short step. Bucky, Shanks go first, I'll stop them. Deputy Captain, go together. Raleigh looked at the 2 who were worried about him, and laughed, you go first. If I want to go, they can't stop me. After sending Shanks, Bucky got on the ship, and Raleigh drew out his supporting sword and stopped all the navies alone. The naval forces around him ran forward one by one and surrounded the Raleigh groups. I saw this scene of Lele's face calm. The next moment, Lele's momentum suddenly condensed, and then shot out. The Overlord Saba attacked in all directions. The navy was shocked by domineering everything. It's terrible. It is indeed the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, who can release such terrible overlord color and domineering. I am afraid only the Lord Raleigh. A lazy voice appeared not far from Raleigh. I just heard the words. I saw countless small spots of light converging into a young man, thin and tall, wearing a yellow striped suit. The way of speaking is very slow, funny, looks extremely insignificant. Bien Lely smiled and looked at the ape. Poor Salino, what about the promising navy? But if you want to stop me, I'm almost there. So terrible, I know Mr. Raleigh, you are very strong, but I still want to try. As soon as the voice fell, the yellow monkey flashed in front of Raleigh. Tian Kong Yun's sword. The yellow apes accumulated photons in their hands, and made a sword of light. A golden light flashed, and the apes had reached Raleigh. Raleigh's sword facing the ape is calm and armed. For a moment, a mysterious atmosphere wrapped Raleigh's sword, and Raleigh waved at will, lightly blocking the attack of the ape. Not only is the attack of the ape fast, but the angle is extremely tricky, and the average person has long been overwhelmed. However, Raleigh faced the attack of the ape, but he was able to do so without any pressure. Suddenly Raleigh moved forward violently, a cold light flashed, and a bloodstain appeared on the yellow ape. The yellow ape hurriedly distanced and looked at Raleigh with a grim expression. Bien Lely looked at the ape with a smile. Poor Salino, I don't know if anyone told you that you are too dependent on your own fruit ability. There was a flash of anger on the yellow ape's face. Lord Raleigh, you really hate as much as teacher Zifa. Hakajojukuyu. The photon leaps into the air, turning into countless dazzling rays and hitting Raleigh. Facing the sudden high-speed rays, Raleigh's face did not change color, and the right hand held the sword suddenly waved. A colorless sword shot out in anger. The colorless sword chi was like a meniscus, hanging above Raleigh, blocking the incoming rays. However, at this moment, two voices suddenly came, Frozen Capsule and Canine Red Lotus. After hearing these two voices, Yu read the book www.yuyuganshu.com. Zhang Feng could not help but pinch cold sweat for Raleigh. I saw dozens of air-conditioned projectiles and a group of dog-shaped magma in the sky, cold and hot, hitting Lele. Lele wielded his sword, and the colorless sword reappeared, blocking the fire. Allah, it is indeed Mr. Raleigh, like Mr. Cap, it is really strong and outrageous. Qing Yan smiled and said. The red dog looked dignified and looked at Raleigh. On the sea, there is no need for pirates. I will carry my justice to the end. Mr. Raleigh, you will stay today. Ha ha ha, this generation of the Navy, the three people with the most potential are here. It seems that there will be a battle today. The three of them confronted each other, and each person raised the momentum to the extreme. Dark Dog, Two Spear, Tian Kong Yun Jian. The battle began instantly, and the blue, red, and yellow lights in the sky were constantly flashing. The three major players in the future joined forces, faintly squeezing Raleigh. Within a few minutes, the entire Rog port had been destroyed and the war had begun to spread to Rog. At this time, the entire town of Rog was awakened. Many people from all sides came to the port to watch the battle. All of you stop me! A majestic voice came. The words of the cricket had just come to an end, and a middle-aged lady appeared on the battlefield. Ms. He, do you want to stop us from arresting Raleigh? I don't agree with it. Red Dog looked at Ms. He, the Navy Chief of Staff, with a serious look. Disagree? Do you want to ruin the entire town of Rog? Do you know how many innocent people are here? The Red Dog was silent after hearing this. Now the Red Dog is not a naval general, nor is it a naval marshal. There are some things he can't do. Chapter 47, Learn Swordsmanship. The matter of Luo Roger finally came to an end. Roger's body was in Zhang Feng's storage space, and it would not rot. Just find a suitable time, Zhang Feng can revive Roger. As soon as Roger died, it did not make sense for the Navy to stay in Rog. The Navy returned to naval headquarters in a few days. In Luch town, a brief confrontation with Shanks made Zhang Feng aware of a problem. He has always used the black feather sword as a prop to defeat the demon fruit ability. He never considered the black feather sword as a sword, and used it as a weapon to defeat his opponent. He always relied on space abilities, but knew nothing about sword art. Holding a sword, but no sword play at all, then this sword will only become a drag on himself. Realizing this, Zhang Feng decided to learn swordsmanship. Zhang Feng learned swordsmanship, not to become a great swordsman. In fact, the purpose was simple. Zhang Feng wanted the black feather sword to become a sword, not a magnificent sea-floor stone. Zhang Feng's sword skills at this time were chaotic and chaotic. There was no specific move. She relied entirely on her own brute force to slash the knife, chopping wildly, and had no rules. It's okay to deal with some people who don't know swordsmanship, but if you are facing a swordsman who is proficient in swordsmanship, then it will be completely different. You won't know swordsmanship, but using sword and swordsman to fight is undoubtedly a drop in strength. Min Zhang Feng recalled the battle process with Shanks before, and summed it up a little. Although space ability is the foundation of oneself, sword art cannot fall. Now with a sword, you can only use a brute force to force a sword. This is the most basic, as long as it is strong enough, it can be done. Zhang Feng urgently needs a swordsman master to guide himself. Zhang Feng's plan is to master the swordsmanship first, and then combine space skills with swordsmanship to develop his sword skills. That being said, it is not easy to find a master swordsman. Eagle Eye? Eagle Eye is still young and not Chihuahua. Even if you find someone, they will not take care of you. Carp? Forget it, I'm afraid Carp has never touched a sword in this life. Suddenly, Zhang Feng flashed in his mind, I can't find the sword master. I can find the sword notes left by the Navy seniors. Go to Uncle Carp. Min Zhang Feng thought of this, and hurriedly rushed to the front door of Carp's house. Dang dang, Zhang Feng pushed open the door of Carp's room, Uncle Carp. Next moment. Bump. Min Zhang Feng was flown out by Keipu. Father Feng, the old man hasn't taught you, do you want to knock on the door before entering? Chu Zhang Feng stood up and poked her mouth. Forgetting for a while, didn't you knock on the door? In fact, I wanted to surprise you. Kapu looked at Zhang Feng with a black line. However, Zhang Feng still decided to knock on the door before entering Carp's room next time. In case Carp was doing some kind of exercise, and he saw it by himself, don't be too good. Kapu looked at Zhang Feng, say, I have something to find my husband. Chi Zhang Feng looked at Carp with a look of expectation. Uncle Carp, I want to improve my sword skills, but no one guides me. I also know that you are not proficient in swordsmanship, so I would like to ask you to help me find a swordsmanship experience left by the predecessors of the Navy swordsmen. After listening to Zhang Feng's words, Carp pondered for a moment, and sighed again. He took out a sword essence from the drawer in the cabinet and gave it to Zhang Feng. Min Zhang Feng looked at Carp with a look of surprise. Uncle Carp, is this? At this time, Carp showed a glance of recollection. This was prepared when Long joined the Navy, but unfortunately he didn't use it. Chu Zhang Feng finally understood why Kapu was sad at this time. Kapu remembered the dragon. As the only son of Kapu, Kapu prepared everything for him when the dragon joined the Navy. Unfortunately, the dragon still left the Navy. Zhang Feng was certain that Carp knew the idea of the dragon and did not stop the dragon because Carp was not only a naval hero, he was also a father. As a father, what reason does he have to stop his children and chase his dreams? In the original works, Carp strongly opposed Luffy's going to the sea to be a pirate, but after Luffy became a pirate, he met Carp in the capital of the Seven Waters, and Carp released Luffy. From this point of view, Carp has never restricted his juniors to pursue their dreams. Looking at the booklet in his hand, Zhang Feng's expression changed from surprise at the beginning to dignity. I will learn swordsmanship well. The essence of this sword art is that the Navy has summarized and screened all the sword arts that have appeared. With the powerful intelligence agencies of the world's governments, I don't know how many swordsman data has been collected these years. The Navy has compiled this information long ago. The essence of this sword art records all the moves, swordsmanship, and comprehension of De Jianhao who have appeared. For Zhang Feng, De Jianhao's sword meaning and understanding are for reference only. Zhang Feng really cares about De Jianhao's moves. Qi Jiang Feng ignored the unnecessary content directly and went straight to De Jianhao's moves. With these moves, Zhang Feng can perfect his sword skills. As for comprehending sword meaning, Zhang Feng never thought about www.readwn.com. The road to becoming a sword giant is difficult and tortuous. Only by understanding sword will he have the opportunity to become a sword master. 1,000 sword lords can have a sword understanding. Just fine. Also, if you want to be a great swordsman, you must love kendo. A person who has no sword in his heart, how can he realize the meaning of sword? Chu Zhang Feng wasn't skeptical of her talent, but she really didn't have the energy to practice kendo. Zhang Feng today is not even a swordsman, just an ordinary person who wields the hilt of the sword with brute force. Cultivate kendo. Only when a person has his own sword skills and can control the handle of the sword at will, can he be called a swordsman. Although the swordsman's attack was not much destructive, he already regarded the sword as part of his body. Ordinary swordsman must understand breadth of all things if he wants to be a sword lord. After becoming a sword lord, you can realize sword meaning, and after you realize sword consciousness, you can practice your kendo, until the sword dao is completed and becomes a sword lord. There are no shortcuts to practicing kendo. You can only realize and practice by yourself, because everyone's kendo is different. What Zhang Feng needs to do next is to become a qualified swordsman by using the black feather sword. Realizing breath of all things becomes a sword hero. Zhang Feng stopped after that. Zhang Feng did not intend to understand Jianyi, or Zhang Feng could not understand Jianyi at all. Because the ability of space had left a deep mark on Zhang Feng's heart. Zhang Feng chose the ability and gave up kendo. In the future, Zhang Feng will only develop space and time capabilities in depth. As for kendo, he will not deliberately cultivate them, but Zhang Feng will develop some cool space sword skills to perfectly combine his own space skills and sword skills. Chapter 48, First Look at Kendo. The essence of the swordsmanship contains all the moves used by De Jianhao. Each big swordsman has stood at the pinnacle of kendo. Although their kendo is very different, their sword moves are very similar. De Jianhao's sword tricks have long been simplified. As the so-called avenue is simple, De Jianhao's sword tricks look ordinary and simple but not gorgeous, but it is this extremely simple one-stroke method that will make them very powerful. Becomes 12 points. Looking at the essence of this sword skill, Zhang Feng's expression changed from the plainness at the beginning to the obsession now. The original sword can still be used in this way. After repeated practice for more than 10 days, Zhang Feng's sword is no longer as rusty as before. The swordsmanship of De Jianhao is extremely exquisite. The skill of the sword is also recorded in great detail. Zhang Feng has made rapid progress in these 10 days. Zhang Feng has sorted out his own set of swordsmanship, which can be attacked and defended, and both offensive and defensive. The rest need only be improved in the future. I looked at the black feather sword in my hand. Zhang Feng felt that the black feather sword was not a sea-floor stone used to restrain the demon fruit ability, but a part of his own body and a derivative of his own body. After Sun became a swordsman, the next step was to realize the breath of all things and become a sword lord. Thinking of breathing of all things, Zhang Feng couldn't help recalling the story in which Soran realized the breathing of all things. It took Soran a lot of time and energy to realize the breathing of all things and take the first step of kendo. Compared with Soran Zhang Feng, it is a lot easier, because the essence of swordsmanship records the breath of all things in detail. The so-called breathing of all things, to put it plainly, means different states of different things. Different things exist in different forms, such as air. The air cannot be seen or touched. How to cut it off? If you want to cut off the air, you must first feel it, feel the existence of air, feel the flow of air, and feel the nature of air before you can cut it off. Waving the sword with his hand, does this count as cutting off the air? Of course not count. The real cut off the air is, a sword cut a vacuum zone. To comprehend the breath of all things is to understand the essence of all things. The premise of doing this is that the mental strength must be strong, and the spirit must be focused. Yes, it's that simple. It sounds very simple, but it's very difficult to be completely focused. It is difficult for ordinary people to concentrate their energy, because there is too much thought in their hearts, and it is difficult to concentrate on doing something. When you put aside all the thoughts in your heart and concentrate all your feelings to feel one thing, you may feel its essence. Feeling breath of all things, this is a wonderful state, and only in this state can you cut off everything you want to cut off. It turns out that the breath of understanding everything is a state that can only be understood by words. This state can only be realized by yourself, and realized that the door of kendo is open for you. If you don't understand it, you can only say that you have no chance with kendo. Zhang Feng looked at the essence of swordsmanship and commented on the breathing of all things. He nodded frequently and murmured in his mouth, "Sure enough. The essence of swordplay has been in the Navy for some years. It has been read countless times by talents of all ages. The essence of swordplay also has the insights of these people. The essence of the swordsmanship is extremely detailed. Basically everyone can understand it, but understanding and doing it are two different things. Ordinary swordsmen, although they have learned swordsmanship since they were young, have better understanding of swords than ordinary people, but they may not be able to comprehend the breadth of all things. Persistence and hard work are important, but the most important thing in practicing kendo is talent. Swordsmen with outstanding talents can realize it without even knowing what breadth of all things is. The talented swordsman, after many years of continuous sword practice, converges his thoughts, and finally realizes the breadth of all things. I do not know how many young people who are determined to become sword heroes have been stopped. Are there no thoughts? After Zhang Feng watched the essentials of swordsmanship, closed his eyes, reviewed the contents of the essentials of swordsmanship, and set the essentials of swordsmanship aside. With the destruction of Feng Jiangfeng's mental strength has already far exceeded the ordinary who broke the double limit, so it is not difficult to concentrate. Let's start. Chu Jiangfeng sat cross-legged in front of a large rock in the yard, closed her eyes and began to adjust her breathing and adjust her emotions, so that all the thoughts in her heart disappeared. At the beginning, Jiangfeng also encountered difficulties and wanted to calm down, but there were always some thoughts coming to mind, which constantly caused disturbance to Jiangfeng. But Jiangfeng forcibly concentrated his attention, and the continual thoughts would disappear one by one. Gradually, I don't know when Jiangfeng's heart became empty. Suddenly Jiangfeng opened her eyes were as clear as water, and she could not see any emotion in Jiangfeng's eyes. Everything in the heavens and the earth seems to be still, and there is no sound in the surroundings. The only thing that Jiangfeng can hear is the most fundamental rhythm of everything. This is a very strange state, and the attention is completely focused on one point. www.readwn.com without doing anything. He thought, is this the state without mind? In this strange state, Jiangfeng felt that his brain was so clear like never before. At this time, there were some unthinkable problems that were solved at this time. At this time, Jiangfeng looked at the big stone in front of her. The big stone was no longer a dead thing. Jiangfeng felt a mysterious wave from the big stone. At this time, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in Jiangfeng's heart, as if there was a voice in Jiangming telling Jiangfeng that as long as this mysterious wave was cut off, this big rock could be cut off, and it felt more and more intense. Black feather sword. A black long sword appeared in Jiangfeng's hands. Jiangfeng easily and naturally wielded a slash, chopped towards the big stone, and the spiritual force locked the mysterious wave. After a crisp sound, a large stone over 2 meters high was chopped in half by Jiangfeng neatly. Jiangfeng had only used 20% of the force. Instead, they used to break at least one of the big stones with the previous strength, but now, it is cut straight and neatly. The fracture of the big stone is extremely flat, as if it had just been polished, and it is smooth and flat. After seeing this scene, Jiangfeng understood why the Jianhao's beating can easily cut off the mountain and even split an island. Not because of their strength, but because they can see the nature of things more clearly. If a sword hero sees the essence of all things and understands the rhythm of all things, there will be nothing in the world for him to cut. An ordinary swordsman cuts a stone, splits the stone with the sharp edge of a sword, and Jianhao cuts a stone, to cut off the mysterious connection between the elements that make up the stone. Chapter 49, Underworld Remnant Moon Slash. Qi Zhongfeng feels that comprehension of breathing of all things is similar to that of seeing color domineering. Understanding of breathing of all things is to understand the rhythm of all things, and seeing color domineering is the action of reading people. If you elaborate, understanding breathing of all things is one level higher than seeing arrogance. They are essentially the same but go in different directions. I realized that breathing of all things focuses more on finding the weak points of things, and seeing the domineering spirit focuses more on predicting the next action of things, both of which have their own characteristics. Seeing his light sword, he cut the stone flatly into 2 pieces, and Zhongfeng's clear eyes flashed a light, and at the same time he relaxed his spirit. I did it. Is this the breath of understanding everything? I realize that breath of all things is a state, and once you master it, you will not forget it. It's like learning to ride a bike. It's hard to master at first, but when you learn it, it feels very simple. Chu Zhongfeng put down the black feather sword and looked at the stone that was cut off, and suddenly thought, I just did it with my full attention, but during the battle, it is difficult to keep my full attention. It seems that in the next period of time, we will work on this. Measure the strength of Jianhao / mainly from two aspects. The first aspect is the strength of Kendo's will, that is, the strength of mental power and the spirit's concentration when wielding a sword. The stronger the spirit, the more concentrated the spirit, and the stronger the slash. The second aspect is that in understanding the nature of things, everything in the world is composed of a special kind of spirit. Although different things have different forms of composition, one thing remains unchanged. That is, they are all composed of a special force. It is this power that Jianhao wants to cut off. No matter what it is, it contains this special power inside. This is the essence of things. If this power is cut off, it will naturally destroy things themselves. Next, Zhang Feng thought of a stupid way to improve his concentration when he was swinging a sword, and that was to keep swinging the sword. The so-called dripping stone is worn and accumulated for thousands of miles. If you want to master a skill proficiently, you need to accumulate little by little. If you want to master this state skillfully, the simplest way is to swing the sword day by day, so that the sword and man are one, and the sword moves with your heart, so that your body is familiar with this state. Qi Jiangfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Then, next, try to focus on every sword. Qu Jiangfeng's practice in the next time is the simplest two-handed sword chopping, but in the process of chopping, you must forcibly concentrate your mental energy. Zhang Feng originally planned to spend a month to master this state. I didn't expect that it only took me more than 10 days to master it. It seems that this is the advantage of stronger mental strength than others. For the past 10 days, Zhang Feng has been practicing on her own. She has not even visited the training ground. Carp knows that Zhang Feng is practicing swords, and she doesn't say much. The sun beamed in the cape's courtyard. In the courtyard, Zhang Feng was holding a black feather sword in both hands, standing on an open space in the courtyard, and constantly wielding the sword. Each time he wielded a sword, a colorless sword gas crossed the ground and left on the ground a sword mark. Little Lalapia, holding a small bench, sitting at one end of the other courtyard, while holding seeds, waving her hand to cheer Zhang Feng, "Brother Feng, cheer!" For Fei, this adorable Meng Xiali, not only Zhang Feng spoils her, but even Carp loves him. Carp treats Fia completely differently from the original Luffy. Every time the little guy made Carp angry, as long as he looked at Carp poorly with big watery eyes, and he was selling a cute girl, Carp would take her for granted, and if Luffy directly served with Iron Fist of Love. Although Zhang Feng was soaked with sweat at this time, his face had always maintained a firm look, and his soreness had long been forgotten. After more than 10 days of practice, Zhang Feng can already do it. No matter what the state, he can concentrate and use his sword. Xie waved a few more swords, and Zhang Feng stopped. It's almost done, so I'll practice chopping. 20 days ago, Zhang Feng realized the breadth of all things. He cut the stone in half with one sword, and then Zhang Feng cut off steel and diamonds. Now Zhang Feng is practicing to cut off the air. For the first time, I saw the 4 words "cut off the air" on the essence of swordsmanship. At that time, Zhang Feng was blinded. Can the air be cut off? After a closer look, I realized that in fact, the swordsman wields the sword. Each sword is chopping the air. The ordinary swordsman wields the sword with brute force. The huge force drives the sword. When Jianhao chops the air, he must first understand the nature of the air, understand the air's rhythm, and then chop it, and wield a sword. The deeper the chop, the stronger the sentiment of the sword. There is no limit to severing air. The deeper you comprehend, the stronger your sword will be. If anyone comprehends the rhythm of air to the extreme, if you wave a sword, you can send out a slash across the entire world. Wu Jianhao focuses on artistic conception. Ordinary Jianhao relies on a good weapon, while De Jianhao relies on the understanding of Kendo. Big sharp knife can certainly enhance the strength of Jianhao. Yu reading www.yuuganchu.com, but that's just the icing on the cake. The understanding of Kendo is the root of De Jianhao. Zhang Feng is now a swordsman, but Zhang Feng has no plans to further become a swordsman. It takes a lot of time to understand the meaning of the sword. It is better to develop more time and space capabilities. A few days later, Keipu's house. The underworld remnant. As soon as the voice fell, I saw a 2-meter-long space crack appearing in mid-air. Everything around the space crack was pulled up, sucked into the space crack, and then completely crushed. Yes, this is the space sword skill that Zhang Feng has spent a full 10 days creating, inspired by the out-of-control blade of space on the platform that day. The blade of space is mainly with strong cutting ability. The Mendeo Kenuezan uses the attraction and tearing force in the crack in space. Zhang Feng magnifies this attraction and tearing force infinitely. Now people who have not broken the third limit can't get rid of this space crack. It's attractive. Once sucked into the space crack, it will be shredded by the tearing force in the space crack. At the same time, Zhang Feng also developed another trick, Ming Dao Yuan Yu Zhan. Although there is only a word difference between the two, the effect principle is quite different. Underworld Moon Cut highlights the powerful force of annihilation. Break down the numerous space forces into small black space particles and let them collide with each other, and each particle will generate a strong repulsive force. Meng Dao Yuan Yu Zhan. Its shape is a sphere, and the sphere is composed of violent space particles. It will break everything it encounters into particles, that is, nothingness. Chapter 50, Second Mission. Zhang Feng, who was standing on the side of the courtyard, calmed his eyes, held the black feather sword's hilt and waved his sword at a very fast speed. This speed could not be captured by the naked eye, and a colorless sword gas suddenly shot out, throwing a big rock is split in half. Today, Zhang Feng has become a little bit of cutting off the air. With all his efforts, he can already wield a sword of about 2 meters, clearly visible to the naked eye. Wielding a sword gas wants to cause strong damage to the enemy. The strength of the sword gas is the most important factor, followed by the attack distance of the sword gas. Swordsmen such as Eagle Eye wields a sword. The sword's chi is enough to cross an island. After the sword's chi is swayed, the island will be cut in half. Now Zhang Feng, although a sword can emit a sword, but the strength is not enough to cover only 2 meters, the sword is not condensed. If the sword moves in the air for 2 or 3 meters, it will dissipate in the air. This is because Zhang Feng's understanding of the nature of air is not deep enough. Everything is difficult to begin with, and practicing kendo is not something that happens overnight. Zhang Feng put away the black feather sword and was about to take a break. There was a voice from Carp behind him. Feng Feng, come here. Zhang Feng turned around and looked at Carp. Carp seemed to be in a good mood today. Uncle Carp, is there something wrong with me? Kapu looked at Zhang Feng with a smile on his face. Given that you performed extremely well in the last incident of the antivirus spider pirates, the senior Navy officials decided to promote you to the colonel. After listening to Carp's words, Zhang Feng was very happy. It seems to be one step closer to the general. Looking at Zhang Feng's look of excitement, Carp was afraid of Zhang Feng's pride, and dismissed, "Smelly boy, just a big university. Seeing you happy, are you far behind?" Cap glanced at the ground casually when he talked, and saw the open space covered with staggered sword marks, and nodded slightly. It seemed that this stinky boy was not lazy. Looking at the sword marks on the ground, Carp knew that Zhang Feng's sword skills had improved a lot this month. Although Carp is not a swordsman, there are countless swordsmen who have been seen along the way. Through these sword marks, Karp can infer the strength of Zhang Feng's current sword skills. Kapu has allowed Zhang Feng to cultivate by himself a long time ago. Strong men like Kapu know that if they want to become stronger, they can only explore by themselves and take their own path. In the course of practicing Jian Zhang Feng, Jian Qi continued to swipe across the ground, and every time the Jian Qi passed, the soil was scattered, and the entire ground was intertwined with gullies, which was terrible. Karp didn't care about it. After a moment, Karp suddenly became serious and looked at Zhang Feng with a grim look. Feng, the senior Navy officer has decided to give you a new mission, and this mission will be led by you. After listening to Karp's words, Zhang Feng said in his heart, lead yourself, that means that this task will be under his full authority. The first command task will inevitably be a little nervous, but at this time Zhang Feng is not only nervous but also excited. Zifa will not follow this mission, so you need to be careful. Your mission is to destroy the bone pirates. The mission location is the South China Sea. I don't think you are strange to the South China Sea. After speaking, Karp gave Zhang Feng a heavy look again. Feng, no matter if the task is completed, you have to come back, you know. Yes, Uncle Karp, I will definitely win. Port of Naval Headquarters. Yi Yisu's medium-sized warships were docked there, and the sea soldiers were carrying the supplies needed for the trip. Several major navies and some captains were waiting on the warships. These majors and commanders climbed to this position step by step from a small soldier. They are not elite, so several commanders are close to 30. In the Navy, the position of the post depends entirely on the strength. The elites are strong and the strength increases quickly, so they can step up to the sky. After graduation, they are all captains, and ordinary talents can only rely on slowly accumulating military achievements. The most cruel thing is that the military achievements accumulated by ordinary soldiers from birth to death 2 or 3 years, sometimes there are not many elites who have accumulated more military achievements in one mission. Their task is to follow Zhang Feng to complete the annihilation of the bone pirates, and some of the elites who are in the same period as Zhang Feng are participating in this mission. You said, who is the colonel who will direct this mission? How do I know that there are many universities that have been promoted this year and many in previous years? They are all possible. There were several majors discussing casually there, apparently they did not know which major was directing the task. They have done this task many times before. Several majors talk about who is the commander of the command mission. It is nothing more than hope that the commander is stronger and ensure their safety in the process of performing the task. Just at this time, these majors and officers immediately from a loose state stood in a neat queue to welcome the majors who came over. When the colonel boarded the warship, the officers and officers of the colonel displayed a look of astonishment on their faces, because the colonel in front of the colonel's cloak looked too young. www.readwn.com 17-8-year-old look. They have been in the Navy for more than 10 years and have not seen such a young colonel. They can't help but think, is this really a colonel? For such a young naval colonel, they saw it for the first time. Some captain officers secretly shook their heads and felt that they had been alive in recent years. Another part of the captain officers showed skeptical eyes and looked at the young colonel. This naval colonel is Zhang Feng. With the excellent performance of the Poison Spider and Pirate Group incident, Zhang Feng has become a naval colonel. Several elites who performed the mission together with Zhang Feng also received rewards. Bazet and Gilide are now second lieutenants. Today, Zhang Feng is wearing a standard military uniform. He originally wanted to wear plain clothes. Later I thought about it. This time, not only did the elites of the same period perform, but also some other officers. As commanders, wearing plain clothes was insignificant, so today wear more formal. The Bone Pirate Group is a pirate group that has risen suddenly in the past year or so. The captain is a pirate who has paid 90 million Bailey. I heard this news, Zhang Feng understood. No wonder he asked himself to command. The pirates at this price do not need to use the general combat power. Not long ago, the Navy of the South China Sea branch carried out siege on it. The Bone Pirates broke through the siege of the Navy twice in a row and caused no small casualties to the Navy. The Navy's face was greatly damaged. For this reason, the Navy deliberately mentioned the reward of the leader of the Bone Pirates to 130 million Bailey. The head of the South China Sea Naval Branch, because he wanted to guard the naval branch, was unable to withdraw from the Bone Pirates, so he sent a request to the naval headquarters. According to the latest information from the Navy, the Bone Pirate group is still wandering in the South China Sea. Zhang Feng's mission is to destroy the Bone Pirates before they enter the New World. Chapter 51, Major and Number 039, S question. As she boarded the warship, Zhang Feng glanced at the saluting officers with a look on his face. When will the supplies be ready? The majors and officers are still immersed in the astonishment of Zhang Feng's colonel as young as possible. After listening to Zhang Feng's question, he returned to God. The report has been prepared and can be started at any time. Let's go then. After Su ordered his departure, Zhang Feng turned and walked into the cabin. The captains on the deck, feeling as if they were dreaming, were still surprised. Su Jiangfeng's promotion to the colonel actually shocked the entire Navy's senior ranks, and even caused some sensation. He was promoted to the colonel with only one mission. There is no precedent in the history of the Navy. Zhang Feng does not consider it to be carp. The only guess is that this is a command from a higher level of the Navy. Is it that the 5 old stars have begun to pay attention to themselves, and only the 5 old stars have the right to advance themselves to the next level? I thought Zhang Feng couldn't help but be in a tight heart and was concerned by the 5 stars. I wonder if it is a blessing or a curse. Min Zhang Feng joined the Navy only a few years ago, and she is still in the learning stage. Her reputation is not obvious. The highest official positions of them are only the officers of majors. The channels of information are narrow, and Zhang Feng cannot be contacted at all, so she does not know Zhang Feng. I've never heard of such a young university, and it doesn't feel reliable. You said that this colonel is not the 2nd generation of the army. I came here to gild and brush up for merit. I think we are more fierce and less fortunate this time. A few school captains questioned for a while, but they were not qualified to question the naval headquarters order, and they had to bite the bullet and keep up. The elites of Tong and Zhang Feng in the same period were relaxed. They knew Zhang Feng's strength, but just watched Zhang Feng rising all the way, but he did not even mix up with a captain, and his heart was slightly unsatisfactory. On the Navy, the deepest cabin, this is Zhang Feng's room. All officers on the warship have their own separate rooms, while ordinary soldiers have a room for several people. At this time, Zhang Feng was looking at some information. A major with glasses stood next to Zhang Feng. These data are the target of this time. The data of the Bone Pirates Group, the head of the Bone Pirates Group, Cabez, formerly 90 million Bailey, is now 130 million Bailey. Cabez, Superman bone with bone and fruit ability, can take his bones out of the body, or stretch out to fight. The bones are extremely hard and good at body surgery. After reading the information of the Bone Pirates, Zhang Feng smiled. It's interesting, very interesting fruit ability. After talking about Zhang Feng, he looked at the major near him. Go and send the materials of the Bone Pirates group to the participating sea soldiers. Yes, Colonel. After Major Wu left, Zhang Feng stood up and hung the cloak of the colonel on a hanger. From here to the South China Sea, it probably crosses the first half of the entire Great Route. It is really a long distance. This time should not be wasted. Chu Zhangfeng sat down on her knees, controlled the force of space with her mental power, and divided the force of space into black space particles, and then combined and repeated operations to practice the control of the force of space. I can't practice swords on warships, I can only practice space skills. When you find the Bone Pirates and kill Cabez, there will be another military merit. Now Zhang Feng also needs to consider military achievements. Although there is still some distance to break through the third limit, it is always good to suffice military achievements in advance. What Zhang Feng cares about is that even if he is not enough in military affairs in the future, he may not be able to become a general. The Navy has only established 3 general positions. The current red dogs, yellow apes, and green pheasants have emerged. As long as the military skills are enough, they will naturally be promoted to generals. At that time, I am afraid that Zhang Feng's strength surpasses these 3, and the Navy will not confer the title of General Zhang Feng. Is it necessary to wait until the top war, Qing Qing leaves the Navy? No, it's too late. It seems that it takes some effort to become a general. Besides, Zhang Feng wants more than the position of general. Zhang Feng wants the position of Marshal of the Navy. To do this, he must do things and not go the ordinary way. The military system of the Navy is strict. Whether it is catching pirates or doing tasks, in short, as long as what is done is beneficial to the Navy, military merit will be rewarded as appropriate. However, catching pirates is the fastest way to obtain military achievements. In the later period, the 4 emperors of the New World, each of which was extremely rewarding, even the senior cadres of these pirates were very valuable, offering a reward of 7 or 8 billion, or even a billion. As long as one of the 4 imperial forces is annihilated, he can obtain massive military achievements. Of course, this level of pirate regiment is not to say that annihilation can be annihilated. The pirate regiments of the 4 emperors are not only pirate regiments, they also represent a party's power. The annihilation of the 4 emperors also means that they officially start a war with the 4 emperors. The power of the 24 emperors was extremely large, and the Navy would not dare to provoke easily. Otherwise, the later Navy would not have taken every effort to introduce Whitebeard to the naval headquarters and kill Whitebeard. When Zhang Feng finished her exercises and was about to rest, there was a quarrel outside. Zhang Feng hurried out of the cabin and came to the deck. Seeing the elites arguing with the captain, Zhang Feng was surprised that it was Gilide who took the lead. "Stop it for me!" I yelled angrily, "Just arguing," and everyone who wanted to do something stopped all of a sudden. Zhang Feng said with a face, "Tell me why I haven't met the pirates yet. www.readwn.com. You'll start with yourself first." I waited for a while and saw that no one answered. Zhang Feng said, "Why, it's all dumb, where is the momentum of the quarrel just now? Gilad, tell me why I'm fighting with them." Gilad first looked embarrassed, and then looked at Zhang Feng with extraordinary firmness. "I just can't get used to it, they say you." Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with curiosity. "Say me. They say that you only become a university by virtue of relationships, otherwise how is it possible that you would become a university at such a young age? But knows that you are a colonel on your own strength." After listening to Gilade's words, Zhang Feng finally understood that the captain officers were doubting their own strength. The elites of the same period know their own strength, so they will not say more, and these school captains do not know themselves at all, and can only judge their strength by subjective cognition. However, it can be understood that this is to destroy the pirates, not to play. As the highest combat power colonel on the entire warship, if the strength is not strong, what can be used to ensure everyone's safety? At this time, Zhang Feng's eyes looked a little deeper when she saw Gilide, and she was moved. Other quarrel captains flashed a little fear in their eyes. In the Navy, the offense of non-parliamentary officers is not small. Looking at the fearless officer, Zhang Feng's eyes flashed. Zhang Feng didn't plan to fight with them, but Zhang Feng had thought of this problem when he came here. Fortunately, this problem is happening now. If civil strife occurs while fighting the pirates, the consequences would be unthinkable. Zhang Feng is really angry this time. Disagree, don't believe it. Then hit your clothes. Chapter 52, Mercilessly. For Zhang Feng, these officers are not their opponents at all, and the most powerful are these majors. Although they broke the second limit early, they have limited potential and are not very strong. The strength of these majors is not even as good as Zhang Feng when he broke through the second limit, let alone now. Zhang Feng was standing in the middle of the deck at this time, and his face was right. I know some of you don't know me and doubt my strength. I understand. Now give you a chance to knock me down. I don't care if you are alone or together. In short, as long as you can win me, I will resign from the university. After listening to Zhang Feng's words, the officer of the school captain on the puppet deck was surprised for a while, but no one dared to stand up. Seeing no one standing up, Zhang Feng said again, "Why, where is the momentum of the quarrel just now?" and one after the other when he heard the battle. "But you can rest assured that whether you win or lose today, this matter will not be passed on." As soon as the words fell, a voice broke the silence, "I Mokas, I will challenge you." I looked at the young major who was wearing major costumes and looked ordinary. Zhang Feng was certain that the young major in front of him was also an elite, but not this term. After listening to Moka's words, Zhang Feng was not angry, but looked at this with a smile, the first guy who challenged himself, and said, "Finally, there is a person who is slightly boned, and you are sure to be one of you. You can call more people." Zhang Feng casually relaxed his words, and when he heard Mokas's ears were indeed disdainful, Mokas's complexion became hard to look instantly. "Damn! It's enough to deal with you alone." Zhang Feng smiled slightly, "Is it okay to be alone? Just let you give them a sample? Personally, just a waste of time." Mokas snorted, "Well, then, let me see how strong your young colonel is." As soon as Mokas finished speaking, he rushed straight to Zhang Feng. Moka's weapon is a standard long sword. Mokas rushes in front of Zhang Feng with two swords in his hands. The long sword in his hand is swept at Zhang Feng severely. There is a sharp breaking sound in the air. Mokas Sri Lanka wanted to hit Zhang Feng with a sword. However, in the face of the strong blow from Mokas, Zhang Feng stood still, looking calm and armed. In an instant, armed domineering covered Zhang Feng's right hand. Facing this sudden sword, Zhang Feng stretched out his right hand and took a look in the air. Sounded softly, Zhang Feng grabbed the blade of Mokas's sword. Mokas saw this, exhausted all his strength, and wanted to draw the sword, but the huge force from the sword was not what he could shake at all. Zhang Feng let go of the sword's body, looked at Mokas, and said with amused expression, "Is this what you call strength? IMHO, it's really not good. Do you think ordinary sword can hurt me? Do you look down on me, or do you look down on yourself too much? Take the strongest blow. Maybe you still have a chance. If not, you still don't want to be ugly." After talking about Zhang Feng, a little anger flashed on his face. These people thought of themselves and didn't take themselves into their eyes at all. After listening to Zhang Feng's words, Mokas's face turned red. What was he doing just now? Didn't he deal with the enemy with the fastest speed and give the strongest blow? However, Mokas is also a veteran on the battlefield. He quickly adjusted his condition. Mokas still holds a sword in both hands, armed color. Seeing that Mokas will cover the entire sword body with a domineering color, Zhang Feng knew that Mokas was serious this time. Serious, and so, the gap in strength cannot be made up by seriousness. Mokas held the sword in both hands, his feet suddenly slammed, and he attacked Zhang Feng. This time Mokas was twice as fast. In the face of Mokas's resurgence, Zhang Feng's face is still calm, without waves, armed color. The armed arrogance covered Zhang Feng's right arm instantly. Zhang Feng did not rush up or make a defensive gesture, but stood quietly, waiting for the attack to come. Mokas's sword was near. At this time Zhang Feng finally moved, and in an instant, countless people felt a flower in front of them, and saw Zhang Feng's fingers across a weird arc in the air. The speed is fast, and they are still left a black afterimage. Zhang Feng waved his hands very casually. The other parts of the body only moved slightly. From the bottom left to the top right, his fingers quickly traversed an arc in the air. Ding! With a crisp sound, Mocha's sword was severed by Zhang Feng, and then half of the sword fell to the deck. The silence in the market was so clear that the sound of the half-length sword falling on the deck was extremely clear. Zhang Feng's blow seemed to be easy and casual, but there are countless hardships hidden behind him. You can use your sword to blow a sword, so why not use your fingers? As long as the swinging force is strong enough, even a finger can swing a sword gas, but the lethality of the sword gas commanded by the hand is too small. www.readwn.com often in exchange for 10% of the effect. In front of Mocha's, a little swordsman who had a first glimpse of kendo, it was okay to pretend to force it. He really took it out and fought against others, killing him in 2 words. Zhang Feng's eyes glanced at the half-sword that fell on the deck. Sure enough, a good sword is still very important to the swordsman. If Mocha's was holding a sharp knife today, Zhang Feng would not dare to force it. At this time, Mocha's was already holding his entire body. Looking at the half-cut sword in his hand, Mocha's looked up at Zhang Feng with a blank look. At this moment, Mocha's did not expect such a situation at all, and he was even at a loss for a moment. And the captains standing at the end of the deck saw this scene, and they all looked awkward, and they were also dazed, and just saw something. The young colonel cut off Mocha with only 1 finger. Long's sword. Mocha's was not the most outstanding among the majors, but he was not bad. However, he was defeated so badly at this moment. Several majors who were just eager to try, could not help but quit. Bazat among the elites is bitter. Since the last poisoned spider pirate incident, Zhang Feng appeared to save everyone. Bazat's prejudice against Zhang Feng is much less, but Bazat has not given up the idea of surpassing Zhang Feng. Now seeing Zhang Feng's strength, Bazat began to wonder if his insistence was wrong. Can he really compete with this evil? Zhang Feng looked at everyone with complex eyes and looked at himself one by one. Zhang Feng knew that his purpose had been achieved. This time, Zhang Feng crushed Mocha's strongly, not to humiliate Mocha's, but to build prestige. Looking at the people in front of him, Zhang Feng smiled unwillingly, since it has already begun, then play for a while. Chapter 53, Strong Crush. Zhang Feng can cut Mocha's sword with 1 finger, not only because Zhang Feng has been slightly successful in kendo practice, the main reason is that Zhang Feng's domineering quality is higher than that of Mocha's. If Mocha's armed color domineering strength is 1, then Zhang Feng's armed color domineering strength is 5. After defeating Mocha's, Zhang Feng didn't do any other action, but just stood still. Mocha's looked at the broken sword in his hand, a flash of disappointment flashed on his face, and tossed the broken sword aside. I lost. At this time, Mocha's finally woke up from the loss, just looking at Zhang Feng's eyes, from the initial contempt to awe and fear. Seeing that Mocha's gave in, the surrounding lieutenant officers and elites shook their heads. Mocha's was defeated in this way. It is really a big gap between the 2 sides. I didn't expect this young colonel to be so strong. I said, how could naval headquarters arbitrarily admit to be a colonel? If Zhang Feng was holding a large sharp knife at this time, everyone could easily accept Mocha's sword, but Zhang Feng only used 1 finger, and the effect was too shocking. Zhang Feng's strength now is a far cry from a year ago. The current Zhang Feng has a power of 9 tons, and the body can already hold 40 drops of space-time force, and can feel the space energy within 80 meters, that is, within 80, Zhang Feng can teleport at will regardless of distance. I watched as no one came forward to challenge. Zhang Feng stimulated the crowd again. Why, is there no one? You guys, you want to kill the pirates? Isn't it strong just now? Why don't you even have the courage to face me now? Is it used to being comfortable in the naval headquarters? One by one, they have become long-tongued women, only chewing on the back of people's ears. I heard Zhang Feng's ridicule, and the school captains glared at Zhang Feng one by one. Colonel, we were wrong just now, but you can't humiliate us like this. I'll fight you. I saw a big man with a stubborn back, walking out of the crowd, and a major uniform wearing a major military uniform was a bit out of place on the big man. This major was a little wider than Gullider. Strong body and strong muscles, natural power is great, but this does not mean that his strength is above Gullider. Gullider's talent for refining is extremely high, and this major obviously has no refining talent. Otherwise, I wouldn't be all close to 30 years old, so I mixed up a major post. Looking at the big man in front of him, Zhang Feng's mouth slightly tilted. Do you need no weapons? After listening to Zhang Feng's words, De Han Han snorted coldly. Hey, I always have, I only use fists without weapons. Ginger is going to play, I have seen a good show, I know that Ginger's basic strength is 800 pounds, and now it has exceeded the limit twice, and the strength should have reached 7 tons. I think that the basic strength of the young colonel is 500 pounds. Even if there is some swordplay, Ginger has a chance to win. Jinger looked at Zhang Feng earnestly. I know you are strong, young colonel, otherwise the naval headquarters would not recognize you as colonel. I stand up to ask you to take back what you just said. After listening to Ginger's words, Zhang Feng looked at Ginger with a smile. Oh, if you want me to take back what I just said, you can win me, and I apologize to you. As soon as Zhang Feng's words fell, Ginger rushed over to Zhang Feng. He was like a tiger and mighty, and in an instant he came to Zhang Feng's face and pointed directly at Zhang Feng's face. In the face of Jinger's heavy blow, Zhang Feng's face was calm, his body moved back slightly, and a punch came out. Bump! When the fists met, Zhang Feng retreated 3 steps, while Ginger retreated 7 steps to stabilize his figure. Ginger was shocked. How could it be? How could your power be so great? I don't believe armed color. Jinger covered the domineering armor over his arm, and rushed to Zhang Feng again. Suddenly there was a series of sounds of fist impact in the air, and neither of them was willing to give in. After a while, the two finally stopped moving, and saw that Ginger's arms were covered with blood, while Zhang Feng's arms were intact. Yes, Zhang Feng's strong fist style directly cut through Jinger's arms through several wounds. Although Jinger's arms were covered with armed domineering, Zhang Feng's armed domineering was even better. If Jingle's armed color domineering is a layer of iron, then Zhang Feng's armed color domineering is a layer of titanium alloy. Looking at the scarred Ginger, Zhang Feng's face is no different. Will you come again? I can play with you. Ginger looked at his arms with a gaze, and he obviously used the armed color domineering, but he was still injured. In the course of the recent fighting, I have tried my best, but I still can't shake the colonel in front of me. Obviously, the power of the colonel in front of me is still above me. Jinger put away the domineering, looked at Zhang Feng with a heavy face. You are strong, I lost. What Ginger gave up, I heard right. The captain around him looked at Ginger with an unbelievable look. Ginger, but the strongest of us, he lost, then we. Looking at the school captains who were in a mess in front of me, Zhang Feng said www.readwn.com. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me, or that sentence, you can go together. After listening to Zhang Feng's words, a captain officer stood out. I want to fight. If I lose, I won't be ashamed. If I don't fight, I won't be ashamed. Soon afterwards, the rest of the captain officers came out one by one. Zhang nodded when he saw this. What else can a person who dare not even face fail do? Very good, and a little courage. You are lucky, you made the right choice. Just if you didn't stand up, I would not only give you a meal, but I would throw you into the sea and let you swim back to the naval headquarters. I don't need soft eggs on my boat. Armed color. Zhang Feng covered his domineering arms with his arms and appeared instantly in front of these school captains. Almost at this moment, the sound of swords slamming on the court, one sword after another was chopped off by Zhang Feng, and one after another, Zhang Feng flew out. Everyone held different weapons, but the results were the same, all being bombed by Zhang Feng. A moment later, the captain officer on the ship was lying on the deck. Qi Zhongfeng stood with her arms on her chest and stood in the middle of the deck, watching the crowd lying on the deck. Who else? Seeing no response, Zhongfeng turned around and looked at the elites. The elites looked at Zhongfeng, who turned around and took a step back, staring at Zhongfeng with vigilance. Seeing this, Zhongfeng shook his head helplessly. Am I so scary? That Mitchell, contact the naval headquarters and ask them to send a batch of standard swords. As for the reason, let's say that the long sword of the past was too poor and was ruined. After speaking, Zhongfeng went into the cabin, leaving a crowd of aggressive faces. Chapter 54, Xiaomeng Neptune. The puppet warship was moving at full speed. The naval ship's power plant was designed by Dr. Begapunk and has a strong driving force, so the Navy's warships are much faster than other ships. After a short while, the warship sailed into the windless zone, which is the only way to pass from the Great Route to the Four Seas. After the warship sailed into the windless zone, the captain and the elites on the deck were all excited and their expressions were tense. Even the elites who had experienced the Neptune attack on the warships last time began to silently pray, 10 million don't meet Neptune. Since the last time Zhongfeng suppressed the captains of the schools, the captains looked at Zhongfeng differently. From scorn and disbelief to the current awe and trust, Zhongfeng's orders have not been shirk. The biggest internal contradiction of the entire warship has now been eradicated. In fact, on the way to the South China Sea, there is rarely any danger, because ordinary pirates will deter naval warships and will not actively attack naval warships. Going to the Four Seas, the biggest crisis is not encountering pirates on the road, but occasionally encountering Neptune when passing through the windless belt. Neptunes do not care whether you are a navy. I brought Zhongfeng several times without wind. I remember when I came here last time, when I returned to naval headquarters from Rog Town. I passed the windless zone several times, and only the one who followed Zifa to the South China Sea met Neptune. In fact, Zhongfeng also did not want to encounter Neptune. He could be killed if he encountered a small Neptune. Once he encountered a large Neptune, he did not break the third limit and there was no possibility of surviving. Qi Zhongfeng may be able to escape with space, but others. There is no teacher Zifa here this time. If you encounter Neptune, you can only rely on yourself. Thinking of this, Zhongfeng's complexion was a little dignified. I do not know if Zhongfeng's luck is bad, or he loves to be kidding. Soon after the warship sailed into the windless zone, a Neptune suddenly came out of the sea. Although the size of the Neptune is not as large as the previous one, the entire body is also close to half of the Navy warship. The entire body of the Neptune is blocked in front of the warship. Min Zhongfeng looked at Neptune. This should be a small Neptune, because Zhongfeng felt no oppression from him. This Neptune is just a little big and immature. It should be a Neptune in its infancy. I felt that the Neptune who appeared in front of the Navy warship was not murderous at all, and everyone who had just looked ugly was finally relieved. Looking at the Neptune in front of him, Zhongfeng did not intend to do anything to kill a young Neptune without any precaution, just like killing a child who had no strength to fight back. This is not Zhongfeng's style. Qi Zhongfeng turned around, looked at the crowd, and said, "Turn the bow of the boat and go around, and no one should attack it." When the Navy warship was about to bypass the Neptune moved, and the juvenile Neptune stretched out its slender head, looked at the naval warship, and looked at everyone. His big eyes were as clear as water, and a little curious. The warship bypassed the Neptune and continued to move forward. What was unexpected was that this Neptune did not attack the warship, but just followed the warship as if he had encountered his favorite toy. Qi Zhongfeng let the Neptune follow the warship. When he is tired of playing, he will naturally go back. After about half an hour, Neptune finally gave up, and plans to turn around and go back. Seeing everyone smiling at this scene, she is often surprised. "Ha ha ha, it's really interesting, I thought I was going to die. Today's events are truly unheard of. Crossing the windless belt with the Neptune, it's enough for me to blow for a year." Cut. I just didn't know who, I almost scared. Looking at the Neptunes far away, Zhang Feng smiled and said, I thought the Neptunes were fierce and cruel, but I would not encounter any interesting little guys. When Zhang Feng thought it was about to end, he suddenly saw a huge shadow below the sea surface swimming towards the young Neptune. Qi Jiangfeng's face changed greatly, not good. Black feather sword. Qu Jiangfeng took out the black feather sword, and swung her right hand suddenly, and a sword shot out in anger, hitting a huge figure below the sea surface. The surface of the sea was cut open instantly, the sword gas left a scar on the huge figure, and the surface of the sea was instantly dyed red. If the windless zone meets the Neptune, if it is far apart, you can turn the direction to avoid the Neptune. If the distance is long, the Neptune will generally not chase. But if Neptune is close at hand, then it is another matter. Neptune will make a crazy attack on naval warships until it destroys the entire naval warship. Zhang Feng had just seen countless thoughts when she saw the Neptune below the sea surface and suddenly attacked the young Neptune. Qu Zhangfeng can choose to speed up and leave the windless zone when the two Neptune fight. But Zhang Feng gave up the most correct choice and chose to pull the sword. The reason was that Zhang Feng himself couldn't figure it out, maybe he was touched by the clear eyes of the young Neptune. Ong! With a loud roar, Neptune surfaced, his eyes flushed, and his expression was terrible. Looking at the Neptune in front of him, Zhang Feng knew that it was in trouble. The head of this Neptune was full of scars. At first glance, he was a fierce character who often fought with other Neptunes and survived. Suhe Wang suddenly appeared beside the warship, causing huge movement. The whole warship was almost overturned, and the navy on the warship came to the deck one after another. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Everyone's face became difficult to look at. Looking at the Neptune in front of them, everyone's bodies began to tremble, and their eyes were full of horror. It's really dead this time. Although the people on the puppet warships have all come to the windless zone, most of them have not encountered the Neptune. If it is a small Neptune just now, everyone has the courage to face it, but what appears in front of you is not a small Neptune, a medium-sized Neptune, and a medium-sized Neptune that has experienced hundreds of battles. You can feel the deep pressure from Neptune's body across dozens of meters. Against this medium-sized Neptune, which is larger than warships, the artillery fire on warships has no effect at all. Fighting with a weapon? Just kidding, ordinary attacks are completely tickling Neptune. Zhang Feng's sword seems to be quite strong, but he can only leave a small hole in the Neptune. Worst of all, this medium-sized Neptune has been staring at the warship, and now there is no chance of running away, only dead fighting. When everyone was frowning, thinking about how to get through the immediate crisis, the young Neptune rushed to the side of the warship, and a touch of excitement appeared on his tender face, and he finally caught up with his big toy. Then the little Neptune seemed to feel that a big guy was hostile to himself. For the first time, there was a flash of fear in his clear eyes. And then he hid behind the warship and stretched his slender head and looked at everything in front of him curiously. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng smiled bitterly, this cute girl. I do not know when Zhang Feng feels that this little sea king is intelligent. Although the wisdom is not high, Zhang Feng can be sure that this little sea king is not simple. It's so special. Chapter 55, Sea King. The piranhas emerged from the sea with their eyes flushed, apparently angered. Just now it saw that a small sea king was swimming on the sea. It was originally intended to have a meal. It did not expect that a creature suddenly attacked itself. No creature in this area has dared to provoke itself. Even today, some creatures dare to attack themselves. Although the attack is not painful or itchy, this provocative behavior will not be tolerated by themselves. Seeing that the Neptune hadn't changed yet, the crowd held their breaths and didn't dare to make any movements. They stared at the Neptune with their hands on their weapons. Once the Neptune ran away, everyone would immediately launch a counterattack. Suddenly the Neptune moved, and the Neptune that appeared on the surface looked at the warship. Although he didn't know what the creature was in front of him, one thing was certain. It was just this monster that attacked himself. Ang! With a loud roar, half of the Neptune's body emerged from the sea, and the sea suddenly set off a stormy sea. The ferocious wave almost overturned the general ship. At this time, I was looking at this Neptune, and found that it was more than 50 meters long, and the head was similar to the head of a crocodile, with limbs. As soon as the Neptune emerged from the sea, they attacked the warship. The Neptune stretched out its forelimbs and slammed the naval warship. The forelegs of Erhaiwang are about 10 meters long and 4 or 5 meters thick. I looked at the giant shadow that was about to fall in the sky, and everyone immediately felt an unprecedented pressure. The huge giant shadow seemed to suppress the entire sky. In the face of such a blow, everyone has completely lost their ability to think, holding weapons in their hands, staring at the giant shadow in the sky. Under this horrible pressure, everyone's bodies seemed to be anchored, and no thought of resistance was born in their hearts. At this time, the people felt how small they were, how insignificant their power was, and their hearts were cold and desperate. However, Zhang Feng moved at this moment. I can't let you destroy the warship. Armed color shaved. Chu Zhang Feng wrapped the black feather sword with armed color domineering almost instantaneously, stepping on the air with her toes, and several flashes appeared under the forelegs of Neptune. At the same time, Zhang Feng waved his sword and suddenly cut it, and the sword was cut directly on the forelegs of Neptune. The huge pressure that made people breathless disappeared in vain at this moment. The next moment, there was a loud tearing sound in the air, and the forelegs of Neptune were torn apart by Zhang Feng's sword gas, about 3 meters long and 1 foot deep. Suddenly there was a rain above the warship, and the blood stained the entire warship deck. The sword that I just cut not only injured the Neptune, but also cut and flew the forelegs of the Neptune. You can't let this big guy destroy the Navy warship. Of course, Zhang Feng was also hit by the King of the Sea and hit the ship deck severely. The Neptune was thoroughly enraged by Zhang Feng, his eyes were flushed, and it was almost bleeding. Chu Zhang Feng, regardless of whether Neptune was angry or not, Zhang Feng fell on the deck without any pause, almost immediately when Neptune's forelimbs fell into the sea. Instant step. Chu Zhang Feng appeared in front of the Neptune, waved his sword to make several colorless slashes, and a sudden wound appeared on the Neptune. The Queen of Sea Kings glared at Zhang Feng, and opened their mouths with blood, trying to swallow Zhang Feng into their mouths. Instant step. This time Zhang Feng flashed to the back of the Neptune, and it was a few more slashes on the back of the Neptune. Repeated use of instant steps can completely make Zhang Feng stop in the air. Zhang Feng stopped in the air, looked down, and looked at the Sea Kings below, and found that ordinary chopping is completely ineffective. Can't drag any more. If you drag on, it will likely attract other Sea Kings. Chu Zhang Feng clenched the black feather sword, first charged, then wielded the sword, and sent out a wonderful arc in the air, one sword flow underworld stump. This sword Zhang Feng has no intention to keep his hand. Zhang Feng has exhausted almost all the power of space, and a black space crack suddenly appears diagonally above the Neptune. This is one of the space sword skills developed by Zhang Feng. The dark and deep space cracks are suspended in the air, and you can see a little starry from a closer look. The entire crack is about 20 meters long. The moment the space crack appeared, the attraction in the crack began to pull the Neptune, and the Neptune was completely locked by the attraction. The huge body of Erhaiwang was completely in front of the warship, so the warship was not sucked in. Zhang Feng returned to the deck, looking dignified, and said, "Hurry up, leave this area." The Neptune seems to feel some kind of crisis and starts to struggle to leave this area, but everything is futile, and the Neptune's struggle has no effect. After a short while, Neptune was sucked out of the sea and sank into the cracks in space. Neptune submerged into the space crack, and the space crack also disappeared. After seeing this scene, Zhang Feng's song was relieved, the crisis was resolved. This trick is strong, but it is not easy to control. Using this trick may hurt yourself, so you must use it carefully in the future. www.readwn.com. At this time, Zhang Feng can be sure that the Neptunes sucked into the cracks in the space are absolutely dead. Even if the Neptunes are not shredded by the force of violent space, they will be lost in the endless void. The windless zone returned to calm, and the sea was not shocked, as if nothing had happened just now. The people on the puppet warship were dismayed one by one. It was unbelievable that the scene just now completely exceeded everyone's perception. Is this a swordsman? It's a weird move. Many of them are on the path of the sword. They think they have a certain understanding of the sword. After seeing Zhang Feng's sword skills, he suddenly began to doubt himself. Do I really know the sword? I might have learned fake swords before. Murmur. Everyone looked at Zhang Feng in front of the deck, all drooling. So strong. Is this the true strength of the university? After a while, someone finally woke up from the shock, and subconsciously took a look at where the Neptune disappeared. A behemoth disappeared in this way, leaving no trace. How weird the scene was, and everyone shivered at the thought of it. If there is still clearly visible blood on the deck and in the sea, everyone will start to wonder if they have just dreamed. At this time, whether it is the school officer or the elite, Zhang Feng's eyes look different, and his eyes are full of awe. Zhang Feng closed up the black feather sword. The effect of the previous sword was unexpectedly good. From the beginning to the present, all the negative emotions were also wiped out with the recent sword being swept away. Zhang Feng was in a good mood. Zhang Feng turned around and looked at the big adorable creature hiding behind the warship. This guy feels like a child. Is there a wise Neptune? Chapter 56, Royal Neptune. After clearing the blood on the warship, everyone's eyes turned to the little Neptune. I was just this little guy, making everyone almost become the food of Neptune. Small Neptune has a slender neck and a head that resembles a previous giraffe. The body is not like a fish, but a mammal. A pair of big eyes were as clear as water, swimming around the warship, and spraying water on everyone from time to time. Everyone who just came from the edge of life and death was also laughed at by this little cute girl, and the tense atmosphere disappeared all of a sudden. Zhang Feng looked at this little cute product and had the idea of accepting it as a pet, but she gave up. Now she can't even grasp her own destiny. There is still time and energy to take care of others. Zhang Feng left a space mark on Xiao Haiwang and ordered the sailor to proceed at full speed. However, just as the navy ship was about to set off, the whole sea began to shake. Everyone looked so big. No, there will be Neptune. Zhang Feng looked down at the sea, and saw a huge black shadow slowly rising up. The black shadow was getting bigger and bigger. This black shadow was hundreds of times larger than just the Neptune. What a ghost! At this time, Zhang Feng's entire mood is not good. One wave after another wave is up. This Neptune is not a human being. The warship was tossed around, and everyone swayed to the left and right, standing unsteadily. Suddenly the entire warship was pushed out of the water by the Neptune, straight into the clouds. The warship rose rapidly, and everyone felt a sudden pain in the brain. After a while, the warship was no longer shaking, and the horrified crowd finally stabilized their body and looked nervously around. Zhang Feng knew that the warship was on the head of a Neptune at this time, and the Neptune was extremely large, and the entire warship was not as big as the one of the Neptune. Looking at Neptune, Zhang Feng felt particularly familiar. By the way, this Neptune is just an enlarged version of Xiao Meng. This should be the mother or father of Neptune. I looked at the small cute goods next to the warship and shouted cheerfully. Zhang Feng was more affirming her guess. When Zhang Feng was thinking about how to face the crisis at this time, a voice came to her mind. Young man, thank you for saving my child. This voice does not appear in Zhang Feng's ears, but directly in Zhang Feng's mind. Heartfelt or spiritual communication. Looking at the others, she was still nervous and wary. Zhang Feng was sure that she heard it only by herself. The ability to communicate with all things can generally only be grasped by the strongest who has broken through the fourth limit. Roger has been at the peak of the third limit for many years. Although he is only one step away from the fourth limit, he only realizes that listen to everything aspirations. In fact, this ability is mainly related to mental strength. As long as the mental strength is strong enough, you can also understand without breaking the fourth limit. Qi Jiangfeng's mental strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people, but he has not yet reached the point where he can listen to his heart. At this time, Jiangfeng can hear the voice of Neptune, because Neptune forcibly communicates with Jiangfeng. You are. Qi Jiangfeng didn't know how to communicate with Neptune, so he could only think in his heart what to say. This Neptune should be able to hear his own words. It's been over 800 years, remember that the last time I communicated with humans was 800 years ago. At that time, I was still young, and one of your strong human beings took the initiative to communicate with me. I heard a shock in Jiangfeng's eyes for more than 800 years, but I was relieved by thinking about the long life of Neptune. I have the power of time and almost endless time. Is 800 years really long? We are the royal family in the Neptune class. We usually live in the deepest parts of the windless zone. They will not appear unless we call someone. This time I wouldn't have been here if this little guy had run away. I heard that Neptune mentioned one's calling. Jiangfeng first thought of mermaid princess Baxing. Poseidon, one of the three old weapons. It is said that mermaid princess Baxing has the ability to communicate with Neptune. However, Jiangfeng thinks that Baxing's ability is a kind of racial talent, which is by no means unheard of. Is it a mermaid princess? Jiangfeng asked casually. Qi Jiangfeng can feel that after listening to his own problems, the spirit of Neptune has obviously experienced abnormal fluctuations. Young man, it seems that you are not simple, you even know this thing. You won't belong to that family. A human who can hear our voices appeared on the sea not long ago, I think he belongs to that group too. It's only that group that can have such excellent knowledge and domineering. After listening to Neptune, Jiangfeng knew that Neptune was talking about Roger. The ancestors of our tribe and mermaid tribe have some roots. This is a long story. Young people, I will tell you the next time I have the opportunity. Now I'm going back. After the Sea Kings had finished speaking, their bodies suddenly dived. After diving into the sea, they sucked Xiaomeng into their mouths and swam away. The sea was rough and the waves were patted on the warship one by one. Looking at the figure of Neptune, the river looked dignified and became more and more curious about the blank century-old history. This is the true Neptune. When you see this Neptune, you feel that the Neptune that you killed before is a small shrimp. Jiangfeng also truly felt the horror of ancient weapons this time. One such Neptune class has made people desperate. www.readwn.com. If White Star summoned a group, I am afraid even the Navy and the Four Emperors will despair. The giant Neptune class left an indelible shock to everyone. The next voyage was exceptionally quiet, and everyone seemed to have not yet woke up from the shock. I experienced this incident, and it is estimated that some captains and elites will not dare to live in the windless zone in the future. I have never heard of such a huge Neptune, and we are still alive. I do not know who said a word, the other people's body shook a bit. This level of Neptune do not want to dream themselves. The attack on the warships by the High Kings was only an accidental event, and the next voyage went smoothly without encountering any obstacles. This time Jiangfeng and his party, the place they want to reach is close to the great shipping route. It is undoubtedly a long journey from the headquarters of the Navy. Even with the impetus of the Navy warship, moving at full speed and unimpeded all the way, it will take 7 or 8 days, not to mention some daily consumption items such as water and food supplements. Time is running out, and the bone pirates must be annihilated before they enter the New World. Once the bone pirates entered the New World, it meant that Jiangfeng and his party could not complete this task. The Navy will never allow Jiangfeng and others to enter the New World. Most of the pirates in the New World have broken through the second limit. All the famous pirates have pirates who break through the third limit. Qi Jiangfeng and others now enter the New World, which is tantamount to a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Pirates in the New World are not like the pirates in the first half of the Great Route. When they see the navy, they will deter. Some pirates in the New World, even often destroying the naval fleet, to prove their strength. Chapter 57, Bone Pirates. I walked all the way and finally crossed the windless zone to the South China Sea. The South China Sea is an area with the strongest average strength of pirates, with many islands. The islands of Pirate World are divided into three categories: small islands, medium islands, and large islands. As long as it is inhabited and has a complete ecosystem, it can become a small island. The size of a medium-sized island is almost 10 times that of a small island. There is at least one town on the medium-sized island. Rog is located on a medium-sized island. The large islands are even larger, and can accommodate at least one country. The Kingdom of Alabastan was built on a large island. All the large islands are basically managed by the world government, and it is the Navy that is directly involved in the management of these islands. Each large island has a small naval branch. The world government has more than 170 countries. It has almost mastered the entire pirate world, and is known as the largest strength of the pirate world. But there is one place they can't control, and that is the Great Route. Pirates in the first half of the Great Route are weak and the Navy can still control the situation, but in the second half of the Great Route, powerful pirates are vertical and horizontal on the sea, and even some pirates are not willing to provoke the world. The unwillingness to provoke is not to say that the world government is afraid of these pirates. A group of pirates is not terrible. The horrible thing is that these pirates cling together and form a strength. The reason why the world government dare not make up its mind to encircle the pirates on a large scale around the world is that they are not strong enough, and they are afraid that the pirates will unite. It is precisely because of these concerns that Sun helped to form the 4 emperors and the formation of the 7 Wahei forces. Warship Cabin Interior. Qi Jiangfeng was sitting cross-legged, her eyes closed, and she entered a state of meditation. Jiangfeng's meditation is not the way to cultivate spiritual power in the novel. Qi Jiangfeng's meditation is just to calm down oneself, because this can make your brain more awake, and you can think more intelligently about yourself. Suddenly Jiangfeng opened her eyes because Jiangfeng heard footsteps. Dang 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 came knocking outside. Come in. The next moment, a major pushed open the hatch and went into the cabin. Report to the colonel, the pirate ship of the Bone Pirates was found in front. I know. I heard this news. Jiangfeng's face was calm and without waves. The Bone Pirates paid a little more for the captain's difficulty, and the other crew members were all in a crowd, not to be afraid. I came along all the way and did not clash with any pirate regiment. I encountered several pirate regiments on the way, but only saw Navy warships deterred one after another, and Jiangfeng also relied on chasing. In fact, Jiangfeng practiced most of the time along the way. As for other trivial matters, they were handed over to the captains and elites. Qi Jiangfeng stood up and said, "Catch up." Major Li looked at Jiangfeng with a relaxed and casual look. The major understood Jiangfeng's meaning. Since he encountered the mission goal, there was no reason to give up, and he rushed straight up. After experiencing the attack of Neptune, everyone has deeply experienced Jiangfeng's terrorist strength. Neptunes that are several times larger than naval warships have been killed by Jiangfeng with one sword. Are you still afraid of a small pirate? The weird sword is still echoing in their minds. For this young colonel, they are in awe of their hearts, and they will not have any doubts about Jiangfeng's order. Yes. A major response from Major. He turned and walked out of the cabin. Run, a naval warship is coming to our side. A member of the Bone Pirates saw the warship approaching, panicked, and shivered involuntarily. When I saw the naval warship, everyone in the pirates group panicked. Quickly, go back to the island. The captain is not here. We are not their opponents. The sailor of the Bone Pirates immediately turned the bow and headed for the nearest medium-sized island. Zhang Feng smiled when he saw this scene. Accelerate to catch up. In the past few days, Lao Tzu's fist is almost rusty. It's time to take a good action. After 10 minutes. Bump. With a loud noise, the warship hit the pirate ship fiercely and fired. The dark shells bombarded the pirate ship, and the pirate ship burst into flames. Most of the pirate ship was on fire. In a few minutes, the pirate ship was broken. Kill. His Majesty the next, the captain officer and the elites on the warship have jumped to the pirate ship and launched a deadly fight with the pirates. Chu Zhongfeng stood at the top of the warship to take control of the overall situation, watching from side to side, hoping to find Cabes, the leader of the Bone Pirates. After all, only Cabes could fight himself. What makes Zhongfeng wonder is that Cabes didn't show up. Cabes was not on the pirate boat? Instant step. Chu Zhongfeng appeared on the pirate ship in a flash, land-foot finger gun. A colorless slash, chopped on the pirate, leaving a trail of blood on the pirate. Each finger point out, there must be a blood hole in a pirate. After joining the war, Zhang Feng discovered that these pirates were completely a bunch of black people, and most of them broke the first limit, and some were even ordinary people. Yu Reading Books www.yuyugonshu.com. The puppet navy suppressed the pirates with an absolute advantage, and the captain and the elite suffered only minor knife injuries. On the contrary, there are no pirates in existence, and few pirates survive, one by one, as they know that they will lose their freedom in the future. Qi Zhongfeng looked at a bruised pirate and said, "Where is your captain, and other cotters, where are they?" The pirate's voice shivered, "I won't tell you. Bazat, give you a task, I want to know where their captain is." After listening to Zhongfeng's words, Mr. Bazat's eyes flashed reluctantly, and then a trace of fanaticism emerged. Originally their base camp was nearby, and they are now lingering on a nearby medium-sized island. This medium-sized island is the most prosperous island nearby. There are 4 small towns on the island, one of which is also a nearby trade center, which is extremely prosperous. The reason why the Bone Pirates did not enter the New World is because they had reached an agreement with a New World and a pirate group. As to which pirate group this pirate group is, I don't know. A small pirate on the periphery cannot know too many secrets. When I heard Bazat's report to himself, Zhongfeng's eyes flashed with appreciation. Although Bazat is extremely arrogant, it is not without merit, at least he is fierce than ordinary people. The most important thing for the Navy is to have justice and do justice, but this does not mean to do what we want to do. Talk to the pirates, make sense, stop joking. I can get so much important information from the pirate's mouth, and it can be seen that Bazat tortured the pirate. Chapter 58, Cabes. After landing on the island, Captain Cabes, the skeleton of the Bone Pirates, "Don't let me down." Chu Zhongfeng murmured looking at the medium-sized island not far away. The Bone Pirates and the pirates of the New World secretly colluded, which was not mentioned in the Navy's intelligence. Min Zhongfeng guessed that the Bone Pirates had just reached an agreement with the pirates of the New World and did not start the operation. Recently, the Bone Pirates group suddenly became active, not only defeating a Navy's fleet in the South China Sea, but also establishing power on an extremely prosperous island. According to the information obtained by Bazat, although the Bone Pirates have only come to this island for more than 10 days, they have completely controlled the island. For more than 10 days to control a medium-sized island, it is absolutely impossible to use the strength of the Bone Pirates, but now they have done it, which means that there are New World pirates helping them. I thought Zhongfeng's mouth slightly tilted up, maybe, this big pirate is still on the island. Interesting, I want to see who this pirate is. The pirates occupied the island for only one purpose, which was to conduct dark transactions, such as slavery and arms sales. One such organization is the Poisonous Spider pirate group that Zhongfeng and others annihilated for the first time. Although burning and looting come quickly, the risk is too great and it takes life to fight. These black transactions come with fast money and low risk. Many pirate groups rely on these black transactions to collect money. At this moment is approaching the island. Zhang Feng stood at the forefront of the deck and looked at the crowd with a serious face. Now it is certain that the bone pirates are on the island in front. I think they will attack us after landing on the island. I will say one thing, don't keep your hands on pirates. The people who are standing on the deck of the warship have already participated in the siege of the pirates. They are novices. What they should do is very clear in their hearts, so Zhang Feng is no longer here. The puppet warship sailed slowly towards the island. There was a lookout on the island, and a sentry inside the lookout saw a warship approaching, and his face changed greatly. That's a Navy warship. Tell the boss, the Navy is here. The sentry's sentiments quickly moved after each face changed dramatically. At this moment in the center of the island, in a humble house, a man sat on the sofa, while another man stood side by side respectfully. Although the house is inconspicuous, the decoration of the room is extremely luxurious. The man standing aside, with black hair, a thin figure, and a few stinging wounds on his face, was the captain of the Bone Pirates. A middle-aged man sitting on the sofa, tied with a ponytail and 2 twist braids, has a strong physique, a metal jaw on his mouth, and 2 ivory decorations on his head and shoulders. At this moment, Cabez looked respectfully at the man sitting on the sofa. My lord, we have mastered the whole island. You asked me to collect the devil fruit, and I am trying my best to collect it. The man on the sofa glanced coldly at Cabez. There is no free lunch in this world. If you don't handle this matter, we will work with another pirates team. And you don't have to say everything. I listened to the man, and Cabez's whole body trembled. The man in front of him was a big killer, and he didn't dare to disobey his meaning. Yes, I know. Boss is not good, the Navy is here. At this moment a sentry rushed into the room. After hearing this, Cabez's face changed greatly. Is it for us? Okay, it seems to be. Cabez's face became ugly for a moment, and Cabez looked at the man on the sofa with a blank expression. Master, this. The young man snorted. Well, our captain doesn't want to get into the sight of the Navy too soon, so I won't take a shot. Go stop them. If you don't stop them, I won't kill you without the Navy's hands. After listening to the young man's words, Capeston was as dead as ever, and now he can only let go. Go, gather all the crew and kill all the pirates who have landed on the island. After the warship landed on the island, Zhang Feng did not waste the world with these, caught a small pirate, asked where Cabez was, and went straight to the center of the island. Most of the pirates in the world of pirates are fierce and vicious characters, such as Roger, Whitebeard, and Luffy. As a traverser, Zhang Feng knew most of the plot in the pirate world, and on the first day of becoming a navy, Zhang Feng told himself that since he was a navy, he had to think about the issue from the Navy's standpoint. Zhang Feng will never let go of these pirates. Minjiang Feng walked all the way to Cabez's residence and walked on the street. On the way, many pirates wanted to stop Zhang Feng. For these pirates, Zhang Feng was always a sword. Powerless struggle. Zhang Feng soon went to Cabez's residence. Is this right here? Looking at the inconspicuous building in front of him, Zhang Feng took out the black feather sword, clasped the black feather sword with both hands, and suddenly slammed hard www.readwn.com. I saw a colorless sword gas close to 30 meters in length, which suddenly fell on the building. The sword gas formed a 45-degree angle with the horizontal plane, and the whole building was cut off instantly. Then, a paired piece of the building slipped off the ground, and there was a sound of collapse in the distance. Hearing the sound of the collapse from a distance, the captain and the elite were shocked. The colonel found Cabez so soon. It is truly a colonel. Bazette had a complex look. This guy was one step ahead. After muttering, Bazat suddenly beast ified, kill. At this time Zhang Feng looked at the corner of the room, this should be it, Cabez, come out soon. Do you think I hid? I can't find you. As soon as his voice fell, a pale-faced man stepped out, calmly saying, do you guys like chaos so much, and you just chop off their houses every moment? After listening to Cabez, Zhang Feng touched the tip of his nose. I looked at the man in front of me, and Zhang Feng's mind appeared a reward order I had seen a few days ago. Zhang Feng was certain that this young man was the target character Cabez. Zhang Feng looked at Cabez with a playful expression. The pirate said that the navy was in chaos. This is really the first time. My mission is to annihilate your bone pirates. Now do you want to grab it or let it go? Su said. Zhang Feng put the black feather sword in front of her chest, ready to attack at any time. Cabes heard the annihilation of the bone pirates, a flash of anger flashed on his face. I have been a pirate for more than 10 years. This is the first time I have encountered a young navy like you who speaks wildly. Young navy, I will make you regret it. Chapter 59, Absolute Restraint. Immediately after the utterance was made, Cabez pulled out his long knife and rushed towards Zhang Feng. Looking at Cabez rushing towards herself, Zhang Feng's face was calm and she said, will you not have the fruit ability? Yet, let me play with you first. The long sword used by Capesi was slightly longer than Zhang Feng's black feather sword by 3 points. What surprised Zhang Feng was that Capesi turned out to be left-handed, using a left-handed sword. This is the first time Zhang Feng has played against a left-handed swordsman. It was a bit uncomfortable to begin with, but it got used to it after a long time. Capesi's sword skills are average, only to fight a dozen moves. Zhang Feng has mastered Capesi's sword routine. This is all thanks to the essence of swordsmanship given by Carp to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng has seen many swordsmen's swordsmanship, and his vision has naturally improved a lot compared with swordsmanship of swordsmen. Cabez's swordsmanship seems poor. But Zhang Feng's masters of the house also sorted out his own set of sword tricks. Zhang Feng's sword skill is obviously a lot of skill in sword skill. Gradually, Cabes fell into the downwind. Cabes looked at Zhang Feng with a look of shock. This young navy swordsmanship was so brilliant that he was not like a young man, but a swordsman who had studied sword skills for many years. Suddenly, just as Cabez was lost, Zhang Feng moved. Zhang Feng flashed to the left side of Cabez instantly, and a sword was slashed, cutting Cabez's left arm. Zhang Feng calmly said, is so lost on the battlefield that I have been a pirate for 10 years. Is this the standard? After listening to Zhang Feng's words, Cabez was furious, regardless of the knife injury on his left arm. Armed color covered the sword with a domineering color. Cabes clasped the sword with both hands, and a flash of hotness flashed on his face. One shot water cut off. Looking at Cabez with his full strength and waving a sword, Zhang Feng smiled at Cabez with a smile. Armed color. A sword flow, a fluttering sword. Zhang Feng covered the domineering color of the black feather sword on the black feather sword. After the black feather sword was covered with the armed color, it looked darker and deeper. Then, he easily and freely wielded the sword to meet Cabez's long sword. With a squeaking noise, Cabez's sword was cut off by the black feather sword, and the cut was extremely flat. Quiet and extraordinarily quiet. Cabez looked at Zhang Feng with a look of amazement. How could it be, my domineering arrogance was cut off? Wait, he just said, fluttering a sword. At this moment, Cabez seemed to realize something, and looked at Zhang Feng with an angry expression. Zhang Feng shrugged, looking at Cabez with a look of innocence. The trick just now is called a sword light and fluttering sword. It's the sword skill I came up with to deal with you. Average people, but no such treatment. I listened to Zhang Feng's words, and Cabez was even more angry. What did you think of to deal with yourself? Do you use a light sword to deal with yourself? Hell, Navy, you've irritated me completely. I want you to die. Bone spurs. As soon as I heard the words, I saw a white bone-like spur sticking out of Cabes's body, and a slender spur stuck out at every joint of the body. The cheekbone spurs covered Cabes's entire body. Looking at these white bone spurs, Zhang Feng was sure that each of them could easily pierce the iron plate. Is this the fruit of bones and bones? It is an interesting ability. Cabes gave Zhang Feng an angry look. Navy, I will twist you into meat. After talking, Cabes's feet suddenly hit the ground, jumped up in the air, and spun up in the air. When I saw this scene, Zhang Feng's complexion changed slightly. Now Cabes is like a hedgehog, he can't touch it at all, Zhang Feng can only resist with a sword. The effect of Halo Stone really is not covered. Zhang Feng said in his heart. Jian Feng felt that the power of the bone spurs was significantly weakened when the spurs of Cabes were on the black feather sword. Cabes looked blank. What exactly was the feeling of weakness just now? After the encounter, Cabes seemed to think of something, his face changed greatly. It is Halo Stone, and the sword in your hand is made by Halo Stone. Qi Jiangfeng laughed and said, is it found out? That's right, Halo Stone. Well, what about Halo Shi? As long as it is not stabbed, there is nothing terrible. And my attack is not so easy to hide. Cabes looked at Zhang Feng, his eyes flashed coldly, and his feet suddenly stopped. At the next moment, Cabes' speed doubled and flashed behind Zhang Feng. The bone spurs on the palm of the palm directly pierced Zhang Feng's back. Instant step. Min Jiangfeng's face remained unchanged, and while Cabes was attacking, he flashed to the top of Cabes's head, hitting Cabes' head with one foot. Cabes was kicked out instantly. Although Cabes was covered with bone spurs, there was no bone spurs on his head. This was the only place in Cabes's body without bone spurs. Looking at Cabes, Zhang Feng's complexion is still the same. Although the previous move can only be used once, there is a black feather sword, and Cabes's bone spurs are like nothing to himself. Kaba, who stood up, flashed a surprise on his face. I didn't expect you to have a whole card, but it's useless now. Armed color. The bone spurs that were just white and snowy just turned into black instantly, but Cabes's armed color was limited and could only cover 10 spurs on his body. These 10 spurs were the most commonly used spurs by Cabes. Cabes wanted to suppress Zhang Feng with the number of bone spurs. So many bone spurs always stabbed Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked at the black feather sword in his hand. Halo Stone was able to take away the power of the Devil Fruit ability, but it needed to be inserted into the body of the Devil Fruit ability. The momentary contact can only weaken the attack of the Demon Fruit ability. Now Cabes uses the armed color domineering, the bone spurs are more powerful, and his 2 fists are hard to defeat the 4 hands. So many bone spurs, he can't cope with it. www.readwn.com. He has cut all his bones, isn't it enough? Shaved. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's tiptoe suddenly hit the ground, and the ground beneath him collapsed in vain. Zhang Feng immediately appeared in front of Cabes, chopping. Cabes looked at the sudden attack of Zhang Feng, and there was a shock in his eyes. What is this young navy for? Not only has the weapon made by Halo Stone, but also the weird ability that suddenly flashes, this navy is not simple. Zhang Feng appeared in front of Cabes, wielding a black feather sword. Each sword was cut, and a bone spur would be cut. There were flashes of black sword shadows, and the bone spurs on Cabes' body were running low. Looking at the bone spurs that were cut off, Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with pride, and it seemed that it was a wise decision to make a black feather sword. The black feather sword is simply the nemesis of the demon fruit abilities. The hard bone spurs are like tofu to the black feather sword. At this time, Cabes, his face suddenly became difficult to look. It's a fart, the opponent has an artifact in his hand. Just when Cabes didn't know what to do, Zhang Feng put away the black feather sword and looked at Cabes and said, "What other moves can you use? I know, you demon fruit abilities will develop many weird moves." In fact, Zhang Feng's purpose in creating the black feather sword is not to use it to kill the demon fruit ability. The black feather sword, or the empty mark, is just a life-saving means. Who would hate their own means of life-saving? With the help of foreign objects, it is a trail, after all, it is the last word to become stronger. If it wasn't for Cabez's ability, Zhang Feng wouldn't use sea-floor stones. Chapter 60, One Blade White Bone. I watched Zhang Feng pack up the sea-floor stone, and a surprise flashed in Cabez's eyes. Navy, what do you mean? Zhang Feng looked at Bekas calmly, and said lightly, I created this sword to deal with the strong like a golden lion and develop the fruit ability to the extreme. Obviously you are not here. There is a saying in my hometown, kill a chicken with a sledgehammer, you don't even need a knife to kill you. After listening to Zhang Feng's words, Cabez smiled angrily. Haha, I think Cabez also has some prestige in the South China Sea. Today, I was even looked down upon by a navy ghost. I will kill you. Even if I die, I will pull you to death. Exoskeleton. As soon as the chanting voice fell, I saw that the bone spurs on Cabez disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and replaced by an exoskeleton. Bekas's body was wrapped in a layer of bone shell. Zhang Feng was concerned about two places. One was a fist, and each fist had 4 spikes of about 3 centimeters. The second one is on Cabez's leg. Cabez has a strange device on his calf. Zhang Feng guessed that this device was used to increase the jumping force. Boy, you will pay for your arrogance. These bone spurs on my hand are 5 times stronger than before, and I will use them to break your fists. Armed color. Cabez's feet suddenly hit the ground, a flash of brush appeared in front of Zhang Feng, 3 or 4 times faster than before. In the face of the heavily armed Cabez, Zhang Feng had no panic on his face and stood there quietly. Compare your fist and let you know what despair is today. Armed color. Instantly, the armed color domineering is covered on Zhang Feng's arms. Zhang Feng's armed color domineering is the highest in terms of quality and quality. On the contrary, Cabez's armed color domineering is extremely common. Maybe it's because of strong mental power. Now Zhang Feng can cover the whole body with domineering. At this time, all domineering is concentrated on his arms, which undoubtedly further strengthens the quality of domineering. The domineering body is covered, the domineering is scattered, the domineering strength of the whole body is almost the same, the domineering is covered on the arms, the armed color domineering is strengthened, but this also means that Zhang Feng gave up the defense. I saw Cabez's fist close to his eyes. Zhang Feng did not hesitate, and greeted him with his fist. Touch! 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 The fists continued to collide, and a loud noise came from the air. The fists of the two were extremely fast. This speed could not be seen clearly by the naked eye. The two of them are now capturing their opponent's actions by relying on their arrogance. What surprised Cabez was that the navy's power was even stronger than his own, and Cabez grew more and more shocked. The growth of this navy is definitely a nightmare for the pirates. Because she completely gave up her defense, Zhang Feng wanted to win over Cabez in a rush, and never gave Cabez an opportunity to attack her own weakness. Suddenly, Zhang Feng's eyes brightened. Good opportunity. Zhang Feng took advantage of a mistake by Cabez and directly punched Cabez in the face with a severe blow. A loud noise came, and saw that the skeletal mask on Cabez's face was directly broken by Zhang Feng's boxing. Cabez was bombarded for 2 meters and pieces of bone fell off Cabez's face. At this time, Cabez had most of his exoskeleton broken by Zhang Feng, and even the extremely hard bone spurs on Cabez's fist were smashed by Zhang Feng. The bone spurs on Cabez's fist are really extremely hard. Every time he collides, Zhang Feng can feel a strong tingling sensation. If at this time the ordinary elites are confronted with Cabez, I am afraid that these elites will not be able to stop Cabez's blow. However, what surprised Zhang Feng was that at this time, Cabez, who was in a disadvantaged position, did not show the slightest fear and panic. There was a scorn of contempt in Cabez's eyes, and he came to Zhang Feng with a little mockery. The young navy can push me to this extent, which is very good. However, you want to kill me, you are a little bit short. He said that Cabez used his fruit ability to repair the exoskeleton that had just been crushed by Zhang Feng. Looking at Cabez with a serious face, Zhang Feng thought he was going to start a big move. I never thought it would be the same way. Instant step. Chu Zhang Feng flashed in front of Cabez, and punched him in a punch. Cabez seemed to have given up his resistance and left Zhang Feng to attack, and he did not fight back. He just repaired Zhang Feng's exoskeleton again and again. After a while, Zhang Feng stared at Cabez with a grimace. What the is this guy doing? Let me attack him just now. Did you give up? No, Cabez's character will never give up. This is like the tranquility before the storm. Zhang Feng wanted to break his head and wanted to figure out what Cabez had in mind. Cabez said, "That's all for the young navy." Cabez looked at Zhang Feng with a mockery, as if he had already won the ticket, bone bomb. After speaking, Cabez turned to leave. The next moment Cabez turned around, I saw all the exoskeleton fragments that had just been shot down by Zhang Feng exploded. Not only that, the exoskeleton fragments after the explosion, UU reading www.uuganshu.com also turned into small spikes, flying around, extremely fast. I saw Zhang Feng's face change slightly in this scene. Space barriers. Instantly, Zhang Feng was surrounded by a space barrier of 360 degrees without dead corners, and the bone-like spurs as thin as a needle tip hit the space barrier, and a clang came. Dangerous, the ability of the devil fruit ability is really weird. After a short while, almost when Cabez was so proud, when he was about to leave, a terrible voice sounded from the depths of his soul. Is this your biggest hole card, a boring move, dying? Space cutting. A black slender space blade waved in vain from Zhang Feng from his fingertips, and appeared in front of Cabez's body in an instant. Cabez's face changed drastically. With such a fast blade of space, even if he tried his best to dodge, he could not escape. Cabez did not avoid Zhang Feng's blade of space. The blade of the space was extremely sharp. He directly cut off the exoskeleton of Cabez neatly, leaving a visible wound on Cabez's body. Blood splattered, and Cabez lay in a pool of blood. How could? Cabez seemed to have lost his pain. There was no pain in his face. He just looked at Zhang Feng with an incredible look. He never thought that Zhang Feng would survive that move. Cabez looked at Zhang Feng bitterly. It's my intention, just if. Zhang Feng looked at Cabez calmly. This was not Zhang Feng's first time to kill the pirates, as if she had become accustomed to killing. Looking at the mortal Cabez, Zhang Feng had no feeling. Chapter 61, Shirobone Funeral. Looking at the dying Cabez Zhang Feng, she said lightly, I have said it already, your counterattack is just a dying struggle. Minjiang Feng came to Cabez, looked down at Cabez, and said, Tell me, which pirate of the New World are you cooperating with? Cough, cough. After listening to Zhang Feng's words, Cabez coughed up a blood, and then his body trembled, as if thinking of something more terrible than death. I don't understand what you say. Our Bone pirate group has always been alone and will cooperate with other pirate groups. After listening to Cabez, Zhang Feng waved his finger and another small blade of space appeared in front of Cabez. The dark blade of space emerged in front of Cabez, only 1 centimeter from the tip of Cabez's nose. I'm asking you again, who is that pirate? Zhang Feng's words were bland, but listening to Cabez's ears was like the words of a demon. Especially when he saw the blade of space, he had just hit a shock and fear had penetrated into Cabez's soul. Looking at Zhang Feng's cold eyes, Cabez had no doubt. If he did not know the next moment, he would definitely be in a different place. Zhang Feng has now awakened the overbearing arrogance. When he is angry, he will inadvertently use the overlord arrogance. At this time, Zhang Feng has not noticed that before he speaks, the overbearing momentum on his body has been pressed against Cabez. Under the dual impact of body and spirit, Kabez's inner fear was magnified infinitely, finally trembling. Yes, Kaido pirates. I heard this familiar name. Zhang Feng frowned, thinking of a person, one of the 4 emperors of the Emperor Kaiduo. Kaiduo has experienced 7 failures, was captured 18 times when he challenged the navy and the 4 emperors alone, and was tortured more than 1,000 times. He was sentenced to 40 death sentences. Even if it is hanged, it will break the chain, and even if it is put into the guillotine, it will break the guillotine. Even if it is stabbed by a spear, it will end with the break of the spear. As many as 9 huge prison ships were sunk by him. Never someone can kill him. Kaiduo has a huge body, great strength, and extremely strong defense. After breaking the limit, the defense will double. Kaiduo can rank among the 4 emperors and must have broken the 3rd limit. Zhang Feng can be sure that after Kaiduo broke the 3rd limit, his body defense is definitely the strongest in the pirate world. Everything has advantages and disadvantages. His huge body has made Kaiduo, but because of this, Kaiduo will never be able to break through the 4th limit and set foot in the realm of God. It was him. Zhang Feng knew, no wonder that even cruel people like Kabez would be afraid. Kedo won't come here in person, then someone who came here is one of the 3 disasters. Even if Kaido's transaction is broken, Zhang Feng has no idea. This intelligence does not even know about the Navy intelligence agencies, let alone himself. Zhang Feng also came here to know, what about the Kaido pirates? As long as Kaido is not close, there is nothing terrible. When dealing with the Kaido pirates for the first time, they should be impressed. Capesy regretted the Kaido pirates immediately, thinking about Kaido's horror. Gabes looked desperate. At this time, Kabez's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and countless complex emotions flashed in his eyes. After looking at Zhang Feng, there was a flash of madness in Kabez's eyes. The navy that he had no choice was in front of him. If he was brought back by the navy, he would be detained in prison for a lifetime, and if he lost his freedom, he would be killed by Kaido even if he escaped by chance. Damn navy, don't let me die. If you die, let's die together. Bone funeral. Suddenly a roar, Kabez tried his best. Immediately from under Kabez, the white bone spurs suddenly extended quickly, and the speed was so fast that it covered more than 50 meters in an instant. The elongation of the white bone spurs is irregular, and sharpened bone spurs have gradually attacked opponents from the ground. They are densely distributed, and any obstacles encountered during the elongation are penetrated. After the growth of tadpoles stopped, the number of bone spurs was extremely large, and the bones basically covered the entire ground. The attack position was comprehensive and invincible. Capesy's fruit ability is to manipulate the body to secrete high calcium substances and form bones. This trick is used to end up with the enemy. The thousands of bone spurs growing from the ground are completely unknown to all 6 relatives, and all obstacles encountered will pass through them. At this time, Kabez was completely pierced by his bone spur. I looked at Zhang Feng, who was still alive, and Kabez's eyes were full of despair. His wishful thinking was lost, and only he died. Zhang Feng looked at the bone mountain in front of him, and the cold stabbed him with a sharp spike. Just looking at the bone mountain made people's pores shrink and shudder. What did I experience just now? In fact, just when Kabez launched his ability, Zhang Feng flashed out instantly. Although Zhang Feng did not know what moves Kabez was going to launch, he intuitively told Zhang Feng that he would die if he did not escape. Kabez's ability has been developed well, especially the last move is astounding. Only those who are always ready to burn with the opponent's jade will develop such a move. www.readwn.com. The last hole card is used, but it still cannot be changed ending. This move by Capesy seems gorgeous, but it is not enough to kill, it is meaningless to deal with the real strong. Anyone who breaks through the 3rd limit can do it. Covering the whole body with armed color domineering, and without covering the bone spurs of armed color domineering, it is absolutely impossible to break through the defense of these strong men. Those with demon fruit ability have the advantage in the early stage, but not in the later stage, because those with devil fruit ability pay more attention to the development ability, which means that they cannot concentrate on domineering. Not every demon fruit ability can develop the fruit ability to the extreme. As soon as Cabez died, the task of destroying the bone pirates was completed, so let's go and chop that pirate. But before that, let's see how they are doing. Minjiang Feng glanced at Cabez pierced by a bone spur and murmured, "In my opinion, death is the home of the pirates, and I will clean up all the pirates in the future." After the death, Zhang Feng rushed towards the edge of the island, where the officer and the elite fought. Looking at a bone mountain in the central zone at this time, the cotters of the bone pirates were all bad. Other ordinary members may not know their captain's whole cards, but these senior cotters know. The captain is dead? The captain is gone with that naval colonel. Kill all these navies, and we will have a way to live. A high-ranking cotter of a group of bone-inspired pirates thought that Zhang Feng was dead and immediately encouraged morale. He thinks that the strongest person in these navies is dead. As long as he kills these navies in front of him, he can survive. Chapter 62, Cut Off Steel. Rushed to the edge of the island. Everyone in the Bone Pirates group is fighting with the captain and the elite. Zhang Feng originally thought that the navy would win with absolute advantage. I did not expect that the war situation would not be as one-sided as Zhang Feng imagined. What made Zhang Feng curious was why the Bone Pirates were indistinguishable from the navy. The officials of Yunzhao did not say that the elites who are in the same period as Zhang Feng alone are not a small combat force. Although these elites have not yet exceeded the second limit, they have long awakened the two-color domineering. In the pirate world, breaking through the first limit is the threshold for awakening domineering. If you cross this threshold, you will be able to awaken domineering. But when you awaken domineering, you may not be able to learn how to use domineering. The practice of domineering depends on talent. Although some people can awaken domineering, they cannot condense domineering. The reason is that the innate mental strength is insufficient, or the physique is poor, the domineering quality of awakening is too low, and it is impossible to gather together. In the Navy, the elites performed significantly better than these captains. This is the talent gap. Of course, there are stronger people in the captain officer, such as Ginger. At this time, Ginger's huge body showed his advantages. Ginger waved his black fist and pushed all the way. Every pirate who was close to Ginger was blown away by one punch. On the other hand, Mokas was embarrassed. At this moment, Mokas, covered with blood, has become a blood man, looking at his opponent with his teeth gritted. Mo Feng's opponent Zhang Feng has seen in the data that he is a senior cotter of the Bone Pirates. Is a Superman Iron Sword fruit capable person, can change limbs into Iron Sword as a weapon. At this point, the cotters of the Bone Pirates group have changed their arms and legs into Iron Swords, and looked at Mokas with a contemptuous look. I will send you to hell. Damn! Cabez was angry, and he was going crazy. Although Cabez was a swordsman, he hadn't realized the breadth of all things. He would have been chopping off the steel, otherwise he would not be so embarrassed. If at this moment, changed to a swordsman who has realized the breadth of all things, only steel, a sword is cut off. At this time, Mokas was completely crushed and had no power to fight back. He could only be slaughtered by his opponent. He looked at Mokas, who was embarrassed. Zhang Feng had planned to rescue Mokas, but stopped. Because Zhang Feng suddenly remembered the scene in which Sauron realized cut off the steel. Looking at One Piece in previous lives, Sauron was seriously injured in the confrontation with the ability to cut fruit, and finally realized that breadth of all things, a sword hit his opponent. Zhang Feng looked at Mokas with a curious look. I don't know, this guy, can you understand the breadth of all things? The cotters of the Bone Pirates group saw Mokas extremely angry, but he was more excited than himself. Haha, the navy came to die. Damn! For this enemy in front of him, Mokas has no way to start, only hate why he didn't use the work at first, and realize the breadth of all things earlier. Mokas was chased away by the Wolverines, and he couldn't calm down. Fortunately, Mokas had a good grasp of the shave in the 6 types of navy, which was not directly killed. Seeing that he could not catch up with Mokas, the cotters of the bone pirates began to say that Mokas was stimulated. Navy, will you just run away? Mokas used to run after the pirates. He never fled across the ground. When he heard this sentence, Mokas stopped his steps and looked at the bone pirate group seriously. Cotter. I saw this scene, Zhang Feng's eyes brightened. Are you going to start? However, when Zhang Feng was so absorbed in his thought that the form was about to be reversed, Mokas suddenly said, College, help me quickly. Zhang Feng almost spit out old blood. I look at you seriously and thought you were going to start a big move. I didn't expect you to admit it. CO authoring you suddenly became so calm because you saw Lao Tzu coming. Minjiang Feng drew his lips and looked at Mokas. The animations are really deceiving, and in real life, it is impossible to counterattack. When the cotters in the Bone Pirates group saw Zhang Feng, they looked like a ghost. It's you. You are probably still alive, the captain is obviously. I looked at the shocked pirate cotter. Zhang Feng smiled. Yes, it's me. I'm sorry I haven't died, let you down. He said. Zhang Feng stepped towards the pirate cotter step by step. When the cotters of the Bone Pirates saw Zhang Feng approaching himself, he stepped back subconsciously, and his whole body shivered. The light pace of Minjiang Maple looked very heavy in the eyes of the pirate cotters. As the death came, the pirate cotters felt that they were about to suffocate at this time, and death was only one step away from themselves. Minjiang Feng came here all the way, and saw Mokas. I thought I could watch a good show, but I didn't expect it was just a farce. Sweeping all the way, Zhang Feng did consume some physical strength, but now Zhang Feng is fully charged and full of energy. Looking at the pirate cotters standing still, Zhang Feng shouted, Are you going to give up resistance so much? Don't do this. www.readwn.com. A little resistance, this will at least give me a little fun. He said. Zhang Feng picked up an extremely ordinary long sword from the ground, then closed his eyes and stood there quietly. The pirates heard Zhang Feng's ridicule, and saw Zhang Feng's disdainful behavior. Angrily, Navy, you bully me too much. With a look of angry pirate cotters, he suddenly held up the iron sword. The iron sword at the bottom of the foot suddenly hit the ground, and the volley flew up. Feeling the sudden hostility, Zhang Feng was as calm as water, and murmured, I feel it. Is this steel breathing? Curiosity. Yes, Zhang Feng is feeling the breath of steel at this time. Zhang Feng can clearly feel the rhythm of these iron swords. Near, come. Just when the pirate cotter waved an iron sword and attacked Zhang Feng's back, Zhang Feng moved, slowly raised his sword with his right hand, and his body turned an incredible arc. 4 sounds came out one after another, and the iron sword with the arms and legs changed of the pirate cotter was instantly cut off by Zhang Feng by 4 gaps. The steel long sword was very fragile in front of Zhang Feng's sword. A sword was swung out and destroyed, and the iron sword was easily cut through a gap. Pirate cotters who fell to the ground from mid-air looked desperately at Zhang Feng's back. The power gap is so large. I shouldn't have been a pirate at the beginning. The pirate cotters at this time had already packed up the fruit ability, and 4 deep wounds could be seen from his limbs. These wounds were just cut by Zhang Feng. Is this the feeling of cutting off steel? But that's it. Chapter 63, Drought Jack. The pirate was lying behind Zhang Feng. At this time his limbs were chopped by Zhang Feng, his body trembling, and he was dying, and the sweat beads of beans fell from his cheeks. Mokas looked at Zhang Feng dully. Is this a swordsman who understands all things breathing? It's really powerful. Mokas was completely shocked at this time, and Zhang Feng was all about waving his sword easily. With his eyes closed, he completely wielded the sword with his feelings. It looks like a fluttering sword, but it has a thunderous potential. So young, there is such an excellent kendo practice, and the future is really limitless. Mocha's is an incredible look. When his companions bragged him about how talented he was, he always sneered because he believed that if he worked hard, he would not be worse than these geniuses. Today, the pirate who beat him without any help is so vulnerable in front of this young colonel. His conviction shook. This is the true genius, the capital of arrogance. Chu Zhongfeng joined and killed several high-ranking cadres of the Bone Pirates. The situation on the battlefield turned to one side. Even though there are many pirates, there are very few pirates alive under the strong suppression of the Navy elites and captains. Of course, the loss of the Navy is not small, but most people are only slightly injured. At this time, the navies were all paralyzed on the ground. Obviously, the first battle had a lot of physical exertion. The easiest thing in the entire navy is Gullet, with his back on his back and his fist like a tiger. Few of the pirates can compete with him. When Gullet saw Zhang Feng coming, he immediately came over. Feng, why don't you go to their captain by yourself, and don't bring him? These pirates are too weak to warm up. A bone mountain suddenly appeared in the middle of the island just now. How could there be such a big noise? The only guess is that Zhang Feng is fighting the captain of the bone pirates. Qi Zhongfeng smiled and joked, fortunately, I didn't take you there. If you go, I guess I won't be able to return. Gilad sipped his lips, an expression of unbelief. Qi Zhongfeng did not lie to Gilad. If Gilad had just gone, I'm afraid it is already buried under the bone mountain. Qi Zhongfeng watched everyone rest, and gave an order, hurry up and clean up the mess, then return to the warship. You're waiting for me on a warship. I'll take care of something and come back right away. When Gilad saw Zhang Feng going again, he seemed to be guessing something, looking forward to looking at Zhang Feng. Feng, Colonel, bring me, I definitely listen to you. Chu Zhongfeng didn't pay attention to Gilad, and she disappeared. At this time, Zhang Feng was going to find the pirate. The purpose of all the people who came to the South China Sea this time was to encircle the bone pirates. Now Cabez is dead and the bone pirates have been destroyed, so this time the task is considered complete. It is Zhang Feng's own purpose to find the pirates in that new world. There is no need to take everyone to adventure together. At this time, an escaped pirate ran up to a young man in a panic. Master, sir, no good, our captain is dead, all the crew members are dead, please help me. The pirate was frightened, his voice trembling. The young man snorted coldly, grabbed the pirate's neck and held it up, revealing a horrible momentum. Obviously at this time, the middle-aged man was already extremely angry. The young man's eyes were flushed with red blood, and scary bloodshots appeared in his eyes, and the hand holding the pirate's neck became tighter and tighter. The young pirate was pinched by the young man's neck and was out of breath, struggling but still unable to get rid of it. His whole face turned red, and he was about to suffocate. After a while, the young man didn't seem to like this way of killing. He threw the pirate on the ground, and then smashed the pirate's head with a punch. It's really a bunch of useless things. If the boss didn't want this thing to be known to the Navy, I would have killed all the navies on the island. Think about it. The young man's eyes are full of killing intentions, and he does not put the Navy in his eyes, as if killing the Navy is a common occurrence. Suddenly, the young man frowned. Who is it? Come out to Lao Tzu. Is it found? It is indeed one of the 3 captains of the Kaido pirates. I heard Jack's words from the drought. Zhang Feng walked out slowly, smiling slightly. Zhang Feng just followed the fleeing pirate and found it all the way. He looked at the young man with spiked rivets and a feather-like coat, and Zhang Feng, who was familiar with the plot of the pirate, recognized him at a glance. In the afterlife, one of the 3 disasters of the Kaido pirates was Drought Jack. Jake glanced at Zhang Feng and said rudely, "The Navy? Cabez is really a waste. He can't even do this little thing." "Just right, Lao Tzu is upset now, just take your breath out." Jack's eyes were red, his tone was cold, his intention was pervasive, his face was arrogant, and Zhang Feng, a young navy, was not in his eyes at all. Feeling Jack's momentum, Zhang Feng's face was calm. At this time www.readwn.com. Some powerful pirates in later generations have not fully grown up. Jack in front of him, for example, has not yet broken the third limit. Zhang Feng can feel it from the momentum of Jack. Zhang Feng during this period was completely on the same starting line as those pirates who were turbulent in later generations. Zhang Feng confidently surpassed those pirates and became the strongest. At this time, Jack's anger has reached its peak, and there is only one word in Jack's eyes, that is, kill. Jack pulled out a pair of sickle-shaped weird weapons around his waist and attacked Zhang Feng directly. Almost immediately when Jack struck, Zhang Feng took the lead. Zhang Feng took out the black feather sword. At this moment, Zhang Feng's figure suddenly disappeared in place, suddenly appeared behind Jack, a sword fell, and went straight to Jack's heart. One size cut, 1 inch cut. Since he came to the island, Zhang Feng learned that the pirate was there, and Zhang Feng had been preparing to fight with him. In the face of Jack, at this time Zhang Feng's mind had only one idea, and that was war. Before the sword was dropped, the sword's chi had shot out, and blasted away towards Jack's heart. When Zhang Feng's sword fell, the sword's chi was already established, and it was unstoppable. Jack didn't expect that Zhang Feng would suddenly flash behind his back. Jack armed his entire upper body with a domineering color. Hiss! There was a tearing sound in the air, Zhang Feng's sword stabbed across the air, and he slashed directly and firmly on Jack. But suddenly Jian Qi burst across Jack's body. Qi Jiang Feng's face was dignified, looking at Jack, because Zhang Feng knew that his sword did not hurt Jack. Chapter 64, Drought Beastization. Wu Jiankai chopped Jack's back, Zhang Feng stepped back and drove away from Jackla. Is the weapon domineering? Qi Zhang Feng saw that Jack's upper body was covered with armed color domineering, and was not surprised that most pirates in the New World would be domineering. Zhang Feng, the sword that had just been used, did not use domineering, so Jian Qi did not hurt Jack at all, and he could perfectly defend Zhang Feng's sword. Among these pirates currently encountered by Zhang Feng, Jack's domineering repair is undoubtedly the highest. Wu Jiankai dissipated, revealing Jack's figure. Although Jack was not injured by the sword at this time, he seemed extremely embarrassed and his coat was torn into several sections by Zhang Feng's sword gas. Jack reached out and tore off the broken coat on his body, moved his shoulders again, and looked at Zhang Feng with disdain. Navy boy, there are 2 sons, but your soft sword air only deserves to tickle this master. After the slang, Jack held his arms and tightened his hands a bit, and looked at Zhang Feng coldly. Master, come and take your life now. Jack wielded a sickle this time. This time Jack was more than twice as fast as before, and appeared in front of Zhang Feng in a blink of an eye. Minjiang Feng snorted softly, come on. Qiu Zhang Feng raised her black feather sword without fearing her face. This time Zhang Feng held the sword with both hands, and her body swooped up to meet Jack. Both of them tried their best, not to be outdone. Hey! Qi Jiang Feng's sword and Jack's weird sickle kept colliding together, making a sound of golden iron and iron symphony. Every collision, there will be a wave of horrible energy rippling in the air, the whole air seems to be detonated, and a roaring sound comes out. The surrounding buildings and boulders were shattered by this wave. Suddenly, Qiu Zhang Feng emerged over Jack, waved his sword and pressed down, slashed down, and went straight to Jack's head. When Jackie saw this, he quickly blocked a pair of sickles in front of him, and held Zhang Feng's sword. Bump! At this moment, dozens of tons of huge force hit each other, and Jack's legs fell directly into the ground. The ground was instantly cracked, and the spider web-like crack spread for dozens of meters before stopping. Qi Jiang Feng gained momentum and chased after her victory, with a flash of color in her eyes. Inch cut. Qi Jiankai shot out suddenly, and then burst open, chopping Jack's sickle directly into pieces. After doing all this, Zhang Feng distanced himself from Jackla. Qi Zhangfeng looked at Jack, whose legs had fallen into the ground, but his face did not show joy, because Zhang Feng knew that the battle had just begun. Jack broke free from the ground easily. At this time, the disdain on Jack's face was gone, replaced by a hint of seriousness. Jack is a bit arrogant, but not stupid. From the brief confrontation just now, Jack knows that the strength of the navy in front of him is never under his own. He didn't originally have Jack in the eyes of Zhang Feng. At this moment, he was intrigued. It's been a long time, so happy, Navy boy, don't let me down. Fighting against Jack, he rushed over to Zhang Feng. Armed color. Domineering wrapped around his arms, Jack's momentum suddenly rose to the top. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng put away the black feather sword and was equally domineering with her arms. Qi Zhangfeng put away the black feather sword and fisted against Jack because Zhangfeng wanted to stimulate herself and break through herself. Zhangfeng is now too lazy to deal with ordinary pirates. Because fighting these low-powered pirates is a waste of time for Zhangfeng, meaningless. Only a strong pirate like Jack can put pressure on Zhangfeng and stimulate Zhangfeng's body to continue to push the limits. Bump! The fists collided, and a violent air wave instantly spread in the air, rippling around, and the debris on the ground was shattered into pieces and turned into dust. He punched, and collided fiercely, and the air burst suddenly. Boy, please die for this man. It's you, Jack. The storm-like fists hit each other with one punch, and the two had already reached the extreme of seeing the color of domineering. Bump! With a loud noise, the two suddenly separated and backed off. Jack backed up dozens of steps, and Zhang Feng only backed up 3 steps. There was a little flash of pride in Minjiang Feng's eyes, Jack of drought, but that's all. Jack first looked at Zhang Feng with a look of shock. How can such a body have such strong power? It's impossible, how much more powerful he is than me. After a few moments, Jack became relaxed again, because he didn't have any cards. Jack looked at Zhang Feng with an expression of looking at the weak. Navy, if you only have this power, I will let you know what despair is. Beast, mammoth. As soon as his voice fell, Jack was completely transformed into a small elephant, with a tall body, thick limbs, and a sense of power. I looked at Jack's beastization. Zhang Feng frowned, and those who were capable of fruit in the animal department would have doubled their strength and defense. After the beastization of the fruit faculty of the animal system, the strength and defense will increase by 2 to 3 times, and the mammoth is famous for its great strength. Therefore, the increase of Jack's beastization of power and defense is even more terrifying. www.yuyuganshu.com. Feeling the terrible power of Jack, Zhang Feng took out the black feather sword, because Zhang Feng knew that she could not shake Jack with her own power. Qi Zhangfeng wants to push the limits of life and death, but this does not mean that Zhang Feng will make fun of her life. At this point, Jack and Jack confronted each other. Zhang Feng was certain that Jack would use his great strength to tear himself into pieces. Jack rushed towards Zhang Feng suddenly, and came to Zhang Feng in an instant. The punch was like Zhang Feng, the speed was like a leopard. Go to death. Navy. Come here, cut. In the face of Jack's heavy blow, Zhang Feng's face was not afraid, and his left foot stepped back slightly, holding the sword in both hands, screaming loudly, and waving it out. Hey! With a loud noise, Jack's fist hit the black feather sword fiercely. I felt that the power uploaded by the black feather sword was only a little stronger than myself. Zhang Feng was so happy that Jack attacked him and he could catch it. For those who can handle it, Halo Stone really works well. Although Jack's power is huge, he hits the stone on the sea floor, just like punching on cotton. When Jack's fist touched the black feather sword, Halo Stone would have a weakening effect on Jack's power, and Jack's 10% power could only play 60% in front of the black feather sword. Jack punched the black feather sword, and his fist didn't take off immediately. When Jack's body felt a sense of weakness, then Jack's face changed greatly. "It's the sea floor stone, Navy, you are really despicable." After listening to Jack's words, Zhang Feng was completely speechless. The Navy was said to be despicable by the pirates. How could it feel so strange? Zhang Feng looked at Jack with a mockery and said, "I just use the sea floor stone. Why, bite me if you don't like it." Jack was short of breath. Chapter 65, One Sword Broken Arm. I saw Zhang Feng holding Halo Stone in his hand. Jack was lost for a moment, then looked at Zhang Feng dully. "Navy boy, do you think you can win this man with Halo Stone? Uncle Ben will let you know what real power is today." Jack's arm suddenly burst into blue muscles, punched out, and the air burst. Seeing Jack improve his strength next time, Zhang Feng's eyes flashed a hesitation. Zhang Feng was hesitant to take the punch. Just when Zhang Feng was thinking, Jack punched before Zhang Feng. His fist drove the fist wind, and the strong fist fluttered on Zhang Feng's face, and Zhang Feng's cheek was hurt. Zhang Feng did not dare to think too much, and greeted the sword directly. "Hey!" With a loud noise, Zhang Feng was directly bombarded by Jack's mighty force, and even retreated dozens of meters to stabilize his figure. Zhang Feng moved her numb arm, which was shocked. "Good strength. Can't carry it with Jack, then use swordsmanship to solve him." One sword flow broken back. Above the blade of the black feather sword, a wonderful power suddenly brewed and completed, and then a black half-moon-shaped sword shot out in vain, and severely cut to Jack. This sword chi, in both speed and destructive power, is far from what it was before. Not only is the sword chi mixed with armed color domineering, but Zhang Feng has also given the tearing attribute in the power of space. Ziqiang sword, Henjiu aspect, as if to cut everything ahead into two sections. Jake looked twice as strong as he was just now. He didn't have the slightest panic on his face, but he showed a eagerness to wait and couldn't wait. Jack didn't dodge, he just crossed his arms on his chest, and showed off his domineering color. Boom! Qi Jiankai suddenly fell. Jack was forced back, the ground under his feet was also cracked by shock, and a shallow wound appeared on Jack's arm. The quality of Zhang Feng's domineering quality is far above Jack, so Zhang Feng can easily break Jack's domineering armed forces. But breaking Jack's arms does not mean that Jack can be severely damaged. Jack is thick and thick. With Zhang Feng's current sword strength, he can only break some of Jack's flesh. "Navy boy, yes, you hurt me. This painful feeling really excites me all over. In return, Uncle Ben decided to tear you into pieces." Jack looked at his injured arm, licked the blood from the wound, and looked at Zhang Feng with disdain. "Navy devil, you should have no tricks. Then, get ready to die." The next moment, Jack came to Zhang Feng, slowly and confidently, as if a hunter was looking at the captured prey. "I said, Jack, you can look down on yourself." One sword flow underworld round moon slash. At the moment when Jack struck, Zhang Feng used an instant step to distance him from Jack, and suddenly he swung his sword. I saw a dense mass of space particles appearing in front of Zhang Feng in vain, and the black space particles were filled with endless destruction. That's right, this is the second space sword skill developed by Zhang Feng. Wherever the black particles go, everything will be broken down into nothingness. In a short moment, the black ball, the size of a ping-pong ball, turned into a behemoth with a diameter of about 2 meters. No doubt, if this black ball completely hits Jack, Jack will be broken down in an instant. Seeing the attack in front of him, Jack looked horrified. Although he didn't know what the effect of Zhang Feng's attack was, the animal's instinct told him that he would die in the next move. Suddenly, Jack tried his best to avoid it, but he didn't completely avoid it. "I just listened to me." There was no blood, no screams, and the surroundings were exceptionally quiet. A moment later, Jack suddenly found that he could not feel the existence of his left arm. When Jack turned to look at his unconscious left arm, he suddenly found that his left arm was gone. At this time, Jack stared at his body with a gaze, without feeling the slightest pain, and looked at his left arm that had disappeared without a shadow, and Jack was completely stunned. After the space particles crossed Jack's left arm, they did not dissipate immediately, but they became even larger, from a diameter of just 2 meters to a diameter of 5 meters. The black particles crossed more than 20 meters and swallowed a whole street of houses before dissipating in the air. As Zhang Feng saw, everything that the space particles crossed has become nothingness. Qi Zhangfeng watched her attack, drowned a drool, and her whole body shivered. Is this really what I caused? Zhang Feng has been useless since the development of this space sword technique, and it was only taken out today. To be honest, just the blow, even Zhang Feng himself was frightened. At this time, just after the break, the navies who cleaned the battlefield, suddenly saw the houses on one street were swallowed by a black ball, one by one shocked. What happened just now? This attack will not come from the colonel. Are there any enemies? All the navies would come together, watching the direction in which the house disappeared, and leaned carefully. A whole street of houses disappeared directly in the small town, so the navy easily locked the place where Zhang Feng was. For a moment, everyone didn't know what was happening, but one thing is certain, now their great correction is fighting somebody. After a while, the blood spilled out of Jack's wound, ticking it on the ground. www.readwn.com. That is, at this time, the pain of heartbreaking suddenly burst into my heart. Jack's face, it suddenly became difficult to look at, and the sweaty sweat dripped off the cheeks. What? Jack reached out to cover the wound, with pain in his face, bloodshot eyes, and glaring at Zhang Feng. Abominable navy, I want you to die. When I saw Jack with a broken arm, Zhang Feng sighed inwardly. I did not expect the drought in the aftermath of the storm, and today it will fall on this unknown island. At this time, Zhang Feng looked at Jack with a complex look, and there was a trace of pity, a trace of emotion, and a trace of absolute rejection in his eyes. Jack, let's die. One sword flow instant slash. A blast of sword slammed into Jack suddenly, leaving a few scars on Jack. Although Jackie lost one arm, he never flinched, throwing a fist in one arm to meet Zhang Feng. Jack's fist collided with black feather sword, and Jack's power dropped significantly this time. Qi Zhangfeng looked at Jack calmly. Jack, you are now at the end of the crossbow, everything you do is just struggling. Of course you have another option, surrender and give in. Jack heard Zhangfeng's words, as if he heard a funny joke, laughed, ha ha ha, Navy, let Lao Tzu surrender, I would rather choose to die. Actually Zhang Feng also knew that Jack would not surrender. There was a flash of determination in Feng Jiangfeng's eyes. Since I did not descend, I can only kill you. You are also a big pirate, so I will use my best method to bury you. However, I was just when Zhang Feng was ready to swing a sword. A bullet suddenly attacked Zhang Feng, who quickly waved his sword to resist. Chapter 66, Sudden Change. Qi Zhangfeng turned her head and looked at the direction of the bullets. I saw a large pirate ship approaching the island. This pirate ship is about the size of a standard navy ship, with a huge elephant head on the front of the ship. Looking at the thief ship approaching at the positive speed, Zhang Feng's face changed slightly. Is the mammoth pirate ship? It seems impossible to kill the drought today. The mammoth elephant, one of the 3 fleets of the beast pirates, Captain Drought Jack. At this time, the mammoth elephant was extremely fast. The pirate ship did not know what was going on, and it was no worse than the Navy's warships. Are you here to pick up Jack? Zhang Feng originally planned to directly kill Jack in the drought, but unexpectedly, Jack's companion arrived. At this time, the mammoth pirates group of hunters are aiming at themselves, and Jack has more power, so it is difficult to kill Jack. But it's hard to give it a try. If you miss this opportunity to kill Jack today, he will definitely be a big trouble in the future. The battle between Sun and Jack completely ignited Zhang Feng. At this time, Zhang Feng's entire body was excited. I do not know when Zhang Feng would like it. This kind of hearty battle. Maybe there is a militant factor flowing in Zhang Feng's bones. Zhang Feng ignored the hot pursuit of the mammoth elephant, while fighting with Jack while avoiding bullets. Touch! 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 When the sword fists collided, a gust of wind set off. Now give up, you can't kill me. Ha ha ha! Zhang Feng snorted coldly, there is so much nonsense, let's die. Mammoth elephant. Concentrate the artillery and wait for the island to hit him fiercely. Yes. At this time, a young man put down his telescope and looked dignified like never before. When he saw an embarrassed Jack on the island, he even suspected that he had read it wrong. He has followed Jack for many years, and he has never seen Jack so embarrassed. He didn't say anything, and broke his arm. Accelerate, you must rescue the captain. Kill that navy. The deputy captain of the Mammoth was standing on the foremost deck of the Mammoth. His eyes were full of murderous eyes, and he looked coldly at the island. As the pirate ship came closer, the pirates on the deck of the mammoth-like pirate ship all saw Jack's misery. I was covered with blood, and my body was covered with wounds. What was most shocking was that the left half of the body was blurred with flesh and blood. Instead of being traumatized to such an extent, the average person will bleed too much and die if they are not hurt. However, Jack's body is not only terrible in strength and defense, but also super healing. Ordinary people are chopped off one arm, and the blood will immediately spit out, but Jack is not the same. After losing one arm, the blood slowly overflows, which shows how powerful Jack's ability to heal. But Jack was flesh and blood, after all, he had already lost a lot of blood, and his strength had more than doubled. Good chance. One sword flow broken. Zhang Feng saw Jack leak out of neutral, and immediately flew the sword. However, at this moment, the shore suddenly heard the sound of artillery, and then the artillery fire directly covered Zhang Feng. After a while, the smoke cleared. Zhang Feng put away the barriers to space and looked at the bank with a complex look. Are you here? Really, it's almost a shame. The mammoth elephant rushed to the shore, and all the pirates rushed towards Zhang Feng and surrounded Zhang Feng group. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng's face was calm and normal. He had consumed a lot of energy just after World War I, but he could still fight World War I. Even if you can't beat, you can still run. With space capabilities, no one can really keep herself unless the strongest who breaks the third limit is close. Looking at the pirates, Zhang Feng smiled, let's have a fight. Zhang Feng turned her head and looked at Jack with a playful look. Zhang Feng knew well about Jack's character. Jack, do you want to run away? After listening to Zhang Feng's words, Jack was furious. Let me go, I want to kill him. Captain, he's stimulating you, don't be fooled. Captain, you are too injured to fight, this navy will leave it to us. Boat doctor, take the captain on board. Go to the navy. Suddenly all the pirates rushed to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked relaxed, it has been useless for a long time, and the overlord is domineering. As soon as the chanting voice fell, a powerful momentum spread in vain from Zhang Feng. After breaking through the second limit, Zhang Feng can use domineering color as he pleases. Now Zhang Feng's domineering color can completely stun everyone below the second limit. After a short while, I saw a crowd of pirate crew members fainted one by one. What surprised Zhang Feng was that only about a third of the pirates collapsed. From this point of view, the overall quality of the crew of the mammoth pirate ship is better than that of the bone pirates. It is truly a pirate of the New World. The pirates who did not pass out, half of their legs were still weak, and looked at the navy in shock. What did this navy do just now? I know several pirate cotters who are overbearing and domineering, looking at Zhang Feng with a grim look, is the qualification of the king. Jack was stunned. How could it be? Miscellaneous fish are cleared out. Next, I'm going to hit 100. Zhang Feng looked at the pirates, as if the hunters were looking at their prey. Zhang Feng uses flash step www.readwn.com to flash back and forth, just like Gui Kui, every flash will take away a pirate. In just a few minutes, the atmosphere on the shore became very heavy. The pirates faced each other with fear, because they did not know who the next one would be. I don't know which pirates are fighting. This navy is too strong, let us run away. This sentence seems to be recognized by everyone. The pirates retreated to the mammoth. A senior cotter of the mammoth elephant jumped out of the boat when he saw it. Hurry up and take the captain out of here, leave this navy to me. When I saw the pirate who suddenly jumped out of the boat, Zhang Feng stopped. The feeling of this pirate to Zhang Feng was completely different from other pirates. Does it look a bit strong? Although Zhang Feng was a traverser, she crossed a little early and didn't know much about the crew of the mammoth pirate. Zhang Feng only knew that one of Jack's strong men, that is, Sipu's hide, but looking at this pirate looks like Sipu's hide, who Zhang Feng dare not determine. Zhang Feng looked at the pirate in front of him with a playful look. Pirate, courage is commendable, you don't think you can stop me? The pirate looked at Zhang Feng with a calm face and no fear at all. I saw it on the boat. You are really strong. But that's what it is. I looked at the pirates in front of me, and Zhang Feng's eyes flashed a strange color. Zhang Feng has been in the pirate world for some time, and large and small pirates have seen many. Zhang Feng has seen many pirates who have lost their lives for money, and many pirates who have chosen no means to survive. But in order to save the companions' deadly pirates, Zhang Feng met for the first time. Chapter 67, One Sword Life and Death. Although most of Jaik's men broke the second limit, the strength of these pirates was uneven, and some were not even domineering. At this time, the pirate crew members have moved closer to the mammoth, looking at Zhang Feng with fear. The deputy captain of the mammoth elephant, with a dignified face, mastered the overbearing color and arrogance, possessed superb swordplay, and even Captain Jack was severely wounded by him. Obviously this navy could not defeat them. Get on board and leave here. Seeing the deputy captain speak, the expressions of the pirates were released with a heavy face, and they could finally stay away from the demon. Before encountering a weak or evenly matched navy, they never feared. Only when they encountered a strong and invincible navy, they would choose to flee. Obviously the navy in front of this time belongs to the latter and is invincible. I watched the pirates who escaped into the ship and left. Zhang Feng looked calm and didn't care. Zhang Feng looked at this pirate who challenged herself, and played with the taste. You don't think they can really escape? Tell me why I just jumped down. You can just ignore them, after all, it's safest just to be on board. The pirates looked at Zhang Feng and calmly said, Save them? I just think they are annoying. I jumped down and want to challenge you. I joined them, and promised to go to sea with them, in order to challenge all the famous swordsmen, and then become a big swordsman. But all the way, I have not encountered any outstanding swordsman. I see that you should also be a famous swordsman. You can cut Jack into serious injuries. The strength is certainly not bad, so I will challenge you. He said that the pirate took out the two knives around his waist, held the knives with both hands, and stood quietly in place. Zhang Feng could not see any emotion from his eyes. A pure pursuit of kendo. After listening to the pirates, Zhang Feng asked with a little curiosity, Tell me your name. For ordinary pirates, Zhang Feng didn't bother to ask the name, because it was completely unnecessary. With the pirates in front of him, Zhang Feng saw fearlessness in his eyes, and felt the dedication to pursue kendo from him. Zhang Feng saw another possibility in him. Studa youth calmly spit out 3 words. Zhang Feng looked at Studa meaningfully, and he already had a mind about how to deal with Studa. Seeing that Zhang Feng had no intention of attacking, Stuart flashed a definite determination in his eyes. Two swords flow double-edged sword. She studied a knife in each hand and rushed towards Zhang Feng. He was not fast, Zhang Feng looked relaxed, and he gently blocked his sword with sword. Relaxed and effortless. Although Studa has two-handed swords and twice the strength of a one-handed swordsman, Zhang Feng cannot be shaken. At this moment, Studa had a heavy face, and felt the huge force coming from his hands, as if he was pushing a mountain with his hands, and he could not push it with every effort. Suddenly, Zhang Feng suddenly waved his sword and directly flung Studa and even the sword with him. He stumbled dozens of steps before taking a steady figure. His face was dignified. It's so strong, I'm afraid he won't be able to stop even one move if he uses all his strength. Min Zhang Feng said faintly, Studa, don't say I didn't give you a chance, use any tricks you have. I heard Zhang Feng's words. Studa rushed up, holding the knife, and slashing Zhang Feng with a knife. Studa's double knife is very skilled in use, one blade defense, one blade attack, and self-contained. Chu Zhang Feng saw Erdeoliu on the essence of swordsmanship, so she also knows the swordsman's routine of Erdeoliu. Studa in front of her eyes did not follow the routine at all, and every attack made Zhang Feng shine. This Studa is a genius in swordsmanship. It's a shame to kill. But Min Jiang Feng's eyes flashed cold. I'm almost done. When I heard Zhang Feng's words, Studa felt like an ice cave, and her whole body trembled. Are you going to die? One flow broken edge. A sword suddenly appeared, which drowned Studa directly. After a short while, Studa's short knife fell to the ground, and there was a scratch wound on the chest. The wound flesh rolled back, and blood continued to overflow from it. With this sword, Zhang Feng was sympathetic to his men, but if Studa can live, it depends on him. At this time the navy talents were long overdue. Seeing the navy coming, Zhang Feng asked them to take care of Studa first, and Zhang Feng chased himself towards the place where Mammoth disappeared. Instant step. At this point the Mammoth is far from the island. The public pirates were finally relieved to let them face the navy that had severely wounded Captain Jack. It was too embarrassing for them. The strength of the two sides was not at a level. It's finally safe. Fortunately, there is a stupid fool, otherwise we may not be able to return. That is, this guy, Studa, obviously wants to be a pirate, but pretending to be aloof, cut. All day I put a big sword in my mouth, I'm almost vomiting. If he were better than me, I would have killed him earlier. Ha ha ha, that's... At this moment, Zhang Feng saw the mammoth elephant in front of her eyes, her mouth slightly tilted. I found it. With all the steps and teleportation, Zhang Feng was extremely fast. Looking at the mammoth elephant near her, Zhang Feng showed a deep gaze. I almost see it, it's time to bury them in this sea. Zhang Feng stepped on the air suddenly. www.readwn.com. Almost at this moment, he appeared above the mammoth elephant. That navy is coming after. At this time, a pirate crew saw Zhang Feng who suddenly appeared, his face changed dramatically. Not good. Immediately afterwards, the crew of the pirate ship all looked up at Zhang Feng in the air and swallowed. This navy, what is he going to do? One sword flow underworld remnant moon slash. Suddenly, I saw a black sword chi descending from the sky, appeared above the mammoth, and then pressed directly towards the mammoth. The sword flew across the mammoth, and a fissure across the hull appeared in vain on the mammoth, then the huge mammoth was divided into two along this fissure. The ship was broken into two sections, and instantly capsized in the sea, setting off a huge wave, rippling in all directions. Some of the pirates who fell into the sea were demon fruit abilities, so they passed out. The remaining incapables looked at Zhang Feng with fear. This devil! The sword was out of the boat, but it was not over. After the black sword chi cut off the mammoth elephant, it did not disappear immediately, but turned into a half-round black meniscus, hanging on the sea. This half-round black meniscus is 30 meters long, dark and deep. The force of attraction came from the cracks in the space, pulling the sea water, pirates, and damaged ships out of the sea and sucking into the cracks. Zhang Feng, who had already distanced himself from the cracks in space, looked at all this, expressionless. This sword, life and death, Jack, if you can survive, I have nothing to say. Chapter 68, Lay out the future. The cracks in the space constantly sucked the sea water into it, and the sea surface was choppy, forming numerous waterspouts. Cormorants, broken ships, were all pulled out of the sea and entangled in them. I can hear clearly the roar and curse of the pirates across a distance of dozens of meters. No, I don't want to die. Damn Navy, I won't let you go as a ghost. Qi Zhongfeng looked at this scene, expressionless, then turned and left. The siege of the Whitebone pirates completely ended with Cabez's death. As for the drought-affected Jack, Zhongfeng didn't tell everyone more. This time around the Bone Pirates, the most outstanding performer among them is undoubtedly Gilide, and even the school captains have no objections. On the battlefield, Gilide not only defeated his opponent, but also rescued his companions many times. It can be said that he performed extremely well. As for Zhongfeng, people with good eyes can see that Zhongfeng is facing the strongest pirates in the pirate group. If it were not Zhongfeng, they would not have won so easily. Although the last match left everyone a little scratched, this did not prevent everyone from admiring Zhongfeng. Finally, when I saw Zhongfeng swallowing a whole street, it surprised and shocked everyone. The eyes of the navy looking at Zhongfeng were even more awesome. After this battle, Chu Zhongfeng was exhausted because of frequent use of the monthly steps and the power of space. His physical strength and spirit were already exhausted. Zhongfeng was braced just now. Now that the crisis is resolved, Zhongfeng's body finally relaxed. Other chores were left to the captain and the elites. As for Zhongfeng, he returned to his room to get a good night's sleep. I didn't know how long I had slept, and when Zhongfeng woke up here, the warship was already sailing the next time and set off on the voyage to return to the naval headquarters. I walked out of the cabin and found that under the setting sun, the sea surface was calm, and the sun was about to fall, reflecting the whole sea surface. Unconsciously, Zhongfeng had been sleeping for a day. Chu Zhongfeng walked to the forefront of the deck, moved her body, and found her body was extremely relaxed at this time. I watched the sunset. Zhongfeng remembered some past events, when I was watching the sunset like this on Earth. I will find a way to go back. Parents and sister, wait for me. Now Zhongfeng is not far from breaking the third limit, it is also time to consider military skills and prepare to be promoted. If Zhongfeng is promoted to the rank, it must be the youngest general. The battle between the ravages and the drought has given Zhongfeng a lot of gains, and he also realized the power of those who are capable of fruit and animals. No wonder Kato has gone to great lengths to collect the fruits of the animal devil. College, that person is awake. When I heard this sentence, Zhongfeng's eyes lighted up, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. Are you awake? It really didn't disappoint me. Tong Zhongfeng walked into the infirmary and saw Studa. The entire upper body was wrapped in white gauze. Zhongfeng touched the tip of her nose. It seems that the hands are a bit heavy. At this time, Studa's eyes were widened. The navy is killing me, so I won't be held for a lifetime. Gustata was quiet when she saw Zhongfeng come in, and she was puzzled. Navy, why should you save me? You go out first. Zhongfeng asked the medical staff to go out. Then he looked at Studa, playing with his taste. Maybe it's because you are a fake pirate. One more thing, the mammoth has been cut into two by me, and most of the pirates have been buried in the sea. I heard Zhongfeng's words. Studa looked calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with herself. What do they do to me? Cut, the navy told me this. Do you think I'm afraid? Qi Zhongfeng shrugged. You were wrong and told you this, but you want to tell you that you are free. I heard Zhang Feng's words. Studa is unknown, so a bit puzzled. Seeing that Studa was silent, Zhang Feng said again, "Are you interested in following me?" After listening to Zhang Feng's words, Studa hesitated for a while, and then the colonel said, "Ha ha ha, you want me to be a navy, you are too funny." Chu Zhang Feng ignored Studa and said leisurely, "You are wrong again. I want you to continue to be a pirate, but not now. I hope you will join a pirate group in a few years. As for which pirate group, I will tell you later." Then Zhang Feng looked at Studa with a serious look, and the momentum of his body pressed against Studa in vain. "Now it is your turn to choose, whether to choose to help me or to be detained for a lifetime." Suddenly Studa felt a suffocation. His voice trembled, "You always have to tell me what your purpose is, and which pirate group to join." Qi Zhangfeng snorted, "You are not qualified to bargain with me." After a while, "Okay. I listen to you. Anyway, I went to sea to become a great swordsman. It doesn't matter if you are a pirate." Qi Jiangfeng gathered her momentum, "I will let you go when I arrive at the next island to replenish supplies." Then Zhang Feng put a space mark on him in front of Studa, "Remember there is it, as long as you are still in this world, I can find you. Unless you cut your arm off." After listening to Zhang Feng's words, Studa suddenly felt in her heart and promised to help the navy to do things. How did it feel like a deal with the devil? Why didn't the navy kill me? You can kill me. As for finding someone to help you do things, reading www.yuyuganshu.com should not be difficult, depending on your strength. Zhang Feng, who was about to leave the medical room, listened to Studa and stopped. Finding a strong pirate is easy, but it is difficult to find a fake pirate. Everyone has the right to pursue freedom and dreams, but this cannot be used as a reason for their unbridled. After talking about Zhang Feng, he left, leaving Studa with a circle on his face. Not long after, when the ship docked on the shore of a small island, Zhang Feng came to the infirmary. When Studa saw Zhang Feng come in, her heart was tight and she didn't know how the navy would help her escape. When I saw Studa's expression, Zhang Feng felt funny for a while. Min Zhang Feng came to Studa, ready to go and remember what I said. Studa was afraid, "Navy, what are you doing?" Qi Zhangfeng smiled, "Rest assured that my method is safe and reliable." The more relaxed Feng Zhangfeng was, the more worried Studa was. Spatial replacement. As soon as I heard the words, Studa disappeared in an instant, and at this time in the medical bed it turned out to be a waste stake. After doing all of this, Zhang Feng walked out of the medical room and returned to his room, muttering, "I hope my vision is correct, and I hope this kid is a talent." After the navy has collected materials, they are preparing to set off on the next trip. A captain rushed into Zhang Feng's room, "Not good, Colonel, that pirate is gone." Su Jiangfeng's face was calm. "If you don't see it, you'll disappear. A little pirate, do you have to search the whole town again? Go back to naval headquarters." "But nothing to do, set off, I'll take care of something." Chapter 69, Back to Headquarters. The second half of the Great Route is the New World. On a calm sea, a huge pirate ship was slowly moving, and the ship was basically full of big men. At this time, walking in the middle of the pirate ship, a man of unusually tall size was gloomy and silent. He did not speak, and the other crew members did not dare to speak. The atmosphere on the ship seemed extremely depressed. This person is just Kato, one of the 4 emperors of the later generations, the one who has the most headache for the navy. "I like a lunatic who commits suicide but cannot die." A few moments later, Kato said, "The mammoth was sunk. Jack broke his arm, and now he is dead or alive." Kai Duo closed her eyes, speaking slowly and without a trace of emotion. The pirate crew around him could not hear Kai Duo's degree of anger at this time. He looked at Kaduo tremblingly, for fear that Kaduo would suddenly run away and kill them all. There has been an example of Kaido's runaway before. At that time, Kaido heard bad news, his emotions got out of control, and he ran away on the spot. A few punches killed several pirate crews around him. Boss Kaido, Jack will be fine. Tong also spoke for two others in the three disasters that followed. According to the news from the crew, it seems that Jack was planted in the hands of a young navy this time. This young navy is Carp's nephew, and it is said that his potential is the highest in the history of the navy. Next time we meet him, we must kill him and take revenge on Jack. I heard Kaido open his eyes here. Cap's nephew, the potential is very high? Interesting. I don't know if he grows up, can he kill me? Jack's business is here first. The bone pirates are gone, then you are looking for cooperation with other pirates and collect animal devil fruits at all costs. After talking, Kaido closed her eyes again and seemed to be asleep. On the endless sea, the navy ships were slowly moving. Min Zhongfeng walked out of the cabin and came to the deck. It was found that all the captain officers and the elites were together at this time. They were talking and laughing. It seems that after these days of getting along and fighting together, everyone is familiar. All the navies saw Zhongfeng coming and said hello. They also have some understanding of Zhongfeng these days. The elite with the highest potential in the history of the navy, as the arrogant of the sky, never sees no one, but treats others kindly. The strength is strong, and he will show no mercy against the pirates, as if there is an overbearing and ferocious breath in his bones. Usually he practiced with everyone. He will become overbearing and cruel only when dealing with pirates. In the incident of the poisonous spider and the pirate group, the pirates were once killed, and the terrible scenes are now unwilling to remember again. At this moment, Zhongfeng accidentally saw that Mitchell was looking at Gilide on the distant deck with a look of affection. Chu Zhongfeng walked over. Well, isn't this our military flower, Mitchell? Why does Gilide have flowers on his face? Look so seriously. Zhongfeng walked to Mitchell, leaning on the railing on the side of the deck, with a slight tone gently said. Yet. It turned out that Mitchell did not find Zhongfeng. When Zhongfeng spoke, she found Zhongfeng beside her. Suddenly, Qiao blushed red, helpless, and showed coquettishness. Che, who's watching him? Seeing Mitchell's expression of disapproval, Zhongfeng laughed. Hey, you say that my brother is very romantic, and Yushu is near the wind, why can't any girl secretly love him? How can this handsome big man not be 1/10 as handsome as me? How can I get the favor of our army master? To be honest, I suddenly didn't understand this world. After listening to Zhongfeng's words, Mitchell gave Zhongfeng a nasty look. College, are you really the same college I know? Ha ha ha, Zhongfeng smiled. Seriously, I have a good relationship with Gilide, or I'll help you. No. But I hope the colonel will not tell Gilide. Okay. I really don't understand you, do you like to say it right away? Mitchell snorted and fled quickly. She didn't want to talk to the colonel anymore. Gullider was close to the colonel. I hope the colonel wouldn't tell Gullider what to do. Looking at Mitchell's back, Zhongfeng murmured, I really envy the kid Gilide, and he's about to get rid of the bill if he doesn't talk. However, brother Gao Fueshui is still a single dog. Would you like to go to the Empress? But now the Empress seems to be a little lowly. Would you like to have a lowly to develop it? Not anymore, it feels a bit evil. Puppet warships sailed into the windless zone from the South China Sea, and crossed the windless zone to enter the Great Route. During the first half of the journey, no sea kings and pirates were encountered. It was not until the navy warships entered the Great Route from the windless zone that they saw the pirates. This pirate group is just an unlucky little pirate group. After working hard to come to the Great Route, they met Zhongfeng and his party. They can only say that they did not read the yellow calendar when they went out. The small pirate group saw the naval warship and immediately turned around to try to escape, but how could their ship compare with the warship and be caught up after a while? the navies swarmed up and won the small pirate group www.readwn.com after just met the pirates. The boring journey is finally over. I looked at the naval headquarters near me, Zhang Feng murmured. After the Navy warship returned to the naval headquarters, the headquarters then asked a group of navies to make a report on the mission. Because Zhang Feng led the team this time, Zhang Feng also wrote down the performance of each person. After finishing all this, it was already afternoon, and Zhang Feng returned home. I saw a little lowly looking around in front of the door, as if looking for something. Little Fia, what are you doing? Xiao Xiao saw her brother Feng came, and her face was happy, and she ran to Zhang Feng. Min Zhang Feng picked up the little girl and started teasing little lowly. Little Fiar, have you missed brother Feng? Xiao Xiaoliola nodded fiercely, I think about it every day. Then the little girl stretched out his chubby little hand, big watery eyes stared at Zhang Feng, and looked at Zhang Feng with anticipation. Seeing Xiao Fia's look of anticipation, Zhang Feng suddenly felt embarrassed. It happened, I forgot to prepare a gift. Fia, my brother is going to beat the bad guys, save the world, not travel, so he didn't prepare gifts. Look, next time, will Feng bring you 2 gifts? Little Rory raised her small head, and seemed to be thinking about such a bargain. After a while, she seemed to think it was a bargain, and her tone was slightly disappointed. Well then. Then you have to remember, prepare 2 gifts for Fia next time. Be sure to remember, but don't forget, if you forget next time, I will ignore you. Looking at Xiao Loli's face, she dinged herself seriously. Zhang Feng smiled and touched her little head. Okay. Chapter 70, Apply for Early Graduation. When I entered Karp's other courtyard, Zhang Feng was preparing to go upstairs to rest, but heard Karp's voice. Boy, come here, the old man has something to tell you. Hearing Karp's words, Zhang Feng slowly walked towards Karp. Who knows, as soon as Zhang Feng walked in front of Karp, Karp immediately greeted Zhang Feng with a loving iron fist. It hurts, what are you doing, Uncle Cap? Cape snorted, Hey, stinky boy, I have a good ability, I heard that it is very powerful on a naval ship, and the officers were beaten down. If I do nt teach you for a few days, it's a little bit floating, right? Who did you learn from this mess? After listening to Karp, Zhang Feng looked at Karp innocently. Aren't they all learned from Uncle Karp? Cap suddenly had a black line on his face. Shit boy. Naval Headquarters, Capo's house. At this time, Zhang Feng screamed, armed color. Suddenly a mysterious breath wrapped Zhang Feng's whole body, and Zhang Feng's whole body turned black after a while. At this time, Zhang Feng's whole body was covered with a layer of domineering color. Generally, only the personnel who break through the 3rd limit can do it, while Zhang Feng only breaks through the 2nd limit. This is due to Zhang Feng's stronger mental strength than ordinary people. Karp in the distance, seeing this scene, before his eyes brightened, originally wanted to hit this stinky boy, but did not expect that he was shocked. Kapu flashed a look in Zhang Feng's eyes. Maybe this stinky boy can really cultivate the domineering arrogance to that level. Uncle Karp, I'm here. Zhang Feng rushed towards Karp. Seeing this scene, Karp was calm and armed. Kapu only armed 2 arms, but unlike Zhang Feng, Kapu's black arm still has a red pattern. Bump! Zhang Feng and Karp's fists collided fiercely. Karp controlled his own strength, so Zhang Feng could fight Karp. With one punch and one punch colliding together, Zhang Feng felt very weak. Although his domineering quality was not inferior to that of Karp, the quality was very different. I fought against Karp, and he couldn't break Karp's armed color, but Karp's domineering broke his own arm. After several collisions, Zhang Feng's fist has been injured. At this time, Zhang Feng found out that he was fighting against Karp, and it was all about finding abuse. Zhang Feng is getting more and more strange. How can you tell me to use domineering? I really deserve carp, teaching is all about playing. No more, no more. Uncle Carp, didn't you say you want to teach me to use domineering? Why do I think you are just trying to slap me? After listening to Zhang Feng's words, Cap laughed. Ha ha ha, smelly boy, you found out. I just want to tell you, your boy is still far behind. After listening to Carp's words, Zhang Feng's face was black. Carp really is not suitable for a teacher. Because he can only teach people this teaching method. Naval headquarters the next day. On Takaizawa's training ground, the elites are in teams of 2, doing head-to-head training. In addition to the elites present, except for a few elites who have not yet reached the second limit, others have already broken through. As for domineering, I have mastered it. After all, I can stand out from more than 500 elites. Natural talent is not bad. Takaizawa once said that in order to graduate from him, first of all, he must break through the second limit, and then participate in completing 3 tasks. In fact, Zifa said the 3 missions, the first 2 were involved in the Navy's mission, and the last was the Navy's graduation assessment mission. Zhang Feng has now exceeded the second limit and has participated in 2 missions. She can apply for graduation assessment in advance. Generally speaking, the graduation assessment is an assessment conducted by the elites after 2 years of study by the Navy, and all the elites participate together. But Zhang Feng doesn't want to wait until then, because for Zhang Feng today, daily training can no longer improve his strength, he needs a wider stage. Minjiang Feng saw Zifa coming and stepped forward. Mr. Zifa, I want to apply for early graduation. As soon as the words fell, the elites stopped their movements and took a sigh of relief. I'm not mistaken. He wants to apply for early graduation. An elite does not seem to understand what it means to apply for early graduation, and he is puzzled. Why not apply for early graduation? Why are you so surprised? If I can graduate early, I would also like to apply. After listening to this elite, the other elites laughed, shook their heads, looked at the expression of the aliens and looked at him. Brother, if you join the Navy, do you not do your homework? The Navy's graduation exams are for all elites. To put it plainly, that is, all the elites perform a task together, and the examiners will score based on the performance of the students. And graduation early means that one person performs one task. Do you understand? After listening to the explanations of the elites, the elite only realized how naive and ridiculous the problem was just now. The elite who asked the question looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled look, his voice trembling slightly. Then, how dare he? Zifa heard Zhang Feng's words, his eyes flashed, and then he looked at Zhang Feng with admiration. Feng, do you really think clearly? Among the students I brought, there were also students who applied for early graduation, but they all ended in failure. Listen to me, do you still want to apply for early graduation? Jiang Feng was unmoved. www.readwn.com looked at Zifa firmly. I haven't before, I have it now. Ha ha ha, well, it is worthy to be Carp's nephew. Takaizawa turned around and looked at the elite with a smile. Are you still want to apply for early graduation? After listening to Zifa's words, Zhongjing quickly shook his head. Mr. Zifa, let's wait for the unified assessment after half a year. The elites turned their heads and looked at the elites who had just threatened to apply for early graduation. I felt the eyes of the elites. The dear brother just now shook his head, shaking his head like a rattle. At this moment, Bazat's face flashed with a complex complexion, and then there was a trace of anger. Bazat wanted to apply, but he didn't have the courage to watch Zhang Feng get farther and farther away from him, and he couldn't explain the glimpse. I was so angry that I was angry with myself and hated myself for not having the courage to compete with Zhang Feng. Seeing that no one had applied for graduation in advance, Zifa turned around and looked at Zhang Feng. Well, you go back first, and I will arrange an assessment for you in a few days. It is teacher Zifa. Zhang Feng turned around and left. Looking at the back of Zhang Feng's departure, Everyone suddenly felt mixed, feeling that he and the person in front of him were not in a world at all. You said, Feng, will he succeed? Oh, you ask this question, it shows that you have no idea that he is powerful. Is he strong? An elite curious. I heard this problem, and the elites who had participated in the mission of destroying the bone pirates all gave him a grimace. His power, if you don't see it with your own eyes, you may not imagine it. Chapter 71, Depart from Bahai. Naval Headquarters, empty steel skeleton office. Takaizawa said, Kapu, your family Feng, want to apply for graduation in advance, what do you think? Ha ha ha, okay, give this kid the hardest task. After listening to Carp, Zifa shook his head helplessly and looked at this unreliable comrade. Carp, kid, Feng, is it your nephew? After that, Carp showed a serious expression that rarely appeared. Relax. This kid is not only powerful, but also has a lot of ghosts and eyes, and nothing will happen. I saw that Zifa and Carp did not prevent Zhang Feng from applying for early graduation. Su Ganggu said emptily, well, then give him a medium task. I remember Bahai seems to have a troublesome group of pirates, let this guy solve it. The commander-in-chief of the navy hammered it out, and Carp and Zifa had no opinion. The navy elites brought out by Takaizawa will basically become military officers directly after graduation, and the most recent positions are captains, so the graduation assessment application of these elites needs to be approved by the marshal himself. Okay, Zifa nodded, help him arrange in a few days. Elites studying, only a few elites can obtain military ranks during their studies. Most elite positions are freely arranged by the naval headquarters after graduation. So how do you arrange these elite positions? The rank of the elite after graduation is determined by the total score of the graduation assessment. The better the score, the better the natural position. However, Zhang Feng is now a university, so even if the performance of this assessment is excellent, his position will not change. Apply for early graduation. The cruelest thing is that you have to face the dangers by yourself. Without an examiner, there will be no rescue. Without candidates, there will be no support. Everything is on your own. Once the task fails, his file will directly record the words that failed the graduation assessment. The assessment of the Navy may not have a supplementary examination, and it is said that a person has only one chance. Although the Navy has a lot of resources, it can't hold up many people. Every year, new people will rise, so the Navy will not waste resources on these losers. Cape returned in the evening. Feng, I heard that you applied for early graduation assessment. Yes, I want to graduate early and then go out and see. Kapu looked at Zhang Feng with a firm face, a gleam of relief flashed in his eyes. Kapu always wanted to train his son into the best navy, but his son left the navy to realize his dream. Chen Long is indeed excellent and makes Carp proud, but Long chose his own path and did not develop in the direction that Carp arranged, so Carp will inevitably feel uncomfortable. Now, his nephew has become the best navy elite, and he will be the youngest naval officer in the future. Looking at his growing nephew, Cap is very satisfied. Afterwards, there was a hint of complexity in Carp's eyes. Maple kid, be careful, remember not to despise any pirate. Yes, Uncle Cap. A few days later, Capo's other house. The first rising sun shone on the ground. When the first rays of sunlight hit the balcony of Zhang Feng's room, Zhang Feng awoke. Zhang Feng got up and put on his clothes, and began to organize some of his personal belongings, because today he is about to leave for Bahai. Because Zhang Feng was performing the task alone, it was easy to frighten the grass in military uniforms, so he did not wear the military uniform of the Naval University, but only a plain clothes. After finishing the belongings, Zhang Feng sat quietly on the bed, took out the black feather sword, held the sword in one hand, and a clean cloth in the other, and gently wiped the sword body. Zhang Feng rarely wiped the black feather sword before, because Zhang Feng did not like kendo, and he could not feel the mood of the sword lovers when wiping the sword. At this time, Zhang Feng began to wipe the black feather sword, which showed that his mood was not calm. After a while, Zhang Feng put down her cloth and found that she couldn't calm down. At this time, Zhang Feng's heart had a look of expectation, a touch of excitement, and a touch of worry. Forget it, the more you feel more impetuous, you don't want to. It's been a long time since I practiced swordsmanship. Go out and practice. Now Zhang Feng's sword tricks, which have been summarized from the essence of swordsmanship, have already been practiced in the open fire. Only fighting sword tricks, regardless of the meaning of the sword, Zhang Feng is not afraid of anyone. Hey! Kaihu Jiang Feng flashed into the other courtyard at once, waved, chopped, sword after sword, and small swords shot out in anger, leaving a consistent depth in the open space of the other courtyard. I practiced for almost an hour, and Zhang Feng stopped and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Finally calm down, really, now I still feel palpitations about the unknown. It seems that I am far from the real strong. It's almost time. It's time to start. When Zhang Feng was ready to go out, a small figure rushed over and hugged Zhang Feng's legs. Brother Feng, are you leaving again? Tong Xiaofia's face was full of tears, and her big watery eyes were bursting into tears. Fia, don't want Brother Feng to leave. Min Zhang Feng squatted down, looked at the little girl, her face was gentle. Fia obediently, my brother is going to hit the bad guys www.readwn.com and will be back in a few days. However, a few friends I met in the town told me that their brother went to beat the bad guys, but he never returned. The little girl wiped her tears and choked her throat. I listened to Xiaofia's words. Zhang Feng froze, and looked at the little man with a complex look, but he couldn't even say a word. After a few moments, Zhang Feng even fooled the little guy with coaxing. Now she talks with this little girl and she doesn't understand. Some things, naturally she will understand when she grows up. Navy port. Kaihu Jiang Feng boarded a search warship, which was a warship just going to the North Sea. Puppet warships are only responsible for bringing Zhang Feng to Bahai. As for what Zhang Feng will do after arriving in Bahai, it has nothing to do with them. Suddenly, the warship roared, and the sails were blasted high by the sea wind. After that, the warship suddenly accelerated and disappeared into the sight of everyone in the port. Listening to the turbulent sound of the sea water, looking at the boundless sea, Zhang Feng's mood suddenly improved a lot. Look up at the extremely wide blue sky, breathe the extra fresh air on the sea, you will feel that your mind will open naturally, and your mood will become happy. A man can never grow up under the protection of the strong. To stand alone, he must go through many difficulties. I want to conquer the sea and become the strongest in this sea, it takes too much. When he first came to Pirate World, Zhang Feng was just an ordinary person, so he needed the protection of the navy. Now Zhang Feng's strength has surpassed most people. He is no longer in need of blessing. He is going to climb higher peaks and see farther scenery. Chapter 72, Upper Ship. The Navy warship slowly approached an island. When I saw this unknown island, Zhang Feng finally showed a long-lost smile. Finally seeing the land, this way is really boring. I haven't met Neptune, nor have I encountered a pirate. All day long, in addition to cultivation, it is too harsh. Soon the warship docked at Kojima port. A lieutenant colonel came to Zhang Feng and said, "College, we can only send you here. This is the most prosperous island in the North Sea. I think it will be helpful for you to perform your task here." After listening to the lieutenant colonel's words, Zhang Feng's eyes lighted up. "Oh, thank you, let's shore. Let me go." This place is really helpful for Zhang Feng. The naval headquarters provided him with very little information. Now he doesn't even know where he is going to complete the task. The assessment content of the Navy headquarters for Zhang Feng was to arrest Captain Haidaz of the Sky Pirates on his own strength. The naval headquarters provided Zhang Feng with basic information about the crew of the Sky Pirates, but did not tell him the exact location of the Sky Pirates, but only said that it was in the North Sea. So Zhang Feng first had to find out the exact position of the Sky Pirates, which is also part of the assessment. The duration of the task, say more or less, say less, but also 1 month. This is the most prosperous island in the North Sea, mixed with fish and dragon, is undoubtedly the best place to find out the news. When he first heard the name Pirates in the Sky, Zhang Feng thought that the pirates were some pirates who longed for freedom. I didn't expect it. The Sky Pirate Regiment is rampant in the North Sea. It can be said that it is burning and looting without evil, especially their captain Haidaz, who often tortures people to death. Haidaz, Devil Fruit ability, Superman Air Fruit, can manipulate the air freely. Haidaz kills people, generally does not give a fatal blow, he likes to torture people to death slowly. He put the seriously injured people in a vacuum zone that he made, and then he watched these people suffocate and died. Everyone killed by Haidaz is extremely terrifying, with a desperate expression on his face. Looking at the man with a perverted smile on the reward, Zhang Feng clenched his right hand and said, Arrest! I want to chop him with a sword. Zhang Feng disembarked with the navies, Zhang Feng walked towards the center of the island, and other navies went to replenish supplies. After all, they still have a long way to go. What's the first thing to do when you first arrive? By the way, go to the shop first and buy a gift for little Fiaz. As for what? Then take a big healthcare first, and finally come out once, just indulge yourself. Ah, cool, so cool. At this time, Zhang Feng's entire body was soaking in the hot spring, and could not help moaning. I remember that in the previous life, when I saw Luffy's hot springs in one piece, I was very envious. Now finally got what she wanted, soaking in the hot spring, Zhang Feng felt that the whole person was relaxed. Suddenly a small voice came. Akin, this time I introduce you to our captain, you must behave well. Know that those who want to join our Sky Pirates now can sail from the North Sea to the Great Route. The young man howling at Akin nodded his head and smiled charmingly. Zone brother, thanks to you, if not for you, I have not had the opportunity to join the Sky Pirates. Brother Zhuang proudly said, that is, if you don't see you as a fellow countryman, I'm ashamed to bring you to the captain in front of you. Yes, yes, the younger brother's feelings, the younger brother took note of it. The other day, as long as the younger brother said something, the younger brother will never quit. A moment of worry flashed across Ajin's face, but brother, I heard that your captain's means are extremely cruel, I'm afraid. Look at your success, that's scared. If it wasn't for the captain of our captain, could he have the prestige of today? Remember, the captain likes to be praised for his cruelty, and he doesn't like to be disobeyed by others. Remember these 2 points, and you will be fine. I'm here to do something important this time. About 10 days or so, I'll take you to see the captain. That brother, where is your captain now? On the island of Pakatan, 1,000 kilometers away. When I heard the conversation between these two people, Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. Things in the world were always full of drama. I was still worried about how to find the Sky Pirates. They sent them on their own. Is Pakatan Island? Remember. After the hot spring, Zhang Feng walked down the street. Now that you know the location of the Sky Pirates, find a boat to rush over. Navy warships must not be going back because they also have their own tasks. But where can I find a ship? I have. Zhang Feng walked into a shop selling boats. Boss, I want to buy a boat. Sir, if you want to buy a boat in our store, you need to make a reservation, pay a deposit, and then pick up the boat 2 months later. I'm in a hurry. There are no ready-made ships. Bailey is not a problem. The receptionist in a black suit looked at Zhang Feng with regret. I'm afraid not. Our store doesn't sell ordinary sailing boats. Are there any other shops selling boats in this town? After listening to Zhang Feng's question, the receptionist's eyes flashed with pride, saying, Our store has been passed down for hundreds of years, and the shipbuilders are top-notch. We only accept customized boat orders. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com because we have a boat that we want to build and make everyone happy. This small town used to have other shops, but then they changed jobs. Now they are all shipmakers in our shop. After listening to the receptionist's words, Zhang Feng shook her head. It seemed that she had to think of other ways. Since you can't buy it, grab one. There will always be pirates on the island these days. I wandered along the shore for a few days just to wait for a pirate ship. Until the third day, I finally waited, watching a pirate ship approaching slowly in the distance, a smile on Zhang Feng's face. Okay, it's you. Pirate ship is getting closer and closer, until the entire hull of the pirate ship appears in Zhang Feng's field of vision. Zhang Feng's face changes. This is. The barge boat is no different from other ships, but the pirate mark on the boat is too clear for Zhang Feng, which is the sign of the white-bearded pirate group. Is Whitebeard here? No, it can't be Whitebeard. It looks like a captain of the Whitebeard pirates. I don't know which captain. A pirate ship docked at the port of the island. A young man with a golden punk head, a dagger on his waist, and a tattoo of a white-bearded pirate group on his chest appeared at the front of the deck. Hurry up and replenish supplies, Dad is still waiting for us in the New World. Zhang Feng, who is familiar with the plot of the pirates, recognized him at a glance, undead Marco. Although Marco is still young, it does not prevent Zhang Feng from recognizing him. Fun. Afterwards, when Zhang Feng took most of the crew to collect supplies, he sneaked into the pirate ship. Chapter 73, Pirate End Number 039, S Dream. The sea breeze blew the sails of the pirate ship, and the navigator looked at the permanent pointer on his wrist. Going in this direction, this time has been a waste of too much time, but you can't let my dad wait in the New World. The barge slowly sailed towards the middle of the sea. At this moment, Zhang Feng was standing on the mast of the pirate ship, watching the busy pirates below. When Zhang Feng first got on the ship, she was almost found, but every second before being discovered, he could flash to another place instantly. Although this pirate ship is not a mouse tick with a white beard, the hull is not small. I want to find Zhang Feng who is proficient in space capabilities on this ship unless Zhang Feng actively exposes his position. Marco, I really have you, so young became a team captain, and the first team. It seems Dad is very serious about you. King Kaizi, how sad it feels to hear you say that. I know, you must be jealous of Marco. But yes, without Marco's joining, the captain of the first team is now you. Jin Katz heard this, and gave a cold hum. Well, Lao Tzu is not the kind of person with a small belly. Marco is stronger than me. He is the first team captain, I have no opinion. When the crew began to argue, Marco said, what captain does not have a captain? It's just a sham name. Everyone is a dad's child. Dad treats us equally. Well said, there should be applause. Zhang Feng on the mast smiled and patted his hands. Who? The crew on the puppet deck was shocked and looked up at Zhang Feng with a look of shock. Why was there an outsider here and when did he appear on the ship? One by one, the pirates pulled out their arms and glared at Zhang Feng. The boy will roll down Lao Tzu, and I will chop you. I saw this scene, Zhang Feng poked his lips, life is so good, but you are so irritable. At this time, Marco was wrapped in blue flames all over his body and looked at Zhang Feng with an expression of anger. The boy appeared on the pirate boat without a sound. Instant step. The next moment, Zhang Feng flashed forward, directly from the mast of the pirate ship, behind Marco, and then stabbed with a black feather sword, and pressed it on Marco's shoulder. The blade of the black feather sword hits Marco's neck. The sharp blade cuts through Marco's neck, leaving a trail of blood. The sword was so fast, Marco had just reacted, the sword was already pressed on him, and his body felt completely weak. Marco does not understand Zhongfeng's ability, so he cares. Qi Jiangfeng's ability is an extraordinary victory. Generally, people who have not seen his ability can easily get it. Feeling that the entire body is losing strength, Marco's complexion has changed greatly. Halo Stone. I saw that their captain was restrained, and the pirate crew was furious, but he did not dare to take the shot. Release the captain, or I'll kill you. Qiu Zhongfeng ignored their shouts, looked at Marco, and said lightly, as a capable person, I was so careless. It was a short-lived person. As for you. Yes, robbery, now your ship belongs to me. Don't move now, listen carefully to what I'm saying, I will only say once, and now turn the hull to Powhatan Island. Don't tell me, you don't know where it is. The pirates were bewildered, and they were robbed. Marco listened to Zhongfeng's words, his face was difficult to say, brother, you will not rob our ship just to go to Powhatan Island. Yes, otherwise. Marco. Boy, have the ability to let go of our captain and fight with Uncle Ben. Marco saw that the other party was not malicious and relaxed, but still looked at Zhongfeng with a bitter look, what the is this abnormal guy? Hello, the boy is in front of Powhatan Island. Now we can let go of our captain. I looked at Powhatan Island in front of me, and Zhongfeng's face showed a smile. Released Marco immediately and put away the black feather sword. The other crew members wanted to do it, but was stopped by Marco. As Zhongfeng was about to leave, Marco's voice came from behind him, little brother, wait. What are you doing? Would you like to fight with me? I'd love to. Marco smiled and looked at Zhongfeng. Little brother, we don't even know each other. I don't know the little brother. Would you like to join our pirate group? Qi Jiangfeng said, if you know that I am a navy, I don't know if you will say these words. Min Zhongfeng looked at Marco and pretended to be hesitant, if I'm not mistaken, your pirate group should be the famous white-bearded pirate group. After listening to Zhongfeng's words, the crew of the pirates flashed a proud look on their faces. But I'm not interested. What, smelly boy, you're saying it again, believe it or not, I've killed you. Marco looked at Zhongfeng with a puzzled expression, why, gallop on the sea, don't you yearn for such a life? Are you a pirate longing for freedom? Marco tells me why you are a pirate. In the early years, I went out to sea for freedom, freely, and galloping on the sea. Until I met my dad, he gave my family a sense of belonging. After a long time, I no longer want to leave the Whitebeard pirates. I went to sea to be a sword hero. www.readwn.com. I'm an orphan, I'm free, and I can go anywhere. I like adventure. Joining the pirates is about going through unusual adventures. I like to travel and join the pirates in order to see the scenery of different places in the world. Everyone you say, I say one after another, the purpose of going out to sea. When I heard their words, Zhongfeng was lost in thought. What the is a real pirate? Should pirates exist? No one gave Zhongfeng the answer. After a short while, Zhongfeng said firmly, sorry, everyone, I also have my dream to realize. What is your dream? Qi Zhongfeng looked at everyone with a playful look, my dream is to end this era of pirates. Everyone. Then Zhongfeng disappeared into the sight of everyone. Marco looked at Zhongfeng as if he had a hunch, and murmured, I hope we will not be the enemy next time we meet. A few days later, a sea of New World. Marco, did you go to Bahai this time? After hearing the words of the tall and strong man in front of him, Marco couldn't help thinking of Zhongfeng's figure. I didn't encounter any other situation, but I met an interesting guy. The middle-aged man laughed and said, I can be described as a dead guy. I am a little curious. Ginghats disdainfully said, "Dad, that guy, I think it's a arrogant little ghost, what should I say, the ultimate ghost talk in this era of pirates. Ha ha ha, isn't it? That's a arrogant kid." Chapter 74, Cruel. Pocatone Island. This is a medium-sized island. There are 4 small towns on the island. Unlike other medium-sized islands, this medium-sized island has 2 ports. The most prosperous town on the island of Luan is the town of Pocatone, which means that this town exclusively owns a port. It has been 5 days since Min Jiangfeng came to Pocatone Island, and she has already figured out the exact location of the Sky Pirates. The Navy's mission to Jiangfeng was to capture Captain Haidaz of the Sky Pirates. This was because he was performing the mission by himself, so the difficulty of the mission was reduced. But Jiangfeng intends to annihilate the entire Sky Pirate group. After killing Haidaz, the Sky Pirates group disbanded, but these alive pirates will join other pirate groups, which is equivalent to destroying a pirate group and creating another pirate group. In the evening, Jiangfeng came to the island of Pocatone, and he planned to wipe out the Sky Pirates tonight. At this time, a small smoke filled the town of Pocatone. There are 2 forces fighting here, the whole town has become a battlefield, both sides are pirates, and the number of pirates is large, each side is full of hundreds of people. One side is the Sky Pirate group that Jiangfeng is familiar with, and the other is an unknown pirate group, but depending on the situation, this unknown pirate group is not small. Pirates fought, the people around them hid at home, and did not dare to go out. At this time, a rushed figure happened to hit Jiangfeng's body, and the other face was flustered, sorry, don't kill me." Looking at the middle-aged woman who bumped into herself, she looked nervous and scared. Jiangfeng flatly said, "Don't be afraid, I'm not a pirate." After listening to Jiangfeng's words, the middle-aged woman relaxed a little, but the fear on her face did not fade away. "Young man, run away, there is a group of pirates fighting in front of you, you will be killed by them." Min Jiangfeng said lightly, "It's all right, can you tell which 2 pirate groups are at war? I also listen to others, one of them is the Sky Pirates, and the other seems to be the White Snake Pirates. It's been 2 months, and this is the 5th time they have fought, and the town they built every time is broken. A good town in Pocatone, they are going to be destroyed by them. I hope they all die." Speaking here, the middle-aged woman gritted her teeth and looked resentful. After listening to the middle-aged woman, Jiangfeng's eyes lighted up, "I didn't expect to have any unexpected gains. Relax. After today, these 2 pirate groups will not appear again." After speaking, Jiangfeng turned and walked towards the battlefield. Damn it, kill the mess of the White Snake Pirates. Today we must let the Sky Pirates plant seeds, knowing how powerful we are. Dare to provoke me, and kill me the of the Sky Pirates. Kill! 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 Following the shout, Jiangfeng came to the central area of the town of Pocatone. After walking straight through several streets, he came to the edge of the battlefield. He could hear their fighting sounds all the way, obviously there was a mess inside. Jiangfeng shook her head and walked indifferently. "Who are you, what are you doing here, and I will die." A pirate at the edge of a battlefield found Jiangfeng and rushed towards Jiangfeng. Hit! Bang with a punch. Boring. I walked along the way and met some pirates who didn't have long eyes. Min Jiangfeng walked to the tallest building in the town of Pocatone before stopping, and a flash appeared on the building. "Let them fight first. I'll clean up the mess later. Anyway, the 2 sides fighting are pirates, let them kill each other. When the results come, they will be suppressed. After all, these 2 pirates are worthy of their own shots, and only their captains." A young man with yellow hair and a young man with long white hair were fighting hotly. The man with a yellowish hair was Jiangfeng's target Haidaz, and the young man with long white hair was the captain of the White Snake Pirates, Jinska. Kinska's bounty is 115 million Bailey, the animal department the ability of white snake fruit. Hydaz's bounty is 130 million Baileys, and the two have equal strengths, but Hydaz's bounty is higher than Kinska. This is because Hydaz is even more fierce. Hydaz's cruel behavior has spread throughout the first half of the Great Root. Kinska will die. Since Lao Tzu ate the fruits of the air, Lao Tzu is the sky, Lao Tzu will become the new king. Air bomb. I saw clusters of high-density gas condensing around Kinska, enclosing Kinska as a whole, and then burst in vain. Kinska suddenly fleshes the skin, and the whole body is bruised. Humph! Beast! Kinska used the fruit ability to cover the body with a layer of white snake scales, and the body became extremely soft, and his head was deformed, like a giant snake head, and a snake tail appeared behind him. Jijansika spit out the snake letter, his eyes showed cold light, and he attacked Hydaz. His body was extremely flexible and fast. Hydaz's death. I finally came to an end. The Sky Pirates battled the White Snake Pirates, and the Sky Pirates won. Ha ha ha, the miscellaneous pieces of the White Snake Pirates, you know how terrible. From today, this small town of Pocatone is the site of our Sky Pirates. www.readwn.com. A senior cadre of Sky Pirates looked at Hydaz and said, although the captain is us this time victory, but the crew suffered heavy casualties. Hey, a bunch of little crickets, just re-recruit people when they die. With our current prestige, are you afraid you can't recruit people? Ha ha ha. Then, it's my favorite link, bring me the crew of the White Snake Pirates who haven't died. Moments later, the pirates of the Sky Pirates escorted the surviving crew of the White Snake Pirates to Hydaz. Looking at the pirate in front of him, Hydaz showed madness. You guys, do you know what I'm going to do? The pirates who were by Big Flowers, after listening to Hydaz, seemed to think of some horror rumors, and looked at Hydaz with a horrified expression. No, don't kill me, I am willing to join the Sky Pirates. Hydaz became even more crazy. Ha ha ha, it's not that simple, let's die in despair. Vacuum zone. I saw a group of pirates suddenly imprisoned in a strange space. Hydaz looked at the pirates in space with a smirk. All of us must breathe if we want to live. One day, I found out that the air has the gas we humans need to breathe. I had an idea at that time. What would happen if I pumped out this gas? The answer is that people can't breathe and die. The pirates in the vacuum zone looked desperate, unable to breathe without air, and their entire face was flushed. A pirate struggled to climb out of the vacuum zone, but he was immediately stepped on by Hydaz and could not move. Chapter 75, Vacuum Zone. The pirates lying on the ground struggled hard, but their struggle was useless, but it made them more painful. Since it is a vacuum zone, the curse of the pirates cannot be heard at all, and the surrounding atmosphere is quiet and terrible. From the outside, they can only see their weak struggle. The crew behind Hydaz, some of whom were already commonplace, were expressionless, and some were shaking for the first time when they saw this scene. Soon, the pirates died of suffocation one by one, struggling to die. When I saw this scene, Zhang Feng was in a mixed mood. This is the world of pirates. No one knows whether tomorrow he will be destroyed by a more powerful pirate than himself, or by the navy. Seeing the pirates of the White Snake Pirates group dead, Hydaz turned to look at the crew and saw the pirates who were still shaking, smiling evilly. Welcome to the world of pirates. In the world of pirates, only if you are crueler and stronger than others, you will not be bullied. I want Hydaz to be a pirate, and my next goal is the new world. Relax, follow me, I will make you famous. When Hydaz instigated the crowd affectionately and deceptively, Zhang Feng said. I see, everyone shouts. Who, come out to Lao Tzu. Hearing the sudden sound, a panic appeared on the faces of the crew of the Sky Pirates. Is there an enemy? Isn't the White Snake Pirates still dead? Instant step Zhang Feng appeared in front of Hydaz. Qi Feng calmly said, "Zidaz, I'm afraid I'll disturb your dreams. After today, there will be no more sky pirates." Haidaz looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him, and saw at a glance that this young man was not easy. After watching the fight between the two pirates, he was so calm. Either he was an idiot, or he was strong, and Haidaz obviously favored the latter. Haidaz smiled with his signboard, "I don't know, little brother, what's the matter with us in the Sky Pirates?" Qi Feng calmly said, "It's nothing, just want to wipe out your Sky Pirates." Haidaz's pupils tightened, dying, "Listen to you, are you a navy?" "Yes, you guessed it, then I'll take you on the road." Min Zhongfeng looked at Haidaz, and while talking, a few small blades of space had appeared in his hands. Then an understatement, a few bursts of air suddenly sounded. The blades of space lined up neatly in the air, like a net of knives, shrouded in vain towards the pirates ahead. Touch! 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 With a single blow, the pirates left tiny stab wounds on their bodies, and some pirates even cut their throats directly. The black blade of space, after scratching the pirates, did not disappear immediately, but hit the surrounding buildings fiercely, leaving a trail of knife marks. For a moment, the entire street was covered with knife marks. He felt a sting from his face. Haidaz touched his cheek, only to find that his cheek was also scratched. Haidaz looked at Zhongfeng with a dignified face. "This navy has the ability to kill itself. Is the blade just now your fruit ability? Is it really difficult to entangle it? Of course, you can understand this too. After a while. I don't have the habit of catching Haidaz, navy, I will make you pay." Haidaz's face became hard to look, and there was a hint of murder and madness in his eyes. "Navy, when I defeat you, I will slowly torture you to death." The next moment, Haidaz waved suddenly, "Air bomb." A mass of high-density gas appeared around Zhongfeng and surrounded Zhongfeng. For ordinary people, this trick is really difficult to deal with, but is Zhongfeng an ordinary person? Instant step. 1 second before the air bomb exploded, Zhongfeng had flashed in front of Haidaz. "You little tricks are useless to me." Bump! He hit Haidaz in front of the door with a punch. Haidaz was directly blown out, and his body was severely hit on the wall. Chu Zhongfeng stepped in front of Haidaz. "You can't do it with an armed arrogance, but you can't see the arrogance of a arrogant arrogance, and the fruit ability is also played by you as a child. Are you sure, your head is really worth 130 million Baileys?" Looking at Zhongfeng who was walking slowly, Haidaz looked gaunt. "The navy is dead, vacuum zone." A strange transparent space enveloped Zhongfeng in an instant. Looking at her treacherous plan, Haidaz became mad. "Ha ha ha, navy, you are dead. Here, only I can breathe. As long as I hold you and don't let you go out, you will slowly suffocate and die. Are you desperate? Navy, please come to me. Uncle Ben may let you go." Zhongfeng, who was in a vacuum zone, felt suddenly unable to breathe. First, a flash of panic flashed, but he immediately calmed down. At this moment, Zhongfeng's eyes glanced at Haidaz's eyes flashed. No wonder Haidaz's reward was over 100 million. The fruit of the air is indeed an extremely scary fruit. www.readwn.com. The current capacity of Haidaz is insufficiently developed, so the envelope of the vacuum zone is limited. If one day, Haidaz's vacuum zone could cover an island or even wider, then he would be famous for the whole pirate world. I thought that there was a pity in Zhongfeng's eyes here. Such a potential demon fruit ability would be buried in his own hands today. But think about what Haidaz did. Zhongfeng strengthened his determination to kill Haidaz, and when Haidaz grew up, the navy had another big trouble. Similarly, I don't know how many people will be tortured to death. At this time, Zhongfeng's face rose a little, and she said, "You must make a quick decision." Chu Zhongfeng took out the black feather sword and was ready to go. When his momentum increased to the extreme, one shot broken. Qi sword waved, the black sword gas directly across the entire vacuum zone, dividing the vacuum zone into two. This black sword gas was forcibly cut out by Zhang Feng with the force of space. Because there is no air in the vacuum zone, the powerful slash cannot be waved at all. Ordinary swordsmen walking in the vacuum zone can't exert their strength at all, because there is no air here, and they can't even blow out an ordinary sword. Sword wielding, there are two ways to wield the sword. First, the sword force was forced out by brute force, and the giant force drove the sword body across the air quickly, creating a fault between the two layers of air, thereby generating sword energy. Second, understand the breath of all things, understand the nature of air, feel the rhythm of air, and cut off the air. Either method requires air, but at this time Zhang Feng is in a vacuum zone and there is no air. So he can only force a sword with the force of space.